Ancient 1 Chapter 2028 to Chapter 2081. Feng Yali was enraged. Don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, this monarch will make you die without a burial. That devil Lord G's strength is extraordinary. I do not have absolute confidence in winning. Why don't you give Huado's remnant soul to me, then I can use the heaven sealing seal to suppress him. Li Yunxiao said coldly, pay first and then work? How did you become a king with that kind of IQ? Or are you bullying me on purpose? Ahem. Feng Yali coughed twice and said, it is indeed quite difficult. How about this, I'll kill Lu Congzi in your place. Lu Congzi said angrily, Feng Yali, do you not want Inu's life anymore? Feng Yali sneered. It's naturally good that you can have it, but compared to Huado's remnant soul, Inu's life isn't worth much. Damn slave, you have no morals at all. Lu Congzi was so angry that she screamed and started cursing. Feng Yali's expression changed greatly. As the ruler of a country, a powerhouse of an era, when had he ever been cursed like this? He said coldly, you're really courting death this time. Li Yunxiao weighed the pros and cons for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, if your highness can kill Lu Congzi, then Huado's remnant soul will be yours. At the same time, he sneered and said, Chief, it's surprising that you're talking about morality. The matter of you colluding with the demon world will be known to the world after this battle. I'm afraid the deity transformation sea will become the center of the storm in the whole world. With a livid expression, Lu Congzi snorted, this era is no longer the same as before. So what if it's a human, a demon, or a devil? All living beings in the world are born from the Tao. There is no superiority or inferiority in the Tao, neither is there good or evil, so how can there be good or bad? When Mu Di heard this, he cursed angrily, this is an invasion from a foreign race, and the people of our world are like fire and water. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world, not to mention that you are the chief of the divine transformation sea. Lu Congzi said disdainfully, invasion? Maybe 100,000 years ago. But which eye of yours saw the invasion of the devil race? Just because they invaded 100,000 years ago, does that mean they will definitely invade now? This, listening Mudi was also stunned. Yes, they had invaded 100,000 years ago. Would they definitely invade now? He could not answer this question either. Lu Congzi sneered and said, Lord Mog, are you planning to invade the heavenly martial arts realm? Mog chuckled and said, how is that possible? 100,000 years ago, that was the ambition of the Monogatari alone, and the emperor also paid a painful price. Most of the demons are peace-loving, such as this monarch. But if someone bullies me, then I won't be peaceful either. Li Yunxiao said, don't talk nonsense. How did Lord Lu Congzi know that they would not invade? Just based on the words of this demon lord? He said seriously, 100,000 years ago, the demon race committed such a dangerous act. This proves that the demon race itself is extremely invasive and dangerous. As the chief of the divine transformation sea, Lord Lu Congzi rashly interacted with the creatures of the demon realm and allied with them when he wasn't sure about the characteristics of the demon clan. He has become the public enemy of the whole realm of heaven martial arts. Lu Congzi said coldly, you want to use the whole heavenly martial arts realm to suppress me? Dream on. He flicked his sleeves and snorted. Even if the whole world doesn't agree with what I want to do, I will still do it. Li Yunxiao said with a cold smile, it seems like the chief is the most dangerous person in the realm of heaven martial arts. Fortunately, you were exposed early. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's not too late to get rid of you now. Feng Yali pulled out his sword and waved it in the air. He shouted, it's settled then. I will take Lu Congzi's life in exchange for Dodo's remnant soul. Tens of thousands of ice beams shot out of the cold sword. The sky was instantly frozen, and the power of a nation poured down. Damn it. I want to see who will take whose life. Lu Congzi shouted angrily. He put his maces together in front of him and took a defensive stance. He stomped lightly on the ground and retreated, dodging the sword light. At the same time, he shouted, Lord Ji, junior brother, I will leave Li Yunxiao to you. Facing Feng Yali, he couldn't afford to be distracted. He had to go all out. Bang! When the maces collided with the sword beam, he felt his arms go numb and was forced to retreat. Although Feng Yali's sword wasn't as overbearing as Hao Feng's blade, it wasn't something he could withstand with his current cultivation. Feng Yali's face was cold. He didn't look at Lu Congzi's mask to avoid being affected. Moreover, he didn't trust Lu Congzi at all. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill him and save Yinyu. It was killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, he didn't show any mercy and attacked Lu Congzi's vital parts. Bo Yuqing looked at Li Yunxiao and the others. He frowned and said, "It's a bit troublesome. Do you seven really intend to watch without doing anything?" The 7 people were hesitant. It was just as Li Yunxiao had said. If he was defeated, he would destroy the celestial phoenix real tail plume. Then, it would be meaningless for them to fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, Lu Congzi and the others were with the demon clan, so they were afraid of him. Bo Yuqing said indifferently, "A wise man is bound to make a mistake. You are all brilliant people. How can the celestial phoenix real tail plume be destroyed so easily? The celestial phoenix is the king of all flames. Don't you think it's ridiculous to burn it? I speculate that unless it's specially refined, it's impossible to destroy the celestial phoenix real tail plume." That's right. It's a divine item that evolved into a magnificent world like the world of immortality. The old man's eyes lit up and flickered with greed for life. He licked his dry lips. The auras of the few people pressed over, causing Li Yunxiao, who was originally sure of victory, to fall into a disadvantageous position again. He said gloomily, "Let's not talk about the celestial phoenix real tail plume. You have been in the world of immortality for so many years. You should be able to take on the responsibility of fighting against the demon clan. At the very least, you can't be with the demon clan." The old man said, "If we want to fight against the demon clan, we should at least survive first, right? Give us the celestial phoenix real tail plume and we'll help you eliminate the demon clan." "That's right, we're about to die, why bother eliminating the demon clan?" The other 6 people also echoed. Zhua said angrily, "If I had known that the resources of the world of immortality were occupied by these walking corpses, I would have found them long ago and killed them one by one." Qin said coldly, "It's not too late to kill them now." "Li Yunxiao, how do you think we should fight?" Li Yunxiao said worriedly, "With your strength, can you take down the demon monarch?" Can and Chang might be able to force Feng Yali to retreat, but the demon monarch was stronger than Feng Yali. Hao Feng was also locked in a bitter battle with Chang, which showed his extraordinary strength. Qin said, "Let's give it a try and do our best. Even if we can't kill him, we can definitely hold him back and not let him affect the battle." Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's enough. Then I'll leave the demon monarch to you too." Qin said, "It's my duty. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, we still have a chance to fight with the demon clan." His eyes shone with coldness, and he shouted, "Chang, go. We can't let the juniors of the realm of heaven martial arts look down on us." "All right. After we tear the demon monarch apart, we'll take care of the rest." Chang shouted, and his aura burst out. He held the broad axe with both hands, and together with Can, he turned into a shooting star and rushed forward. TSK, you want to tear me apart? You're really a bunch of fools who overestimate themselves." Mog laughed, but his eyes were full of vigilance. He didn't dare to be careless, and his figure flashed, and he fought with the 2 people. Li Yunxiao watched the 3 people fight, and he couldn't tell the result in a short time. His gaze fell on the 7 people, and he said coldly, "Lord Mudi, these 7 people," Ling Mudi said, "leave them to us. 1 Void Ultimate Realm, 6 Heaven Mastering Realm experts." Fang Yamo was at the Void Ultimate Realm, and he could fight them. But Ling Mudi, Chu Hongyan, and Fei Ni were Heaven Mastering Realm, while Beijing Nan, Luo Yunshang, and Xian Tianbu were only returning Reality Realm. Li Yunxiao looked at Luo Qingyun, and said, "Lady Lin helped you break through. Do you want to stay behind to repay her kindness?" Luo Qingyun was expressionless, and said, "Leave one for me. I just broke through to Heaven Mastering Realm, and it's a good time to test my strength." Li Yunxiao said happily, "Thank you." Luo Qingyun looked at him with a complicated gaze, and said, "Don't flatter yourself. I'm just repaying Lady Lin's kindness, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, there's still a duel between us. I know I'm no match for you now, but I'll definitely catch up to you." When that time comes, you'll have to bow your head and accept your death. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, all right, whenever you think it's about time, come find me. I'll keep you company anytime. Luo Qingyun nodded, and said, I will. Golden light flashed in his hand, and the desolate god's bright moon spear appeared in his hand, and he charged towards the seven. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and a whirlwind blew, and turned into a crocodile monster, and said, you go help them too. With the addition of the astral wind crocodile and Luo Qingyun, the two sides were almost evenly matched. Bo Yuqing raised his eyebrows, and said, you want to fight me alone? Li Yunxiao said, can't I? Bo Yuqing nodded, and said, of course you can. You've been cautious your whole life, and your calculations are flawless. You're the strongest opponent I've ever met. Back when we met on Xiankong Island, I didn't think we'd end up in such a situation. Life is like a dream. Li Yunxiao said, back then, you and I went through life and death together, and it was an unforgettable time. Bo Yuqing looked at him indifferently, and said, it's just driven by benefits, and we each took what we got. Just like today, there's no difference between good and bad. Li Yunxiao shook his head, and said, what you said really makes me sad. Every thief has a moral code, and even if it's driven by benefits, one has to have a clear conscience. I have nothing to say about you killing Qi Xingfeng, but now you're in cahoots with Lu Congzi, and colluding with the people from the demon world. That's a heinous crime. If Qi Xingfeng was still here, I'm sure he'd get rid of you personally. Bo Yuqing's expression was abnormally ugly, and he said coldly, don't mention him. Don't forget, our bloodline was originally passed down by the demonic servants, and we're also considered the descendants of the demons. Li Yunxiao said coldly, the demonic servants only passed down a type of martial arts, and not servility. Even Lord Qi Xingfeng and his ancestors were unwilling to be invaded by the demons, and that's why they created an artifact like the demonic essence lock, in order to counter the demons in the future. But who would have thought that they would take in two disciples who betrayed their masters and ancestors? Shut up. Bo Yuqing's expression turned ugly. The ancient dust sword flashed and a sharp sword ray shot towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's injuries were only half healed, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. He sneered, you're far from Lu Congzi. He did bad things with a clear conscience, but you still have a conscience. You're just running away. I advise you to repent. Repent? If you have the ability to make me repent, I'm willing. But do you? Bo Yuqing sneered. The ancient dust sword's shadow turned into a dragon and fell down like scattered flowers. Wailing sword tempest. The powerful sword dragon turned into a gale and sword rain, shattering the space and devouring everything. Li Yunxiao retreated. He didn't want to fight him head-on. Bo Yuqing's gaze was cold. I know you're injured, so it's not a fair fight. But this is a fight to the death, not a fair fight. Don't blame me for being merciless. He changed the direction of his sword and chased after Li Yunxiao. The sword contained the freedom of wind and rain, Qi Xingfeng's unparalleled domineering aura, and mixed with the strange demonic aura of Agarine. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Bo Yuqing was indeed a genius. Not only was his sword intent ever-changing, but he also refined Agarine, cultivated the extremine body, and tempered his body with demonic aura. His strength was no less than Qi Xingfeng. The sword intent was ever-changing, and no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape from it. Left with no choice, he took out the magical tree golden wheel and spun it in his palm. Suddenly, thousands of golden lights bloomed and turned into the shadow of a tree, swaying in the light. The luxuriant branches and leaves joined together, condensing into a world-light curtain, supporting the entire immortal world. Bo Yuqing was shocked. Although the scene in front of him was shocking, it wasn't powerful enough. Li Yunxiao had only cultivated this Xian artifact for a short time, and with his injuries, he didn't have enough true essence. Wailing sword rain wind, sword world. The ever-changing sword insight condensed into a single sword that pierced the light screen of the world, and the sword energy transformed into wind and rain that swiftly tore the light screen apart. Boundless sword intent rained down and struck the shadow of the tree, instantly shattering into countless golden specks of light. Li Yunxiao flipped his right hand and put away the golden wheel. His figure faded and disappeared. In an instant, the afterimage left behind was shattered by countless sword gleams. Bo Yuqing scanned the area with his divine sense, and his gaze landed on a spot a few thousand feet in front of him. Li Yunxiao's body gradually appeared. Magical tree golden wheel. That's a long-lost sacred weapon of the demon realm. Mo Chang, who was fighting with Hao Feng, saw the battle from the corner of his eye and could not help but exclaim, Bo Yuqing, quickly kill him. Hao Feng angrily rebuked, you're fighting with me, yet you're distracted. Are you looking down on me? The initially weakened saber chi suddenly increased in intensity. Mo Chang felt the white light flickering even more intensely. A huge saber gleam that was several feet wide appeared in the sky and slashed down with the weight of Mount Tai. Mo Chang scoffed. His face was covered in demonic patterns as he raised his saber to meet the attack. The blade of the saber also turned black, resonating with the symbols on his body. Bang! The two sabers collided, creating countless sparks. Mo Chang was pushed back more than 100 feet, and there was a chip on his saber. He could not help but frown, and anger could be seen between his brows. The saber that Lu Congzi specially made for me has been destroyed by you. Hao Feng laughed coldly. Isn't a rotten person paired with a rotten saber very suitable? Later, a dead person will be paired with a dead saber. His aura suddenly changed drastically. In an instant, it increased by several times, and his eyes turned blue, as deep as the ocean. Mo Chang suddenly exclaimed, oh no! A great sense of danger crept into his heart, and he turned into a demonic ray to escape. Hao Feng said coldly, death of the saber realm. The Vitality Nirvana saber flashed, and the boundless saber gleam was like the ocean, forming an azure blue world. Bang! Mo Chang hurriedly raised his saber to meet the attack. Instantly, the saber light was shattered, and his body was hit by the saber sea, exploding with a bang. Croak, croak, croak. Countless demonic spirits squeezed out from the space created by Mo Chang's explosion. In an instant, the sky was filled with demonic spirits, screaming as they tried to bite everyone. What? Changham? Lu Congzi, Bo Yuqing, and Mo's expressions changed drastically. The three of them finally looked shocked. Once Mo Chang was dead, the balance of power was broken. They were bound to lose. Don't panic, Hao Feng is already at the end of his rope. Lu Congzi shouted in a low voice. From the corner of his eye, he saw that after Hao Feng used all his strength to unleash the death of the saber realm, he seemed to be completely drained. The speed at which he raised his saber was extremely slow, and he seemed to be staggering while killing the demonic spirits. The truth was just as Lu Congzi had said. Hao Feng had unleashed an attack that exceeded his own strength. Now, he was suffering from the backlash of the secret technique, and his strength was gradually weakening. Even killing these ordinary demonic spirits was difficult for him. What a troublesome thing. Hao Feng's eyes returned to normal. He inserted a seal into the saber and sat down cross-legged. 7 seals flashed across the saber. With a buzzing sound, a golden glow rose from the saber and slowly formed the shape of a burly man. The burly man stood guard by Hao Feng's side, waving his fists. With each punch, a demonic spirit exploded and turned into the most ordinary demonic essence. It was the saber spirit's protection. Even though Hao Feng could no longer fight, Mo Chang's death was still a huge blow to Lu Congzi and the others, especially Mo. His expression was extremely gloomy. Surrounded by Zhue and Can, he had no way to fight back. He felt anxious. Lu Congzi was also in a dangerous situation because of Feng Yaoli. Suddenly, he shouted, Lord Mo, quickly use the divine prayer spell. Divine prayer spell? Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that this was a forbidden technique that could be used to pray for a powerful expert to descend upon one's body. Once it was used, it could cause irreparable damage to one's body. However, the people of the demonic world were different from ordinary people, so the impact they would receive would be much smaller. Li Yunxiao became even more worried. The lowest level demonic lord was equivalent to a void prime, and without the suppression of the realm's power, he was even more powerful than an ordinary void prime. If he used the divine prayer spell, what level of existence would descend upon them? Creation. Realm King. Either way, it was nightmarish news for them. Zhue and Can had fought against the demonic lord 100,000 years ago, so they had some experience. Their expressions changed when they heard Mo's words, and their attacks became more rapid, leaving him no time to use his techniques. Mog suddenly smirked and said, "Do you think that I am the only one who can use the divine prayer spell?" "What?" The two were stunned. Then, Ken looked at Lu Songzi in the distance and said in shock, "That is," the mask on Lu Songzi's face suddenly turned scarlet, bright and glistening. Feng Yali's pupils shrank. "Piercing the brain with an iridium stone?" "Hee hee." Behind the mask, a long needle appeared and directly pierced into Lu Songzi's Yingtang acupoint. Iridium power continuously flowed into Lu Songzi's body. Not only did Mog's power increase rapidly, but demonic patterns also began to appear on his body. "Do you think that this old man refined the iridium stone just to wear it on my face and use weak mental attacks?" Lu Songzi sneered. The demonic energy on his body was like a scorching high temperature, surging out in circles. Feng Yali's expression changed, and he didn't dare to move forward recklessly. After Lu Songzi used the mask to increase his power, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he formed a seal with one hand and slapped the side of his body with his right palm. A fist of demonic light appeared and turned into the size of a person. A figure gradually appeared inside. It was Inu. The orange-yellow scales on his body flickered, but his face was a little sluggish. He hadn't recovered from the injury caused by the divine attack. "Your Majesty, why do you think this old man took Inu's body?" Lu Songzi said slowly, but his hands kept forming seals and sending one after another into Inu's body. The demonic energy wrapped around Inu became thicker and thicker. The demonic runes also flickered and disappeared into the void. A terrifying power erupted from Inu's body, causing the space to buzz. However, it wasn't the might of a dragon. Feng Yali's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Praying God art." Lu Songzi nodded and said, "Exactly. Lord Inu is an ancient true dragon, and his body is condensed from the power of the world. His body is the most suitable to bear the power of the demon monarch. This way, the demon monarch who descends will not be suppressed by the power of the world." "Hee hee. Lunatic." Feng Yali's expression changed drastically, and he scolded, "It seems like you have completely fallen into the demonic path. Death cannot wipe out your crimes." He formed a seal with his left hand and pointed at the sky. It turned into a taiji diagram that spread out and sealed a part of the world. It pressed down fiercely. Lu Songzi's eyes burst out with a bright light, and he seemed to be somewhat afraid. The dual truncheons in his hands turned into flowing light and rushed into the sky. The taiji diagram descended, and the dual truncheons were immediately sealed as if they were frozen in the air. "What?" Lu Songzi's eyes widened. Under the stimulation of the mask, his strength had even surpassed Feng Yali's, but he was still sealed by the taiji diagram. In his shock, he couldn't even bother to use the praying God art anymore. He suddenly turned around and ran. Boom, he had just run 100 feet away when he felt a huge spatial suppression. His surroundings were like impenetrable walls. Not only were his movements extremely slow, but even the demonic arts circulating in his body were shackled. "Damn it!" Lu Songzi gritted his teeth and cursed. His eyes burst with anger and killing intent. He had still underestimated the innate ability of the Battle Calamity race. "You're the one who should die." Feng Yali sneered mockingly and slashed down with his icy sword. Vast and mighty power of the world, a sword that could topple a nation, everything within 1,000 miles froze under this sword. Before the sword intent arrived, a thick layer of ice had already formed on Lu Songzi's body, and he stood there like a snowman. But through the ice and snow, one could still see his demonic eyes that were as clear as stars, and they flickered with a strange light. The snowflakes in the sky seemed to freeze under the gaze of that light. The entire space became extremely distorted, and it started to spin like a fried dough twist. Rumble. The sword intent rolled through the distorted space, leaving a spiral trajectory in its wake. It passed by Lu Songzi's side, but it was unable to harm him in the slightest. Feng Yali was shocked. His opponent had actually used his mental power to distort space and dodge this sword intent. Lu Songzi's eyes became dim and murky. That spatial distortion just now had almost exhausted all of his mental power, and his mind was a little muddled. "You can dodge the first sword intent, but can you dodge the second and third?" Feng Yali's expression became cold. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Songzi. He raised his sword and slashed it toward Lu Songzi's neck. Suddenly, the sky shook, and the ice and snow melted. A powerful force broke through the air and shattered the space and time that the Tai Chi diagram was suppressing. Rumble. The Tai Chi twin fish spun rapidly, and a pitch-black force surrounded it and dyed the diagram black. Lu Zongzi regained his mobility in an instant. He couldn't dodge, so he formed a sword with 2 fingers and attacked the ice sword. Clang, his fingers touched the back of the sword and pressed it down. The edge of the sword slashed across his chest, leaving a bloody mark on his body, but it only hurt his skin. Feng Yali was shocked. The Tai Chi diagram was destroyed, and the backlash was great for his battle of disaster real body. In a moment of desperation, the sword turned, and countless cold lights shot out. Lu Zongzi took the opportunity to retreat, but his fingers were too slow. The 2 fingers that were pressed together were slashed by the sword ray and were directly cut off. A few drops of blood fell on the ice sword and evaporated. Everyone was shocked. Inyu's whole body was flickering with demonic tattoos, and his eyes were shining brightly. He didn't look sluggish at all. Haha, it's Lord Man. Lu Zongzi laughed crazily. His scarlet mask was full of joy, and he said excitedly, I wonder if Lord Man is satisfied with this body. Man's eyes flickered with excitement, and he also laughed crazily. Haha, the body of a real dragon. It's the body of an ancient real dragon. Although it's not perfect, it's the best body to avoid the world's power. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he said, a great demon in the fate realm. A chill ran through his whole body, and he felt his hands and feet were cold. That kind of pressure came from the Mist Rock Lord. Hao Feng's pupils shrank, and he emitted a murderous aura. But he couldn't do anything. He held his knife with one hand, and he couldn't use his genuine core. Humph, an ancient real dragon was possessed by someone. It's a big joke in the realm of heaven martial arts. Feng Yali's face became cold. He turned his head and said to Li Yunxiao, we can't kill Lu Zongzi for now. You should also escape. After he spoke, he didn't want to fight with the remnant souls, and he turned into a light beam and left. Since I'm here, you still want to escape? Everyone present, don't even think about leaving, go to hell for Ben Jun. A fierce glint flashed in Man's eyes. He clenched his fist, and a pitch-black nebula appeared on the tip of his fist. The fist light chased after Feng Yali's streak of light. Feng Yali transformed into his true form and slashed down with his sword. Apart from the power of the world on the sword, there were also large amounts of ancient Maha characters that shone brilliantly. Boom! The 2 forces collided and turned into a storm. They seemed to be evenly matched. Feng Yali's heart sank. He didn't stay here any longer and continued to flee. Man's pupils shrank and he was about to chase after him when he heard Lu Zongzi say, "My lord, don't worry. That person is not important. Li Yunxiao has the universe god steel and the Monogatari's inheritance. He is the key person." Oh? Man's gaze fell on Li Yunxiao. He ignored Feng Yali and strode forward. He said, I heard that someone in the heavenly martial arts realm can draw out 6 paths demonic weapons. Is that you? Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly when he saw Man's powerful aura. He retreated to the side and didn't dare to block Man's path. Li Yunxiao knew that he was in big trouble. He said with a bitter smile, Sir, it's your first time here. Do you want to have a cup of tea and have a good chat? No tea, but I can drink your blood. Man's powerful aura pressed down on Li Yunxiao's body and made his blood and qi surge. Li Yunxiao groaned. He felt as if his chest had been hit by a huge force. If he hadn't been injured, he might have been able to jump a few times. But now that he was injured, he was afraid that he would be flattened. Man said, although you are injured all over, your body is full of demonic energy. Show me the 6 paths demonic weapons. Ling Mudi and the others and the Immortal Realm's old monsters stopped fighting and looked at Man Yali in shock. Chu Hongyan and the others flew to Li Yunxiao's side. They shared a common enemy with him. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt that the pressure was reduced, but he was even more worried. He hurriedly said, You guys go first. I will think of a way to stall him. No. If we go together. If we die together. Chu Hongyan flatly refused. Her face was full of tenacity. The other 2 women were also the same. Fei and I said with a smile, "Husband, you can't drive us away no matter what." Hee, what a touching scene. Since you will not change your mind until death, then I will send you on your way together. Man sneered. His unbridled appearance made it seem as if everything was under his control. In the current demon realm, how many powerhouses are there like you? Lin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked from the golden ball of light. Man's eyes narrowed. He looked at the golden ball and said, "Who are you?" Zhua and Ken landed in front of the golden ball. They were afraid that Manyali would suddenly attack. Both of them held their palms in front of them and became vigilant. Tisk, 2 minions are not enough to deal with me. Manyali's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His figure moved and rushed towards the golden ball. Both of his hands turned into palms and slapped down. Yu and Ken were shocked and hurriedly counterattacked. Boom! 4 palms collided. A terrifying force shook and turned into 2 nebulas that rotated around the 3 of them. Yu and Ken's arms were covered with demonic patterns. The 2 nebulas rotated and unexpectedly swallowed the 2 of them. In a panic, the 2 of them used their free hands to make hand signs and continuously attacked forward. However, there was a layer of light wall blocking them. They couldn't hurt Manyali at all. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Let's kill him together." Without hesitation, he made hand signs and transformed into the long-lost true demon Dharma body with 3 heads and 6 arms. Man and Ji trembled and looked at the Dharma body in shock. Both of their lips trembled. They didn't know what to say. Ling, Mudi, and the others no longer hesitated and attacked. The 7 immortal realm powerhouses who were entangled with them were also in no mood. They seemed to be aware of the seriousness of the matter and stood aside at a loss. Lu Zongzi shouted, "Let's also attack and kill them all." The scarlet mask looked even more strange. D Butcher and Double Barbarians had already returned to their hands and burst forth with great power. Mog and Bo Yuqing also attacked. The space within 1,000 miles trembled continuously under the powerful fluctuations of everyone's power. It seemed unbearable. That's... Manyali's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the Dharma body behind Li Yunxiao and made hand signs with the giant spirit's 6 arms. The Agama bone-chopping knife kept appearing and falling into his hand. 6 Paths demonic weapon. Manyali and Ji were not the only ones shocked. Lin, Yu, and Ken also cried out in shock. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Kill!" The 6 arms Dharma body's 3 faces were filled with killing intent. The demonic weapon in its hand suddenly swung down. Chi! A huge black shadow appeared in the sky. The saber aura tore through the sky and headed straight for the demon barbarian. Manyali could no longer remain calm. Although the saber aura was not as powerful as he imagined, it was still a demonic world sky saint artifact. Hong! Chi and Ken were blasted away. Then, he quickly formed a hand seal and a strange diagram appeared in his palm. Then, he shot it up. Yuanqing demon diagram. The 2 sects joined forces and more than 10 attacks instantly collided. The most dazzling were the Agama bone-chopping knife and Yuanqing demon diagram. They were like 2 huge black holes devouring each other. Rumble! A terrifying power burst forth, engulfing everyone within it. Li Yunxiao's body was torn apart again. He instantly summoned the little metal gourd to block in front of him. But the impact was too strong, and the little metal gourd was instantly deformed and flattened. Li Yunxiao's own wounds were also expanding. His radiant glass body was gradually collapsing. In an instant, he was covered in cuts and bruises. The others did not have it easy either. They were struggling to hold on. Suddenly, Lin's voice sounded, "Follow me." The golden ball of light continued to expand. It seemed to be unaffected by the impact. More than 10 rays of light flew out and landed on everyone's bodies. Li Yunxiao and the others suddenly felt their bodies become lighter. There was a force that wanted to pull them out of the space. Master Lin, Ling Mudi cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Lin did not have much lifespan left. Under such a terrifying impact, it was likely that she would die if she forcefully used greater realm teleportation. Manyali had been staring at Li Yunxiao. When he saw the golden light, his pupils shrank. He shouted, "You want to leave? Dream on." His figure moved. He raised his fist and was about to shatter the golden light. His fist was only halfway through when it suddenly stopped. A ray of white light appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the terrifying vortex of power. Manueli was shocked. That power was aimed at him. He had no choice but to change the direction of his fist. He raised his hand to meet the attack. Boom! The white light shattered his fist and landed on his body. Manueli felt dizzy. He was sucked into the vortex's power and disappeared in the sky. Then, Li Yunxiao and the others disappeared under the influence of the golden light. What? How could this be? Lu Congzi and the other two were greatly alarmed as they watched Li Yunxiao and the rest disappear. They stood in the sky in a daze. Although the aftershocks of the impact continued to weaken, they were still washing over their bodies, causing them to forget about the pain. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the terrifying impact had almost completely dissipated. The sky had lost its original dusk and turned bright as the sun shone in. Puff! Although Hao Feng was far away from the impact, he couldn't help but vomit blood. He raised his head in shock and looked at the sky. The impact was so strong that it tore the eternal realm apart. The sunlight of the realm of heaven martial arts shone in. People like them, who had been living in darkness for tens of thousands of years, found it dazzling. They escaped. They all escaped. Lu Congzi stood in the sky in a daze. Suddenly, the space twisted at a high speed. Yinyu's body came out of the space. He staggered for more than 10 steps before he could stand firm. Lord Man, are you all right? Emoji hurried to greet him. The eternal realm was torn apart. The power of the realm was increasing. His face became unsightly. He found it difficult to breathe. Lord Man? Yinyu's voice rang out calmly. It wasn't Man's voice. Emoji trembled. He had a bad feeling. He turned into a ray of light and was about to leave. You lowly demon! How dare you possess my body? Dragon fist, immeasurable light. Yinyu's angry voice rang out. It was accompanied by immeasurable light and endless anger. A ray of light rippled out from Yinyu's fist power, bombarding Emoji's body and shattering it. But a few hundred feet away, a black light flashed, and Emoji condensed his real body again, but his face was grave. Lord Ji, be careful. Lu Congzi cried out in alarm, his eyes full of shock. Yinyu had appeared behind Ji at some point in time. Once again, he silently sent out a punch filled with boundless light. Ah! Ji was shocked, and he felt the danger of death spread in his heart. He had never felt this for countless years, and it made him shocked, aghast, angry, and unable to understand. How can you be so strong? Impossible! Ji shouted hysterically. This punch gave him a feeling that he could not match up to, and death came in an instant. And, it is not that I am too strong, but you are too weak. Yinyu coldly sneered. That fist light smashed down and violently struck Ji's body, causing it to explode. The boundless demonic energy was swallowed by the boundless light, and it completely disappeared. Lu Congzi, Bo Yuqing, Hao Feng, and the 7 experts of the immortal realm were stunned. Mog was an existence that could contend with the Saber King, and he was unexpectedly killed by Yinyu with 2 punches. Hao Feng's face was pale, and his eyes flickered. He pondered, and he seemed to understand something. Lu Congzi suddenly understood, and said in surprise, I understand, it is the suppression of the realm power. The immortal realm was torn apart, and Lord Ji was suppressed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, and the reason why you can find yourself and suppress Lord Man is also because of the realm power. Humph. I am the leader of all spirits, and if Li Yunxiao had not attacked my sea of consciousness, who in the world could occupy my body? Even so, it was only a matter of time before I found my soul and controlled my body. That man dared to descend on my body, he was really courting death. His clone was destroyed by me, and the strength of his body in the demon realm must have decreased greatly. Yinyu sneered, and his cold eyes looked at Lu Congzi, and he walked over, full of killing intent. Moreover, I am condensed by the realm power, and each of my punches and palms contains the highest rules of this realm, and the damage to these things from the outside world is doubled. So that's how it is. Looks like you're really a big problem. Lu Congzi finally understood. His countenance regained its calmness as he coldly stared at Inu. The strange energy from the mask continued to radiate out, causing the surrounding space to become somewhat blurry. Inu lowered his head, not daring to look at his mask or meet his eyes. His sea of consciousness was already injured, and it was not easy for him to regain his sense of self. Thus, he was still fearful of mental attacks. The big trouble is you, Inu said coldly. Heh. Lu Congzi knew what he was thinking and sneered, same to you. He turned his gaze and exchanged a glance with Bo Yuqing, and then the two of them immediately transformed into streaks of light that tore through the sky. You want to leave? Stay here for this seat. Inu was furious. Lu Congzi used his body as a descending body, and this greatly offended his pride. He wanted nothing more than to kill her as soon as possible. He executed the dragon transformation art with both hands and unleashed a dragon domain, which he sent out. Haha. However, Lu Congzi's laughter came from the sky. The two truncheons smashed down as one, blocking the dragon domain. The two of them immediately disappeared. D***it. Inu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and said, Divine Sea Transformation. Lu Congzi. After he spoke, he flicked his sleeves and chased after them through the ever-expanding hole in the eternal world. Only Hao Feng and the 7 strong men were left there. They looked at the sky of the realm of heaven martial arts with nostalgia. The 7 men's eyes were filled with disappointment and bewilderment. Is it over? The old man in the divine realm of the void extreme realm murmured to himself. He suddenly coughed several times. He had also suffered heavy injuries while fighting against Mo. Hao Feng remained silent for a while, then suddenly said, Lord Island, since you came here and couldn't help but attack, why didn't you kill Lu Congzi? The 7 of them shuddered and looked around in shock. There was only one island lord in the entire eternal world that Hao Feng had mentioned. I need to evaluate the current realm of heaven martial arts as a whole. Before that, I shouldn't attack excessively. A faint voice came from the void. In the dim world of immortality, there seemed to be a shadow sitting on the throne. Attack excessively? Hao Feng seemed a little displeased by this answer. He said, Do you have an evaluation now? No matter how the realm of heaven martial arts is right now, Lu Congzi has colluded with the demon realm. He should be sentenced to death. How can we tolerate him? The phantom moved forward and raised his hand to support his chin. He muttered, What do you think? Hao Feng said seriously, We should immediately go to the Divine Sea Transformation and kill all the people involved in this. If I'm not mistaken, the Divine Sea Transformation already has a mutated space crack that leads to the demon realm. If we don't seal it, it will probably become the second heaven-shaking mountain range. Okay, we will do as you say. You and Nantian will lead some people to the Divine Sea Transformation to deal with this matter. The phantom made up his mind and said, You should go back to the spiritual pool of Xuanli Island to heal your injuries. After you recover, we will set off on the same day. Yes. Hao Feng stood up and bowed slightly. Yi Qingyu continued, The original intention of establishing the eternal world was to provide a place for the strong people at the end of the martial arts path. Although it was not necessarily to seal the demons, it was necessary to have a bottom line. These 7 people didn't fight against the demons, but for their own interests, they colluded with the demon clan. Anyway, you said your lifespans were about to run out, so let them run out. The 7 people trembled and looked over in horror. 6 figures appeared in front of Yi Qingyu. They all emitted a strong power and locked the 7 people with their divine awareness. Kill them all. Yi Qingyu waved his hand and said calmly. Then the phantom disappeared in the sky alone. Hao Feng was expressionless. It seemed he was not surprised at all. He ignored the 6 people and turned into a light beam, flying toward Xuanli Island. Heh, heh. The 6 people who had appeared out of thin air all had sinister smiles on their faces as they walked towards the 7 people. Soon, the sound of fighting and screams came from the sky. After a short while, everything became quiet again. But the smell of blood was in the air. The hole in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. The sunlight of the realm of heaven martial arts kept nibbling away at the eternal world. It was unknown how long it would take to devour the eternal world, but it was only a matter of time. In a sea area, the surface of the sea, which had been calm all of a sudden, started to surge. The whole sea area was rotating with the sky. Several golden lights shot out of it and fell into the sea one after another. Some people had good control of their bodies. They stepped on the sea water and took a few steps to neutralize the impact. There was the sound of water splashing all around. It was Li Yunxiao and the others who had escaped from the immortal realm. "Are you all right?" Li Mudi asked. Everyone had been teleported out of the eternal world. However, Li Yunxiao's injuries were too serious. He fell into the sea and floated up immediately. He knelt on the sea water and kept coughing up blood. The sea water washed away all the dirty blood on his body. His wounds were horrifying. He had used too much demonic aura, which had torn his body apart. There was not a single part of his skin that was intact. His bones could be seen clearly in several places. "Feiyong. Husband. Yunxiao." The three women exclaimed one after another. They surrounded him and helped him up. Li Yunxiao's face was pale. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. My body's foundation is not destroyed. I will recover after a few days of rest." He took out a long robe and draped it over his body, covering all his wounds so that no one would be worried. "Master Lin! Master Lin!" Xue and Can's faces were pale. They shouted from the sea. Their eyes were lifeless and their faces were ashen. After a moment of roaring, the sea returned to normal. Lin's figure was nowhere to be seen. Master Lin, the two of them looked miserable, as if they were grieving the death of their parents. "Don't shout. Isn't it in the water?" Li Yunxiao weakly pointed to the distance. A few dozen feet away, the surface of the sea was sparkling due to the sunlight. It covered the golden ball of light. "Ah! Master Lin!" The two of them were ecstatic. They hurriedly rushed over. The golden ball's light became extremely weak. It floated under the sea, as if it would be annihilated at any time. Li Yunxiao and the others also gathered over. They all looked worried. "What should we do?" Zheng was anxious. He called out a few times but got no response. He did not know how Lin was doing. Li Yunxiao said, "This ball of light should be formed by her soul power. No wonder I haven't seen her real body. Why don't we let her stay in my universe god monument and nourish her slowly? We'll think of a way." Ling Mudi said, "Now that things have come to this, we can only do this. Bring her back to Yanwu City. With the nourishment of the 10 rules, she might be better." His tone was solemn. It was obvious that he was not confident. After all, Lin had said that her lifespan was coming to an end. Even if she was nourished by the 10 rules, she would most likely be at death's door. Li Yunxiao said, "Let's return to Yanwu City first. I might be able to think of a way." "You have a way?" Xue and Ken were shocked. They were overjoyed. They were so excited that they could not control themselves. Ling Mudi was stunned. "What way do you have? If her soul power is so weak, even the heavenly fortune pill will not be able to save her. Could it be?" He cried out, "The great divine evolution technique?" Li Yunxiao shook his head. With Lady Lin's current state, her consciousness is probably blurred. How can she cultivate the great divine evolution technique? Unless she wakes up, she might be able to cultivate it. But I can use the power of the great divine evolution technique to nourish her. I can guarantee that her soul will not dissipate in the short term. The rest will depend on her luck." Qin said solemnly, "No matter what, as long as you can save Lady Lin, Jing and I are willing to climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of flames for you. I won't hesitate." Jing also clasped his fists and said cautiously. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Don't be so serious. Lady Lin became like this because she wanted to save us. I will naturally do my best. But I don't have much confidence. I hope the two of you are mentally prepared." The two of them trembled. Their eyes that were filled with hope dimmed. Qin said sorrowfully, "Just do your best." They were also aware of Lin's current condition. No one dared to say that they could cure her. Fei and I took out an astrolabe, measured the position, and said, "We are now above the North Sea. Let's return to Sky Marshall Continent first, then go to Yanwu City." Li Yunxiao put Lin's soul light into the divine steel, then took out a battleship, turned into a stream of light, and flew to Sky Marshal Continent. Half a month later, the group appeared in Fixed Heaven City. News of the Northern Immortal Territory's Nephrite Heaven was everywhere, and the world was shocked. 100,000-year great demon appeared in the world of immortals, killing all 10 Emperor Wu, and more than half of the 7 sect masters. The demon race is going to conquer the continent. In order to resist the demon race, the Sacred Realm and Divine Transformation Sea experts joined forces. Lord Wei Wuya, who had retired long ago, betrothed his son, the current Lord Wei Qing, to Bo Yuqing, the head of the deity Transformation Sea, Lu Congzi's junior brother, Bo Yuqing. The two of them became friends and led the human race to resist the demon army. Pooh! Li Yunxiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and waved at a martial artist not far away. The martial artist was holding a large number of jade scrolls, shouting with all his might. Seeing Li Yunxiao and the others, he ran over. Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said embarrassedly, Wei Qing and Bo Yuqing are both men, how can they be sworn brothers? The martial artist said seriously, 100,000-year great demon appeared in the demon race, and our race is in danger. For the sake of the world, the two lords disregarded the laws of the world, and dared to be the first. They are our role models, respected by all. If you'd like to know the details, please buy a few jade slips. They've recorded everything that's happened in Nephrite Heaven over the past few months, including the marriage between Saint Domain and Deity Transformation Sea Realm cultivators. He took out a jade scroll, and handed it over, saying, it's all the latest news, only 500 mid-grade primordial stones. Li Yunxiao felt very tired, and didn't want to read it, so he waved his hand. The martial artist didn't give up, and hurriedly said, Lord, do you think this news isn't explosive enough? I think you're all from other places. Fixed Sky City was the closest to the Northern Domain Immortal Realm, so all the news had been sent over immediately. I just received an even more earth-shattering piece of news. As long as you buy a jade scroll, it will be given to you for free. Li Yunxiao was about to drive him away when he heard him say mysteriously, it's about the most beautiful woman in the world, Chu Hongyan. Don't you want to hear it? Hee hee. The martial artist revealed a look that said, you know. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, then he threw out 500 mid-grade primal stones and took out a jade slip. My lord is wise indeed. The warrior smiled and accepted it. Then, he said in a low voice, according to the informant I planted in Divine Firmament Palace, Divine Firmament Palace's seclusion for the past 20 years actually hid a huge secret. What secret? Li Yunxiao's interest was piqued. His face was full of curiosity. Hee hee. Fei Yanai and the others covered their mouths and giggled. Chu Hongyan was speechless. She also came over and asked, what secret? The man glanced around and said in a low voice, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, my informant's identity will be exposed. Divine Firmament Palace will probably hunt me down all over the world. The secret is that Chu Hongyan has been hiding for the past 20 years to give birth. Pfft. Li Yunxiao spat blood on the man's face. He choked and coughed. Chu Hongyan's face was full of shame and anger. Her face was red all the way to her neck. Killing intent shot out, scaring the warrior so much that his teeth kept chattering. Li Yunxiao hurriedly stopped her, afraid that she would accidentally kill someone. He said, is it really okay for you to slander a girl's reputation like this? I didn't slander. The man was so scared that he could barely speak. Tears were coming out of his eyes. Li Yunxiao was also very displeased. He snorted and said, if you didn't slander her, then what's with the news? The man said with a sad face, you must believe me. My informant is one of the 4 maids of Divine Firmament Palace Lord Chu Hongyan. He knows everything about Divine Firmament Palace. Actually. Seeing that Chu Hongyan had retracted her killing intent, his courage grew again. He said, actually, 20 years ago, Chu Hongyan was already pregnant with Gu Feiyang's daughter. Daughter? Li Yunxiao's eyes widened. He said, this daughter, this is another big secret. The warrior stuck his head over and said, you must not leak this out. This is what the informant I planted in the Tianling Long family told me. Actually, their daughter is the current Long family patriarch, Fei Yanai. Fei and the warrior warned again and again, you must not leak this out. Otherwise, the informant I planted in the Long family will be in danger. And the Long family will probably hunt me down all over the world. I saw that you are all reliable people and bought my jade scroll. That's why I added this top-secret information. Fei and said, the news of your Wei Qing and Bo Yuqing tying the knot was also leaked by the informant of the two holy lands, right? Of course. The warrior patted his chest and said, in our line of work, we have informants all over the world. This way, we can get first-hand information. It's not easy for us to make a living. The money we have to pay for these informants is an astronomical figure. I hope your business gets better and better. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said tiredly, scram, hurry up and scram. What are you talking about? You don't respect our work at all. The warrior said angrily, but his gaze towards Chu Hongyan and the others was unfriendly. He didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly left. Fei and said angrily, respect their work? Do these paparazzi respect our reputation? If it was in the past, I would have definitely uprooted all of them. Luo Yunshang couldn't help but laugh. It seems that your personality has become much gentler after following Yunxiao. Fei and blinked. Big sister Yunshang seems to be the same. Luo Yunshang's face flushed red. She was the quiet type, so she couldn't take a little teasing from Fei and The group walked towards the teleportation formation in the city and saw a white-clothed woman waiting for them on the road. The few of them were stunned. Li Yunxiao was also taken aback for a moment before he said mockingly, Lord Heaven Warrior. The white-clothed woman was Xiao Hong. Anger flashed across her face for a moment, but she quickly recovered and said, call me whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Her words were full of bitterness and sourness. Oh, what does Lord Celestial think I should call you? Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Xiao Hong said, didn't we bury the hatchet? Why mock me like this? Just call me Xiao Hong. Li Yunxiao suddenly realized that he still had a stomach full of anger towards Xiao Hong. Perhaps it was because he thought too highly of her that he was so persistent. He sighed and said, all right, Xiao Hong. It's just that I like the old Xiao Hong more. Xiao Hong's body trembled slightly, then she calmed down and said, time can change everything. The old Xiao Hong will no longer exist. Li Yunxiao was a little sad. He shook his head and said, tell me, why are you looking for me? Xiao Hong said angrily, can't I look for you for no reason? Li Yunxiao said, of course you can, but are you fine? Xiao Hong thought for a moment and said, I want to know about the ancient demon well. She looked into Li Yunxiao's eyes and quickly said, you must know. All kinds of news are flying around right now. I can still extract some accurate information from them. Li Yunxiao said honestly, I have indeed been to the ancient demon well and I know the situation there. You want to cultivate demonic arts, right? Unfortunately, that is the core of the deity transformation C. It won't let you go there easily. Xiao Hong said, you just need to tell me everything you know. I will find a way to do the rest. Li Yunxiao immediately told Xiao Hong everything that had happened in the ancient demon well. Then he watched her disappear into the crowd. Chu Hongyan said, Lu Congzi openly colluded with the demon realm and the realm of immortality. I'm afraid it's better to be prepared. Xiao Hong's trip to the deity transformation sea will be very dangerous. Li Yunxiao said, she chose her own path. Although I can't bear it, I can't do anything about it. Just like when we were in the realm of immortality, Bo Yuqing told me that if I had the ability to make him turn back, he would be very willing. But do I have that ability? Fei and laughed angrily and said, what a joke. Bo Yuqing abandoned himself to the demons and now he is blaming his husband. Li Yunxiao said, it's not strange. It's just that everyone has their own path. Lu Congzi does, Bo Yuqing does, Wei Qing does, and so do we. We just have to be ourselves. We don't have the right to criticize others. Since we have made our choice, we have to bear the consequences of our choice. Everyone fell into deep thought and nodded repeatedly. Li Yunxiao said, now all kinds of rumors are flying everywhere. I'm afraid everyone in the world will be in a panic. Let's go back to Yanwu City immediately and announce the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Alliance to the world. At the same time, we will sort out the information about the realm of immortality and the ancient demon well and announce it so that the world will not panic. Ling Mudi praised, not bad. Clear and mature. You do have the demeanor of an alliance leader. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Master Mudi, don't make fun of me. I've already thought about it. I don't want to be the alliance leader. The most important thing now is to improve my strength. It might be more suitable for Chen Duantian or Qianxing to be the alliance leader. After all, they have rich experience in leadership, while I am just an idle person. No. Fei Yanai immediately rejected and said, if my husband doesn't become the alliance leader, I will not agree. I will not accept Chen Duantian, Sister Hong Yan will not accept it, and Qianxing will not either. This alliance will not work at all. Chu Hongyan said, I understand what Fei Yang means. If I become the alliance leader, I will have to spend a lot of time and energy. I can't focus on cultivation. This is indeed a problem. But Fei Yang is the hope of the alliance leader. If he resigns, it will cause the foundation of the alliance to be unstable, and the original intention of establishing the alliance will be lost. I have a solution. If Fei Yang becomes the alliance leader, we can choose a substitute alliance leader to manage the daily trivial matters of the alliance. Acting leader? Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, that's a good idea. Chen, Duantian, Qianxing, or the two of you are the best candidates. Chu Hongyan smiled and said, Duantian and Qianxing are definitely out of the question. They won't be able to convince the masses, and neither will the two of us. In my opinion, Master Mudi is the most suitable candidate for the position. Li Yunxiao said in shock, with Lord Mudi's strength and status, he is naturally qualified, but isn't this a waste of his talent? Mudi thought for a while and said, Palace Mistress Hong Yan, that's a good idea. Let me do it. I don't have anything to cultivate. I can only use soul skills to nourish my soul. I can't improve it in a short time. Besides, I know the demon clan, and I used to rule the north area. I'm the best candidate. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. If Lord Mudi is willing to do it, that's what I want. Mudi said, it's all for the war against the demons. How can I do it? Everyone decided on the leader and the acting leader. If Chen, Duantian, and the others who wanted to take the leader's position knew about it, they would be furious. Li Yunxiao turned around and looked at Luo Qingyun. Are you going back to the Red Moon City or to Yanwu City with us? Luo Qingyun said expressionlessly, Yanwu City has 10 rules. Of course I'll go to Yanwu City. Who would go to the Red Moon City? Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and laughed. Haha, let's go. They went through the teleportation formation in Dingtian City and returned to Yanwu City. Several days later, the news of the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Alliance spread all over the world. Teleportation channels were set up around the Divine Cloud Palace, the Long family, and Yanwu City. All the sects in the South area joined. The South area didn't have a presence in the realm of heaven martial arts, so the addition of the whole area didn't cause a commotion. However, the addition of the Saber and Sword sect and the Money Gang caused a commotion. Everyone sensed that the world was about to change. Yanwu City, Divine Firmament Palace, Long Clan, Saber Sword sect, and Money Gang. The alliance of these 5 sects was enough to contend against Sacred Realm and Divine Transformation Sea Realm cultivators, becoming the world's 3rd strongest force. Furthermore, the Heavenly Martial Union was still expanding. It was said that they had sent out many lobbyists to all the sects in the world. Even the Western region's Myriad Stars Valley seemed to have been persuaded. The Myriad Star Valley was now the overlord of the Western region. If they also joined the Heavenly Martial Union, it would be a huge matter. At the very least, in terms of geographical position, they occupied the western and southern regions. Furthermore, with the 3 great sects of the northern regions as their base, they were practically across the entire continent. They were on the verge of becoming the #1 alliance in the world, surpassing the 2 sacred lands. Everyone agreed that the 2 holy lands would definitely not sit idly by and watch as the Heavenly Martial Alliance grew stronger. At that moment, news about the collusion between the God Transformation Sea and the demon spread from the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, and it caused a huge commotion in the entire realm of heaven martial arts. All kinds of doubts and denunciations rose one after another. However, there were also many people who said that the Heavenly Martial Alliance deliberately spread the news to suppress the Soul Formation Sea in order to rise. While all kinds of rumors were flying around, another shocking news came from the Sacred Zone. A new competition for the Fengyun list had begun, and it was called the World No. 1 Martial Arts Competition. Anyone who was ranked in the top 100 could enter the Jade Library to choose their martial arts techniques and magical powers. This immediately stimulated the warriors who couldn't go to Langluo Heaven. For a moment, everyone was talking about this on the streets and alleys. They forgot about the Soul Formation Sea and became indifferent to the ancient demon well. All the matters in Yanwu City were handled by Mudi. After Li Yunxiao returned to Yanwu City, he went into secluded cultivation to heal his injuries. Chen Duantian also came to Yanwu City a few days later to ask for a competition to decide the leader of the alliance. However, he still couldn't see Li Yunxiao. However, the astonishing spiritual energy in Yanwu City and the appearance of the 10 Directions rules shocked all the warriors who came. No one was willing to leave. Under the command of Su Lianyi and Ding Ling the foundation of Yanwu City was built like New Yan City of the Merchant Alliance. It was expanded 10 times, and several cultivation places were designed for independent cultivators to cultivate in seclusion. The 10 Directions rules returned to the world, and the news that appeared in the southern region could no longer be hidden. Many powerful warriors at the level of Emperor Wu felt the abnormality of Yanwu City. The news spread quickly and soon spread all over the world. However, not many people believed it. Moreover, all kinds of news were true and false. It affected people's brains, but it slowed down the flow of powerful warriors into Yanwu City. Most of them went to the Sacred Zone. On this day, there was a breeze in the sky, and a figure slowly appeared under the scorching sun. It was Li Yunxiao. After more than a month of secluded cultivation, he had finally recovered from all his injuries. The place where Li Yunxiao was located was above the Demon Lord's seal, which was also the place where the 10 Directions rules were the strongest. Not only had he completely recovered from his injuries, but he also felt stronger than ever. In the immortal realm, he unsealed the message left by the god of reincarnation in his sea of consciousness and controlled most of the great god evolution technique. At this moment, he only felt that the sky was high and the earth was high. The range of his divine sense had expanded by more than 10 times, and almost every movement within a radius of 10,000 miles was under his control. Feiyong. Husband. Big brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao. All kinds of voices came from all directions, and one figure after another appeared in the void. They were all the closest people to Li Yunxiao. Above the land of sealed demons, an empty space was constructed for everyone to cultivate in. This was the so-called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Congratulations to the Alliance Master for advancing to the next level. Su Lianyi hurried forward, cupped her fists and bowed. Her cultivation had also broken through the 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu, and directly stepped into the true God realm. Under the nourishment of the 10 Directions rules, Bei Chunan's body was peeled off bit by bit, and new flesh began to grow. He was trying to break through to the higher harmonization realm, but he was still in secluded cultivation. The rest of the original members of Yanwu City had almost entered secluded cultivation. They also knew that they were too weak and couldn't help much, so they all focused on cultivating, hoping to break through. Even if they couldn't break through the shackles of martial arts, they could at least advance to the next level and prolong their lives. Li Yunxiao said, "Master Lianyi, you've worked hard. There's no need to be so polite. Tell me the current situation of Yanwu City in detail." Su Lianyi smiled and said, "Let Ling talk to the Alliance Master. She knows all the big and small matters better than me." In fact, the entire Yanwu City was managed by the two of them, and Su Lianyi was more daring than Ding Ling in all aspects of operation, and her thinking was more thorough. Therefore, during this period of time, Su Lianyi took the lead, and Ding Ling assisted in the large-scale renovation. Su Lianyi's relationship with Ding Ling had also become very good. She knew that there were many women around Li Yunxiao, so she tried to create opportunities for Ding Ling to interact with Li Yunxiao more. Fei Yanyi praised with a smile, "Sister Ling is awesome." Ding Ling didn't think much of it, and she was experienced in the business world, so she didn't take Fei Yanyi's praise seriously. She just smiled and reported the current situation of Yanwu City in detail. Chu Hongyan said in shock, I didn't expect the expansion to be so fast. Although the city has expanded by more than 10 times, the population has more than doubled in such a short period of time. At this rate, Yanwu City can't accommodate so many people. Moreover, there will be more people coming in the future, and the conflict will continue to deepen. Ding Ling also said worriedly, this is the biggest problem now. The expansion of the population will definitely far exceed the expansion speed. Right now, with the Divine Firmament Palace and Long family's experts holding the fort, we can avoid many problems. If the number of experts keeps increasing, I'm afraid the 2 sex experts won't be able to suppress them. Once the experts fight, the damage to the city will be immeasurable. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said. Actually, it's not that there's no way. From now on, only the best can enter the city, and only Jiutian Emperor Wu's experts can enter Yanwu City to cultivate. Those who have already entered the city can forget about it, but from now on, Yanwu City will not be open to anyone below Emperor Wu. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Only Emperor Wu was allowed to enter. In the whole world, even if it was a place with superior resources, there was no such high threshold. Li Yunxiao said, don't think that this condition is too much. In fact, Yanwu City's spiritual energy is no better than that of the northern region's big factions. Its only advantage is the 10 Directions rules. But the 10 Directions rules are only useful to Jiutian Emperor Wu. Those below Emperor Wu don't need to come here. Occupying the quota is just a waste of resources. Even so, I'm afraid many warriors won't accept it. That way, there will be more conflicts and accidents, Ding Ling said worriedly. Fei and I giggled and said, Sister Ling you worry too much. Those who are dissatisfied are all below Emperor Wu's cultivation level. Why should we be afraid of them? If those trash dare to cause trouble, we will kill as many as they come. Her eyes shone with coldness. She didn't care about those people's lives at all. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, although this is a bit cruel, it's natural selection, and survival of the fittest. The realm of heaven martial arts is a place where the weak are prey to the strong. Yanwu City has its own reasons for development. We are not running a charity. When it's time to be ruthless, we have to be ruthless. Plus, this is a special time. Su Liani said seriously, I had a similar idea before, but it was too frightening, so I didn't dare to mention it. Now that the Alliance Master has spoken, I will immediately set up a set of rules. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, not only will we restrict the warriors below Emperor Wu's cultivation level from entering, but we will also make use of the Jiutian Emperor Wu's who come to the city to train. We will set up a law enforcement team. All warriors who come to the city to train must first serve in the law enforcement team for a year, and then they can get the right to train. This, Ling Mudi was also startled. He said, although we can make use of the experts' resources effectively, isn't it too overbearing? I'm afraid it will cause people to rebel. Su Liani was also worried. She said, this is a shackle imposed on the Emperor Wu's experts. If they rebel, their power won't be comparable to the minions below Emperor Wu's level. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, since they train in the city, they have to take responsibility for the city's safety. It's the same in Nuyan City. So, we must set up this set of rules as soon as possible, while there aren't many experts in the city. Otherwise, if more people above Emperor Wu's peak come, it will be more troublesome. Su Liani's eyes flashed fiercely. She nodded and said, okay. Since the alliance leader has decided, I will do it. Anyway, there are many experts in Yanwu City. Even the Jiutian Emperor Wu won't dare to do anything. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, after establishing the law enforcement team, the first thing to do is to seal everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, making the 10 Directions rules a rare thing. Anyone who wants to become a god must come to Yanwu City. No. Ling Mudi's expression suddenly changed. He immediately objected and said, in this way, not only will it greatly limit the overall level of the heavenly martial arts realm's martial artists, but Yanwu City will also become the target of the world's experts. It will be dangerous when the time comes. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, the world's experts? Apart from the Heavenly Martial Alliance, the Sacred Realm, and the Deity Transformation Sea Islands, how many are there? Moreover, the Deity Transformation Sea Islands and the Sacred Realm are completely unreliable. By doing this, I will try my best to rope in the world's experts and force the sacred realm and the deity transformation sea islands into a desperate situation. If Yanwu City becomes the world's only place to become a god, the two holy lands will completely lose their space to develop and will inevitably die. Listening, Moody said seriously, because of this, they will break through our blockade at all costs to get a piece of the pie in the 10-directional nomological land. Li Yunxiao said coldly, that depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Your Excellency, don't forget that they are not the strongest at the moment. Ling Moody was stunned. He frowned and said, if it's not the two holy lands, who else can it be? Li Yunxiao said, Your Excellency, have you forgotten about Xianli Island? Ling Moody was also shocked. His expression changed and he said, there has been no news about Xianli Island recently. I forgot about it. Li Yunxiao said seriously, what we really need to guard against is not the deity transformation sea islands and the sacred realm, but the old monsters of Xianli Island who have lived for countless years. Once these people come out of the immortal realm, they will definitely follow the 10 directions rules to Yanwu City. Our biggest threat is from these people. Ling Moody seemed to have no idea after listening to Li Yunxiao's analysis. The Sage Realm and the Spirit-Severing Sea Realm were indeed not worth mentioning in front of these people from Xianli Island. Li Yunxiao continued, as far as I'm concerned, the immortal world has just fused with the realm of heaven martial arts, and it will take some time for it to fuse completely. When those old monsters came out, they would probably be prepared. Also, they might not be the first to rush to Yanwu City. After all, those who did not participate in the Demon Sealing War did not know that the 10 Directions Law Seal was in Yanwu City. Most of them would go to the place where they had been in the past to take a look. So far, I haven't seen the old monsters of Immortal World, but it won't be peaceful for long. Moody asked, then what do you plan to do? Li Yunxiao pondered and said, it's fine if it's those old monsters that are alone, but if they're in a group, or even like Xianli Island, we definitely won't be able to fight them. Unless Xianli Island is willing to form an alliance with us. Ling Moody's expression darkened. After thinking for a while, he said, I can go to Xuanli Island and act as a lobbyist to see what Qingyu thinks. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Moody, it would be best if you could go there. If Xuanli Island can form an alliance with us, the resources of the 10 Directions Law can be completely sealed. Those who obey us will become gods, while those who oppose us will be excluded from the divine path forever. In this way, all the experts of the realm of heaven martial arts will have to join Yanwu City to fight against the demonic calamity together. Ling Moody nodded and said, that's a good idea. We can monopolize the resources of the 10 Directions Law, and only those who swear to fight against the demonic calamity can enjoy it. I don't know what's going on with Qingyu, but he will come here sooner or later. I will wait for him in Yanwu City. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, these are the experts who will decide the fate of the realm of heaven martial arts. You have to worry about them. As for the experts below the divine realm, Liani, you have to worry about them. After all, they are the backbone of the realm of heaven martial arts. If they can be loyal to us and fight against the demonic calamity, you can help them increase their strength as much as possible. Su Liani said hurriedly, yes. Ding Ling. Said, Big Brother Yunxiao, I have another question. If Yanwu City only allows the experts of Emperor Wu to enter, it will be difficult for us to carry out our business in the Merchant Union. After all, many basic constructions need ordinary people. Li Yunxiao said, that's easy. Just give them temporary residency. As for the warriors who are excluded from Yanwu City, if they are loyal to us, I will consider sending them to the 3 great sects to train and nourish them with the spiritual energy of the 3 great sections. Once they reach the realm of Emperor Wu, we will bring them back to Yanwu City. What do Han Yan and Feini think? The 2 women hurriedly said, that's a good idea. We don't have any objections. Li Yunxiao said, if we want to consolidate our strength, we must first have strength, and secondly, we must be loyal. We can't lack either one of them. We would rather not have those capable but not virtuous people. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Su Liani said, Alliance Leader, that saber sword sex Qin Duantian has been waiting for you in the city for a long time. He has been urging us to hold a martial competition to decide the position of Alliance Leader. Li Yunxiao smiled gently and said, he really has the leisure to do so. I'll just spend some time to suppress him and let him know when to retreat. That way, I won't have to come up with some martial art and let the world laugh at me. That can't be done. Ling Mudi said, I suggest we do as Chen Duantian said. Not only do we have to hold a martial competition, but we also have to make it grand and let the world know. That way, Li Yunxiao can rightfully take the position of alliance leader and lead the world. Chu Hongyan also sneered, since Chen Duantian is so warm-hearted and wants to be Fei Yang's stepping stone, why don't we fulfill his wish? We can just give him a beating and use him to rise. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, that works too. Then I will leave the matter of a martial competition to you all. Su Liani said happily, I will go now. She did not delay any longer and immediately turned around to start working on the martial competition. She also spread the news to the world. Ling Mudi said, Li Yunxiao, you have been in seclusion during this period of time. It is not convenient for me to disturb you. But you should know what it is about. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I understand. It is about Master Lin. Ling Mudi asked expectantly, have you completely mastered the Great Divine Evolution technique? Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, I dare not say completely, but at least 70 to 80%. I have already stepped into the technique God realm. That is great. Ling Mudi said excitedly, can I use the Great Divine Evolution technique to save Master Lin? If not, can I reincarnate like you? Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, let Master Lin reincarnate? This method was too whimsical. Back in the Tianshao mountain range, my reincarnation was purely an accident. Even an evil god would not have thought of it. If we let Master Lin try, it will definitely be a fatal situation. Ling Mudi's excited mood dropped. He said, then what should we do? Didn't you say that you have a way in the immortal world? His words were harsh. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, there is a way, but it might not work. Master is only a wisp of soul, but she is much stronger than when she came out from the Black Tortoise Star Palace. What did she rely on? Ling Mudi said, Starlight Soul Body Cultivation and Little Wu's help. He was stunned for a moment and then said, you mean Little Wu? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, maybe he can do it. He waved his hand and let everyone continue to cultivate in the void. Seeing that he was about to leave, Narcissus panicked and hurried forward to grab his arm. Big brother Yunxiao. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and a little grievance. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, what is it? Tears welled up in Narcissus's eyes as she said faintly, I suddenly miss father. Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He caressed her hair and comforted her, I also have plans to go to the sea forest, but not now. Narcissus was overjoyed. She jumped up and asked, when is that? Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and said, not far. You should cultivate with everyone and try to break through the shackles as soon as possible. When you return, Master Sea God will be very happy. N. Narcissus nodded heavily and said, I will catch up to Huaxiao as soon as possible. Someone as stupid as him has already stepped into the God realm, I can't be any worse than him. Huaxiao's face immediately darkened. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Little sister Narcissus, let me be your sparring partner. With my help, you will definitely be able to do it quickly. Fei and I came over and pulled Narcissus's hand enthusiastically. Sure. Narcissus had a very good impression of her. That day at the Tianling Long family, she was coaxed by Fei and I. The two of them immediately entered the empty cultivation ground happily. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and entered the divine steel together with Ling Mudi. At the foot of Fengsuan Mountain, in a formation, Lin's soul light was flickering like a dim star that could be extinguished at any time. Yu and Kan sat cross-legged outside the formation, quietly guarding it. The two of them felt Li Yunxiao's aura and suddenly rose up. They said harshly, you're finally here. Why did you take so long? Kan's face was gloomy while Yu's face was filled with anger. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and smiled bitterly, sirs, please calm down. I was really in seclusion and forgot the time. That's why I was delayed. Please apologize. Ken said coldly, don't apologize to us. We don't want to hear it. As long as you cure Lady Lin, everything will be fine. Yes, if she can't be cured, apologizing won't help. Zhu added. Li Yunxiao took a look at Lin's soul light and sighed. Then, he waved and teleported Xiao Wu, who was cultivating inside the steel, out. Xiao Wu was originally meditating and cultivating. He was pulled by the power of space and instantly opened his eyes in shock. When he saw it was Li Yunxiao, he was even more shocked and wanted to run away like a rabbit. Li Yunxiao grabbed Xiao Wu in his hand as if he was carrying a bag. He looked at Ling Mudi and couldn't help but frown. He cultivated together with Xiao Wu. After all, Ling Mudi was the oldest divine tree in the world. Why did you run as soon as you saw me? You're feeling guilty. Li Yunxiao pointed at Xiao Wu, trying to intimidate him with a fierce look. Xiao Wu was so frightened that he waved his hands and said in panic, "No, I'm not feeling guilty." "If you're not feeling guilty, why are you so scared?" Li Yunxiao stared into his eyes as if he could see through him. Xiao Wu's face turned red and he didn't know how to answer. Ling Mudi couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed and said, "Li Yunxiao, you didn't say anything. Why is he feeling guilty?" "Yeah, why would I feel guilty?" Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. He looked like he was 11 or 12 years old now. After calming down, he said, "Li Yunxiao, why are you looking for me? I don't think I've offended you. Why would I feel guilty?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "How would I know what you're feeling guilty about? I'm not a worm in your stomach." Xiao Wu glared and said angrily, "Then you scared me the moment you came." Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand and said, "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Give me some Taishian energy to eat." Taishian energy? Ling, Mudi, and the other two were startled, and their faces lit up with joy. They naturally knew what it was. If they had Taishian energy, they would have a great chance of saving Lin. Pfft. Xiao Wu spat out a few liters of blood on the spot and said, "What did you say?" He pulled at his ear and said in shock, "Did I hear wrongly?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Don't pretend in front of me. If you can't give me Taishian energy today, I'll refine you. I'll be able to refine a bit. You rogue, scoundrel." Xiao Wu flew into a rage and roared, "We've settled our grudges long ago. Not to mention that I don't have Taishian energy, even if I did, why would I give it to you?" With a pinch of his fingers, Li Yunxiao grabbed him and lifted him up. He said, "You've stayed comfortably in my universe god monument for so long. It's time to pay your rent." Xiao Wu said angrily, "Even if you pay the rent, it's not worth the supreme mystic chi, right? Do you really think that your broken monolith is that great? To be honest, I don't care about it at all." Li Yunxiao grabbed his head with one hand and chuckled. "We'll talk about it in the future. Let's pay the rent for all these years first." He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and the mountain and river cauldron flew out from his hand. It landed nearby with a boom and all sorts of lights shot out. Xiao Wu was startled. "What do you want to do?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "It's nothing. I remember that you once said that you absorbed a strand of the supreme profound chi yourself, so if I put you in the cauldron to refine it, I can at least refine half a strand, which is better than nothing." "You." Xiao Wu was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "You can't do this to me. That strand of supreme mystic chi has already been refined by me. Even if you refine me into slag, there won't be any mystic chi coming out." "Oh, is that so? I'll only know after refining it." Li Yunxiao ignored his pleas and directly threw Xiao Wu into the mountain and river cauldron. He formed an incantation gesture and with a boom, the cauldron's lid fell down and covered Xiao Wu. "You're not human." The asterisk starred, "Let me out." Xiao Wu desperately hit the cauldron's wall, but Li Yunxiao was indifferent. He continuously formed all kinds of incantation gestures and used Xian Guili flame to burn the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron began to operate and emitted colorful lights. Ling Mudi finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Li Yunxiao, this isn't too good." Li Yunxiao said, "There's nothing bad about it. This thing definitely has supreme mystic chi, it's just that it won't admit it no matter what." Ling Mudi was stunned. What if it really doesn't have it? Wouldn't it be refined by you? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Then it's just as bad luck. If it's refined, it'll definitely be refined into some treasures. You and I will most likely be able to strengthen our bodies and prolong our lives." Xiao Wu was already terrified inside the cauldron. After hearing the conversation between the two, he completely broke down and cried, "Quickly let me out. I'll tell you the truth. I still have half a strand of supreme mystic chi left. I'm willing to give it all up." Ling Mudi and the two demons were overjoyed. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "You're really dishonest. Half a strand is not enough. Once I refine you into half a strand, it'll be enough. You're not human. I'm really only left with half a strand. If I want to condense another strand, it's impossible without several million years of time." Xiao Wu wailed inside the cauldron, looking extremely pitiful. "If that's the case, then I'll believe you this once." Li Yunxiao slapped the mountain and river cauldron with his palm. Instantly, the cauldron's lid flew up and Xiao Wu was thrown out. He fell to the ground and cried bitterly. "All right, don't cry. Listen to me." Li Yunxiao began to comfort him. Although the Kunwu divine tree had lived for countless years, its spiritual wisdom had only just grown. Therefore, his face alternated between red and black as he extorted the last strand of supreme mystic chi from the Kunwu divine tree. Xiao Wu endured the boundless humiliation. With tears in his eyes, he forced the last strand of supreme mystic chi out of his body and slowly transferred it to Lin's soul light. In the endless years to come, this hatred was buried deep in Xiao Wu's heart. However, it could not withstand the erosion of time and became fainter and fainter. In the end, he forgot about it, leaving only a vague feeling that he wanted to grasp. However, in this vast universe, he could no longer find Li Yunxiao. At this moment, the anger and hatred in Xiao Wu's heart were endless. This was the third strand of supreme mystic chi that he had condensed. He had only condensed half of it and transferred it all into Lin's body. Xiao Wu's face turned pale. Under his skin, veins that looked like meridians were all revealed. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Haha, not bad. Very obedient." Li Yunxiao patted his forehead in praise. Wah, Xiao Wu finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Li Yunxiao felt that it was too noisy and couldn't be bothered to comfort him. With a wave of his hand, he teleported him away. Lin's soul light began to undergo slight changes under the input of the supreme mystic chi. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but the few of them felt that it had become more spiritual. Li Yunxiao said joyfully, "With this half a strand of supreme mystic energy, we can protect Lady Lin's soul from being extinguished for the time being. I will then use the divine art of Tai Yin to nourish her soul light. When she wakes up, she can cultivate the starlight soul refining technique just like Lady Mu Di and maintain the starlight energy." "That's great." Kan and Ho were extremely excited. They thanked him and said, "We will never forget Lady Yunxiao's kindness. In the future, if you need our help, don't hesitate to say it. There's no need to be polite." Li Yunxiao said, "You two are too polite. Lady Lin only did this to save everyone. This is what I should do." Next, Li Yunxiao performed the divine art of great evolution in Fengsuan Mountain. The completed Maha characters appeared in the cave. They shone with a brilliant golden light. The power of rules circulated and sprinkled down, fusing into the soul light ball. Ling Mudi looked at Li Yunxiao with a solemn expression. He constantly verified what he had learned and benefited a lot. After a few hours, Li Yunxiao and the two monstrous clansmen, Qi and Kan, came out from the Universe God Monument. Then, they called Mo Yi and they headed to Yanwu City together. In the sky above a newly expanded cultivation area, the four of them appeared. The three monsters were a little surprised and didn't know what was going on. These buildings were almost modeled after New Yan City. It was just that their appearance and rules were slightly modified. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across and landed on a secret room below. The three demon clansmen immediately understood and surrounded the secret room on three sides. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "Gu Qingqing, you came from afar and didn't even greet me, the city master. After all, we have a good relationship. Aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Mo and the other two understood and immediately sealed the space where the secret room was. Nothing could enter or leave. "Hee, I was afraid of disturbing you. Such a big family business must have taken a lot of effort. That's why I didn't look for you." Gu Qingqing's voice came from the secret room. She knew she couldn't hide anymore. She could only open the door and walk out. She wore an orange dress and smiled. When she saw the four of them, her heart sank. However, her expression didn't change and her eyes didn't show any emotion. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "You're right. I'm really busy. I don't have time to chat with you. Take out the heavenly fate elixir." Gu Qingqing squinted her eyes and smiled. "I'll eat that elixir. Can't you see that my strength has increased a lot?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "You're also a smart person. Do you really want to be beaten up, to be honest?" Gu Qingqing said angrily, "Why don't you trust me at all? Where's the basic trust between people? I'll really eat it." She even opened her mouth wide and looked like she was ready to let him examine her. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Capture her and beat her up. Then, throw her into the mountain and river cauldron and refine the elixir with 3,000 other ingredients." Gu Qingqing felt the pressure from three sides. Her expression changed drastically and she said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, you're crazy." Li Yunxiao didn't say anything and only looked at her coldly. At the same time, he took out the sword Slayer Red and formed a sword realm to prevent Gu Qingqing from escaping. "Don't hit me, don't hit me!" Gu Qingqing shouted. Three Void Extreme God Realm cultivators and Li Yunxiao. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't escape. She immediately gave in and said, "The elixir is on me. If you hit me, I'll really eat it." Li Yunxiao waved his hand and stopped the three of them. He said, "You won't cry until you see the coffin. Lady Gu Qingqing is also a person who likes to be cheap. You." Gu Qingqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. She glared at Li Yunxiao. At the same time, she was shocked. Why did he suddenly have two more Void Extreme God Realm cultivators as his subordinates? And they seemed to be subservient to him. Gu Qingqing said angrily, "I'll give you the heavenly fate elixir. Bring me to the place with the strongest rules of the 10 directions to cultivate. I haven't been in seclusion for long and you interrupted me. I need to make up for it." Li Yunxiao said, "Go to the city lord's mansion and ask Su Liani to arrange a better place for you to cultivate. Go to the best place. You're not qualified." Gu Qingqing's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but feel sad. She knew that she suddenly stole the elixir and made Li Yunxiao treat her as an outsider. Although she felt wronged, she also knew that she asked for it. "I'll give you the pill. I'll find the place myself." Gu Qingqing was furious. She took out the golden furnace from the Pill Emperor Pagoda and tossed it over. Li Yunxiao checked it. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he heaved a sigh of relief. He released his divine sense lock on Gu Qingqing and said, "I'm sorry. The area within 10,000 miles is Yanwu City's forbidden area. No one is allowed to walk around. I want to walk around. Who can stop me?" Gu Qingqing was furious. She turned into a green light and flew a few rounds in the sky above Yanwu City. Then, she headed towards the sealed area. Mo said, "Should we stop her?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "Let her be. As long as she doesn't mess around, she'll be of great help to Yanwu City. You three go back to cultivate. I still have something to do." Kan and Zhua said, "The 10 directions rules are useless against us. We'd better return to the Divine Monument to take care of Lady Lin." Li Yunxiao put the two of them back into the monument. Mo returned to the sealed area to continue cultivating. Ever since Lin had taught him the Brahma demonic sacred technique, he had immersed himself in it. Under that calm exterior, he seemed like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Li Yunxiao had originally wanted to capture Gu Qingqing to test Mo's current strength. He didn't expect Gu Qingqing to give in. After Mo left, Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and he arrived at the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence had been expanded several times. Its previous appearance had been completely changed. It was filled with a majestic aura. Moreover, the law enforcement team, merchant association, logistics, city defense, and other organizations had been established. It had become a more complete city affairs center. As soon as Li Yunxiao entered, he sensed everything in the city with his divine sense. He sent a voice transmission. Almost instantly, Su Liani rushed over and appeared in front of him. "How's the martial skill?" Li Yunxiao asked straightforwardly. It's already been spread out. The reaction is great. There will definitely be many people rushing over. In order to prevent martial artists from entering the city, I'm considering whether or not to hold the martial duel in the capital of the Fire Crow Empire. Su Liani spoke her mind. Li Yunxiao said, this is indeed a troublesome matter. You and Linger should discuss it. Before this, we must first establish the law enforcement team to prevent too many people from causing a huge disturbance. Su Liani smiled and said, don't worry, Alliance Leader. We've already considered all of this. The time is set for 5 days from now. 5 days later? All right. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, once this matter is settled, the establishment of Yanwu City and the structure of the Heavenly Martial Union will be basically completed. You and Ling should put down whatever you're doing and focus on cultivation. After all, your own strength is the foundation of everything. Yes. Su Liani bowed and replied. At this moment, she felt that her decision to follow Li Yunxiao was the most important and correct decision she had ever made in her life, even more important than being the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, you can leave now. I'm going to the Myriad Stars Valley. Hearing this, Su Liani frowned and said, Xianxia is hesitant about joining the alliance. Maybe I'm not qualified enough to invite him. If alliance leader goes in person, I'm sure you'll succeed. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, back then, in the Western Domain, Xianxia and I could be considered to have fought side by side. We are allies who have gone through life and death together. I hope I can persuade him. We have 5 days, so we can go to the Western Domain. Soon, the interdomain transportation array in Yanwu City was activated. Since there had been no direct contact with the Western region, he could only use the trade route of the Gold Sect. He first teleported to the main city of the Western region, and then used the escape art to go to the Myriad Stars Valley. With his current strength, he arrived at the valley in less than 4 hours. Li Yunxiao of Yanwu City is here to pay a visit to my old friend. I wonder if you're in the valley. His voice rippled into the valley, and everyone in the valley heard it clearly. Everyone turned pale with fright. Li Yunxiao's name was like the sun in the sky. Apart from those old monsters who had been in closed-door training for years, there was probably no one who did not know him. Xianxia had been in the valley all this time, so he did not dare to be negligent. A golden light rose from the valley and landed on the cloud. It was Xianxia, who had not been seen for a long time. In a flash, he appeared beside Li Yunxiao, cupped his fists, and laughed loudly. Haha, my good friend Yunxiao. Originally, he wanted to call him little brother Yunxiao, but at first glance, Li Yunxiao's strength was unfathomable, and it shocked him greatly. Instantly, he had a bright idea and called him good friend. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, how have you been, old brother? Hearing Li Yunxiao call him old brother, Xianxia relaxed and shouted, little brother Yunxiao, you are now rising rapidly, becoming famous all over the world. Even old brother has to look up to you. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, old brother is being overly humble. I just formed an alliance. It is all thanks to my friends from all over that the Heavenly Martial Union gave me face and joined. That is how the Heavenly Martial Union is now. I wonder if old brother will give me face. Xianxia thought to himself that Li Yunxiao was impressive. Naturally, he understood why Li Yunxiao had come. They had not even said a few words, and Li Yunxiao had already gotten to the main topic. Furthermore, the matter of joining the Heavenly Martial Union became whether or not he would give him face. If he did not agree to join, it would mean that he did not give him face. This answer was really difficult. Li Yunxiao also smiled at Xianxia, looking like he was waiting patiently. Haha. Look at what old brother is saying. Xianxia patted Li Yunxiao's arm and said with a smile, it's rare for old brother to come to the Myriad Stars Valley. It's not a good place to talk outside. Come, I'll bring old brother into the valley to have some fun and then serve you good wine and fruits. Let us brothers have a good chat. Without waiting for Li Yunxiao's reply, Xianxia pulled Li Yunxiao and flew into the valley. At the same time, he passed down orders to prepare a banquet. The valley was like a paradise. The scenery was beautiful, and the forest was deep and serene. There were strange flowers and plants everywhere, tall bamboos and tall trees. There were also springs and waterfalls, and the sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Li Yunxiao also felt a little relaxed. Tian Xingzi had only brought him out to have fun and had not mentioned anything about joining the Heavenly Martial Union. Very soon, the wine and fruits were prepared, and a disciple came to report. Tian Xingzi then led Li Yunxiao into the Myriad Stars Palace in the valley to attend the banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, Tian Xingzi suddenly said, "Old brother, what do you think of my Myriad Stars Valley?" Li Yunxiao praised, a paradise on earth." Hee. Tian Xingzi smiled smugly and said, "Old brother, if you live in this valley all day, aloof from worldly affairs and free and unfettered, would you be willing to go out and participate in the world's disputes and aspire for hegemony?" Li Yunxiao knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "If you had no intentions, why did you eat the Soul Devourer School?" Although it was easy to wipe out the Soul Devourer School, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Many disciples must have died. Since you had no intentions of hegemony, why didn't you cherish the lives of your disciples and do such a thing? Tian Xingzi said, "The Soul Devourer School is different. The grudges between the 2 factions have existed for a long time. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. If I don't eat it, it will eat me sooner or later. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside me? Moreover, it is such a dangerous faction." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Old brother, what you said makes sense. I also feel worried. 100,000 years ago, the Monogatari crossed realms and came to this world. It swept through the whole heavenly martial arts realm and wreaked havoc in the world. No one could defeat it. In the end, the whole world united and sealed it. That's how we got 100,000 years of peace and freedom. Now, the demon realm is the Soul Devourer School of the West region. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside me? Moreover, the person who slept soundly wanted to drive you away." Tian Xingzi was depressed. Li Yunxiao had changed the topic with just a few words. He even used his own words as an example to make him speechless. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Old brother, since you have the courage to wipe out the Soul Devourer School and let the Valley of Stars become free and unfettered, you should also have the courage to wipe out the demon realm and let the whole heavenly martial arts realm enjoy peace and prosperity." Tian Xingzi was depressed. He didn't want to agree, but he couldn't out-argue him. He could only say in a muffled voice, "Old brother, what you said is reasonable. But first, I am old, and I am not as brave as I used to be. Second, the matter of leading the world to fight against the alien clans should be left to the Sacred Realm and Divine Transformation Sea. Old brother, you don't have to worry about it." "Humph, are the Sacred Realm and Divine Transformation Sea still reliable?" "Old brother, you personally participated in the battle at 5 Cloud Mountain. Old brother, you know very well what the Sacred Realm is like. As for the Divine Transformation Sea, they are colluding with the Demon Realm and have become a malignant tumor of the world," Li Yunxiao said fiercely. "Is it true that the Divine Transformation Sea and the Demon Realm are colluding?" Tian Xingzi was surprised. Although he had heard about it, there were too many messy pieces of information. It was hard for him to distinguish them. "Of course it is true. Speaking of this, it is a coincidence that I know the details." Li Yunxiao immediately explained the matter of Lu Congzi and Bo Yuqing in detail. He even told him all the grievances of their bloodline. It was no longer a secret, so he told him everything. Tian Xingzi was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, "So, the Divine Transformation Sea can't be the leader of the human clan, but the vanguard of the demon clan?" Li Yunxiao's eyes shone with coldness. He nodded and said, "Exactly. So I won't hide it from old brother. My next step is to lead everyone to get rid of Lu Congzi and uproot his evil forces in the Divine Transformation Sea." Tian Xingzi said in shock, "You want to attack the Divine Transformation Sea?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I do have this plan, but everything has to wait until the Heavenly Martial Alliance's various measures are in place. Right now, the position of alliance leader is still up in the air. At the very least, we have to wait for the martial competition in 4 days to choose the alliance leader before we plan to attack the Divine Transformation Sea." Tian Xingzi couldn't hold it in anymore. His breathing became heavy. He said, "Looks like the world is really going to fall into chaos." "How is it just chaos?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "It's going to turn the world upside down. Let me tell old brother one more thing. The 10 Directions rules will come out of Yanwu City and reappear in the world. I've already gotten people to seal the power of laws, delaying its spread. Before the demonic tribulation is over, if you want to truly reach godhood, you'll have to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. There's no other way. Xianxia's body trembled. This was also his main consideration. Otherwise, he would have rejected it long ago. He was afraid of messing up his relationship with the Heavenly Martial Alliance. In the future, his path to God would be blocked by them. However, he didn't expect the Heavenly Martial Alliance to be so ruthless and monopolize the 10 Directions rules. If he didn't fight against demons, he couldn't become a god. Xianxia was displeased. He said in a deep voice, "Brother, don't blame me for saying too much. The 10 Directions rules are shared by everyone in the realm of heaven martial arts. The Heavenly Martial Alliance doesn't have the right to seal it." Hee. Xianxia smiled calmly and said, "Indeed, they don't have the right. But is qualification important in this world? No, it's strength. It's enough if you have the strength." Xianxia said, "Brother, you're going too far. Once the rules are sealed, you're going against the whole world. No matter how strong the Heavenly Martial Alliance is, it can't withstand the anger of the whole world. Brother, you're playing with fire." Xianxia laughed and said, "Whether we're playing with fire or not, we'll become gods first. If you want to resist the Heavenly Martial Alliance, you'll have to do it on your own. With the Heavenly Martial Alliance's current strength, we can resist the whole world for 10 or 20 years. If we can't resist it in the end, it's simple. I'll blow up the place where the rules are released. No one can play with them." Ah? Xianxia opened his mouth wide. He didn't know what was going on and didn't know whether it would really blow up the place. He felt cold sweat all over and said embarrassedly, "Brother, isn't this a bit too cruel?" Xianxia said coldly, "If we can't resist the demonic tribulation, we'll all be doomed." Xianxia wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "What are the benefits and duties of joining the Heavenly Martial Alliance?" He was persuaded, or rather, frightened. Hee, brother, you're really smart. There are many benefits. Let's talk about it slowly. As for the duties, they'll be fighting the demons and listening to the Alliance Master's orders, Xianxia said with a smile. He knew that things were almost done. After that, they talked about the world's situation, the various factions, and their fates in the future. Xianxia had no choice but to agree to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. After he agreed, he became excited. He wished he could fly to Yanwu City to comprehend the rules of the 10 Directions. Xianxia said, "All members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance are qualified to fight for the position of Alliance Master. Brother, you can also show your skills and become the champion." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Little brother, don't make fun of me. I'll just embarrass myself if I go up. I'd better find a quiet place to cultivate and strive to step into the God state as soon as possible to prolong my lifespan." Xianxia smiled and said, "As long as one can survive the demonic tribulation, everyone will be able to extend their lifespans. Otherwise, even if they have a lifespan of 1,000 years, they will still end up in a miserable state." Xianxia was slightly surprised. He only knew that Xianxia was extremely intelligent and talented, but he didn't expect him to be so responsible. This made his blood boil. "Don't worry, brother. Since I've decided to join, I'll definitely do my best to resist the demons," Xianxia said solemnly. He also knew that this matter was of great importance, and everyone had a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. Naturally, he would not joke around. Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much, brother." Xianxia said, "Send some people over to construct a fixed passageway between Myriad Star Valley and Yanwu City. It's best to connect Myriad Star Valley with the few major sects in the northern region. This way, we can work together better." "That's what I was thinking." Xianxia smiled and the two of them hit it off. Following which, Xianxia did not argue and chose a batch of Emperor Wu's experts to head to Yanwu City to cultivate with him. As for the matter of constructing the passageway, he left it to the deputy sect master to handle. Myriad Star Valley had suffered heavy casualties in the battles at Lawless Heaven, 5 Cloud Mountain, and soul devourer sect. Now, apart from Xianxia's extraordinary strength, the number of disciples in the sect was very low, and the elites were almost all dead. This was also the main reason why Xianxia did not want to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. He hoped to spend a few decades to recover the vitality of the sect. However, the Heavenly Martial Alliance had monopolized the nomological powers of all directions, cutting off his path to God. With the demonic tribulation ahead, it would be hard for him to stay out of it. He might as well take the initiative to come out and face all kinds of challenges. Perhaps, it would allow Myriad Star Valley to grow stronger faster. After returning to Yanwu City, Li Yunxiao asked Su Liani to make arrangements for Myriad Star Valley's people. At the same time, he spread the news of Myriad Star Valley joining the alliance. This caused a sensation that was no less than the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. This way, the western and southern region's sphere of influence completely belonged to the Heavenly Martial Alliance. A super alliance occupied 2 regions and went deep into the northern region. Its strength and limelight had already surpassed the 2 sacred grounds. Only then did everyone truly realize that the world had changed. If the Sanctuary and God Transformation Sea were still sacred grounds, then the Heavenly Martial Alliance had undoubtedly become a super sacred ground. Super sacred ground? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "One day, when it can contend against Xuanli Island, it might be able to bear the name Super Sacred Ground." A few days later, the battle for the alliance leader finally began in the capital of the Fire Crow Empire. Experts from all over the world gathered in the capital of the Fire Crow Empire. A few years ago, these people would never have dreamed that they would one day step on the land of the southern region, this almost forgotten and abandoned region. When they discovered that the spirit chi of the Fire Crow Empire was not inferior to that of the other 3 regions, they were all shocked. They seemed to believe in the legend of the 10 Directions rules. Many people took this opportunity to approach Yanwu City, and they were even more shocked to discover that the closer they got to Yanwu City, the denser the spirit chi of heaven and earth became. It was almost not inferior to the 7 major sections. When they were about to enter the city, they were blocked by a powerful array. What made them collapse was that the people enforcing the law at the entrance were all experts above Emperor Wu. What? Only those with cultivation above Emperor Wu can enter Yanwu City to cultivate, and they have to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Crazy, they're all crazy. Does Li Yunxiao know what he's doing? Does he think that Yanwu City is the #1 cultivation sacred ground in the world? What a madman. Humph, in the past, this was a place where even birds wouldn't poop, a place where I wouldn't even come. He actually dares to put on airs. It's fine if he doesn't want to come. There were all sorts of complaints, disdain, mockery, and even shock and doubt. All sorts of complicated emotions and attitudes. However, the law enforcement team completely ignored them. As long as they didn't violate the rules, they wouldn't make a move. They just isolated everyone outside Yanwu City. There were also some people who wanted to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. They were brought to a room to register, and they could receive a storage bag according to their cultivation level. There were valuable items inside. Furthermore, after joining the Heavenly Martial Alliance, every time their cultivation increased, they could come to the headquarters to receive gifts. Basically, they were all sorts of spirit stones and natural treasures suitable for their cultivation. Their obligation was to listen to the orders of the alliance leader and fight against the demons. They were not allowed to betray the alliance. If they wanted to quit midway, they had to return all the items they had obtained, and then convert them into spirit stones according to the increase in their cultivation. Although the conditions were a little strange, they were still acceptable. Furthermore, cultivators below Emperor Wu could go to Sky Ridge, Dreamy Cloud Swampland, or Saber Ridge Sword Peak to cultivate. This was far more attractive to them than Yanwu City. Soon, many people joined. Half of the buildings in the capital of the Fire Crow Empire had been demolished, and all the ordinary people had been moved away. Su Liani's plan for this place was to use it as a place for martial duels. There were no seats in the capital, and everyone was watching from the sky. Chu Hongyan, Fei Yanai, Qin Duan Tian, and Wan Xingzi, the 4 sect masters stood in the sky, their auras astonishing. There were also Qian Sheng, Su Liani, Ding Ling and the other Merchant Alliance elders. They all wore smiles on their faces. The moment these experts who stood at the peak of the continent appeared, they immediately attracted a lot of attention, and all sorts of discussions broke out. However, the moment Li Yunxiao appeared, he did not release his aura, but he suppressed everyone's limelight and focused everyone's attention on him. The entire sky above the capital fell silent. Everyone looked at this man who had risen like a comet and stood at the peak of the continent in the blink of an eye. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Welcome to the southern domain, everyone." He paused for a moment, then continued with a smile, "Why did I say southern domain and not Yanwu City?" Everyone fell into deep thought and discussed with each other. They all shook their heads slightly, not quite understanding. Even Chu Hongyan and the others were curious. They looked at each other, but no one had an answer. Fei Enai tapped her chin lightly and said, "Is it because the southern domain is rarer than Yanwu City?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and swept his gaze across everyone. He said indifferently, "Because from today onwards, the entire southern domain is under Yanwu City's control. In other words, Yanwu City has a domain to itself. Does everyone understand now?" "Hey! What? I didn't hear wrong, did I?" All sorts of exclamations sounded, and everyone's eyes widened. Li Yunxiao said, "Everyone didn't hear wrong. I'll repeat myself. From today onwards, the entire southern domain is under Yanwu City's control. Everyone, remember this clearly. Don't lose your life because of a moment of carelessness. Arrogant." Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore and angrily rebuked, "Your sect wants to take over a domain? Since ancient times, there has never been such a ridiculous thing. You've gone too far." The big shots of the Heavenly Martial Union also had bitter smiles on their faces. They felt that this idea was too bold and frightening. He really dared to say it, but in this world, he was probably the only one who dared to say it. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "This young master wants to do something unprecedented. What, does this friend have an opinion?" He swept his gaze over and stared at that man. He waved his hand and said, "Since you have an opinion, then come out and have a good talk." That man's expression changed drastically. Under Li Yunxiao's gaze, he was already scared into silence. How would he dare to come out? He desperately squeezed into the crowd. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. He pinched his fingers together and instantly, space twisted. That man was sucked over and directly grabbed by the neck by Li Yunxiao. "No, no opinion. Like, raise your hands, agree." That man's face and neck turned red. He desperately squeezed these words out of his throat. Then, he raised his hands and shouted, "Absolutely agree." Li Yunxiao patted his head and said, "In life, you must be careful with your words. Seeing that you've realized this early, I'll let it go this time. In the future, you must think more before you speak, understand? Otherwise, what's the point of having a head? Isn't it used to think?" Yes, Lord Yunxiao is right." That man was moved to tears. After bowing to express his thanks, he quickly ran back into the crowd, not daring to say another word. Li Yunxiao swept a cold gaze over them and said, "Is there anyone else who feels that it's inappropriate? Please come out and talk." The entire sky was silent. There was no sound at all. Everyone knew that they would be committing suicide if they went out now. A sect occupying a region was an unprecedented absurdity, and it would definitely cause public outrage. At that time, there would be experts to take care of Yanwu City, and they would not have to worry about it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Since no one has any objections, then it's decided. As the Lord of Yanwu City, Yunxiao thanks everyone for giving me face." Everyone's expressions were ugly. No one dared to object, but muffled groans rang out one after another. Someone coughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. These are Yanwu City's private matters, and it's not convenient for us to participate or listen. Let's get down to business. Who will be the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance master?" Right, let's get down to business." The others echoed. No one wanted to listen to his sect or region's matters. They all sneered inwardly. Doing such a heaven-defying thing, they would be condemned by the entire world. Li Yunxiao said, "It's simple. The position of Alliance Master will belong to the most capable. Any member of the Heavenly Martial Alliance can challenge me." He flew higher into the sky and looked down at the ground. He said loudly, I, Li Yunxiao, will be waiting for all challengers here. His gaze swept across and landed on Chen Duantian, full of provocation. As long as you can fight until the end, you will be the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance master. Xianxia teased, Brother Duantian, it's time for you to show off your skills. Humph. Chen Duantian disdained to speak to him. He turned to Tian Xingzi and said, Brother, in the entire Heavenly Martial Alliance, in terms of experience and strength, you're the one I respect the most. If there's anyone I'm willing to accept as alliance master, it's you. Tian Xingzi stroked his beard and smiled. The Heavenly Martial Alliance's momentum is like the sun in the sky, suppressing the two sacred lands. It's just a matter of time before it dominates the world. Once you become the alliance master, you'll be able to rule the world and leave your name for eternity. It's indeed a great temptation. It's a pity. Sigh. I'm old, I don't have that kind of ambition anymore. Duan Tianchen said, Elder brother is still in his prime, why are you talking about? Tian Xingzi waved his hand and interrupted, saying, Little brother, there's no need to say any more. I can only say that the timing isn't right. This world belongs to you youngsters. I no longer have any desire to compete. Chen Duantian nodded. He did not insist. He strode forward, walking towards Li Yunxiao, his eyes gradually sharpening. Since that's the case, I'll throw out a brick to attract jade. I'll show my incompetence first. Chen Duantian's aura continued to rise, causing the space around him to tremble. The spectators in the distance were shocked, and they all retreated. Su Liani immediately ordered her subordinates to activate the array formation. In an instant, 6 beams of light shot out from all 4 directions, piercing into the sky. The layers of clouds rolled, and a colorful light spread out. An extremely strong barrier power pushed out in all directions like a wave. All the spectating martial artists retreated again and again until they were 10,000 feet away. In the entire barrier space, only Li Yunxiao and Chen Duantian stood facing each other. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, Sect leader Duantian is indeed a person of noble character. Even though you know you're going to make a fool of yourself, you still stand up. As expected of one of the 7 great sect leaders, a role model for the world. Chen Duantian said expressionlessly, nowadays, people like to hide their abilities. In order to choose a worthy leader for the Heavenly Martial Union, I have no choice but to take the lead. Li Yunxiao said, looks like sect leader's spirit is friendship first, competition second. How touching. I must fulfill sect leader's wishes. I will fight with all my might, fight with all my might, and fight with all my strength. I won't show any mercy. Chen Duantian snorted and said, let's begin. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and millions of light blue specks of light gathered together. As they trembled, they actually condensed into a sword, emitting a cold light. The feeling that Li Yunxiao gave him was even stronger than before he opened the nephrite heavens. Thus, he did not dare to be careless. With the sword in his hand, he immediately stabbed forward. He's making his move. It's actually sect leader Chen Duantian making the first move. It can't be, right? An uproar immediately broke out outside the arena. All sorts of shocked discussions could be heard. In everyone's opinion, although Li Yunxiao was Gu Feiyong's reincarnation, he was still young. How could his cultivation compare to the 7 great sect leaders? Although this battle was worth watching, Chen Duantian would most likely win. Many people had the same thoughts. Thus, when they saw Chen Duantian make the first move, they could not help but be shocked. Could it be that Li Yunxiao is so strong that even Chen Duantian is afraid of him and can't help but make the first move? Li Yunxiao raised his right hand. His entire arm turned golden, and he flicked his finger. A golden light flashed, and a clanging sound rang out. The finger light struck the blue sword and knocked it away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chen Duantian's face sank. His sword swept out like a snake's tongue. It turned into hundreds of shadows in the air, enveloping Li Yunxiao. It was a dazzling scene. It's useless. Li Yunxiao sneered. He ignored the thousands of changes. 2 of his fingers formed a sword and stabbed forward. He used the simplest sword technique to deal with all changes. Clang, all the sword shadows disappeared. Chen Duantian's sword was held horizontally in front of him. It was pressed down by those two fingers and could not move. How can he be so strong? Chen Duantian was shocked. The smile on Li Yunxiao's lips revealed his unparalleled confidence. It was like a huge rock was pressing on his heart. Could it be? Chen Duantian had a bad feeling. The power of that finger had almost suppressed all of his strength. Such extraordinary strength was not something that could exist in the same realm. He must be at the sovereign realm. Ah! He sucked in a cold breath. He felt his hands and feet turn cold. He finally understood why Xianxia was unwilling to fight. He must have seen that Li Yunxiao's current cultivation was most likely at the sovereign realm. A sense of helplessness surged in his heart. However, he could not admit defeat in front of everyone. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. He was instantly disheartened about winning the alliance leader position. He only hoped that he would not lose too badly. Sword dance with the wind emblem. Chen Duantian gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into his sword. The clear sound reverberated in the sky like the birds in the forest. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sword shadows. It was like the autumn leaves dancing in the air. Within the boundless sword intent, there was less killing intent and sharpness. Instead, there was more of pure comprehension of the sword. The people outside the barrier exclaimed. Their eyes widened. The thousands of sword shadows were like clouds. The scene was like colorful clouds. Hee hee. Wan Xingzi suddenly grinned. Poor Chen Duantian. He was blinded by fame. He's in for a hard time now. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Although he had guessed that Chen Duantian was probably not Li Yunxiao's match, he did not expect him to be suppressed to this extent. Chen Duantian had used all his skills and almost his strongest techniques. Facing the thousands of sword shadows, Li Yunxiao was as calm as a virgin. A layer of lightning appeared on his body. It stuck to his body like armor. No matter how the sword lights flew, they could not pierce through it. Chen Duantian's expression grew uglier. Li Yunxiao must have stepped into the heaven mastering realm. He was not an ordinary heaven mastering realm cultivator. However, Li Yunxiao did not make a move. He stood quietly in the sword shadows and let Chen Duantian perform a little longer. He did not want to lose too badly and embarrass himself. After all, Chen Duantian was one of the 7 sect leaders. He had high prestige. Moreover, they were allies now. It was easy to get along with each other. Chen Duantian seemed to understand Li Yunxiao's thoughts. He looked at him gratefully and swung his sword even harder. At least the audience was satisfied. What a strong sword will. Sword dance with wind emblem. I did not expect to see sect leader Duantian use it personally in my lifetime. This move is enough to defeat opponents stronger than him. Li Yunxiao is already covered by the sword shadows. He has no way to fight back. I'm afraid he is going to lose. It's not shameful to lose to this move. He is still young after all. All kinds of discussions arose. They were all exclamations, but there was also some mockery. Humph, don't show off if you don't have the strength. I thought he was very capable. He is still a coward in front of the 7 sect leaders. He doesn't even dare to move. Chu Hongyan and the others listened to the discussions around them and smiled faintly. Finally, Li Yunxiao saw that Chen Duantian was almost done. He said, Sect leader Duantian, I'm going to make my move. Chen Duantian shuddered. He said in shock, all right, I hope. Li Yunxiao interrupted him with a smile. Don't worry. Suddenly, his expression became extremely ferocious. His veins popped, and countless lightning patterns appeared on his body. Chen Duantian, you are indeed strong. You forced me to use my strongest trump card, the Super Thunder Bomb. He pretended to be angry and condensed the lightning into the shape of a huge egg in front of him. The visual effect was shocking. What is that? Such a terrifying lightning. Oh my God. Outside the barrier, everyone's eyes widened. The power of the lightning penetrated the barrier and made them feel danger. Their expressions changed drastically. Such a terrifying lightning. Will he make a comeback? Chen Duantian was also taken aback. However, he quickly sensed that the gigantic egg-shaped lightning bolt did not have much power even though it looked terrifying. He knew Li Yunxiao was deliberately mystifying him and giving him a way out. He could not help but feel grateful. Super Thunder Bomb, explode. Boom. The lightning flashed and swallowed both of them. Everyone felt a pain in their eyes. The entire barrier was filled with green light and they could not see anything. Thank you, Li Yunxiao. Haha, we are all family in the future. You are welcome. Haha, thank you, thank you. The Blade Sword sect will listen to the Alliance leader's orders in the future. Chen Duantian was still grateful. He was completely convinced. When the green light slowly faded, he suddenly punched himself in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. He shouted, Li Yunxiao. You are really powerful. Then, he fainted and fell from the sky. Immediately, a figure rushed into the barrier and used a force to drag Chen Duantian's body up. It can't be, right? He lost just like that? Chen Duantian, one of the 7 sect leaders, lost to Li Yunxiao? This result left everyone dumbfounded. It was as if they could not accept Duantian's defeat, and they were stunned for a long time. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands, cupped his fists, and said, Lord Duantian, you really deserve your reputation. You almost defeated me. After showing respect to Duantian, he looked at the crowd and said, who else wants to compete with me for the position of Alliance Master? Naturally, no one from the Heavenly Martial Alliance would come out to compete. There were only 2 purposes for this show. The first was to completely subdue the Babersword sect and make them submit to him. The second was to use Duantian as a stepping stone to establish Li Yunxiao's prestige in front of the world. Now, these 2 points were basically achieved. Chu Hongyan and the others smiled and nodded. The Alliance Master competition was basically over. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out, coming from afar and drawing out for an extremely long time. A figure instantly appeared high up in the sky and shouted, I'll fight with you. Gu Qingqing. The expressions of the people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance changed, and they looked on in surprise. Li Yunxiao's face also darkened. He scolded, What are you doing here? Gu Qingqing pouted and snorted. What? Am I not allowed to participate? Didn't you say that everyone from the Heavenly Martial Alliance can fight? Why can't I? Li Yunxiao snorted and said, Are you from the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Gu Qingqing smiled and said, I am from the Divine Cloud Palace, so I am naturally from the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Li Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan were stunned. She was right. So, Gu Qingqing was really from the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Who is this little girl? I have never seen her before. Is she a hidden expert from the Divine Cloud Palace? If the Divine Cloud Palace's lord doesn't compete, what is she competing for? Can she win? Even if she wins, won't she be above the palace lord? When Gu Qingqing came out, the elders of the Divine Cloud Palace had already heard about her, but they had never seen her. Now, they were all indescribably happy and impulsive. Gu Qingqing's prestige was extremely high, and her name had been passed down through the ages in the Heavenly Martial Arts realm, let alone in the Divine Firmament Palace. She was like a celestial being. Even Mi Jihan shuddered and murmured excitedly, Is it my ancestor? If my ancestor could lead the Heavenly Martial Alliance, it would be a great fortune for the Divine Firmament Palace. Hearing this, Chu Hongyan frowned and looked embarrassed. Moreover, Gu Qingqing's strength was not ordinary. Li Yunxiao might not have the confidence to win. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Since the 5-Cloud Mountain, you've been causing trouble for me. Looks like it's time to teach you a lesson. A huge killing intent burst forth from Li Yunxiao's body, turning into a whirlwind that rushed over. Gu Qingqing's expression changed as she exclaimed, Your strength. Li Yunxiao's body was strong, his cultivation was at the sovereign realm, and he had a full set of magical powers and profound artifacts. He was very confident that he could defeat Gu Qingqing. In order to prevent her from causing trouble in the future, especially at crucial times, it would be difficult to guard against her. It was not a bad choice to beat her up at this time to make her behave. Gu Qingqing exclaimed, You've stepped into the sovereign realm? Her expression changed slightly, and she took a few steps back in the air to avoid the killing intent. She said hurriedly, Don't attack first. If you tell me not to attack, then I won't be able to save my face. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold, and he instantly moved behind her and swept his sword. Whoosh! Sparks rose from the sword, and a hole was burned in the sky. Whoosh! In a moment of desperation, Gu Qingqing quickly dodged to the side, but she found that the space was sealed by an absolute power, and her movements were slightly slowed. A ribbon draped over her body was instantly burned to ashes, and the clothes on her arms were also charred. Wait, I don't want to fight with you for the position of alliance leader. Gu Qingqing suddenly retreated, and she turned into hundreds of afterimages, dazzling everyone's eyes. Li Yunxiao slowly put away his sword and said, "Are you itching for a beating?" Gu Qingqing put away all the afterimages and giggled. It's too tiring to be the alliance leader. I'm not suitable. I'm here to fight for the position of deputy alliance leader. The deputy alliance leader should also get the position with strength, and everyone should be convinced. That's not right. Li Yunxiao said coldly, the deputy alliance leader is appointed by me. If I say you are, then you are. If I say you are not, then you are not. Originally, it was not a big deal for the deputy alliance leader to be elected by the masses or through a martial contest. However, Gu Qingqing's actions made Li Yunxiao wary. If more people joined the Sky Martial Alliance in the future, and some Void Extreme Immortal Realm powerhouses, such as MO, also wanted to fight for the position of deputy alliance leader, then it would be a big headache. Therefore, with one sentence, he took all the power in his hands, and even the deputy alliance leader was appointed by him. This way, there would be no possibility of chaos in the future. How can you be so domineering? I don't accept this. Gu Qingqing shouted. Li Yunxiao sneered. Everyone in the Sky Martial Alliance must fight against the demons, and they must listen to the alliance leader's orders. Now that I am the alliance leader, my words are the rules. If you don't accept this, then I can only use the rules to punish you. Rules? What are the rules? Gu Qingqing frowned. Su Lianyi and the others all knew that this was not good. The alliance had just been established, and there were only some simple rules and structures. Although those who joined the alliance had to listen to the alliance leader's orders, there was no punishment for disobeying. Li Yunxiao sneered, the alliance leader has the power to change the rules. I will announce one right now. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to the circumstances. If the circumstances are serious, the alliance leader has the power to sentence them to death. As soon as he said that, not only Gu Qingqing, but even Tian Xingzi, Qian Sheng, and the others' expressions changed slightly. However, this rule of the alliance was very flexible. The so-called depending on the situation was full of tricks. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. This way, Li Yunxiao basically had full control over all the sects he joined. Gu Qingqing was also shocked. Li Yunxiao stared at her coldly and said, you disobeyed the orders now, and the circumstances are serious. I will not kill you. I will just give you 100 beatings. Gu Qingqing's face turned red, and she said angrily, pervert. Wretched. She was a woman. Rather than being beaten 100 beatings, she would rather be slashed 100 times. Li Yunxiao said coldly, as a member of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, you disobeyed your superiors and scolded me. Shouldn't you be beaten? Take her down. As soon as the order was given, Ling Mudi and the others immediately moved. Several figures surrounded Gu Qingqing. The Divine Cloud Palace elders were all dumbfounded. They saw their palace lord also walk over with her sword raised. Mi Jihan said in shock, Palace Lord. Chu Hongyan said calmly, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Although Gu Qingqing is a senior of the Divine Cloud Palace, she does not have this privilege. After saying that, she appeared next to Gu Qingqing and pointed her sword at her. The Divine Cloud Palace elders were all stunned. They stood there, not knowing what to do. Huashang and the others pondered for a moment, then followed. Instantly, all the strong cultivators in the sky gathered and surrounded Gu Qingqing. She could not escape even if she had wings. In fact, Gu Qingqing was not a bad person. She was just too easygoing and undisciplined. Otherwise, she would not have refused Xianli Island's invitation and slept alone in the immortal realm for thousands of years. The reason why Li Yunxiao made such a big fuss was to give her a show of strength, to let her know the severity of the matter and to know when to stop. Chu Hongyan said in a low voice, Senior, although you are a senior of the Divine Cloud Palace, you are also a disciple of the divine cloud palace. You do not listen to my orders or the alliance masters. You are too unruly and irresponsible. If Feiyang expel you from the Heavenly Martial Alliance, then I will have to expel you from the Divine Cloud Palace as well. Gu Qingqing's face turned pale. She said angrily, "How dare you?" She did not care about the Heavenly Martial Alliance, but the Divine Cloud Palace was her home. Although her old friends were not there, she had deep feelings and honor for the Divine Cloud Palace. It could be said that it was her fetter. Chu Hongyan said, "I am the Palace Lord of the Divine Cloud Palace. Why would I not dare? This is not a matter of whether I dare or not. It is something that should be done. Senior, you are also the former Palace Lord. You should understand. The former Palace Lord. Gu Qingqing." The people in the distance were all shocked. They suddenly understood who the woman in front of them was, and they were all shocked to the extreme. To think that it is Gu Qingqing who sealed the demon race in Mount Wuxia. My God, did she also come from the immortal realm? So it is true that many peerless experts are sealed in the immortal realm. The Heavenly Martial Alliance even dares to hit Gu Qingqing. They must be crazy. Can they win? All sorts of noises rang out. They were all people who wanted to watch a good show. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they watched excitedly. Gu Qingqing's face was gloomy. After a long time, she said, "All right, this time I am in the wrong. But with my strength and prestige, can't I be the Deputy Alliance Master?" As soon as she said this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. No way? Lady Gu Qingqing actually apologized? Is she admitting her defeat? Back then, she suppressed the entire demon race in Mount Wuxia. How can such a peerless person be afraid of the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Is she really Gu Qingqing? She is not acting, is she? All kinds of voices came from all around, but the people in the field turned a deaf ear to them. As a peerless expert, there were always all kinds of legends. Some were good, some were bad, some were true, and some were false. They didn't have the energy to listen to them one by one, and they didn't have the energy to refute them one by one. Li Yunxiao said, "It is up to me to decide whether I can do it or not." "It is not up to you to decide." Gu Qingqing said angrily, "Fine, you have the final say, okay?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Take Gu Qingqing away first. After today's matter is over, we will decide how to deal with her." Gu Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale. But she knew that even if she resisted, she would only be humiliated. If she was really captured by Li Yunxiao and spanked 100 times in front of everyone, she really wouldn't be able to live. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Qingqing's vital acupoints were sealed by Li Yunxiao, and she was taken away by a few martial artists. I have made a fool of myself. The Heavenly Martial Alliance has just been established, and some people still don't know the rules. But no matter who it is, as long as they break the Alliance rules, they will not be let off lightly. Li Yunxiao shouted. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, especially those from the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Their expressions didn't look too good. He even dared to beat a legendary peerless expert. This alliance leader was too heaven-defying. Ling Mudi nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. When the demonic calamity descended, they needed a strong leader to unite them. Li Yunxiao said again, "If no one challenges me in today's martial contest, I will not pass on the position of alliance leader." After the incident with Chen Duantian and Gu Qingqing, who would dare to challenge him, originally, it was only Chen Duantian who refused to come to his senses. Su Lianyi and the others had purposely blown the matter up for Li Yunxiao. Gu Qingqing's incident was completely an accident, but it had turned the disaster into a blessing, greatly increasing Li Yunxiao's prestige. Everyone suppressed the various complex emotions in their hearts and began to smile, congratulating Li Yunxiao. Haha, congratulations to City Lord Yunxiao for ascending to the top of the world. City Lord is a young hero, truly unprecedented. Li Yunxiao smiled, cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, everyone, for your appreciation. Thank you for giving me face. The Heavenly Martial Alliance has just been established and is still weak. If we want to establish ourselves, we will need everyone's help in the future. At the same time, we welcome everyone to join us. Everyone's faces darkened. He even dared to beat up Gu Qingqing, and he even said that he was weak. Full marks for his pretentiousness. Haha, well said. I hope the Heavenly Martial Alliance will take care of us in the future. Everyone expressed their sincerity. Li Yunxiao was just being polite, but they were all sincere. The Heavenly Martial Alliance's strength had almost subverted their imaginations, and they all hoped to be taken care of. Haha, why don't everyone join the Heavenly Martial Alliance? I will definitely do my best to take care of you. Li Yunxiao blinked, his face full of sincerity. Let me think about it. Yes, think about it. Everyone laughed awkwardly. Although the Heavenly Martial Alliance's strength shocked them, once they joined, it would undoubtedly be the same as being swallowed up by the Heavenly Martial Alliance's upper echelons. Li Yunxiao smiled. No rush. Everyone can slowly think about it. Especially after the Jiutian Emperor Wu, you should know that the only place in the entire continent that can become a god is Yanwu City. Ah? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly asked, we have also heard many rumors about this. What are the details? Li Yunxiao said, I will let Master Su Liani discuss this matter with you all. You can ask her if you have any questions. Li Yunxiao pushed everyone to Su Liani, and he took Chu Hongyan and the others back to Yanwu City. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, a guard came up to him and said respectfully, Greetings, City Lord. Lady Ding Ling invites you to come in. Li Yunxiao said, everything is handled by Su Liani and Ling Now that they have something to discuss with me, it's most likely something difficult to handle. Everyone, please follow me. We can set the framework and rules of the entire alliance. No one had any objections and immediately entered the city lord's mansion. Ding Ling was entertaining a guest, and everyone was curious as to who it was that she had to personally entertain. When they walked over to take a look, they could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It was someone from the sanctuary. Haha, young Master Yunxiao, how have you been? Before Ding Ling could say anything, a silver-haired old man sitting at the front laughed out loud. His eyes flashed as he looked at Li Yunxiao with surprise. Your cultivation, Li Yunxiao also smiled and said, so it's Master Amaterasu and Brother Gaohan. The newcomers were from Amaterasu's faction, Yuan Gaohan, Mo Huayuan, and many other sanctuary arcane masters. There were about 20 to 30 people, but Li Yunxiao only recognized the three of them. Chu Hongyan, Tian Xingzi, and the others also hurried forward to greet them. Both parties exchanged some pleasantries before taking their seats. Yuan Gaohan also looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, and said, Your cultivation, could it be, you have already entered the realm of arcane god? As soon as he said this, everyone from the sanctuary was shocked, and they looked at him in disbelief. Amaterasu said in a deep voice, even this old man cannot detect young Master Yunxiao's cultivation. This level of concealment is even above Master AI's. Only arcane gods can do this. Looks like Yanwu City has the laws of 10 directions, and it's a place to become a god. Arcane god. The gazes of the 20 to 30 arcane masters changed as they looked at Li Yunxiao, from shock to unparalleled respect, not inferior to Amaterasu. Li Yunxiao became an arcane god because of the power left behind by the evil god. It had nothing to do with the 10 directions rules, but he was too lazy to explain. He smiled and said, with Master Amaterasu and Brother Gaohan's cultivation, as long as they stay in Yanwu City, it won't take long for them to enter the god realm. The 20 to 30 arcane masters were all excited, and they all whispered to each other. Amaterasu said, Does young Master Yunxiao want us to stay? But Miss Ling just said that we must join the Heavenly Martial Alliance to enjoy the resources in Yanwu City. Ding Ling quickly said, This is the Heavenly Martial Alliance's rule, I dare not violate it. Brother Yunxiao is the alliance leader, and with the other sect masters here, we should be able to come to a satisfactory conclusion. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Does Master still want to stay in the sanctuary? Amaterasu looked troubled, as if he did not want to answer. He changed the topic and asked, Do we really have to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance to enjoy the resources? Can't we make an exception? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Master Amaterasu is unparalleled in the art of spell Dao and is respected by the world. Of course, he cannot be compared to ordinary people. But rules are rules, if we break them for no reason, it will be hard to convince others. Amaterasu frowned slightly, as if he was displeased. Yuan Gaohan hurriedly said, Li Yunxiao, don't beat around the bush. After being with you for so many years, how could I not know what kind of greedy, despicable, and shameless person you are? Just say it, what conditions do you want? Haha, Brother Gaohan's words are really hurtful. Am I such a person? Li Yunxiao glared at him. Yuan Gaohan waved his hand and said, don't be so long-winded. The more you act like this, the more flustered I am. Let's just get straight to the point. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Gaohan's words really make my heart turn cold. Everyone, please leave. This small temple of Yanwu City cannot accommodate such great talents. Yuan Gaohan was extremely depressed and said angrily, you have the resources of the 10 Directions Law in your hands. You know that we will definitely not leave. You can name your price, just don't go too far. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, don't make it sound so commercial, it's too hurtful. Out of respect for Master Amaterasu, I will make an exception and allow everyone to live in Yanwu City without being restricted by the rules. Amaterasu was overjoyed and cupped his fists, saying, thank you, young Master Yunxiao. Yuan Gaohan said suspiciously, it's that simple? There are no conditions attached? Li Yunxiao said unhappily, Brother Gaohan has repeatedly questioned my sincerity. What is the meaning of this? Yuan Gaohan snorted and said, I just know you too well, so I find it strange. Forget it, I'll just treat it as my mistake and apologize to you. Thinking that he could stay in Yanwu City to comprehend the 10 Directions Law, he could not help but feel excited. He was only a fine line away from becoming an arcane god. It had already been 2 days since he came to Yanwu City, and he had long discovered that the environment here was not right. The barrier was getting thinner and thinner, and he could break through at any time. Right now, even if Li Yunxiao wanted his entire fortune, he would not hesitate to give it to him. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, does Brother Gaohan still remember that refined god steel? Refined god steel? Of course I remember. What about it? Yuan Gaohan's body moved, and his gaze turned to listening Moody, revealing a grateful expression. What he learned from listening Moody had greatly benefited him, especially when he participated in the refinement of refined god steel, which directly raised his formula path cultivation to the peak. Li Yunxiao said, now that Yanwu City is sitting on a large amount of resources, I plan to mass-produce refined god steel. Everyone present was moved. Refined god steel was originally a rare term, but after Yuan Gaohan and Li Yunxiao participated in the refinement, it gradually became known to the world. Even listening Moody's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, you want to mass-produce profound artifacts with refined god steel? Ding Ling was also very shocked, and said, the materials needed for refined god steel are extremely rare, especially the eternal wood, mysterious heaven-blood jade, and extreme sky ice essence. It was not easy for Big Brother Yunxiao to find them, how can we mass-produce them? Li Yunxiao said, the mysterious heaven-blood jade is the blood of a true spirit. Back then, I only obtained it by capturing Luo Qingyun and releasing his blood, but if I want to mass-produce it, his blood alone is far from enough. Moreover, losing too much blood will also affect cultivation, so I can only find a substitute. I have already considered this point. Back then, I collected quite a lot of extreme sky ice essence, enough for a while. Even if I run out, I can find Fengyali to exchange for some. What I really lack is the eternal wood. Listening Moody sighed, truly, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. Back then, although the eternal wood was precious, it could be easily found. Tian Jiaozi muttered, the eternal wood is the earth's core iron. I still have some, but it is not enough to mass-produce refined god steel. It definitely does not exist on the surface of the Sky Martial continent. Only the earth's core iron can be found on a large scale. Xianxia said, leave the information about the earth's core iron to this old man. This kind of thing is most suitable for the Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling smiled and said, that's right. From now on, announce that we will buy the earth's core iron at 10 times the price. At the same time, offer a high reward for any clues about the earth's core iron. There will definitely be some results. Yuan Gaohan suddenly shouted, Li Yunxiao, you still say that there is no need for conditions. The reason you kept us here is most likely for the refined god steel. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Brother Gaohan is really a petty person trying to deceive a gentleman. Then, will you all participate in the production of the refined god steel? I will not force you. Participate. Of course we will participate. Tian Zhaozi said without hesitation. The other arcane masters also agreed, expressing that they would definitely participate. Back then, after Yuan Gaohan participated in the production of the refined god steel, he talked about it in the Sacred Galaxies Formula Dao lecture, as well as some of his experiences. Many arcane masters, including Tian Zhaozi, were envious of him. Even Tian Zhaozi himself wanted to try refining it, so he took the initiative to collect the 3 materials and hoarded some eternal wood. Now that there was such a rare opportunity, any arcane master would want to join. This temptation was fatal to them, how could they refuse? Tian Zhaozi said, with young Master Yunxiao and Lord Mudi guiding us in refining the refined god steel, it is a rare opportunity. Although we are not members of the Sky Martial Alliance, we will do our best to support them. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. With the addition of this group of people, coupled with the resources provided by the Chamber of Commerce, the logistics of the Heaven Alliance would be extremely powerful. Ling Mudi said, I have many 10th grade refining recipes here. I can take them out for everyone's reference free of charge. It's just a temporary profound artifact. A martial artist will not be able to refine it in a short period of time. Furthermore, it's a divine weapon forged with 10th grade raw materials like godly refined steel. Amaterasu nodded. Master Mudi's concern is not unreasonable. It seems like we need to improve on the profound artifacts so that martial artists can refine and fuse them as soon as possible. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. You're all thinking too much. I'm not refining the godly refined steel for profound artifacts. I'm refining puppets. Puppets? Everyone was stunned. Ling Mudi's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Yuan Gaohan had also seen Li Yunxiao's gourd. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Amaterasu said, although the art of puppets is also a type of technique, we do not specialize in it. Li Yunxiao said, I've only studied it by chance. It's very interesting. With your foundation, you should be able to understand it in no time. Moreover, there are a few descendants of puppet clans in Yanwu City who are quite accomplished in this field. In addition, I've also sent people overseas to look for the Mu clan. I hope to receive their help. Mu clan. Amaterasu nodded. I've heard of them too. The Mu clan's puppetry is unparalleled. It's a blessing to be able to learn it. Since the alliance leader intends to develop in this direction, we will do our best to support you. He changed the way he addressed Li Yunxiao from young Master Yunxiao to alliance leader. This also reflected the change in his attitude. Although he had not joined the Heaven Martial Alliance, he was very respectful to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, the Heaven Martial Alliance will be relying on you in the future. Of course, of course. Every arcane master was ecstatic, their faces glowing as if a bright future had appeared before them. Li Yunxiao said, it just so happens that Lord Amaterasu and Brother Gaohan are here as well. I was planning to hold a meeting with the other sect masters to discuss and establish the various organizations of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. There will definitely be a technique path branch among them, and I hope that the 2 of you can participate. Tian Zhaozi said, we are outsiders, it is not convenient for us to participate. However, since the Alliance Master has invited us, it would be rude of us to decline. Then, the 2 of us will listen from the side. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's good. After that, Li Yunxiao and the others discussed for several hours and finalized the various rules and organizational structure of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. The entire Heavenly Martial Alliance was officially established. Under Alliance Master Li Yunxiao, there were 3 Deputy Alliance Masters. One of them was the first Deputy Alliance Master, Ling Mudi. When Li Yunxiao wasn't around, he would manage the various affairs of the Alliance. The second Deputy Alliance Leader, Chu Hongyan, was in charge of the coordination and cooperation of all the sections. The third Deputy Alliance Master, Ding Ling was in charge of the logistics of the entire Heavenly Martial Alliance. Although the 3 Deputy Alliance Masters were Li Yunxiao's people, Yanwu City was currently like the sun in the sky. The 3 Deputy Alliance Masters were also people with outstanding strength and status, so no one had any objections. Even the people from the money gang only frowned when they heard that they would be under Ding Ling-er's jurisdiction. They did not express any dissatisfaction. Xianxia was also a sly old fox who handled matters. With Yanwu City's current momentum, no one could stop them. They could only go with the flow to protect themselves. Furthermore, Ding Ling-er had been in charge of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce for many years, and she was also the leader in the construction of Yanwu City. They had always cooperated well with each other, and nothing unpleasant had happened. Under the 3 deputy alliance masters were the various sections. They ignored the differences between sects and treated everyone equally. Up until now, there were more than 20 sects that had joined the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Although the positions of the sect masters varied greatly, they were all the same in the Heavenly Martial Alliance. In addition, there was also the position of elder, whose position was the same as the sect masters. They only listened to the orders of the 4 alliance masters and were not under the jurisdiction of the sect masters. Moreover, under the 4 alliance masters, there were also 4 divisions, which were modeled after the sanctuary. The 4 divisions were Divine Guards, Supervision, Technique Refinement, and City Defense. The people of the 4 divisions were transferred from the various sections. Once they entered the 4 divisions, they would take on the identity of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and would no longer listen to the orders of their original sections. The 4 divisions' leaders were Bei Chunnan, Su Lianyi, Yuan Gaohan, and Pu Jinshan. Each sect had to send a certain proportion of their people to join the 4 divisions according to their own strength. Regarding this, none of the sects had any objections. After all, since the Heavenly Martial Alliance was established, it needed to have the strength to control. The sect masters and elders were the top power of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and the 4 divisions were the core power. However, when Yuan Gaohan heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly said, "I'm not a member of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. How can I take on the position of minister? Please find someone else." Li Yunxiao said, "If that's the case, then you can be the temporary minister. When the day comes that you join the Heavenly Martial Alliance, you can become the official leader, or when there's a suitable candidate, you can be replaced." This, Yuan Gaohan was dumbfounded and hurriedly refused. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was starting to become unhappy, Tian Zhaozi hurriedly stopped Yuan Gaohan and said, "Since the alliance master has said so, you can be the minister for a period of time. We'll talk about what happens in the future when the time comes." Yuan Gaohan was very depressed. He was still the spirit master of the sanctuary. Although he was disheartened and it was only a nominal position, it was too strange for him to take on 2 positions at the same time. However, since Tian Zhaozi had said so, he could not refuse, so he could only agree. Li Yunxiao said, "When the alliance was first established, there was a shortage of talents and resources. I hope that everyone can work together and make the Heavenly Martial Alliance flourish, so that we can prepare for the upcoming demonic calamity." "Yes." Everyone replied at the same time with a solemn look on their faces. Li Yunxiao said, "Every department has its own independent authority and can set its own rules. The supervisor is in charge of law enforcement, execution, intelligence, and so on. As for the Divine Guards, as the name suggests, only those who have broken through the shackles of martial arts and reached the divine realm can join. The Divine Guards will also become the backbone of the Heavenly Martial Arts realm in the future to fight against the demonic calamity." Bei Chunnan was still cultivating in the land of demon sealing. He was recovering his body, so he did not know about this. Ling Mudi said, "I'll inform him about this and supervise him." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Then I'm relieved. As for the elder position, I want to invite Lord Tian Zhaozi first. What do you think?" Tian Zhaozi smiled and said, "I don't deserve to be an elder. I'll just be an honorary elder. This way, it won't conflict with my identity as a sanctuary." Li Yunxiao said, "That's good." Tian Zhaozi suddenly said, "The establishment of the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance will definitely cause conflict with the sanctuary. Alliance leader, don't you want to ask me about the situation in the sanctuary?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The sanctuary is already declining. Now that Lord and the other masters have left, it's just a matter of time. I don't want to ask about it. What will come will come. We just have to do our best. Moreover, even if it's the sanctuary, it's still the top power of the realm of heaven martial arts. It's the cornerstone of the fight against the demonic calamity. If I can avoid conflict, I'll try my best to avoid them. But if they don't know what's good for them, the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance won't be afraid of them. Tian Zhaozi sighed and said, Alliance leader, your heart is as broad as the sea. No wonder you can accept all kinds of people. It seems I've come to the right place in the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance. The other faction leaders were also secretly delighted. They had all taken a gamble when they joined the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance. Now, with so many strong people gathering, they felt more and more like Tian Zhaozi. Tian Xingzi suddenly said, apart from Master Tian Zhaozi, who else is there? Li Yunxiao said, I have a few people in mind, but I don't know what they think, so I won't mention them for now. After this meeting, I might leave Yanwu City for some time. Lord Mudi will be in charge of everything, especially the establishment of the 4 ministries. You must finish it as soon as possible. Mudi said, don't worry. I'll do my best to allocate people. Faction leaders, please send some strong people to Yanwu City to strengthen the 4 ministries. As for the Divine Guards, although we'll only recruit Divine Realm experts, they're too few. I suggest setting up the Gold, Silver, and Iron Guards under the Divine Guards. They'll be filled with cultivators of different levels. Li Yunxiao thought of the Tianshui Nation's guardian Divine Guards, and he felt like it was a lifetime ago. He didn't know how Qin Yu and Qin Rushue were now, but they were too far away from each other, and it was difficult for them to meet. Lord Mudi will decide everything. The meeting ended quickly, and everyone went back to work. Li Yunxiao was about to leave, but he was pulled back by Yuan Gaohan. What, Brother Gaohan still has something? Yuan Gaohan said with a sigh, I didn't think that you could reach this step. It really makes me sigh with emotion. I haven't helped you for nothing these years. Li Yunxiao smiled, Brother Gaohan has also contributed a lot. Yuan Gaohan shook his head, I'm still far from you. The Sacred Region is holding the #1 martial tournament, are you not interested at all? Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise, you can't be thinking of asking me to participate, right? Yuan Gaohan said, of course not. This martial competition also attracted a lot of warriors. In order to fight for the top 100, they could enter the Jade Library to cultivate their divine abilities and consummate skills. These people will be recruited by the Sacred Region, and they will become a force to be reckoned with. Li Yunxiao thought about it, then said, you want me to pull this force to the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Yuan Gaohan glanced at him, then nodded, that's right. It's just that this is extremely difficult, and it needs to be well planned. Li Yunxiao smiled, haha, Brother Gaohan. Yanwu City is no longer the same as it was in the past. Yuan Gaohan frowned, I know that, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao said, Brother Gaohan, don't forget, as long as Yanwu City controls the resources of the 10 rules, it is equivalent to grabbing the neck of the entire world. Everyone who wanted to become a god had to come here. They could either submit and pledge allegiance, pay a price to exchange for it, or fight their way out. No matter what, the Sacred Region cannot compare to the Heavenly Martial Alliance in terms of level. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment. He did not fully understand and fell into deep thought. Li Yunxiao went straight to the point. What I mean is that the Sanctuary and the Heavenly Martial Union are no longer on the same level. Speaking of arrogance, I no longer see the Sanctuary as an opponent. Yuan Gaohan's body trembled, his face filled with shock. After all, the Sanctuary had ruled the world for many years and had countless experts. He was also the division chief of the Sanctuary, so he had a strong sense of honor and pride. Li Yunxiao's words directly shattered his pride, as if he had been woken up by a bucket of cold water. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. From the arrangements made during the meeting, be it in terms of martial strength or resources, the Heavenly Martial Union was no longer inferior to the Sanctuary. In addition, Li Yunxiao had said that they could choke the necks of the world's experts. If he wanted to become a god, the only way was to go to Yanwu City. Just thinking about it made Yuan Gaohan break out in cold sweat. Yuan Gaohan's opinion of Li Yunxiao had improved by quite a bit. He was both surprised and delighted. Li Yunxiao said, however, I will still make a trip to the Sanctuary. It has nothing to do with the #1 martial tournament, but something else. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. Do you want me to go with you? Li Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, you should focus on your work. The heavenly martial union lacks refiners the most. Profound artifacts and elixirs are too big. Even with the support of the Star Moon House and the Money Chamber of Commerce, it will be difficult to fill this gap. The business of the large chambers of commerce is mainly targeted at low-level cultivators, and what we lack are high-grade profound artifacts and elixirs. Yuan Gaohan nodded and said, I understand. Since I have accepted the position of division chief, I will definitely do my best. Don't worry. N. Right, Chu Mujia is indeed a peerless genius, but he is a double-edged sword. If he uses him well, he will be extremely beneficial, but if he doesn't, he will hurt himself. Pay more attention to him, Li Yunxiao warned. Yuan Gaohan nodded. I understand. After the two of them finished talking, Li Yunxiao bid farewell to the crowd and floated away. Because Ling Mudi and the others were holding important positions, only Fei Anai and Luo Yunsheng were brought along. In addition, there was also the astral wind crocodile, Kan and Ho, the two void extreme god realm experts. They could basically go anywhere in the world. As for Gu Qingqing, she was locked up above the sealed area. She was allowed to cultivate on her own so that she wouldn't cause any trouble. Emma was also ordered to keep a close eye on her. Several hours later, in the forbidden area of the Heavenly Jewel sect, in the cave where the radiant glazed body was located, two beams of light flew in, materializing into Li Yunxiao and Luo Yunsheng. The tens of thousands of pearls on the wall lost their color and became extremely dim. Li Yunxiao paced slowly in the cave, and every step he took was extremely light. Luo Yunsheng followed closely behind him, afraid that she would disturb him. So it's here. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted. His eyes flashed, and two of his fingers formed a sword, slashing towards one of the cave walls. The cave wall rumbled and countless rocks fell down, but they were cut open by the power of his fingers. All of a sudden, the entire East Sea Moon Pearl shone brightly, flashing with extremely dazzling light. The cave was as bright as day, dazzling to the eyes. Be careful. Li Yunxiao grabbed his sword with his left hand and stabbed it into the ground. A sword barrier spread out. A sword barrier spread out, forming dozens of sword shadows that flew around the two of them. The wall light that filled the sky suddenly shot out and turned into a fierce attack. There were tens of thousands of them. Pung! 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 Ripples appeared on the sword barrier, like a disturbed lake. The two of them saw a blur, and could only see light shadows and ripples. Luo Yunsheng said in surprise, Why are these pearls attacking? Do they have their own spirits? Li Yunxiao said, The pearls don't have spirits, but the people do. Zhng. The sword rose from the ground, and with a flash of white light, all the pearls were slashed apart by the sword energy. The sword energy stabbed into the cave wall, and then slashed down. Rumble. Countless rocks fell, and the entire cave trembled. The mountain wall split into two, and there was actually another world inside. It was a space of half an acre. There was nothing inside, and it was extremely simple. However, there was a person sitting in the middle, with disheveled hair and a dirty face. His bright eyes were especially eye-catching, but there was a hint of fear, as if he was very afraid of strangers. Li Yunxiao frowned, and stared at that person for a while, then said, Lord Don Windcan shivered, and suddenly said, What did you call me? Li Yunxiao said, Don Windcan, you are the king of the southern region, Don Windcan. Don Windcan muttered a few times, and then shook his head, I am not Don Windcan, then what is your name? Li Yunxiao asked curiously. He was almost sure that this person was the king of the southern region, but he had lost his memory. It was probably because of the heavy injuries. Don Wind Remnant said, I named myself Pani. Pani? Alright, you can call me whatever you want, but in my eyes, you are Don Windcan. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists. Thank you, senior, for bestowing the divine body inheritance. Pani said, I remember you. You are the fourth person to receive the inheritance in a few thousand years, and the one with the highest cultivation. The fourth? Li Yunxiao was shocked. So many, where are the other two? Pani said, they are all dead, and the closest person, Xian Ryu, was also killed by you. Li Yunxiao said, Xian Ryu deserved it, senior won't blame me, right? I searched his soul and found out that although senior wasn't his disciple, you still passed down the Tao to him. Panny shook his head. People have life and death, this is normal. They aren't like me, I have an almost infinite lifespan. Infinite lifespan? Li Yinxia was stunned, then he said with shock, could Senior have cultivated a saint body to the World King realm? Panny shook his head, I'm far from it. My cultivation isn't as high as the previous master of this body. Hearing this, Li Yinxiao was even more shocked. You, the previous master of this body, you really aren't Don Wind Can? Then you are. Panny chuckled, I am Panny, didn't I already tell you? But in all these years, I have only taken the initiative to see a dozen or so people, and you are the first person to recognize the name of this body. I am also very curious, what kind of person was this body's original master? Li Yinxiao and Luo Yunsheng were both shocked. This Panny in front of them looked clear and bright, without any signs of dementia or amnesia. Is what he said true? The two looked at each other, puzzled. Panny said, I am a spirit that was born from this immortal body. Li Yinxiao and Luo Yunxiao immediately understood. Although they could understand, they were even more shocked than before. If so, then Lord Don Wind Can is really dead? Li Yinxiao said in a daze. Although he had never come into contact with Don Wind Can, he had obtained the inheritance of his divine body and had benefited greatly. He was very grateful to him. He originally wanted to thank him in person, but he didn't think that he wouldn't be able to do so. Panny nodded, he really is dead. But this body is extremely tough, almost immortal, no less than ordinary heavenly materials. In addition to the power of the tens of thousands of pearls in this cave, I was gradually born over the long years. I also slowly understood the situation later on. Li Yinxiao said, could it be that Senior Don Wind Can's body didn't leave any scattered memories? Who was it that filled the cave with pearls? Panny pondered for a moment, then said, I thought that it was someone else who set it up. Later on, I gradually understood that it should be after Don Wind Can died, his cultivation technique dissipated on its own. When the light glass body collapsed, the phenomenon of the tens of thousands of pearls didn't dissipate. I don't know why, but they turned into solid pearls and were preserved in this state. Because I realized that this body has a very strong connection with the phenomenon in this cave, as if it is an existence of one. Li Yinxiao said in a daze, then I will destroy this cave, sorry. Panny shook his head, smiled, and said, it's fine, the power of the tens of thousands of pearls has long been weakened, and I don't need to rely on them to cultivate. But when you broke the wall, you scared me, I thought you were a bad person. Li Yinxiao said, now you know that I am a good person? Panny said, I can see from your eyes, at least your heart is open, not like the people I met before, their eyes are cloudy and flickering, proving that their hearts are not pure, but your heart is clear, even if you are a bad person, you are open and pure. Li Yinxiao said, thank you for the compliment. Luo Yunsheng couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Panny said, your light glass body is the most powerful among those who received the inheritance, almost catching up to me. Li Yinxiao's heart moved, and he said, could it be that you have reached the Void Light Realm? Void Light Realm? Is it a division of physical strength? Panny was curious, and said, I only know that there are divisions of cultivation, but the people I have seen these years are too weak, making me think that I am different from them. You are the strongest outsider I have ever seen. Li Yinxiao nodded, after entering the God realm, the physical body can be divided into 4 realms, initial awakening, harmony, void light, and dharmakaya. Above the 4 realms is the indestructible holy body. I am only in the harmony realm. Harmony realm? Panny thought for a moment, and said, then I should be in the void light realm. I thought I was very strong, but I didn't expect there to be dharmakaya and holy body above it. It seems that I am shallow. Li Yinxiao smiled bitterly, there should be no holy body in this world, even if there is only one in the dharmakaya realm. With the strength of your physical body, excluding some hidden monsters, you can at least be in the top 5 in the world. Top 5. It seems that there is still a lot of room for improvement, Panny sighed, and said, I taught Xian Ryu the supernatural power in the hope that he can cultivate it, and see if he can improve further on my foundation. If I had known earlier, I would not have stayed in this cave, and would have gone out to see the world. Li Yinxiao thought that in this world where there was no God realm existence for 100,000 years, if this Panny went out, he would be another peerless expert, and he might have gone to the immortal world by now. He said, if you do not give up, you can come with me. I guarantee that you will see all kinds of powerful beings, and it will be of great help to you in breaking through the void light realm. Panny looked very tempted, but he was still hesitant. All his emotions were written on his face. Just like all artifacts, he didn't know the ways of the world and didn't have many schemes. He only had fear of the outside world. Li Yunxiao licked his lips and chuckled. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. Also, with your strength, there are very few people in the world who can harm you. Panny nodded. Alright, I just want to travel and find a way to break through. I won't get involved in the conflicts between you humans. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He smiled and nodded. It's up to you. I can't force you. Li Yunxiao found it funny. As long as he followed him, if he met a strong enemy, even if he didn't want to fight, the other party wouldn't let him go. After that, Li Yunxiao suggested letting Panny enter the world god steel. Panny was very interested in such a saint weapon, but he rejected it and stayed close to Li Yunxiao. The matter of the king of the southern region was solved, but Li Yunxiao was a little disappointed. Of the 4 peerless experts who had ruled the 4 domains during the Demon Sealing War, only this person, who had helped him the most, had truly perished. But then, again, if Dawn Windkin hadn't died, the land of inheritance wouldn't have appeared and he wouldn't have encountered this opportunity. Maybe it was fate. Although Dawn Windkin died, it helped Li Yunxiao and kept Panny alive. The 3 of them quickly went to the north region through the teleportation formation to Mist Snow Sacred City. After teleporting to the north region's main city, in order to avoid being noticed by the people in the sanctuary, Luo Yunshang entered the world god steel while Li Yunxiao and Panny turned into a ray of light and flew away. The teleportation formation to the sanctuary was the same as in the god transformation sea. It was strictly controlled. In order to hold the World No. 1 tournament, there were 10 teleportation points in the North region. Any cultivator who passed the basic test could go there. Several hours later, the 2 of them arrived at one of the teleportation districts. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Just as they entered the city, they could feel that the atmosphere was different. The streets were bustling with people, and all of them were cultivators. They were all discussing the No. 1 martial competition. The strongest expert in this region is definitely young Master Lu. He just took the promotion token and left. Yes, there are quite a number of people who can directly obtain a promotion card, but up until now, only young Master Lu has caused the examiner to have a fearful expression. Sigh, how great would it be if I could go and take a look? I would be able to wake up from my dreams with a smile. Stop dreaming. If you want to watch the battle, you either have to be a high-level Emperor Wu, or be the richest person in the world. You can buy it directly with primeval stones, and your identity must be clear. You and I can forget about it in this lifetime. Yeah, let's hurry up and move the bricks. If we're too slow, the foreman will beat us again. 2 low-level martial artists were pushing a handcart on the street as they chatted. They took a remote path to avoid bumping into martial artists and causing trouble. However, Li Yunxiao's divine sense was so vast that he could hear almost half of the city's movements. How troublesome. They're actually so strict. Panny said, why is it troublesome? Our strength has already surpassed high-level Emperor Wu. Oh, that's right, my identity is unclear. I'm afraid I can't pass. His face showed a troubled expression, and he frowned. Li Yunxiao wanted to laugh, and said, what, you want to go in and watch the battle? Panny nodded, the No. 1 martial tournament. To be able to see the world's strongest martial artists, I'm very excited. He clenched his fists nervously. Li Yunxiao laughed involuntarily. Panny said, what's wrong? Don't you want to see it? Yes, of course I want to. Otherwise, why would I come here? We first have to think of a way to sneak in. It's just that this identity really isn't easy. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, and his lips suddenly curled into a smile. A few hundred miles outside the city, a level 9 warship was flying over at an extremely fast speed. The warship's design was peculiar, and there was a clear sect insignia. In the inner warehouse, a young man walked inside, passing a few corridors, and stopped in front of a secret room. He knocked on the door, and said, Father, we're almost there. The door to the secret room slowly opened, and inside, a man sat cross-legged in the void. Countless runes floated up and down around him, and as he formed a seal, those runes all flew into his body. The man opened his eyes, and in a flash, he left the secret room, and said, "How much longer?" The young man hurriedly said, "About the time to brew a cup of tea." The man waved his hand, and said, "Tell everyone to get ready. The warship is parked outside the city, and you all wait for me outside." The young man said, "Father, how long will you be gone?" The man said, "I don't know, at least a month, at most half a year." Looking at the situation of this martial art, most likely there are other matters in the sacred region. The young man said, "Father, are you going alone, or?" The man said, "I'll go with Yang Mu." The young man revealed a troubled expression, and said, "Father, I also want to go take a look." The man glanced at him, and said, "You want to participate, right?" The young man finally gathered his courage, and nodded heavily, and said, "Yes. Why can't I participate in the competition and become a hero of the world? Even if I don't get a good ranking, I don't care. Is Father afraid that I will embarrass the Heavenly Eagle Temple?" The more the young man spoke, the more agitated he became. His expression became somewhat ferocious and angry. The man let out a long sigh and said, "If it was in the past, I would definitely let you participate. Perhaps even Father himself would go there. But now, sigh. Why?" The young man was startled and hurriedly said, "So Father has his own difficulties?" The man looked at him worriedly and said, "The future is unpredictable. Father must be extremely careful. We can't let Heavenly Eagle Temple die in Father's hands." "Ah?" The young man was startled and asked in shock, "Father, why do you say that? Does the sanctuary want to deal with us?" The man shook his head and said, "The sanctuary wants to recruit us." The young man was stunned. "Since that's the case, isn't that a good thing? This proves that we are very important in the eyes of the sacred region. Father should be happy, our future should be boundless." The man sighed, "You don't understand." The young man nodded awkwardly and said, "I really don't understand. Father, please enlighten me." The man looked at him and said, "You should know about the rise of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the 10 rules reappearing in the world, right?" The young man nodded and said, "I know. But what about it?" The man said, "I got the latest news. The Heavenly Martial Alliance wants to seal the 10 rules around Yanwu City to prevent it from spreading. Although it's a little ridiculous, if they use a formation to seal it, they can at least prevent it from spreading to the whole realm of heavenly martial arts." The young man said in shock, "The 10 rules are shared by the whole world. How can they do that? Isn't this making the whole world their enemy? Isn't this Xianxia too absurd?" The man nodded and said with a serious expression, "When I heard the news, I also thought it was ridiculous. But when I think about it carefully, it's extremely terrifying. They are preventing the world from becoming a god. So, the world will either have to overthrow them or obey them." The young man snorted coldly and said, "They are courting death." The man glanced at his son and shook his head again. He sighed and said, "Alas. Li Yunxiao is not a simple person." The young man said, "Even if he's not simple, can he fight against the whole world?" The man sighed and said, "I hope I'm overthinking it." "Hee, I'm not overthinking it." Suddenly, a laugh could be heard. 2 people had appeared in front of the secret room in the inner warehouse. They were Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for several years. Lord Yang, how are you?" "Hey. Li Yunxiao." The man was startled. He hurriedly pulled his son behind him and protected him. He stared at the 2 people with an ashen face. Not only was Li Yunxiao's strength unfathomable, but he couldn't detect him. The other person was also extraordinary, but he didn't have any origin energy fluctuation. He was standing there like a rock. If he didn't see him with his eyes, he wouldn't be able to detect him. His heart sank into a bottomless abyss. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Lord Yang, you're still as elegant as ever since we parted in Nuyan City. Why do you look like you're facing a great enemy?" The man was Heavenly Eagle Temple's Lord, Yang Tianhao. Back in Nuyan City, he had been instructed by Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu to personally go against Li Yunxiao and snatch the 10th level divine herb, Damask Star Orchid. After that, he lost the bet. Feeling that he had lost all his face, he turned around and left. Who would have thought that after so many years, when they met again, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Yang Tianhao saw that Li Yunxiao was smiling and didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The other person also had a sincere expression and didn't look like a bad person. He cupped his fists and said seriously, "I didn't know young Master Yunxiao was coming and didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me. Xianxia, quickly prepare some good wine and tea. Let me entertain young Master Yunxiao and this friend." Xianxia responded with an "oh" and quickly walked out. He was also very confused. He had never seen his father look like he was facing a great enemy. He planned to run out and call for reinforcements. More than half of Heavenly Eagle Temple's elites were on this warship. He didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to defeat Li Yunxiao with their combined strength. Just as he was about to go out, Yang Tianhao's voice sounded in his ears. "Run quickly. Run as far as you can. Don't look back." Xianxia was stunned. His heart trembled, and he quickened his pace. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Never mind. The two of us are here to ask for Lord's help on a small matter. We won't be having any wine or tea." Just as Xianxia was about to leave, a force suddenly came at him. There were no signs, and he couldn't even sense it. It bounced him back. He stumbled a few steps and returned to Yang Tianhao's side. He was shocked. Yang Tianhao's expression turned ugly. He even trembled slightly. "Young Master Yunxiao, what is the meaning of this?" Li Yunxiao went straight to the point. "I won't waste my breath with you. After all, our time is very precious. Don't worry. I have no intention of attacking the two of you. Even if the two of you don't help me, I'll turn around and leave immediately. I definitely won't hurt anyone." Back then, outside Nuyan City, although Yang Tianhao was an enemy, he was straightforward and kept his word. He didn't make things difficult for Xianxia too much. Yang Tianhao had left a good impression on Xianxia. Only then did Yang Tianhao set his mind at ease. Heaving a sigh of relief, he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "I wonder what business Lord Yunxiao has. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will not decline." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Simple. Bring the two of us into the holy region." "What?" Yang Tianhao was taken aback, but he quickly reacted. He knew that Li Yunxiao definitely had some ulterior motives, so he instantly fell into a dilemma. If he brought the two of them into the holy region, once something big happened, then his responsibility would be heavy. Lord Yunxiao really knows how to joke. With Lord's strength, entering the holy region is a piece of cake. Yang Tianhao forced a smile and said. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "I'll get straight to the point and not dawdle with Lord, but Lord wants to beat around the bush with me. Just tell me, are you bringing or not?" "Of course not," Xianxia rushed to say. He did not have a good impression of Li Yunxiao at all, and only hoped that this person would leave quickly. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Not bringing? Is this what Lord Sect Master meant by within my capabilities, will not decline?" This. Yang Tianhao was in a dilemma. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, "So Lord is tricking me, lying to me. I hate people lying to me the most. If others don't keep their word to me, then I don't have to keep my word to him either." Yang Tianhao was stunned and said, "What does Lord Yunxiao mean by that?" Li Yunxiao said, "Then what I said earlier about not hurting anyone can be treated as bullshit. Tea." Yang Tianhao father and son, after half a cup of tea's time, the warship flew outside the city and stopped. 3 rays of light flew up from the warship and headed straight for the city. Li Yunxiao and Pani changed their expressions slightly and followed behind Yang Tianhao. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Lord Tianhao is indeed a righteous person. This one is grateful." Yang Tianhao's face was gloomy and worried. He waved his hand and said, "Lord Yunxiao is too serious. It's nothing, it's nothing." Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and said, "Cheer up, it's a good thing to watch the world #1 martial tournament, smile more." "Eh?" Yang Tianhao responded. How could he laugh? He could only smile bitterly. The Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple was one of the 10 great sects of the northern region, so they received extremely high treatment. Maidservants specially led them to the transportation formation and led them directly to the holy domain. As soon as he arrived at his residence, Li Yunxiao bid him farewell and left alone. Yang Tianhao said bitterly, "Can you tell me what Master Yunxiao is planning? If things get out of hand, Yang Tianhao, don't care about my life or death, but I'm afraid that I'll implicate the entire sect." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "So? You want to escape now?" Yang Tianhao said, "Maybe." Li Yunxiao looked at him with a cold smile and said, "Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple is one of the 10 great sects of the North region. Sect Master Tianhao can escape this time, but can he escape the whirlpool of the great change of the times? In the current heavenly martial arts realm, who can escape the fate of the times? No one can stay out of it." Yang Tianhao's heart trembled, and he immediately felt powerless. Li Yunxiao said, "Most of the time, it's our choices that decide our fates." He took out a badge and handed it to Yang Tianhao. He said, "If Master wants to join the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, you can take this badge and go to the southern region." Yang Tianhao stood there in a daze. He looked at Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi's backs as they left. He couldn't say anything for a long time. After an hour, Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi landed in front of a courtyard and walked in. There were willow garden flowers inside, as well as rippling water and overflowing spiritual energy. "Who is it?" A stern shout came from inside the house. Before the owner of the courtyard could react, Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi walked in. "Ah? Li Yunxiao." The owner of the house was startled. After a while, he recovered and said with a bitter smile, "How did you sneak in?" Li Yunxiao said calmly, "Your efficiency is too slow. I don't have much patience, so I have to do it myself." The owner of the house was startled. He said, "Give me some more time. I've already discovered many things, but the results might be shocking, so I don't dare to act rashly." "Oh? I'd like to hear about it," Li Yunxiao said expressionlessly. The owner of the house had a handsome face, but it was filled with worry. He was He Yuhu's disciple, Qin Chuan, whom Yang Tianhao hadn't seen for a long time. He said, "How is Junting?" Li Yunxiao said, "I haven't heard from her in a long time. She should still be being punished in the Divine Cloud Palace." Qin Chuan's body trembled slightly. He said angrily, "I worked hard for you. You can't treat her like this." Li Yunxiao said calmly, "The one who punished her was the Divine Cloud Palace's palace lord, not me. They will follow the Divine Cloud Palace's rules. What does it have to do with me? Do I have to forcefully interfere with the Divine Cloud Palace's internal affairs for you? You're not qualified." Qin Chuan was silent. He knew that he was no match for this person in front of him, be it reasoning or strength. He said, "I've already discovered many things. I hope you can help Junting so that she doesn't get punished." Li Yunxiao said, "That depends on the value of your information." Qin Chuan pondered for a while and said, "I've discovered many things. Although I don't have concrete evidence, I'm very confident that Meng Bai and Meng Wu are the descendants of perfected Lord Meng Linghe." Li Yunxiao's mouth opened wide in shock. He said, "There are many people with the surname Meng in the world. You can't let your imagination run wild." Qin Chuan said, "I didn't think much at first. Later, I found out that not only does Meng Bai have the worldly poison body, but Meng Wu also has an innate divine body. That's not normal." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Meng Wu also has an innate divine body? What kind of physique is that?" In fact, he already believed Qin Chuan a little when he first said it. Otherwise, Wei Qing wouldn't have sent Yao Jinliang and set up a seal in Meng Bai's body for his 2 disciples back in the Aquasky Nation. Qin Chuan shook his head. "I don't know either. I only know that Meng Wu's divine body phenomenon is a dazzling radiance. Everything that comes into contact with it will turn into crystals and scatter like flowers. It's extremely terrifying." There was fear in his eyes as he said this, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Dazzling radiance? Li Yunxiao frowned. He couldn't figure it out either, but it sounded very powerful. "Don't you think so? Does perfected Lord Meng Ling not know about this? Where are Meng Bai and Meng Wu right now?" Qin Chuan said, "Perfected Lord Meng Ling has been living in seclusion in the divine capital for many years. I've only heard some rumors about him. Meng Wu and Meng Bai are both under Wei Qing's control, so it's difficult to get close to them. As far as I know, it's very likely that they're in the Cloud-Shattering River. Cloud-Shattering River? What kind of place is that? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He didn't know much about the sacred region, but he had a rough idea. He had never heard of the Cloud-Shattering River. Qin Chuan said, it's a forbidden land in the sacred region. It's a spatial rift that was irrigated by strange water and formed the river. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of the winding path and deep serene water path. After Qin Chuan said that, he roughly understood that it should be this kind of place. He asked, where's the river? Qin Chuan hesitated. You want to go? Li Yunxiao said, bringing back Meng Wu and Meng Bai is one of my goals in coming to the sacred region. Of course, I have to go. Qin Chuan took out a pointer and held it in his hand. Follow this pointer and you'll reach the Cloud-Shattering River. I hope you can get Palace Lord Chu to release Genting after I give it to you. Li Yunxiao said, the person you keep thinking about might not have even thought about you for a moment. Han Genting is a peerless genius of the Divine Firmament Palace. She may be a schemer, but it's clear that she cherishes her dearly when she punishes her. She'll be fine. As for when she can come out, that's another matter. If she doesn't change, letting her out now will only bring harm to her. Then, he reached out and grabbed the pointer in Qin Chuan's hand. After saying goodbye, he left with Pan. Qin Chuan stayed in the room for a long time. His face was full of dejection, which gradually turned into pain. My son, so you're trapped because of that Han Genting. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very intelligent. She's a good match for you. A white light slowly appeared in the air and took the shape of a crescent moon. It slowly condensed into a longsword that exuded a strange aura. Behind the longsword, a figure in a long robe appeared. Ding Shan's face was illuminated by the sword light. Ding Shan flicked his sleeves and kept the longsword. He sighed and said, luckily, I've set up a restrictive spell outside. Otherwise, Li Yunxiao would have discovered it. Qin Chuan said, Father's thoughts are meticulous. I didn't think much of it before, but now I know how powerful it is. He also looked like he had lingering fear. Ding Shan sighed and said, Sigh, the situation has changed greatly now. The world is in chaos. This holy region looks strong and safe, but it's actually in a precarious situation. It makes people fearful and uneasy. We have to think carefully before we take every step. Qin Chuan bowed and said, I've learned. Father's divine arts are really amazing, to be able to escape from that Li Yunxiao's detection. I wonder who's beside him. He seems to be abnormally powerful. Ding Shan smiled bitterly and said, Li Yunxiao's ability is already far above mine. It's really scary. The sword in my hand is called Scattered World. It's forged from the Devil Lord's sacred weapon, a fragment of the ancient god's battlefield. There's a small space in it, which allowed me to escape. Qin Chuan saw his expression as if he had just survived a disaster and said in shock, Father is also afraid of Li Yunxiao to this extent? Sigh. What this person isn't afraid of the most isn't the identity of Gu Feiyang's reincarnation, but that incomparable mandate of heaven. Ding Shan was a little dispirited and said, all these years, I've calculated everything in my heart. I've never felt so powerless before. Maybe Father is really old. Qin Chuan said in shock, Father, if Li Yunxiao is so invincible, we shouldn't go against him. We should give him more benefits and ask for peace. Ding Shan said, do you think I don't want to? But back then, I killed Yuan Bo and Ding Peng. Not only am I his enemy, but I'm also Ding Ling Er's enemy. Li Yunxiao won't let me off. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he said fiercely, but I, Ding Shan, am not someone to be trifled with. I'm not someone who will give up without a fight. I still have a chance. Now that the situation is chaotic, it's my best chance. Even if he's someone with the mandate of heaven, I'll kill him under the mandate of heaven. Qin Chuan could feel the baleful aura and ruthlessness emanating from Ding Shan, and he couldn't help but be alarmed. No matter what, I will always support Father, and I will always stand by Father's side. Good. You're my good son. Ding Shan was gratified. Warmth appeared in his eyes. You said Shattered Cloud River is a space crack. Where does it lead to? Qin Chuan was surprised. He didn't expect Ding Shan to ask this. He thought for a while and said, I don't know. After all, it's a forbidden area. Master and I went there a few times in the past, and he was very interested in the Shatter Cloud Heavenly River as well, but he couldn't find anything after studying it several times. Wei Qing arranged for Meng Wu and her brother to stay there. He must know something. Yes, Wei Qing is also a man of great talent and bold vision. He should have been one of the people who dominated the world. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Yunxiao, a person with the destiny halo, and was forced to become a minor character. Ding Shan sneered and said, I guess Wei Qing doesn't want to give up. Qin Chuan said solemnly, it is indeed so. Wei Qing indeed has the ability to rule the heavens and the earth. His schemes are deep, and his methods are fierce, causing one to tremble in fear. I didn't expect he would dare to harm Lord Mengling's descendant. Ding Shan said, those people are just pawns in my eyes. If they work well, they can become a force to deal with Li Yunxiao. I don't believe we can't deal with Li Yunxiao even if we gather all the power in the world. Qin Chuan, try to figure out what's going on in Shattered Cloud River. It might be related to an important guess of mine. What guess? Qin Chuan was curious. Ding Shan said seriously, the realm of heaven martial arts has 5 celestial realms. People only know about Earthly End, Sumera Mountain, Ancient Smoke Cloud, and Clear Moon Heaven. They don't know that there's another celestial realm above Misty Snow Sacred City. Qin Chuan nodded and said, of course I know. That's where Lord Mengling, Wei Wuya, and Tian Zhaozi live in seclusion. Ding Shan said, however, there is very little information about the Immortals' capital in the world. I have collected a lot of information over the years. I have also been to the Sacred Region's Tower of Scriptures, but there are only fragments of information. After thinking about it repeatedly, I thought of a possibility. The God's capital does not belong to the Tianwu continent and should be a part of the Earth domain. Now, it is more likely that it is the entrance to the Earth domain. Land domain? Qin Chuan stared blankly for a moment before asking, what kind of place is that? Ding Shan said, originally, very few people knew about this, but with the opening of the immortal realm, all kinds of old monsters have come out, and the matter of the Earth realm is no longer a secret, so there is no harm in telling you. He explained in detail, the realm of heaven martial arts has 2 kinds of world powers. The first is the power of the heaven realm, which is represented by the divine thunder of annihilation. The second is the power of the earth realm, which is represented by the netherworld fire. Although the netherworld fire's power isn't as great as the divine thunder, it is still condensed by the power of the earth realm. It has boundless might and can destroy the world. Qin Chuan was extremely astonished when he heard this, and he said in a daze, why have I never heard Master mention this before? Ding Shan said, in the heavenly martial arts realm, there weren't many people who knew about this. My father was very knowledgeable and learned about this from an ancient scroll. In the past, during the Demon Sealing War, there were several peerless experts, and one of them came from the Earth Realm, and he called himself the Lord of the Earth Realm. Qin Chuan said, according to what you said, there should be an extremely strong power in the Earth Realm, and there are even people living in it. Ding Shan shook his head and said, I don't know about this, but the netherworld fire of annihilation does exist. It is different from the divine thunder of annihilation. The divine thunder is condensed by the natural law, while the netherworld fire of annihilation is everlasting, and it is everlasting in the earth realm. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and he said, as long as I can get the netherworld fire of annihilation and become the lord of the earth realm, I will be able to restrain and kill Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan reacted after a long while, and he said, I understand. What you mean is that the Shattered Cloud Heavenly River is most likely the crack between the Earth Realm and the Tianwu continent. But my master has explored it several times, and Wei Qing has also studied it for a long time, but he hasn't made any substantial progress. I am afraid that this matter is too uncertain. No. Wei Qing must have some information about it. Ding Shan said confidently. He made Mengwu and her brother practice in the Shattered Cloud Heavenly River, so he must have discovered something. I even suspect that the dazzling light on Mingwu's body is related to the power of the earth realm. Qin Chuan suddenly said in surprise, then, now that Li Yunxiao has gone to the Shattered Cloud Heavenly River, he won't get anything first, right? Ding Shan was taken aback, and then he laughed involuntarily. He said, how can it be so easy? If Tianming is so strong, he will get the power of the Earth realm as soon as he goes there. If that's the case, why should I fight with him? I might as well kneel down and let him kill me. Qin Chuan also smiled embarrassedly, but his eyes were still filled with worry. Ding Shan's enemy was his enemy, but no matter who had an enemy like Li Yunxiao, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Ding Shan said, very few people in the realm of heavenly martial arts know about the Earth realm, but many of the old monsters in the immortal realm know about it. We are still too weak, and no matter whether it is the immortal realm, the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, or the Sacred Realm or the Divine Transformation Sea, we are no match for it. We can only survive in the cracks and wait for an opportunity to become stronger. Qin Chuan nodded and said, I understand. Both father and son felt that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, so they chatted about some relaxing matters and had a good time. After Li Yunxiao and Pani left, they followed the direction of the needle and headed toward the Shattered Clouds Heavenly River. On the way, they encountered law enforcers of the Sacred Zone from time to time, and the two of them showed them the Heavenly Eagle Temple's tickets to watch the fight. Pani suddenly asked, the martial contest will start in a few days. Don't we plan to watch it? Li Yunxiao said, it depends on the situation. If time permits, we can go and watch it. After watching it, you will definitely be disappointed. Pani was silent for a moment, then said, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Li Yunxiao's face was filled with shame. He said, if there is an opportunity, I will surely take you to watch it. Okay, I believe you. Pani's face was filled with determination and trust. The two of them didn't dare to fly too fast, as they didn't want to attract the attention of the Sacred Zone's people. After an hour, they finally left the Sacred Zone's main city and arrived in a desolate land. Who is it? Stop. The space in front of them trembled slightly. Two golden-armored cultivators with spears in their hands appeared and blocked the two of them. One of them was vigilant as he shouted, the Sacred Zone's barren forbidden land is in front of us. No one is allowed to enter without the administrative office's order. Li Yunxiao said, dare I ask this elder brother, is the Shattered Clouds Heavenly River in front of us? Both of their expressions changed greatly. They waved their spears and shouted at Li Yunxiao, who are you? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, from the looks of the two of you, it should be. Very good, Qin Chuan didn't lie to me. His right eye turned slightly red as a strange force appeared. The two guards trembled and their faces became lifeless. They stood there in a daze, as if they had lost their minds. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, elder brothers, relax and rest well. You won't remember that I was here when you wake up. The two of them followed the needle and flew forward. After several hundred li, a blue lake appeared in the middle of the desolate landscape. Different from the desolate surroundings, this lake was filled with dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was so dense that it turned into liquid, even more so than the Sacred Zone's main city. Sniff, sniff. Pani's nostrils twitched a few times and said, this lake seems to be poisonous. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his divine sense swept across the surface of the lake. It was very wide, and there were several streams of water coming from nowhere and pouring into this place. However, there seemed to be something strange about the lake water. Even with his powerful divine sense, he could only probe a few dozen zhang deep. This is the Shattered Clouds Heavenly River? This feeling is very similar to the deep water path and the winding river. Li Yunxiao pondered and thought to himself, if every water path is a spatial crack, then where does the winding river behind the Mei clan's door lead to, and where does this Shattered Clouds Heavenly River lead to? Back in the Mei clan's forbidden area, there was a stone tablet under the water path behind the door, and the words winding river leads to were written on it. At that time, he felt extreme fear from it, and there must be a universe behind it. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, if I have time, I have to go to the Mei clan and explore the water path again. With his current strength, he was confident that he could go anywhere in the world. Aren't Meng Wu and Meng Bai here? Or are they under the water path? Li Yunxiao flew into the air and looked at the water vapor rising from the surface of the lake. He was conflicted about whether he should go down or not. After all, the strong poisonous gas coming out of the water could not hurt him, but it was very uncomfortable. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought Beijing Nan here. His body might recover faster here. Li Yunxiao thought gloomily. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from behind. Haha, Shattered Cloud's heavenly river, I finally found it. With a few splashes, a black-robed figure appeared on the surface of the lake, standing right below the two. Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi turned to look. The black-robed man's face was thin, his chin was slightly pointed, his face was pale, and his eye sockets were almost sunken. You are? Li Yunxiao asked. The man waved his hand and said, You can call me Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen. Li Yunxiao murmured a few times, feeling very unfamiliar. But this person's aura was very strong, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Also, someone who could come here couldn't be ordinary, and with his emaciated appearance, as if he hadn't seen the sun for many years, he was most likely someone who escaped from the immortal realm. Zhang Chen said, Since you're here, you must have the same goal. I can see that the two of you are quite strong, we can consider working together. Working together? Li Yunxiao's heart moved, he seemed to understand something, but he still didn't understand. He probed without batting an eyelid, How do we work together? Zhang Chen said, Naturally, we'll help each other and form an alliance. Li Yunxiao became even more curious. Could there be some danger or treasure in this godforsaken place? Is there even a need to form an alliance? But he couldn't say that he didn't know anything, so he pretended to be mysterious and said, Alliance? Why don't you tell me your reason for forming an alliance with you? If it can move me, I might consider it. Zhang Chen suddenly laughed and said, What reason do I need? Do you think you can obtain the underworld fire with just the two of you? What a joke. Netherworld fire? Li Yunxiao was surprised. He didn't know what it was, but it sounded powerful. So he said, Will it be enough if I add you? Zhang Chen said, Of course, I'm more confident. I'm not bragging, but my knowledge of the realms is far greater than yours. The realms? What's that? Li Yunxiao thought to himself, It seems that there are still many secrets in this place. He pretended to be disdainful and snorted, Oh? I'd like to know how you're so much more knowledgeable than us. Zhang Chen sneered and said, Don't tell me the two of you are trying to cheat me of my research results. What are you talking about? Anyone who can come here has a deep understanding of the realms. Li Yunxiao looked confident, but then he looked doubtful and said, I've never seen you in the realm of heaven martial arts. Are you from the realm of immortality? Zhang Chen smiled and said, You have a good eye. I'm from the realm of immortality. Back then, I almost opened the Earth Realm gate, but I failed at the last moment. I must succeed this time. Li Yunxiao looked like he was asking for advice. He cupped his fists and said, Regarding this domain, the two of us searched for a long time before we obtained some scattered information. We do not know much about it. Since you're a senior from the realm of immortality, you must have more information than us. Please explain it to us. Zhang Chen frowned and said doubtfully, You don't know anything, do you? Haha, how is that possible? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, If we didn't know anything, how could we have come to the Shattered Cloud heavenly river? Zhang Chen said, Then tell me everything about the realms. The surroundings quietened down, and there was no sound. Only the dense mist of the lake made Li Yunxiao's expression appear somewhat gloomy. You want to get information from me? Li Yunxiao said coldly. Zhang Chen almost spat blood. He laughed angrily and said, Haha, I want to get information from you? Why don't you go to heaven? I'll give you a sky monkey, do you want it? Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, With this attitude of yours, you still expect us to cooperate with you? You can play by yourself. She flicked her sleeves and turned around, ignoring him. With his experience, he knew that Zhang Chen would definitely ask for help again. If he was confident, he wouldn't have asked for an alliance in the first place. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was very curious. He really wanted to know what the underworld flame and the underworld boundary were. Alright, since the two of you said so, I'll share some information with you. Zhang Chen's expression changed several times. After much hesitation, he finally compromised and said, More than 40,000 years ago, Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Wait. He lifted his head and looked at a spot behind Zhang Chen. He said coldly, Since you're here, you must be here for the land and the netherworld fire. Show yourself. Zhang Chen's expression changed drastically. He had been very careful and did not notice that someone was behind him. However, Li Yunxiao saw through him with a single glance. In his shock, he looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, then turned around and glared angrily behind him. "HM? How did you see through me? That's impossible." A figure slowly appeared in the space and looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, sizing him up. Xianxia said with a dark expression, "You followed me here?" "Hee, I bathed no less than 100 times in this shattered cloud river. Do I need to follow you?" The person sneered, "Judging from your appearance, you weren't from this sacred region back then. You probably snuck in here." Li Yunxiao and Xianxia were both shocked. "You're from the sacred region?" "Of course." The person swept a finger across the three of them with a cold expression and said coldly, "You three are foreign thieves, aren't you?" "Hee, don't put it so harshly." Li Yunxiao chuckled, "Does the shattered cloud river belong to the sacred region when it's inside the sacred region? What gives you the right to call us thieves? Was this place built by you? Or were you the ones who created the netherworld fire? Seriously speaking, you sacred region people are the thieves, right? Taking what belongs to the people of the world and making it your own." "Yes. That makes sense." Xianxia said, "I've been thinking about this too. What gives the sacred region the right to own the entrance to the Earth realm? You're the thieves." "Humph, flowery words." The person sneered, "What gives? Of course it's with our fists. The sacred region is the strongest, of course we can get whatever we want. If the entrance to the Earth realm isn't in the sacred region, is it in your home?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "Hee, you're right, I agree." He clapped his hands and praised, "With our fists, the three of us are also relying on our fists. If you're not convinced, then speak with your fists. If you don't dare to use your fists, then keep your mouth shut." The person was stunned, being countered by the other party's words. He was rendered speechless. As for using his fists, if it were 3 small fries in front of him, he would have killed them all long ago, instead of hiding and coming out to talk nonsense. "Humph, this seat won't argue with you. Since the 3 of you are also people with good intentions, then let's talk about the Earth realm." He looked at Xianxia, saying, "Just now, I heard that you have quite a bit of information in your hands. Why don't we share our information and discuss it together?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "We both agree." He and Pani didn't have any information, so of course they were happy to agree. Xianxia seemed a bit hesitant, falling into deep thought. The person said, "This seat is Ben Tingfeng, once an administrator of the sacred region. I'm stronger than you in this aspect. No need to worry about me taking advantage of you." Xianxia was shocked, as if he had heard of this person before, exclaiming, "You're Ben Tingfeng?" Li Yunxiao also vaguely seemed to have heard of him before, but he didn't have much of an impression. After all, in the past 100,000 years, there were many administrators of the sacred region. Other than the matchless Emperor Wu like Nantian, there weren't many that he could remember. Ben Tingfeng clicked his tongue, "Seems like you still recognize this seat." Xianxia nodded, saying, "That's right, I've specially looked up your information for the matter of the Earth realm. Many of the information was deduced from the few words you left behind. Since it's you, I'm very willing to cooperate." Hee, I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers this old man's name. TSK, it's enough to be gratifying. Ben Tingfeng seemed to be in a good mood, saying, "The opening of the Earth realm's gate isn't as simple as you think. It'll be troublesome if we accidentally provoke the monsters inside. Back then, I'd rather go to the eternal world than take the risk." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Then why do you dare to do it now?" "Who said that I dare to do it now?" Ben Tingfeng rolled his eyes at him, then his eyes fell on the lake, saying, "The poison in the lake comes from the Earth realm. The toxicity is thousands of times stronger than it was in the past. It seems that the Yellow Springs nether fire can't bear the loneliness. It's about to come out from the Earth realm." Xianxia was startled. He asked in amazement, "This fire will come out on its own?" Ben Tingfeng smiled, "Who knows, I've never been to the Earth realm. All my research on this fire is based on information and theories." However, among the 4 commanders of the demon-sealing war in the past, one of them was the master of the Yellow Springs nether fire. He called himself the Earth Realm Master. He was a peak World King powerhouse. World King Realm. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He knew that there were 4 World King powerhouses in the past. Besides the world divinities and evolved gods, there was also the sovereign of 10,000 demons, Lin. He never thought that the 4th one would be the Earth Realm Master. Pan Yi's complexion also changed, he was startled. This was because Li Yunxiao had told him that the World King realm corresponded to a saint body. He immediately pricked up his ears. Xianxia licked his lips, he chuckled, it's not possible to completely refine the Yellow Springs nether fire, but as long as I can gain some insights into the power of the World King realm, I don't dare to think about reaching the World King realm, but I can look forward to reaching the Good Fortune realm. I ask that Sir lead us to explore. His face was filled with sincerity and desire. However, Ben Tingfeng smiled, he said, even if we really want to enter the Earth realm, we have to go through the divine capital. This shattered cloud heavenly river is just a spatial crack, it's used to observe the changes in the power of the Earth realm. Xianxia snorted, who doesn't know that we have to go through the divine capital, but the divine capital has been occupied by your sacred region for 100,000 years, how can we outsiders have a share? We can only think of a way to leave through the spatial crack. Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, he said, could it be that the water in shattered cloud heavenly river flows out from the divine capital? Ben Tingfeng and Xianxia looked at him strangely, as if saying, don't tell me you don't know such common sense? Li Yunxiao smiled awkwardly, he chuckled, I've only heard some rumors about the Earth realm and the Yellow Springs nether fire, I don't know much about the details. He thought to himself, I've listened to you talk about the Earth realm for so long, I've really heard about it, I'm not lying. Xianxia scolded, you really are a newbie, I was almost fooled by you. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly, he snorted, so what if I'm a newbie? Sir's words are really unpleasant to hear. Who hasn't been a newbie before? Do you really know about the Earth realm and the Yellow Springs nether fire from birth? Xianxia was stunned, he really didn't know how to refute this, so he waved his sleeves, snorted, and ignored him. Haha, this young friend's words make a lot of sense. Ben Tingfeng chuckled, he said, with your strength, there's no harm in knowing about the divine capital. But looking at shattered cloud heavenly river, the time isn't ripe yet, it's pointless to enter the divine capital now. Xianxia hurriedly asked, then when is the time? Ben Tingfeng chuckled, he didn't answer. Clearly, he wouldn't divulge such important information so easily. Xianxia snorted, what's the big deal, the time isn't long. Worst comes to worst, I'll just wait here. I've already waited for 40,000 years, why would I care about this little bit of time? Ben Tingfeng sneered, even if the time is ripe, will the holy region let you enter the divine capital? Haha, what a joke. Xianxia laughed, with the current strength of the holy region, can they stop me? They can't, Ben Tingfeng answered honestly. Ben Tingfeng said honestly, but then he changed the topic and said coldly, but what if Xianli Island takes over the sanctuary? Xianli Island wants to take over the sacred zone? Li Yunxiao and Xianxia were both shocked. Their faces were full of shock. Haha, I'm just saying. Look at how scared you are. Ben Tingfeng laughed out loud, then said with a calm expression, Xianli Island did indeed want to take over the sanctum. Many of the experts on the island used to be from the sanctum. However, it's been a long time and they were afraid that there would be conflicts. Hence, this proposal was suppressed. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, you're from Xianli Island? Yes. Ben Tingfeng nodded with a smile. Xianxia's face darkened, and he became afraid. Ben Tingfeng said, you don't need to be like this. If you want to get the netherworld fire, you can join Xianli Island. When the time is right, we can go there directly from the divine capital. Isn't that good? Xianxia sneered. If I wanted to join Xianli Island, I would have joined 40,000 years ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. I haven't joined for 40,000 years. Do you still want to join now? You don't need to instigate me. Li Yunxiao was also thinking about something else. He said, what's the attitude of Xianli Island toward the sacred zone and the realm of heaven martial arts? Ben Tingfeng looked at him with admiration and said, you care about the world. Xianli Island wants to join hands with the sacred zone, not control it. After all, Xianli Island has been away from the world for a long time. They don't know the current situation. They need the sacred zone's help. But the sacred zone isn't strong enough to fight against the demons. Xianli Island is the leader. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Yiqingyu can think of a way to join hands without bullying the weak. It's really commendable. Have you heard of the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance? Ben Tingfeng said, it's an Alliance formed by several super factions. Of course I've heard of it. It's said that it dominates the southern area, and his eyes flickered with eagerness and excitement. He said, I heard that it controls the power of 10 directions. It's full of opportunities to become a god. Li Yunxiao said, what you've heard is not bad. Moreover, I heard that the Heavenly Martial Alliance has sealed the rules of the 10 directions, not allowing anyone to leave the southern region. If you want to become a god, you must join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. I wonder what Xuanli Island thinks about this. I can't become a god without joining the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Haha, what a joke. Ben Tingfeng sneered, then this alliance won't last much longer. Even if Xianli Island decided to stay out of this matter, would the other old monsters agree to it? The Heavenly Martial Alliance is treating the entire world as its enemy. The Alliance Master's intelligence is worrying. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said, I want to know Xianli Island's current attitude towards the Heavenly Martial Union. Ben Tingfeng's eyes flickered as he asked, are you from the Heavenly Martial Union? Li Yunxiao didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yes. Ben Tingfeng froze for a moment, then laughed and said, haha, no wonder. But what you said just now is really ridiculous. I hope you can advise your Alliance Master not to do such a stupid thing. As for Xianli Island's attitude towards the Heavenly Martial Union, it is obviously an alliance. Xianli Island's objective is not to break the balance of the Heavenly Martial Arts Realm's factions. It will remain the same as it was before. It will unite all the factions that can unite and deal with the demonic tribulation together. Li Yunxiao praised him, your island master is really talented and bold. Ben Tingfeng nodded and said, Lord Island Master, you don't need to say anything, but this is just our initial attitude. If your alliance blocks the 10 directions rules, I'm afraid the situation will be different. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. Although this was a thorny issue, and Xianli Island might soon take action against the Heavenly Martial Union, Li Yunxiao still had a favorable impression of Xianli Island and Yi Qingyu. At least before the demonic tribulation, Xianli Island was an extremely powerful faction. Moreover, it seemed like they were reliable. If he could confirm Yi Qingyu's character and Xianli Island's determination, he could make an exception for Xianli Island and let the island's experts go to Yanwu City. As for the divine capital, Ben Tingfeng pondered and said, I'm sure Lord Island Master will think about it. Xianxia sneered and said, think about it? I'm afraid Yi Qingyu already plans to take the Netherworld Fire for himself. Ben Tingfeng said leisurely, the Netherworld Fire is the power of the Earth Realm. It's not something you can take for yourself. These things all have spirituality. Without luck, it's impossible to get them. Xianxia scolded him, don't try to fool us with luck. If you don't open the divine capital, we won't even have a chance to see the Netherworld Fire. How can we have luck? Ben Tingfeng looked like he was thinking hard and said, this. Luck is one of the heavenly laws. How can I know? Don't try to fool us. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. He extended his hand and said, give me all the information about the Earth Realm. Hehe, if you don't believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything. If you go down the cloud-shattering heavenly river, you can still have some luck to enter the Earth Realm. Mr. Xianxia, you can give it a try. Ben Tingfeng spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Friend, let's work together to take down Ben Tingfeng. He must have information about the Netherworld Fire. Xianxia harbored evil intentions and asked Li Yunxiao for help. Li Yunxiao said, I believe Lord Ben Tingfeng. If he says it's not the right time, then it's definitely not the right time. Ben Tingfeng was slightly surprised, but more than that, there was praise in his eyes. Xianxia said angrily, when the time is right, will you still have a chance? Li Yunxiao was startled, that makes sense. Then what does Lord Xianxia plan to do? Xianxia's eyes flickered with a sharp light. He said decisively, enter the cloud-shattering heavenly river and forcefully break open the crack to open the entrance to the Earth Realm. Ben Tingfeng was shocked, no. That will cause 2 spatial tremors. If we don't handle it well, the holy region will also be lost. Xianxia said coldly, what does it have to do with me if the holy region is lost? Your holy region has never thought of me when it has benefits. Why should I care about the life and death of your holy region? My friend, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Yunxiao hesitated. He was hesitating about the matter of Meng Wu and Meng Bai. He didn't know if they just happened to be absent or if they were hiding in the cloud-shattering heavenly river. Mr. Zhang Chen's words are really embarrassing. Since that's the case, as a former administrative official, I have no choice but to stop you. Ben Tingfeng's expression turned cold. He pointed a finger at Zhang Chen with an arrogant and condescending look. Zhang Chen looked at Li Yunxiao and said anxiously, "What are you still thinking about? If the three of us join forces, we can take him down in an instant. Then we'll go down and tear apart the cloud-shattering heavenly river to force our way into the earth realm." Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and made up his mind. He said, "I'm not interested in the matters between you two. As for the earth realm and the netherworld flames, I plan to go down and take a look myself." He pointed at the lake and with a flash, he broke through the surface of the lake and dove in. Panny immediately followed behind him. The two of them soon disappeared from the surface of the lake. Zhang Chen and Ben Tingfeng were stunned. Then, bang! Bang! The two of them also jumped into the lake and chased after him. Under the lake, the divine sense was greatly suppressed. Li Yunxiao could only see 1,000 feet around him. He couldn't see as far as he could with the naked eye. This was also because he had Tsutsumi with him. Normal cultivators could only see a few hundred feet around them. Apart from the poison in the lake, there was nothing strange about the water. Li Yunxiao dove down quickly. He quickly sensed the two people chasing after him. He ignored them and continued to wander aimlessly. This feeling is very similar to the winding river leads to serenity. Could it be that the two rivers are actually the same? Li Yunxiao was shocked. When he looked at the surface of the lake, he saw 5 main streams converging. It was clear that the source was very long. This guess was not impossible. Furthermore, under the stone tablet with the words "Winding River leads to serenity," there was an extremely terrifying power suppressed. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear. Could it be the power of the earth realm? All sorts of thoughts intertwined in his mind. Li Yunxiao wanted to go to the Mei family right now and visit that river again. Suddenly, a weak light was emitted from the dark waters in front of him. The light was like the flame of a candle passing through a window. It was dim and eerie. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as he swam towards the light. When he got closer, the light turned from a disc to the size of a wheel. Only then did he realize that the light seemed to be a combination of all sorts of tiny crystals. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Those crystals seemed to emit a faint sound. Although he couldn't hear it, he could sense it very strongly. As expected, the wheel grew several times larger. All the crystals seemed to light up and scatter outwards like a rain of flowers. Ah! Li Yunxiao's eyes widened like bronze bells. After the crystals dissipated, a human figure was revealed. She wore a long skirt and her hair was like a waterfall. She looked like an ice beauty. "Meng Wu!" Li Yunxiao exclaimed. He suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and moved quickly in the water. In an instant, he arrived at her side. Pan Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and he also followed. The two of them had just come to a stop when Meng Wu opened her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as stars, untainted by a speck of dust. "Meng Wu!" Li Yunxiao called out again. The person in front of him overlapped with the person in his memories of Jiaolan Academy. Back then, the flower bud that had yet to bloom was now blooming. The peach blossom emitted red clouds, and the pear blossom was like snow. Meng Wu's beautiful face furrowed. She formed a seal with her hands in front of her and fiercely struck out. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. He immediately understood that Meng Wu was the same as Meng Bai. Wei Qing had cast a spell on her, and she couldn't remember him. That seal wasn't strong. However, when it was struck out, the light refracted continuously. It was like a strange flower was continuously blooming in her palm. Li Yunxiao thought of Qin Chuan's words and the scattering crystals. He immediately became alert. He drew a circle in front of him with his right hand and immediately formed a circle of light. The circle of light expanded like a smoke ring. The lake water was pressured and emitted gurgling sounds as it moved towards the dazzling light. What? Li Yunxiao was suddenly shocked. He realized that his circle of light was directly frozen by the dazzling light. With a bang, it dissipated and the dazzling light shone over again. Interesting. After a short moment of astonishment, Li Yunxiao immediately regained his composure. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. He extended his hand and grabbed. The World Divine Monument immediately flew over and emitted the power of the world. It was like a wheel rolling forward and shot into the dazzling light. Although the light was strange, Li Yunxiao did not believe that it could crystallize the universe god steel. Otherwise, why would the universe god steel be a heavenly saint weapon? Once the universe god steel entered the light, cracking sounds could be heard from its surface. A crystal wall formed, and the power of the world was completely suppressed. Li Yunxiao was shocked and took 3 steps back. He struck out with the red sword in his right hand. 7 icy fiendish heart flames appeared one by one and bloomed like a lotus. A ball of light rose from his left hand. It was the Xianxia flame, which turned into a fireball and flew over. At the same time, he opened his glabella. Purple light flashed in it, and it could break through the air at any moment. The universe god steel had been crystallized. In his shock, he unleashed almost all his techniques. Bang! The icy fiendish heart flames and the Xianxia flame exploded as soon as they entered the light. The explosion created a huge whirlpool in the lake and sucked the 3 of them in. The strange light finally disappeared after the explosion. Although the 3 of them were sucked into the whirlpool and kept spinning, they did not panic. They stood quietly in the whirlpool and flew along with the force of the whirlpool. However, Li Yunxiao's eyes were fixed on Mengwu. The 2 of them were getting further and further away in the whirlpool, but their eyes never left each other. "Who are you?" Mengwu asked after a long while. Her eyes were as calm as water. However, when she looked at the purple light on Li Yunxiao's forehead, there was a slight ripple in her eyes. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "Li Yunxiao." "Li Yunxiao?" Mengwu repeated and nodded, "I'll remember it." Her figure slowly retreated, like a blue crystal particle, gradually disappearing before their eyes. Li Yunxiao did not chase after her. Instead, he watched her leave calmly. Pani said, "You know him?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "Yes." Pani said, "She doesn't know you?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head, "I knew him before." Pani said, "I understand. She has forgotten about you. Why don't you chase after her and make her remember?" Li Yunxiao said, "She is under someone else's spell. If we capture her, perhaps there is a way to recover. But you saw that dazzling light just now. It can almost crystallize everything. It's too terrifying. What kind of power is that?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and a white light flew out of the vortex and returned to his hand. It was the World God Monument with a layer of crystal wall. The crystal wall felt a little cold when it was stuck to his hand. Li Yunxiao scanned it with his spiritual sense. It was extremely hard, but it was fragile. If he used his strength to grab it, it would turn into crystal powder. Other than that, there was nothing strange. What happened just now? What happened? Ben Tingfeng and Xianxia swam over. Their divine senses were severely suppressed at the bottom of the lake. The 2 of them hurried over when they sensed the abnormal ripples, but they were too late. Mengwu had already left. Li Yunxiao put away the universe god monument and said, "I'm fine." "Are you all right?" Ben Tingfeng looked around and said, "Why don't you draw circles and make whirlpools for fun?" "That's right." "Why? Can't I?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, but his eyes were cold. No one liked to be interrogated, especially when they were in a bad mood. "Sure, of course you can. I'm just asking." Ben Tingfeng felt his coldness. Since the other party didn't want to talk, he couldn't be bothered to ask. But the situation in Shattered Cloud Heavenly Chasm still made him vigilant. Xianxia naturally wouldn't believe it either. He snorted and said, "I hope you can tell us the truth. If anything strange happens in this heavenly chasm, it's not something the 2 of you can handle." "Got it. Thank you for your concern," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. Mengwu had left, and Meng Bai most likely wasn't in this heavenly chasm either. He had nothing to worry about. Humph. The 2 of them snorted unhappily and looked around, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, there was nothing else in the lake other than poison and faint elemental energy ripples. Then, the four of them wandered around the bottom of the lake. Xianxia would occasionally make notes, seemingly looking for a weak spatial node. Li Yunxiao and the other two just looked at him indifferently. Suddenly, Xianxia said, "Did you guys notice that the strange energy in this lake is coming from the 5 main streams?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't it obvious?" Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, "I'm just thinking, where do these 5 main streams come from? Are they also from the Earth realm? The water gathers in the lake, but the lake is never full. Where does the water go?" "Lord Ben Tingfeng, you've thought about this before, right?" Ben Tingfeng nodded and said, "You're very smart. Are the 3 of you proficient in formations? There's a saying in formation Tao, called forming 4 directions, endless streams. It's about this kind of formation. The convergence of these 5 streams is a natural formation of uncanny workmanship. It becomes the protection of the Earth realm and is also known as the boundary barrier." Boundary barrier? This was the first time the 3 of them had heard of this term. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked. He felt that the world was boundless and the further they went, the more profound it became. "Then how can we break this boundary barrier?" Xianxia asked. "Hee, didn't this old man say that the time isn't right?" Ben Tingfeng stroked his beard and smiled. Xianxia's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, "If you don't make things clear today, don't think of leaving." Killing intent instantly condensed and evaporated the lake water. Large amounts of bubbles appeared and goo-goo sounds could be heard. Ben Tingfeng sneered and said, "You want to keep this old man here? Are you serious?" Xianxia said, "My 2 friends, it's already at this time, are you still not going to say anything?" He was a little angry. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Regarding the Earth realm and the underworld fire, if I get it, then it's nothing. This young master doesn't want to go against Xianli Island for now. I'm sorry, I'll take my leave first." Seeing that there were no more abnormalities in the lake, he didn't want to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and left the lake. Panny didn't say a word and followed closely behind like a shadow. The 2 figures flashed in the air and disappeared. Xianxia's face turned ugly, while Ben Tingfeng sneered and stood facing each other at the bottom of the lake. "Humph, even without the help of those 2, I still have a 50% chance of keeping you here." Xianxia made up his mind and suddenly formed a hand seal with his left hand. A ruler appeared in his right hand and he swept it forward. A regular circle appeared on the ruler and it measured the surrounding water area and sucked Ben Tingfeng into it. "Hee, 50% chance? Frog at the bottom of a well, what a joke." Ben Tingfeng sneered and formed a hand seal with both hands. 2 golden rays rotated in a clockwise direction and formed a golden ball around him, covering him like a barrier. Golden melting palm. The light from the ruler struck the golden ball and immediately triggered countless runes. All of them turned into palm prints of different sizes and rushed forward. Bang! 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 The 2 forces clashed below and the entire bottom of the lake exploded, causing water dragons to soar into the sky. Xianxia's face darkened as he realized that Ben Tingfeng was stronger than he thought. What worried him more was that this was the holy region and it would be troublesome if the experts in the city were alarmed. Luckily, Shattered Cloud Sky River was very far away and it was a forbidden area. No one would come here in the short term. Ignorant fool. Ben Tingfeng seemed to be angered. He sneered and followed the force of the attack. His body was covered in a layer of golden light and he instantly landed in front of Xianxia and slapped out with both palms. Bang! The 2 golden palm prints were as dazzling as the sun. They hit the ruler and sent Xianxia flying. Mist filled the air and half of the lake was evaporated. Humph! Looking through the mist, Xianxia's face was pale. It was hard to tell if it was his face or the mist. He snorted. He had tested Ben Tingfeng's strength with 2 moves. Knowing that there would be no result, he immediately turned and left. "Want to leave?" Ben Tingfeng's face was cold. Just as he was about to chase after him, he suddenly stopped and stood there watching quietly. A beam of golden light fell from the sky like a burning meteor and hit Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia's ruler shattered inch by inch. His entire body was sent flying and blood sprayed down from the sky. Who is it? Xianxia's heart trembled. That terrifying power made him feel fear. He couldn't care less and turned to run. But the moment he moved, the space around him twisted. No matter how he used his escape technique, he couldn't break through the shackles of suppression. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He struggled with all his might and took out a bead. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames onto the bead. Countless runes expanded and exploded with a boom, causing the suppressed space to tremble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he roared and tore open the void with his bare hands. A golden figure appeared from within the tear. His eyes were cold and expressionless as he looked at him. Ah? You are. Xianxia's entire body trembled. He forgot to run and didn't dare to attack that person. He just stood there in the sky in a daze. Anyone who dares to attack someone from my Xianli island must be prepared to die. The golden figure said indifferently. There was no emotion in his voice. It was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. The golden figure raised his hand and a golden rune condensed in his palm. It seemed to contain the boundless laws of heaven. He slammed his palm down and the sky was shattered. Prajna palm. Kaboom. Xianxia's body was instantly crushed by that palm. He turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. It was as if this person had never existed in this world. Lord King of Heaven. Ben Tingfeng flew over and bowed respectfully with his fists cupped together. That golden figure was the King of Heaven, Xianxia. He was once the peak of the Sky Martial continent and the master of the sanctuary. Xianxia said, if the underworld flames of hell were to spread, it would be troublesome. I have to make a move to keep him here forever. Ben Tingfeng quickly said, Lord is right. But there were two people just now. Xianxia's eyes flashed and said, let them go. One of them is the leader of the Sky Martial Alliance, Li Yunxiao. As for the other one, he muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with doubt and disbelief. He didn't dare to confirm that person's identity, but he was also afraid. Ah? So it's him. Ben Tingfeng was shocked. No wonder. No wonder he's so young, so powerful, and so calm. Xianxia nodded and said, I've already sent Hao Feng to the southern region Jianwu City. I didn't expect Li Yunxiao to go to the sanctuary. Ben Tingfeng said, Lord wants to join forces with Heavenly Martial Alliance to destroy deity transformation C? Xianxia said, do you think it's inappropriate? Ben Tingfeng said, it's not inappropriate, but I don't think it's necessary. Xianli Island's strength is enough to sweep away everything and make the world submit to us. Xianxia chuckled, it's possible to sweep away everything and unite the world as one, but it's hard to make the world submit to us. Moreover, Island Lord's intention is clear, we only want to unite the world to fight against the demons, we don't want to change the world's situation. After all, we're no longer people of this era. I understand. Ben Tingfeng said solemnly, but Li Yunxiao already knows about the underworld flame, will there be a problem? Xianxia said, this Li Yunxiao has the fortune of the heavens, let him go. After all, he's someone we have high hopes for. If he has the ability to obtain the underworld flame, then it's his ability, we don't need to stop him, but we can't let him have it either. Yes. Ben Tingfeng said, just now, Li Yunxiao said that Heavenly Martial Alliance has sealed the rules of the 10 directions, it seems they have this intention, isn't this a bit too stupid? Xianxia said, it's not an intention, as far as I know, it's already been sealed. Li Yunxiao was an extremely intelligent person. He would definitely not do something stupid and risk universal condemnation. He would definitely have his own ideas. But when Xianli Island comes out of the immortal world, it's necessary to go to Jianwu City. What I'm interested in now is Li Yunxiao's purpose in coming to the sacred region, and the identity of the person around him. Don't tell me he's here to participate in the #1 tournament. Ben Tingfeng said, absolutely not. With his strength, it's hard to suppress anyone below the void extreme level. The person beside him is also hidden deeply, he's definitely not weaker than him. I didn't expect Heavenly Martial Alliance to have so many talents. Below void extreme? Hehe, even you might not be able to beat him. Xianxia said slowly. He thought of the scene when the Heavenly Martial Union joined hands to fight against the Lord of Mist Rock in the Immortal Realm, and his eyes became a bit blurred. Ben Tingfeng was stunned for a moment, obviously not believing it. Yi Nantian faintly smiled. This person is one of the few people in this world most likely to step into the World King realm. He was too lazy to explain anything else, so he continued, in short, this person is a friend, not an enemy. Try your best not to clash with him, but if there's really no other way, don't back down. Yes, I understand. Ben Tingfeng nodded. Yi Nantian's words had actually given Li Yunxiao a very high evaluation and status. This also represented Xianli Island's attitude. If he were to meet this person again in the future, he would know how to deal with him. Let's go. Before breaking through the barrier, no one could open the Earthrealm gate. After the world first martial arts competition ends, we will go to the Spirit Transformation Sea. During this period of time, we can let everyone understand the current situation of the realm of heaven martial arts. After Yi Nantian finished speaking, their figures gradually disappeared from the lake. The lake's water, which had mostly evaporated because of the battle, kept growing under the irrigation of the 5 main streams. After several days, the water returned to its original level, and then stopped growing. After leaving Shattered Cloud Sky, Li Yunxiao returned to the main city. Looking down from the sky, he saw a vast expanse of celestial clouds. Under the clouds, the sacred city looked like a fairyland. Where are we going now? To watch the martial arts competition? Pani asked. It seems that you can't forget about that competition, Li Yunxiao said. Yes, I'm very excited right now, Pani said honestly. The 2 people we met just now were very strong, and the woman you know is also very powerful. I'm really looking forward to it. In the world first martial arts competition, we should see many warriors who are much stronger than them. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, alright, then let's go watch the competition and fulfill your dream. But, just now in Shattered Cloud Sky, did you feel that someone was staring at us from the void? Did I? Pani was surprised. He frowned and said, if there was really someone, it's hard to imagine how strong that person is. Maybe I was hallucinating. Li Yunxiao said self-deprecatingly. Although he couldn't use his divine sense, he firmly believed that someone was spying on him from the void. After stepping into the arcane god level, this kind of spiritual perception was 100 times stronger than before. The world first martial arts competition was still in the group stage. There were 20 arenas, and the battles were held overnight. Li Yunxiao and Pani randomly entered one of the arenas and watched the battles. Both of the contestants had the strength of 8-star Emperor Wu, and the battle was at its most intense. The audience below the arenas were shouting and cheering, more excited than the people on the stage. After watching for a while, Li Yunxiao noticed that Pan Yi's brows were deeply furrowed. He couldn't help but laugh and said, haha, how do you feel? Pan Yi honestly said, the moves are very novel. I'm very inspired. So it can be fought like this. But their cultivation is not enough. I only need a finger to defeat them. Li Yunxiao nodded. Pan Yi was a spirit formed from a corpse. Although he had cultivation, he had never learned any martial skills. If he wanted to learn, he would at most learn the ultimate skills of the Fire Crow Empire's martial artists. He was naturally inferior to the 2 people on the arena. I have more powerful martial skills here. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Li Yunxiao patted his chest and said. Really? Pan Yi was overjoyed. He quickly said, thank you. I want to learn. Please teach me. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's easy. There are countless martial skills in the sacred region. I'll bring you there to take a look. Humph, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Suddenly, a few people in blue surrounded them and blocked the 2 of them in the center. There were 8 of them in total. They were all holding large swords and had cold expressions. Li Yunxiao looked at them and said, what are you doing? The man at the front sneered, what did you say just now? Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, what does what we said have to do with you? Why, you have an opinion? Of course I have an opinion. That man pointed at Pan Yi and said, this person just said that he could defeat my master and Lord Wenguang with a finger. Everyone in this world should know one thing. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Li Yunxiao knew they were in trouble. He didn't expect Pan Yi's careless words to attract trouble. Luckily, they had changed their appearances. These small fries couldn't see through their cultivation. Pan Yi said, I didn't say anything. Huh? You still dare to say it? Those 8 men were furious. They pulled out the large swords in their hands and formed a sword formation to surround the 2 of them. Killing intent shot out from them. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. There were also Sacred Region enforcers who looked over and berated, What are you doing? Lord. This person spoke rudely. That man hurriedly put away his sword and went forward to whisper a few words in the enforcer's ear. The 2 of them looked at each other and even exchanged a look. Although it was very secretive, Li Yunxiao still saw it. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, no wonder this man dared to be so arrogant. Even if he was a disciple of a large sect, he would usually restrain himself in the Sacred Region. It turned out that he knew an enforcer. You, come here. That enforcer used his finger to point at Li Yunxiao and crooked his finger. He looked arrogant and high above. Ah? Me? Li Yunxiao pointed at himself and laughed involuntarily. He then pointed at Pan Yi and said, Wasn't it him who said something wrong? Why are you looking for me? I asked you to come over, so come over. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? The enforcer's face darkened and he rebuked angrily. His gaze was cold. All right, I'll come over. Li Yunxiao walked straight over. Pan Yi also followed behind him. What did you say just now? You want to go to the Sacred Region's library to take a look? The enforcer said coldly. His eyes were fixed on Li Yunxiao with incomparable sharpness. Li Yunxiao was a little gloomy. He was naturally not afraid of these people, but he did not want to make a big deal out of this. He said embarrassedly, I was talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. What? You lied to me? Pan Yi frowned. Although there was no anger on his face, he was clearly unhappy. Li Yunxiao. He stammered a few times and started to explain, but he could not explain clearly. Humph, take out your pass. That enforcer saw that the 2 of them looked a little strange and walked over with a ferocious expression. Li Yunxiao threw the pass over. He thought to himself, Sect Master Qianhao, I'm sorry. Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple? You're from Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple? That enforcer was shocked. Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple was also one of the 10 great sects of the northern region. They were not to be trifled with. His expression immediately became complicated. The pass in his hand was definitely not fake. The expressions of those blue-robed martial artists with big swords also changed, and they did not look good. Li Yunxiao sneered. He raised his head and patted his chest. He shouted, Come on, fight. Who said that he wanted to take us down? Who said that he wanted to deal with us? Come out. He puffed out his chest and raised his nose. He was completely condescending as he walked toward the blue-robed swordsman and the Sacred Region enforcer. He looked like he was saying, Hit me if you have the guts. The enforcer and the blue-robed swordsman were livid with anger, but they did not dare to make a move. The enforcer said with a gloomy expression, You said that you wanted to go to the Sacred Region's library to take a look. I have the right to suspect that you want to steal books. There is nothing wrong with arresting you for investigation. Arrest him. Hurry up and arrest him. Li Yunxiao raised his head and endured it. He snorted and said, My Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple's battleship is just outside the sacred city. If you dare to touch me, Lord Sect Master will definitely rush in with his people to demand an explanation. I think such a huge sacred region will break off relations with my Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple to protect you. His arrogant look made everyone gnash their teeth. The spectators in the surroundings also instantly turned against him. They all started discussing in low voices, and even cursed the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple. Have you finished looking at the pass? If you have, quickly hand it over. Li Yunxiao went forward and snatched the pass. He waved it in front of the enforcer and said, This kind of high-level pass is not something a low-level enforcer like you can hold. If you dirty it, can you afford to pay for it? Wah, wah. That enforcer was finally so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He could not hold it in anymore and rushed over, punching toward Li Yunxiao's face. Everyone cheered in their hearts, and a few of them even clapped their hands and cheered. Li Yunxiao pretended to be furious and shouted, "Damn it, you lowly thing, how dare you touch me, a core disciple of the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple." After saying that, he kicked. Li Yunxiao's footwork was very light, and he did not rely on strength to win. Instead, he attacked from an extremely tricky angle and tapped on the law enforcer's chest. A surge of energy entered the law enforcer's meridians, and his entire body froze. His mouth formed an O shape, and his face turned purple. Then, the law enforcer fell backward, and the moment he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood as if his meridians had been opened. Ah? The blue-clothed swordsmen watched in shock, their faces filled with horror. Although the law enforcers did not have a high status and might not dare to touch the core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Temple, the core disciples of the Heavenly Eagle Temple still had to take it easy in the sacred region. He actually dared to attack a law enforcer without any scruples. My Heavenly Eagle Temple is just that awesome. Why? If you're not convinced, you can make a move. Li Yunxiao was extremely arrogant, and he swept a contemptuous glance at everyone. Good, good. The Heavenly Eagle Temple is indeed good. An elder flew down from the sky, and 8 law enforcers surrounded Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi, all glaring at them. That elder was only an 8-star Emperor Wu. When he realized that he could not see through Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi's cultivation, he was slightly surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He waved his hand and shouted, "Take them down." The 8 law enforcers charged forward, and the surrounding spectators suddenly dispersed. There were more people watching the show than watching the martial arts competition. Li Yunxiao also shouted, "Go! Let them see the power of the Heavenly Eagle Temple's core disciples." His figure flashed, and he charged forward. Pan Yi did not understand why they had to make a move, but he still cooperated with Li Yunxiao and followed up. Li Yunxiao's voice sounded in his ears, "Don't kill them." He was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded slightly. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, after a few consecutive attacks, the 8 people's noses were all broken, and they fell to the ground. That elder and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Wasn't this too powerful? The 2 people on the stage also noticed the abnormality, but they were in the middle of an intense fight. If they were not careful, the other party might seize the opportunity, so they did not dare to be distracted. "Humph, I'll forget about this time, but if there's a next time, I won't be so easy to deal with." Li Yunxiao threw down a harsh sentence and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Are those 2 really from the Heavenly Eagle Temple? Isn't their strength too frightening? That's right. I checked their spectator cards just now. It should be the Heavenly Eagle Temple. As one of the 10 great powers of the northern region, how can we underestimate them? But I didn't expect them to challenge the sanctuary. I heard that the sacred region has suffered a series of changes and is no longer the same as before. Even super factions like Divine Firmament Palace have joined the Heavenly Martial Union. It looks like it is true. Indeed, the sacred region can't hold on any longer. Even the Heavenly Eagle Divine Temple can trample on them. TSK, this so-called World Number 1 martial arts tournament is most likely just a formality. They want to regain some of their reputation, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face by the Heavenly Eagle Temple. TSK, the Heavenly Eagle Temple is deliberately looking for trouble, right? The old man's face instantly turned green. He turned around angrily and swept his gaze across the crowd. Only then did the discussion die down. However, there were still some bold and fearless people who mumbled, "If you have the guts, then vent your anger on the experts of the Heavenly Eagle Temple. They don't dare to fight those who cause trouble, but they only dare to bully us who speak." Bang! The old man stomped on the ground furiously, creating a deep pit. Only then did he grit his teeth and say, "Heavenly Eagle Temple, Yang Tianhao." He suddenly turned into a streak of light and flew away. Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi had already left, and a moment later, both of them appeared in front of the St. Regin Book Depository. The guard suddenly became vigilant, and he came forward with a large sword in his hand. Just as he was about to berate them, the 2 of them were stunned at the same time. Their expressions changed from vigilance to relaxation, and they became dull. Their bright eyes also dimmed as they stood there in a daze. Li Yunxiao and Pan Yi walked in without any hindrance. There was a huge platform in the center, and a jade book lay on it. Light flowed around it, and runes appeared from time to time. Li Yunxiao said, "This is the Saint Region Book Depository. This golden jade book contains all kinds of martial techniques and mystical abilities from all over the world. There are thousands of them. You can learn as many as you want." Pan Yi glanced at the jade book and revealed a look of joy, but then his expression changed, and he said in a daze, "There seems to be a restriction." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Is this little restriction difficult for you?" Pan Yi nodded and walked forward. Suddenly, a jade light appeared around the jade book and covered the book like a bracelet, forming a restriction. Pan Yi raised his hand and used his palm to press forward lightly. Cracks immediately appeared on the jade bracelet, and after a light crack, it all broke into pieces. Li Yunxiao said, "Study here and don't make any noise. I'll go and do my own things. I'll call you when it's time to leave." "All right." Pan Yi waved his hand and impatiently scanned the book with his divine sense, and started to study it carefully. Li Yunxiao then left the book depository alone. The two guards then regained their consciousness, but they forgot about what happened before. They also didn't know that there was someone in the hall, and they continued to guard. Somewhere in the Saint region, white clouds lingered, and the mist turned into clouds. From time to time, there would be treasured light shooting out from the clouds, and it resonated with the stars in the sky. An elder held a round plate with one hand, and his right hand was forming a sign. The runes in the plate rotated, and even though it was daytime, it reflected the heavenly star diagram, as though it was a universe. The surrounding white clouds and clouds would stop from time to time, solidifying under the treasured light, and then loosening, solidifying again, and loosening again. This process kept repeating. After a long time, the elder waved his long sleeves and put away the round plate, and he sank into deep thought. This universal light plate is boundlessly profound, and it's fused with the laws of time. There's too little information related to it, and it's hard to completely understand it. The elder was Kangwu Qiong, and his brows were furrowed, and he couldn't relax for a long time. "Since that's the case, why don't you let me take a look? Maybe I can understand something from it." A dazzling light flashed in the clouds, and a figure appeared, and he looked at Kangwu Qiong with a cold smile. "Li Yunxiao." Kangwu Qiong's body trembled, and he was quite frightened. He hurriedly retreated dozens of meters, and he was on full alert. Li Yunxiao said, "The world #1 martial tournament is in full swing in the Saint region, but the few government officials are nowhere to be seen. It's really strange. It wasn't easy for me to find Lord Kangwu Qiong." Kangwu Qiong frowned and said, "Is Gong Jingqi also not here? I wonder why young Master Yunxiao is looking for me. Hee, what is it? I'm going to kill you." Li Yunxiao laughed sinisterly. "Ah?" Kangwu Qiong's heart thumped wildly, and he took a few more steps back in fright. He shouted, "Why? Haha, I was just joking with you. Look at how scared you are." Li Yunxiao laughed, but his eyes became even colder. Kangwu Qiong's face was pale, and he wiped the sweat off his face. He felt as if a boulder was pressing down on his heart, but he still forced a smile and said, "So it was just a joke. Young Master Yunxiao, you scared me. Hee. Don't be afraid. I'm not a man-eating demon. Even if I want to eat someone, I'll choose someone with soft skin and tender flesh. Don't you feel disgusted eating someone with rough skin and rotten flesh?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with mockery. Kangwu Qiong laughed awkwardly and said, "Hee, it will be disgusting." His mind raced, and he tried to think of a way to escape, but he couldn't think of a good way. "Right, do you remember my disciple, Hua Qianshu?" Li Yunxiao suddenly asked. Hee, I remember. Of course I remember." Kangwu Qiong's eyes flashed with praise. "Hua Qianshu's foundation is deep, and his talent is outstanding. He's a rare talent." Li Yunxiao said, "Yes, he's indeed not bad. Where is he now? As his master, I really want to meet him." Kangwu Qiong's expression turned serious, and he sighed. "Sigh, that kid is loyal. Ever since there were rumors of young Master Yunxiao's death on the continent, he voluntarily requested to be transferred to the heaven-shaking mountain ranges floating island in order to find out the young master's cause of death. Seeing Li Yunxiao's expression turn cold, Kang Wuqiang hurriedly said, I tried my best to stop him, but I couldn't change his stubborn temper and respect for his master. There aren't many outstanding lads like him nowadays. Li Yunxiao nodded. Then did you find out why Hua Qianshu became a demon back then? This, Kang Wuqiang pondered. I also investigated for a long time back then. He must have cultivated a demon art by chance, and that's why he didn't become a demon. Oh? It's that simple? Li Yunxiao said, cultivating a demon art will cause one to become a demon at most. Without a large amount of demonic essence, one's body won't become a demon. Ah? Is that so? Kang Wuqiang was startled. That's strange. Young Master Yunxiao, give me some time, and I'll definitely investigate this thoroughly. Forget it, there's no need. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. I've already decided to investigate this matter myself. Does Lord Kang Wuqiang have anything else to say? His tone was extremely cold, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Kang Wuqiang's heart shook, and he immediately became vigilant. He quickly said, Young Master Yunxiao, don't be anxious. I'll send an order to summon Hua Qianshu. I've waited for more than 20 years, and I can't wait any longer. I'll go myself. You've worked hard for the sacred region and the world for so many years, and it's time for you to take a good rest. Li Yunxiao sneered. Monstrous demonic essence surged out of his body and turned into a true demon giant spirit. Runes appeared on his palm, and he pressed down from the sky. Li Yunxiao. You deserve to die. Kang Wuqiang was enraged. He had been acting like a grandson for so long, but the other party still wanted to kill him. He had no dignity at all. The universe disc suddenly appeared in his palm, and a treasured light shot out from it. It turned into runes that condensed in the sky, and it looked like a light barrier protecting him. Boom! The true demon giant spirit's palm pressed down on the light barrier. Suddenly, the universe disc spun, and time seemed to flow in reverse. Li Yunxiao clearly felt that the power of the giant spirit's palm was completely distorted. With a loud bang, the giant spirit's arm exploded, turning into devil chi that filled the sky and poured down in torrents. Kang Wuqiang was both surprised and delighted. He picked up the treasure disc again, and time and space trembled. His figure slowly disappeared under this trembling power. Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked. His right eye shrank, and it turned into a blood moon. His divine skill, Heaven Flaw, suddenly appeared. Everything in sight turned into nothingness. The vibrations around Kang Wuqiang seemed to be affected. Sparks of fire shot out a few feet in front of him. Then, the entire universe disc's power was suppressed by the power of heaven's deficiency. Bang! A crisp sound came from the disc as if it had been hit, and the spirit light dissipated. Kang Wuqiang's expression changed drastically. He turned around and tried to escape. But as soon as the light rose, he found that the space around him had changed. He was no longer in the white clouds, but in a mountain range. Birds were chirping in the forest, and insects and beasts could hear each other. Sunlight fell from the sky and shone on his body through the leaves. It was so real. Although the warm sun shone on him and the surroundings were peaceful, Kang Wuqiang was covered in cold sweat. He felt like he had fallen into the cold winter of the 12th lunar month. His hands and feet were cold. Young Master Yunxiao, please let me go. I was indeed in the wrong back then, but I wasn't the only one who did it. I'll be honest with you. Kang Wuqiang's mental defenses had completely collapsed. He was also an extremely intelligent person. He knew that the gap between him and Li Yunxiao would only grow larger. It would be difficult for him to turn the tables. If he continued to resist, he would only die. It was better to admit defeat and hope for a chance of survival. But the only response he got was the chirping of birds and the hissing of insects. There was no reply from Li Yunxiao. Kang Wuqiang became anxious and shouted, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I admit defeat and admit defeat. Lord Pijuan, please let me go. From now on, I won't dare to disobey you. As for Hua Qianshu, I will try my best to make up for it. It's not too late for me to go to Floating Clouds Island." Whoosh! The response he got was that the towering ancient trees around him seemed to come to life. Countless vines emitted a large amount of spirit chi and thickened into arms, grabbing down. The sky was filled with green light that covered Kangwu Qiong. Golden light flashed in his hand, and the nine-ringed saber appeared. Whoosh! Hundreds and thousands of broken branches flew up, but there were only more of them. They were like green pythons. Kangwu Qiong wielded his saber cautiously. Suddenly, a large number of vines burst out from the ground and wrapped around him. He shook his legs and shattered the vines. At the same time, he formed several seals on the saber. At the same time, the roar of a dire beast came from the saber. It sounded like hundreds of beasts were galloping. The saber slashed through the sea of trees in front and he rushed into the sky. Li Yunxiao! Young Master Yunxiao! Kangwu Qiong did not give up. He shouted loudly in the sky, but the sky was still high and the clouds were vast. There was no reply. Kangwu Qiong's body suddenly trembled, and he looked down in shock. He was no stranger to this terrain. From the south to the north, the entire mountain range stretched across the sky, and more than half of it stretched into the void. It was as if a giant dragon was stuck in the sky, its upper body piercing through the sky, leaving only the lower half hanging in the air. Heaven-shaking mountain range. Kangwu Qiong's pupils shrank, and his face darkened. Even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, it was so real that it was hard to believe. He had always known that Li Yunxiao's pupil technique was powerful, but he had never expected it to be this powerful. He didn't dare to return to the mountain range. He just stood in the sky in a daze. At least he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. Suddenly, a shadow floated over from the sky. Kangwu Qiong raised his head, and his mouth instantly gaped open. A gigantic azure carp was staring at him. How can fish fly? After a moment of shock, he suddenly understood. What was impossible in the dreamland? As long as one was in it, there was no safe place. The fish suddenly opened its mouth and bit down. The space around it suddenly shrank, and everything was swallowed into the fish's mouth. What? Kangwu Qiong's heart trembled. His body couldn't resist the suction force, and he was constantly being pulled over. The nine-ringed saber slashed down at the fish's head. Chi! A black crack was torn in the sky, but in the blink of an eye, it was also eaten by the fish. Damn it, Kangwu Qiong cursed before he was completely swallowed by the giant azure carp. As soon as he rolled into the fish's stomach, he immediately saw a bright white light shining out. He took a closer look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a sea of knives and swords. The power in the fish's stomach was pulling him toward the sea of knives and swords. He hurriedly used the fixed body technique, but he still couldn't resist it. He was slowly being dragged, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Li Yunxiao! You're so ruthless. You actually want to cut me into 1,000 pieces. Kangwu Qiong roared in rage. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his expression became extremely repulsive. At this moment, he completely gave up on begging for mercy. He suddenly threw the nine-ringed saber out, and it turned into a golden rainbow that fell into the depths of the fish's stomach. At the same time, he flipped his hands, and the universe light plate appeared. It instantly activated, and a wave of treasure light appeared, illuminating the surroundings. Wherever the light passed, it was like a divine technique, constantly disintegrating. It was as if time was speeding up. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from outside the fish's stomach, and the entire fish instantly exploded. A wave of golden light rushed in and enveloped him. The golden light was very gentle. Although it was sharp, it didn't hurt him. Instead, it was more like a barrier protecting him. The scenery of the heaven-shaking mountain range continued to dissipate, returning to the vast sky of the sacred region. The wind was gentle, and the clouds were calm. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He stared at a figure not far away, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Kangwu Qiong knew that it was that person who saved him, and he was shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving me, my lord. May I know your name? I will never forget it." That person waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. My name is Yinantian." Yinantian? Kangwu Qiong's body trembled as he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. However, he instantly believed that the other party wouldn't lie to him. He suddenly bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Yinantian." So it's the unparalleled Emperor Wu, the master of the sacred region. At the same time, Kangwu Qiong was ecstatic. Although he didn't know why this person saved him, he wouldn't die since he did. Yinantian looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Let him go for my sake." Huh? Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. "Yinantian, I respect you as a senior, but aren't you being too nosy? Do you really think I'm a pushover?" Yinantian said, "The demonic calamity is imminent, and the world should be united. As the sacred region's administrator, Kangwu Qiong will definitely contribute greatly. It's a pity to kill him, so why not let him atone for his crimes by doing good deeds?" Atone for his crimes by doing good deeds? Is there a hole in your brain? Li Yunxiao angrily rebuked, "I killed him because of a personal grudge. How is that atone for my crimes by doing good deeds? If you continue to interfere in my business, don't blame me for being rude to you." Yinantian's expression changed slightly. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this, not even Li Yunxiao. However, when he thought about it, he realized that he had a favor to ask of Li Yunxiao, so he suppressed his anger and said, "I'll protect Kangwu Qiong. Don't forget that I've descended into Yifan's body several times to save you. Can't you even give me this little bit of face?" Li Yunxiao fell silent. He did owe Yinantian a favor, and he had to repay it. However, even though Kangwu Qiong might not have been the mastermind behind the people who harmed Hua Qianshu and even caused his death, he was definitely one of the masterminds. If he let Kangwu Qiong go just like that, then it would be letting him off too easily. Yinantian said, "Logically speaking, Kangwu Qiong has a personal grudge against you, so he should be killed. Logically speaking, I've saved you several times, so you shouldn't kill him out of respect for me. Logically speaking, Kangwu Qiong is one of the leaders of the world, and the demonic calamity is imminent. You shouldn't kill him." Li Yunxiao grunted coldly, "Don't try to reason with me. How can you be so long-winded? I'll kill him if I want to, and I won't kill him if I don't want to. However, you're right about one thing. I owe you a favor, and I have to repay it. I can let Kangwu Qiong go, but I'll write off all the favors between us. Are you willing?" Yinantian was stunned, and he became hesitant. He had helped Li Yunxiao many times, firstly to help Yifan, and secondly to build a good relationship with the owner of the Universe God Monument. Everything had gone smoothly, and it wouldn't be worth it to waste all the favors he had done to save Kangwu Qiong. After all, he should be able to exchange this favor for greater benefits at any other time. Can't you think from the perspective of righteousness? Enough. Li Yunxiao interrupted him angrily, "If I kill your entire family, can you let me go from the perspective of righteousness? I'm the owner of the Universe God Monument, and I'll be the main force in the fight against the demons in the future." Yinantian's face turned pale, and he stopped talking. He let out a long sigh and said, "All right." Kangwu Qiong was overjoyed, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving my life, Lord." Yinantian shook his head and said, "You planted the cause yourself, and I can't change the effect for you. Take care of yourself." Kangwu Qiong was stunned, and he said, "What?" Yinantian said to Li Yunxiao, "If you want to kill him, then kill him. I don't care anymore." In the end, he still couldn't bear to waste the favor he had done for Li Yunxiao. "Lord Yinantian." Kangwu Qiong became anxious, and he shouted, "I am the sanctuary's administrator, and you are a senior in the sanctuary. You can't just sit and do nothing." Yinantian put his hands behind his back, and he didn't care about Kangwu Qiong's cries for help. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." Killing intent burst out of his eyes, and he walked toward Kangwu Qiong. Actually, he had the chance to kill Kangwu Qiong just now, but it was his first time using an illusory technique on a god-level expert, and he wanted to see how far he could go. That was why he had wasted so much time, and he had provoked Yinantian. Now, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He grabbed with his right hand, and the sword decapitation red appeared in his palm, and thousands of sword intents flew around him. "Li Yunxiao, don't you want to know the whole truth?" Kangwu Qiong timidly retreated, and he kept shouting in anger. "Of course I want to know, but I will use my own method to find the answer in your mind." Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold and playful. He raised his sword, and thousands of stars gathered, and the entire sky trembled under the sword's might. Good, good, good. The sword intense that filled the sky enveloped him, and even before the sword was unleashed, the chill already seeped into his bones. Kang Wuqiong knew that he wouldn't be able to escape, and he roared the word good 3 times in a row. Then, he started laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me, and you want to extract my soul and search my memories. How can I let you do as you wish? The universe light disc in his hand suddenly exploded with intense light. Kang Wuqiong's skin aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face instantly changed. His black hair turned white, and the only thing that didn't change was his eyes of hatred and anger. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. A figure suddenly appeared next to Yi Nantian. It was Ben Tingfeng, and his face was full of shock. Ha ha ha, Yi Nantian. Since you're not going to save me, then you can die with Li Yunxiao. Kang Wuqiong was completely enraged. He used the time laws of the universe light disk to burn his lifespan. Light shot out from his dantian and resonated with the power of the universe light disk. Damn it. Do you want to destroy the sacred region as well? Yi Nantian's face turned pale and he shouted angrily, luckily I wasn't stupid enough to save you. You are such a selfish man who would never forget the person who dragged others into the trouble. What a disgrace to the Saint Realm. A powerful golden light rose from his palm and Noah's Ark flew out. Yi Nantian's body was covered in a dazzling golden light as he started to transform into a world. Kang Wuqiong's figure could no longer be seen. He was completely covered by the light from the universe light disk and his dantian. He was like a sun, and terrifying waves of origin energy spread out. Haha, selfish? Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. If I'm going to die, who cares about your life and death? Who cares about the sacred region? Who cares about the world? Kang Wuqiong hysterically roared. His face was completely distorted, and he no longer looked like a human. His body inflated like a balloon. Attack together and suppress him. Yi Nantian's expression was gloomy. He shouted, don't let the explosive power reach the sacred region. The self-destruction of a true God realm expert and the universe light disk were extremely terrifying. Even if Misty Snow Sacred City was sturdier than other places, it couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. Yes. Ben Tingfeng drew a circle with both of his hands and a golden barrier expanded in the wind, descending towards Saint City. It was like a transparent heavenly barrier, covering all 4 directions. Li Yunxiao's sword intent was condensed to the extreme. He moved his arm slightly, and the thousands of sword shadows around him shattered. They turned into countless faint lights that danced in the sky. Sword slashing stars. He did not rush forward, he only pushed sword decapitation crimson forward. A ray of white light pierced through the glittering light and pierced into the dazzling light in front. Yi Nantian's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he also clenched his palms. The Noah's Ark flew up and turned into a golden light. It spread out like a fence and circled around a radius of thousands of feet, surrounding and fixing the entire space. Boom! Just as the Noah's Ark flew out, the red slash of the sword pierced through the dazzling light and pierced through Kang Wuqiong's body. All of you will be buried with him. Song Wuqiong let out an unwilling roar and completely exploded. The terrifying might also blew up the universe light disk. The 2 forces immediately swirled together and rushed out in all directions like a violent storm. Boom! Noah's Ark's light formed by the power of the world kept exploding from the impact. There was even a storm-like shockwave that broke through the light and fell to the ground like meteors. Boom! 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 Streaks of light fell down like fireworks and landed on the transparent sky cover. The light rippled and then disappeared. Such a strange scene in the sky attracted the attention of almost everyone. Everyone stared at the sky. However, the sky cover that Ben Tingfeng had used not only blocked the aftermath of Kang Wuqiong's self-destruction, but it could also block divine sense. The people below could not see through it and could not understand what was happening above. The power of Noah's Ark had blocked most of the power of the self-destruction. There was not much that was left behind. After a while, Yi Nantian retracted the light. Noah's Ark and the golden light returned into his body. His face was extremely pale. It was clear that even he had suffered quite a bit of injury from that terrifying attack. He was just forcefully holding on and did not show any signs of it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, most of the energy in the sky had dissipated. Ben Tingfeng then retracted the light cover. At the same time, he used a teleportation technique to teleport away the remaining dangerous energy in the sky. Several hundred kilometers away from the explosion, the figures of Li Yunxiao and the other two were finally revealed. Apart from Li Yunxiao, the other two did not look too good. Clearly, they had expended too much energy. Their faces were as pale as paper. "Lord, are you all right?" Ben Tingfeng asked with concern. Yi Nantian shook his head and said in a depressed tone, "I didn't expect Kangwu Qiong to be so extreme. Fortunately, I didn't save him. Otherwise, when the demonic tribulation comes, this kind of person will do anything to survive." Although Li Yunxiao did not receive the impact of the explosion, his expression was not good either. After all, he was unable to obtain Kangwu Qiong's memories. If it wasn't for Yi Nantian's interference, trapping Kangwu Qiong in an illusion and waiting for an opportunity to search his memories, there was a high chance of success. Now, only the floating island was left. He hoped that he could find out the truth and find Hua Qianshu. "Li Yunxiao, I was too rash today." Yi Nantian felt embarrassed and sincerely apologized. Li Yunxiao waved his hand tiredly and said, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. If Lord wants to take over the sacred region, I'm very much in favor of it. However, I hope that all the people in Xuanli Island will be replaced. I don't think the people in the sacred region will be able to succeed." Yi Nantian said, "I'll consider your suggestion." Li Yunxiao could tell from Yi Nantian's eyes that Yi Nantian didn't take his words seriously, even though Yi Nantian didn't seem to be perfunctory. "Yes, I want to ask Lord about something. Do you know where Wei Qing and Gong Yangxingqi are?" After he separated from Pan Yi, he searched almost the entire sacred region but did not see the two of them. He only found Kangwu Qiong. The #1 martial tournament was in full swing, but two of the sacred region's 3 great magistrates were missing. Moreover, the other one was indifferent. It was a little strange. Yi Nantian said, "I know that the two of them are cultivating in seclusion. Wei Qing and his son have left the sacred region. As for Gong Yangxingqi, he seems to have gone to the fairy's capital." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Is he with perfected Lord Mengling?" Yi Nantian nodded. Li Yunxiao said, "Do you have a way to enter the fairy's capital?" "I want to see perfected Lord Mengling." Yi Nantian shook his head and said, "The gate of the fairy's capital can only be opened from the inside or forcefully entered from the outside. I've been trying to contact perfected Lord Mengling, but to no avail." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "This is a very good time. Since we can't contact her, why don't we forcefully open the fairy's capital and find out what's going on?" "No." Yi Nantian and Ben Tingfeng objected at the same time. They were obviously shocked by the suggestion. "Why?" Li Yunxiao was puzzled and asked, "Is it because of the land?" Yi Nantian nodded and said, "The fairy's capital is under the jurisdiction of the sacred region in name, but in fact, it doesn't belong to the sacred region. It belongs to the land. Even though perfected Lord Mengling used to be the administrator and one of the 3 elders of the fairy's capital, she is actually from the land." "Someone from the land?" Li Yunxiao thought about the meaning of this term and said in surprise, "Does the land also have an inheritance?" "Of course." Yi Nantian said, "You can treat the land as a school. The power they cultivate is slightly different from ours, but it's similar. After all, the rules we comprehend are mostly the heaven realm's power, but the land's power is also within the heavenly martial arts realm's power, so it's similar." Li Yunxiao seemed to have thought of many things and said, "So, perfected Lord Mengling is the master of the land? Does he control the netherworld fire?" Yi Nantian said, "I don't know whether perfected Lord Mengling is the master of the land or whether he controls the netherworld fire. I came to the sacred region for 3 main purposes, one of which was to see him and talk to him. Unfortunately, I didn't achieve any of them." He smiled bitterly. Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "What are the 3 main purposes?" Yi Nantian didn't hide it and said, "The first is to see perfected Lord Mengling and talk about the land. The second is to unite with the sacred region and let Xuanli Island's power infiltrate and help the sacred region improve its overall strength. The third is to discuss the divine transformation sea and get rid of this tumor as soon as possible. Ben Tingfeng smiled bitterly and said, now that we can't see perfected Lord Mengling, we can't talk about the first matter. There's only one administrator left, and he was killed by young Master Yunxiao. The sacred region can't find a real ruler now, so we can't talk about the last two matters. Li Yunxiao said, I want to know how you plan to deal with the divine transformation sea. Yinantian said, the divine transformation sea is the gathering place of all the alchemists in the world, so we can't get rid of them all at once. We have to get rid of them separately. Also, I don't want to expose the power of Xuanli Island to the world, so we can only use the sacred region and the Heavenly Martial Alliance to help us get rid of all the demonic cultivators in the divine transformation sea and seal the ancient demon well. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, get rid of all the demonic cultivators? That's too extreme. Yinantian said seriously, it's not extreme at all. Those demonic cultivators must be Lu Songzi's test subjects. I'm afraid they were used by the demonic king to resist the suppression of the heavenly martial arts realm. Even if we get rid of Lu Songzi, we don't know if these demonic cultivators have any hidden dangers. After all, we can only be at ease if we get rid of them all. Li Yunxiao looked cold and said, I'm willing to help you get rid of Lu Songzi. As for getting rid of the demonic cultivators, I'm not interested at all. I hate this method, so I won't participate. Okay, we'll do it. Yinantian's eyes flashed and he said, since the sacred region can't find anyone to take charge, why don't we let the Heavenly Martial Alliance take the lead and get rid of the divine transformation sea? Li Yunxiao hesitated and said, when do we leave? Can we leave for a month? He still wanted to go to the floating island. No. It won't be a day later. Yinantian said seriously, Child Yunxiao should understand the danger of the divine transformation sea. If we could find the person in charge of the sacred region, we would have taken action long ago. Hao Feng also went to Yanwu City in the southern region to look for you, but he probably won't find you. My original plan was to wait for Hao Feng to come back. If I didn't see the governor of the sacred region, I would act alone. Li Yunxiao thought for a while. The matter of Hua Qianshu had been delayed for more than 20 years, so he was not in a hurry. Besides, he was also concerned about the situation of the ancient demonic well. He was more worried about the situation of his two friends, Xianhua and Lu Fian, and his disciple, Yang Di. After thinking for a while, he said, okay. I'll go to the divine transformation sea with you first. Yinantian was overjoyed and said, that's great. I knew that young Master Yunxiao is a reliable person. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, don't flatter me. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. There is no transmitting formation leading to the divine transformation sea in Yanwu City. I'll send some people to the sacred zone and we'll set off together. Yinantian said, the divine transformation sea has blocked the passage leading to the sacred zone. We can either go through the original passage or break the void temporarily. We should come out near the divine transformation sea. Or we can go through the glass light city of the fire tree sleepless city. But the inspection will be very strict. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, let's go through the glass light city. We'll break through the blockade at lightning speed and go straight to the divine transformation sea. It's very risky to go through the original passage. Lu Songzi is a talented man. If he does something to the passage, we'll be in big trouble. Okay, we'll meet in the glass light city. Yinantian made up his mind and said, Lord Ben Tingfeng, you should send some people and call all the division chiefs in the sacred zone. Ask them to gather people and go to the divine transformation sea together. Ben Tingfeng frowned and said, but this #1 martial tournament needs someone to watch over it, and there needs to be someone powerful to oversee it. Now that the sacred region is empty, if the remaining people are transferred away. I'm afraid, Yinantian snorted, obviously displeased. It's normal to hold a martial arts competition, but Wei Qing and Gong Yangjingqi are not here. It's very strange. We can't care about that now. Is it more important to eliminate the demonic cultivators in the divine transformation sea or the martial arts competition? Gather everyone who can be of use here. Li Yunxiao said, it's difficult to take down the divine transformation sea. I'm afraid that a large number of alchemists will be injured, which will cause irreparable damage to the realm of heaven martial arts. Besides, no one knows what's going on in the ancient demon well. I hope Xuanli Island can send more people. Yinantian said, the island master takes this very seriously. That's why he sent me and Hao Feng here. Most of the experts on the island are here. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and said, can be deployed? What does that mean? Could it be that there are people in Xianli Island that you can't command? Yinantian said, there are many experts who have been in seclusion ever since they entered Xianli Island. Some have even sealed themselves. Someone needs to wake them up now. Li Yunxiao said, how many people are going to the deification sea this time, and how many people are there in the entire Xianli Island? Ben Tingfeng furrowed his brows as he listened. He felt that this question was too abrupt. Actually, Li Yunxiao knew that it was a little presumptuous, but he really wanted to know. After all, Xianli Island's strength was the strongest in this world. Yinantian smiled and said, I'm not the only one who doesn't know about this number. Even the island lord might not know about it. Over the years, there should have been a count of the number of people who had entered Xianli Island. However, many of them were either in seclusion or sealed themselves, unable to withstand the passage of time and directly fell. As for the people going to the deification sea this time, including me and Hao Feng, there are a total of 30 people. Among them, there are 5 at the Void Extreme God Realm, 9 at the Heavenly God Realm, and the rest are all at the Returning True God Realm. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and laughed, 30 God Realm rankers, not to mention the deification sea, it's enough to level the world. Are you really so optimistic? Yinantian said worriedly, according to Hao Feng, Lu Congzi released 36 10 Directions vicious souls that day. Those are 36 returning true God realm existences. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, so what? Weren't they still killed by Lord Hao Feng with one slash? Moreover, that was in the eternal world, where they are not suppressed by the world power. In the deification sea, the demons are suppressed by the world power and their strength is greatly reduced. We have 5 Void Extreme God Realm existences. We even have Lord Nan Tian and Lord Hao Feng who are just a step away from the creation realm. If we can't even suppress the deification sea like this, when the passage between the two worlds opens and the demons descend, will we still have a way out? Yinantian nodded and said, what you said is very reasonable and dispelled many of my doubts. After all, you have fought with Lu Congzi several times and have been an honorary elder of the deification sea for 2 lifetimes. You know the situation better than us. It's best for you to lead the attack this time. Ah? I'm the leader? Li Yunxiao was stunned and hurriedly declined, no, Lord Nan Tian and Lord Hao Feng are the leaders. Lord Nan Tian and Lord Hao Feng are the leaders. Otherwise, there will definitely be problems with the leadership. How can those old monsters listen to my commands? Ben Tingfeng was also shocked and nodded slightly. He thought that this Li Yunxiao was still tactful and didn't lose his head. Yinantian smiled and said, your worries are not unreasonable. We should still use the situation of an alliance with 2 leaders. I will lead Xianli Island and Sacred Region. You lead Heavenly Martial Union. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's good. I will send a message back now and we will meet in Glazed Light City. After saying that, Li Yunxiao turned and left, turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the sky. After watching him leave, Yinantian said to Ben Tingfeng, quickly gather the people of Sacred Region. Leave 1 or 2 Peak Emperor Wu to guard Sacred Region. The rest will follow me to the deification sea. Yes. Ben Tingfeng received the order and immediately went to carry it out. Li Yunxiao walked around Sacred Region a few more times and didn't find any trace of Meng Wu. He even went to Shattered Cloud Heavenly River again and didn't find any trace of her. She had probably left Sacred Region. He sighed. Right now, the people he was most concerned about were Hua Qianshu and Yang Di, as well as Meng Wu and Meng Bai, and his good friends Xianxia and Lu Fian. However, more haste, less speed. He could only straighten things out one by one. At least, Meng Wu and Meng Bai were not in danger with Wei Qing. Moreover, their strength had increased rapidly, which was not a bad thing. Hua Qianshu's matter had been delayed for so long, so he couldn't be impatient. Yang Di, Xianxia, and Lu Fian were more urgent. After making up his mind, he immediately used a secret method to send a message back to Yanwu City. He went to the library to find Pani and went to Glasslight City together. Pani was very reluctant. Only when Li Yunxiao said he would take him to see a real battle between peak experts did he reluctantly leave the library. At this time, in a bustling small city in the northern region, people came and went in an endless stream. The city was filled with rich people. The streets were decorated with jewels and treasures, and the profound artifacts of the martial artists were inlaid with all kinds of enhancing gems. All of them exuded an aura of wealth. Various medicinal pills and profound artifacts filled the small shops at the side of the streets, causing one's eyes to be dazzled. The entire city was like an enormous distribution center for refinement items, and it was filled with prosperity, wealth, clamor, and impetuosity. This was the city closest to the divine transformation sea. Although there were teleportation arrays from all over the world that could directly teleport to the Fire Tree Nightless City, the various rules and regulations in the Nightless City were very strict and meticulous, so not everyone liked it. On the contrary, the unorganized and noisy environment of Glasslight City attracted a large number of martial artists and merchants. Glasslight City was a small city that relied on the Nightless City to prosper. It was like the shadow of the Nightless City, but the daily trading volume was not lower than the Nightless City. There were even many ninth-tier profound weapons and elixirs that would circulate in Glasslight City. In the crowd, there was a man and a woman strolling leisurely, looking around lazily, as if they didn't care about anything, but also as if they wanted to take a look at everything. The man had a yellowish complexion, a square and dignified face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He wore extravagant clothes. The woman had a veil over her face, but her legs were thick and her waist was fat. Anyone who glanced at her would not want to look at her a second time. The two strolled leisurely like this, as if enjoying the pleasures of life. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed something had happened, causing the martial artists on both sides to stop and look over. What's going on? There seems to be someone fighting in the north, and the commotion is not small. North? The north is not a trade district, how could there be people fighting? Moreover, Glasslight City's law enforcement team is not a joke. That's right. I heard that many deity transformation sea grandmasters have a share in the trade of Glasslight City, so the law enforcement team is second to none. They are not much weaker than those super forces. There's news. It doesn't seem like a fight. I heard that the transmission array was destroyed. The entire transmission array of Glasslight City was destroyed. Ah? What is going on, how is this possible? All sorts of shocked voices sounded out, and the more they said, the more certain they were. It seemed that the transmission array had been destroyed, and it wasn't just one or two. It seemed like the entire transmission area had suffered a heavy blow. The man and woman stood in the crowd. The two looked at each other, their eyes flashing with horror. The woman pulled her veil over her face, covering the bridge of her nose. She softly said, "Big brother, he wouldn't have chased us, right?" The man's thick brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing again. He said, "If it's a blessing, it's not a calamity. If it's a calamity, we can't avoid it. Perhaps, but Glasslight City is our place of birth. Even if he came, he can only hide here." The woman said, "That Fengyali can most likely calculate that we are here, so he is afraid that we will escape. First, he destroyed the transmission area. Then, it will be like catching a turtle in a jar." The man said, "Fortunately, although Glasslight City is not big, it is close to the deity transformation sea. Moreover, there are many people, and there are also many super experts. Unless he massacred the entire city, it will be difficult to find us in a short time." The woman seemed a little worried. She said, "Then do you think he will massacre the entire city?" The man was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Now that you mention it, it really is possible. This person is a madman. Moreover, he is an inhumane madman. He can even refine his own country, let alone a mere city." The woman was very worried. She said, "If so many innocent people die because of us, how can we feel at ease?" The man's expression also became solemn. His eyes flashed with anxiety. He muttered to himself, "Life, all life, where is this chance of survival? Do we have to wait for Xianxia of the deity transformation sea to come and save us? Not good. Murder. Suddenly, from the north came a heaven-shaking scream. Immediately, there was chaos. A large number of people began to flee from the north. The man and woman's expressions changed drastically. Although Glazed Light City wasn't big, it wasn't small either. If the panic had reached here, it was clear that there were countless casualties ahead. The people around them were stunned for a moment before revealing expressions of disbelief. Isn't killing people normal? There's no need to panic. That's right. Hee, a bunch of inexperienced people. What a disgrace. Let's wait. Glazed Light City's law enforcement team is really trash. Their speed is so slow. People are born in trouble and die in peace. Glazed Light City hasn't had any incidents in a long time. The law enforcement team has probably degenerated. Apart from the people coming from the north, the people around them were relatively calm. No. The law enforcement team has already been wiped out by that person. A cultivator whose face was covered in blood cried out in horror. His eyes were filled with fear. What? The crowd finally broke into an uproar. They all revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. The man and woman's expressions also darkened. Anger and hatred burst out of their eyes. The woman said, "Brother, he's really starting to massacre the city. What do we do?" The man said bitterly, "What else can we do? We can only wait for that chance to appear." The woman said anxiously, "But the casualties are too high. With his strength, it won't take more than 2 hours to massacre the entire city. Moreover, what kind of chance can appear in 2 hours? Brother, could you have calculated wrongly?" The man said gloomily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I used up my lifespan and used the heavenly deity mirror to calculate a chance of survival. How could I be wrong? Moreover, after studying the true art of origin, the accuracy of my divination has increased greatly. Otherwise, I might not have been able to predict this calamity in advance." The woman grumbled, "If not for the true art of origin, I might not have been able to recognize this." The man nodded, "This is what happens when misfortune and fortune come together. It's hard to determine good or bad in the world. Right now, we seem to be in a land of death, but it's actually filled with boundless vitality." The two of them were the siblings of the Duanmu clan, Duanmu and Duanmu Song. While they were cultivating the absolute beginning true technique, they suddenly felt a killing intent. They immediately dismissed all the members of their clan and ran out without a care for anything else. Only then did they manage to escape from Fengyali's pursuit. However, how could Fengyali be an ordinary person? He had chased them all the way from the everlasting sky to this place. Duanmutsang said, "Alright, even if it nurtures life force, what about the people in the city? Wouldn't our survival be their death?" Duanmu frowned. His expression was somewhat dejected as he said, "Perhaps our lives are too valuable. In order for us to live, the heavens can only use the lives of these people to exchange." Duanmutsang was stunned, and he said in a daze, "Brother thinks so too? Is it right or wrong for us to cause their deaths in order to live?" Duanmu shook his head and said, "Who knows? However, even ants are greedy for life. How can we accept death just because we pity the lives of these people? In the grand scheme of things, the power that we can unleash if we survive will naturally far surpass these people." Ai. Duanmutsang heaved a long sigh helplessly. His heart was filled with bitterness. His eyes revealed a look of deep regret and self-blame. "The two of you don't need to blame yourselves too much. The devil calamity is coming, and there are more important things for the two of you to bear in the future. The value of your lives naturally far surpasses that of these mortals." Suddenly, a leisurely voice came from not far away. A man in white sat in front of the window of the tea house, carefully eating pastries and ignoring what was happening outside. "Shuaqing Fan." Duanmu was startled. His eyes burst out as he said in ecstasy, "Haha, the life force I divined is you? Are you here to save me? Thank you so much. A friend in need is indeed a friend indeed." He hurriedly brought Duanmutsang over and sat across from Shuaqing Fan. There were exquisite plum cakes and a plate of steamed buns on the table. Duanmu directly picked up a steamed bun and started eating. Shuaqing Fan frowned and said, "Please be more refined." "Haha, I haven't eaten this thing in a long time. Taste it and reminisce." Duan Muyoyu put the bun that he had taken 2 bites of back onto the plate and swallowed. Brother Qingfan, please make a move quickly and subdue that person to reduce unnecessary casualties. Haha. Shui Qingfan laughed. These people died because of you and your sister. What does it have to do with me? Why should I save them? Duan Muyoyu's face was filled with bitterness. Although people are divided into nobility and lowliness, their lives are all the same. How can brother bear to see these people die in large numbers? Shui Qingfan smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. You're right. But on the path of cultivation, even one's own life is insignificant, let alone others. This, Duan Muyoyu was stunned. He pondered and said, even so, it's always good to reduce casualties as much as possible. Shui Qingfan smiled and said, even if you are right, you think too highly of me. With my ability, how can I defeat the ruler of Snow Country? Aren't you just sending me to my death? Duan Muyoyu said seriously, I used the deity divination. There must be a noble in Glass Light City who can suppress Fengyali and save my life. Now it seems that it must be Brother Qingfan. So Brother Qingfan need not belittle yourself. You can definitely defeat that Fengyali. Shui Qingfan shook his head. Now that you say it, I can be sure that the person who saved you is not me. It should be someone else. Duan Muyoyu glared. Don't tell me it's Lu Congzi? Shui Qingfan laughed. Who knows? Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance. Rays of light soared into the sky. A terrifying fluctuation of origin energy spread over, shaking the bowls and plates on the table. Duan Muyoyu said solemnly, they're here. Brother Qingfan, you really don't plan to make a move? Shui Qingfan picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp. He put it down on the table with a clang. Of course not. If I don't stop them, this city will be destroyed. Follow me to battle. Shui Qingfan stood up and grabbed with his right hand. A silver-white halberd appeared in his hand. His aura was monstrous and awe-inspiring. Duan Muyoyu was stunned. Then just now you, Shui Qingfan said, weren't we having afternoon tea just now? We're almost done now. Let's do it. His figure flickered and disappeared from the table. Boom. A white light shot out and directly slashed into the shop. The place where the 3 of them were instantly turned into nothingness. The entire shop evaporated and no longer existed. Duan Muyoyu, come out. I can already feel your aura. Fengyali's voice came. With a flash of light, he appeared on the ruins and looked around with a cold expression. He immediately sensed the extremely powerful origin energy fluctuation from Shui Qingfan's burst of power. Although he felt that it wasn't Duan Muyoyu, it was still a God realm expert. Therefore, he didn't care about the consequences and directly slashed at Shui Qingfan. But when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he didn't detect any aura. There was only a large amount of chaotic aura that scattered in all directions in fear. Duan Muyoyu, you really are a despicable person. For your own survival, you dragged the entire city into hell. Is such a person worthy of inheriting the Grand Primordium True Chant and the 9 Sparkle Star Staff? Get out here. Fengyali's expression darkened again when he didn't find Shui Qingfan. Murderous intent shot out from his eyes. People who are easily angered should eat light foods. That way, they can nourish the liver and, Shui Qingfan's voice came out, but before he could finish, Fengyali thrust his sword into the void, releasing a powerful white light that split open the void. Bang! The cold sword's frost immediately condensed into a layer of frost when it struck Songhai Rukin. The halberd and Shui Qingfan's hands were also frozen. He looked down at Songhai Rukin and smiled. I haven't finished yet, and you're getting angry again. Your method is too troublesome. When I get angry, I want to kill people. Killing people can calm the fire and nourish the liver. How simple is that? Fengyali said coldly. His eyes were like 10,000 years of ice and snow. He stared at Shui Qingfan mockingly. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Shui Qingfan said. I'm just a cultivator who lives a regular life, eats an orderly diet, and practices martial arts every day. Then you can go die now. Fengyali couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a twist of his wrist, the cold sword pressed down once more. With a cautious sound, Xianxia was forced back several steps. Now, it wasn't just his arms, his entire body was covered in a thick layer of ice. Xianxia formed a seal with his left hand and grabbed the halberd. The ice on Songhai Rücken and his body instantly melted, and a faint red light appeared on his skin. Runes appeared on the halberd one after another, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Suddenly, a white light flew out from the void and spun toward Fengyali's back. Inside the light was a jade ruler. It had been activated to its limit, and runes were floating above the ruler, emitting a buzzing sound. It was clear that Duan Muyoyu was willing to sacrifice this jade ruler in order to succeed in his sneak attack. Haha, found you. Fengyali laughed wildly. His eyes shone with excitement as he shouted, childish. He grabbed with his left hand. Countless strands of silver light poured down from his arm and gathered in his palm as he slapped at the jade ruler. Bang! The silver light exploded as soon as it came into contact with the jade ruler. However, the runes gathered together and didn't scatter. Instead, they turned into a sharp light that slashed down along with the impact. At this moment, Xianxia also seized the opportunity to shout, 10,000 miles of frozen jade shatters, snow illuminates the mountains and rivers, shocking thunder. The Songhai Rücken erupted with blinding light and fused with Xianxia. It was as if they were shrouded in a layer of red light as they fiercely pressed down on Fengyali. Both sides attacked at the same time. Fengyali's sword momentum turned into a sword world in front of him. With a boom, he was pushed back several dozen meters. Fengyali felt his arm go numb, and the entire sword world became somewhat unstable under the impact of the two attacks. Who are you? You can't be a nobody. Fengyali was taken aback and shouted. But when he looked up, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Even Duan Muyoyu seemed to have disappeared. Humph, do you think you can survive just by hiding? Besides, I've already experienced your methods just now, so it won't have any effect even if you use them again. Why don't you come out obediently? I can consider letting you live. Is that true? Will you really let us go if we stand up obediently? Xianxia's figure appeared in the void, and he asked with a sincere expression. Fengyali's pupils constricted and he said coldly, that depends on whether you are honest or not. The cold sword danced and a chill spread out, locking Xianxia in place. Yes, 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 I am. Xianxia smiled and said, please let us go. Fengyali said, where is Duan Muyoyu? Xianxia spread out his hands and shook his head. I am not familiar with him. I just had a meal with him. Fengyali said, you are not honest. Xianxia hurriedly said, I am innocent. I am telling the truth. Fengyali's eyes suddenly became cold and murderous. The kingdom of snow appeared on his sword and snow filled the sky. If you are not honest, then die. What the f***ck? Is it all based on your words? Aren't you trying to fool me? A blue light appeared on the dust-like blue sea. Rivers surged within it, and hundreds of rivers flowed into the sea, condensing into a blue barrier that was 10 zhang in size, resisting the power of a country. Rumble. A majestic sound reverberated out from the collision of the two forces, shaking the heavens and the earth. A powerful spiritual pressure spread out, and everything within a radius of 1,000 feet became blurry. All the buildings and people turned into ashes. Fengyali's eyes widened when he found that Xianxia could block his kingdom-destroying sword. His eyes became cold and he said, you really have some skills. No wonder you dare to jump around in front of me. His eyes turned gloomy, and the gold and silver light shot out, striking the spiritual pressure with a boom, causing light waves to ripple in all directions like ripples on water. Rumble. The barrier created by vast sea dust collapsed. Xianxia's pupils constricted and he instantly formed a seal with one hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from the power. Rumble. Qing Chang's sword slashed down with all its might. The terrifying power split open the vast sky and earth. However, it missed. What? Fengyali's eyes widened like copper bells. He looked on in disbelief and a bit sluggish. Impossible, what kind of divine ability is this? It can actually break through space under this sovereign's sword. After staring blankly for a moment, Feng Yali regained his wits and said in a cold voice, "It looks like you really don't want to live anymore. Then this monarch will first slaughter this city, then use the heaven seal to seal this place, and then use the absolute beginning true art to deduce your position. Let's see what you have to do then." He raised his sword and slashed at the areas that had yet to be destroyed. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. Every slash of his sword split the earth for 1,000 miles and killed countless souls. The gold and silver colors in his eyes shot out without restraint. The city that had flourished for thousands of years was reduced to ruins in a single day, and the heavy traffic turned into purgatory on earth. Large numbers of martial artists scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions of glazed light city. But even so, 9 out of 10 of them died, and corpses littered the ground. Some of the martial artists didn't flee and charged at Feng Yali with angry roars. However, they were instantly killed, their bodies disintegrated and turned to ash. Suddenly, Feng Yali's sword came to a stop. He turned around and looked at the distant void. There was a low-frequency fluctuation coming from the void. Although it was almost inaudible, Feng Yali's keen senses caught it. "Oh? You finally can't take it anymore and want to come out? Ha ha ha." Feng Yali laughed wildly and said, "Is it because you can't bear to continue this slaughter, or because you can't bear the fear in your heart? Ha ha, what a weak and insignificant human." A crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a flash of azure light, a figure walked out from within. What's going on?" That person walked out of the void and looked at the miserable ruins in front of him in a daze. Then, he saw Feng Yali in the distance and was even more stunned. "Li Yunxiao!" Feng Yali suddenly screamed, his eyes widening with joy. "Haha, this monarch was just about to go find you, but you came by yourself." He couldn't be bothered to look for Duan Muyoyu anymore. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the remnant soul." Li Yunxiao held his arm and touched the bridge of his nose. He asked suspiciously, "Did you do this?" He tilted his head and looked in the southwest direction. He said, "Who is it? Come out." Feng Yali was shocked. He quickly looked in the southwest direction and slashed with his sword. Chi! The sky was directly split in half. A flame suddenly soared in that direction and burned a blue talisman to ashes. Duan Muyoyu and Duan Mutsong immediately appeared. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He said, "It's you two siblings? Why are you hiding after eating?" Duan Muyoyu smiled bitterly and said, "I just had lunch with Shuqing Fan. I'm full, so I'm taking an afternoon nap." "Shuqing Fan? He's here too?" Li Yunxiao was quite surprised. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense but couldn't sense Shuqing Fan at all. He couldn't help but be shocked. His current divine sense technique might not be unparalleled, but it was among the best. He didn't expect the Great Void technique to be so amazing. He wanted to use divine light to see if it could break the Great Void technique. However, Feng Yali and the Duanmu siblings were present. He could only say, "What are you doing here? Playing hide and seek and massacring the city?" He frowned and looked at the ruins of the city. More than half of it had been destroyed. There were bloodstains and broken limbs everywhere. It was a tragic sight. He couldn't help but burst out with anger. Feng Yali said, "Don't worry about this. Quickly give me the remnant soul." He looked impatient. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Give it to you? We agreed to give it to you after killing Lu Congzi, but did you kill him?" Feng Yali snorted and said, "If I didn't help you stall Lu Congzi, I'm afraid you would have died in the world of immortality. A person should know how to repay kindness." A person should know how to repay kindness, but they should also keep their word. "You didn't do what you said, and you still have the face to ask me for something?" Li Yunxiao replied coldly. He clearly had no intention of giving it to Feng Yali. Feng Yali said coldly, "I don't want to be enemies with you, but you also don't want to be enemies with me, right? As long as you give me the remnant soul, we will make a clean break and go our separate ways from now on." Li Yunxiao said, "Although I don't want to, I'm not afraid of you if you pester me endlessly and are unreasonable. Moreover, there is nothing between us. We have always been going our separate ways." Duan Muyoyu shouted, "Li Yunxiao, this person is ruthless and unscrupulous. You must not give him the remnant soul and help him grow stronger. Damn it. Feng Yali's figure flashed and appeared in front of Duan Muyoyo. His killing intent burst out as he said coldly, let's see how you escape this time. The cold sword swept out with frost, thousandly frozen. Duan Muyoyo and Duan Mutsong's bodies turned sluggish as if they were frozen. They could only watch helplessly as the sword slashed down, unable to dodge in time. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, and he teleported forward. He punched out fiercely, and a glassy golden light blasted on the sword, shattering the snow and ice in the air. The sword's momentum trembled slightly, and it was deflected. Li Yunxiao. Do you really want to go against me to the end? Feng Yali said fiercely. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he looked at Chuli with disdain. Li Yunxiao was not afraid at all. He smiled calmly and said, I'm not going against you. I just want to save young Master Yu. Then you're going against me, Then go to hell. Cold chi burst forth from the frost on the cold sword. The violent sword chi was like a blizzard, sweeping over. Feng Yali knew that this battle would not be simple. His body swelled up, and 2 horns grew on his head. Scales covered every inch of his body, and he transformed into his 8-Zhang Calamity Battle True Body. Die. After the sword slashed out, his left hand condensed again. Gold and silver lightning flashed on the tip of his fist, and he blasted along the violent and cold sword chi. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and lightning surged all over his body, turning into colorful lightning that scattered. Then he grabbed the sky hammer with both hands and smashed it down. Bang! The cold sword's frost pierced through the lightning without any hindrance and slashed at the sky hammer. The 2 forces burst forth, shaking the sky until it was half green and half blue. Then the gold and silver lightning storm fiercely struck the green lightning, like an awl piercing a hole in it. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a strong pressure, and it was difficult for him to maintain his balance. He suddenly withdrew the lightning that filled the sky and condensed it around his body like armor. He retreated several hundred meters, letting the sword chi slash at him from all sides. Feng Yali's expression became ugly. Li Yunxiao's strength seemed to be even stronger than when he was in the realm of immortality. The battle between Li Yunxiao and Yingyu in the realm of immortality was deeply imprinted in his mind. If the battle reached that kind of white-hot degree, he might not be able to win in a dangerous situation. Moreover, there were the Duanmu siblings and Zhuo Qingfan eyeing him covetously, which made his killing intent waver. Li Yunxiao also saw the wavering in his heart and said, Feng Yali, I can give you that remnant soul as long as you swear loyalty to me for 10 years. Impudent. Feng Yali said angrily, you actually want to enslave this monarch, your courage and ambition are really piercing the sky. Since this monarch was born, no one has ever dared to be so rude. Li Yunxiao's words had angered him, and his killing intent, which had wavered a moment ago, became firm once again. Die. Hua Dozhen's body erupted with extremely strong 2-colored lightning, shooting straight into the sky from his 2 horns. Dark clouds rolled, heaven and earth rumbled, and the 2-colored light flew in the sky, turning into a huge taiji diagram that expanded in the wind, covering thousands of meters. Not good. Leave quickly. The Duanmu siblings reacted immediately and turned into a streak of light. But suddenly, the space in front of them changed, and Feng Yali actually teleported over, blocking their way. The siblings turned pale with fright, and just as they were about to turn around and escape, they found that their origin energy was sealed, and they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. Humph. Feng Yali snorted coldly, and casually made a grabbing motion. A golden bolt of lightning flew out, turned into a rope, and tied the 2 tightly. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He didn't expect Feng Yali to change his opponent and capture the Duanmu siblings. When Feng Yali used the heaven sealing seal, he immediately escaped. With his courage, sharp divine sense, and the strength of his mental power and escape technique, it was not easy to seal him. Hey, what's going on? You suddenly gave up halfway, are you looking down on me? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with fear, but he said calmly. Humph, fighting with you is too much of a waste of time and energy. Why don't we start with these 2 minions first? The cold sword pressed against Duanmu Yoyu's neck, and the cold air froze half of his body. Feng Yali asked solemnly, where's the Genesis true art? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. So this was why Feng Yali sought out the Duanmu siblings. Duanmu Yoyu's face turned ashen. Just kill me. Hee, do you think there's no need to talk after I kill you? Weaklings don't even have dignity in death. This sovereign can trample on them whenever he wants. Feng Yali's eyes turned cold, shooting out rays of cold light that caused the siblings' limbs to turn cold. Wait. Li Yunxiao shouted. The origin true technique can only be obtained through inheritance or imparting. Even if you kill them and search their souls, you won't be able to obtain the technique. Feng Yali sneered. I naturally understand this. Do you think I want him to impart the technique to me? What a joke. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Then what do you want? Feng Yali said coldly, the origin true technique's holy artifact, the 9 dazzling star staff, is in this brat's hands. As long as I obtain the staff, I can comprehend it on my own and step into the final layer. I must obtain the staff, but I can choose to take this brat's life or not. It all depends on my mood. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. Then how are you feeling right now? Very bad, Feng Yali said indifferently. Then what do I do? Li Yunxiao asked. Feng Yali's eyes shone with mockery. You know, fighting a soul remnant. Li Yunxiao lowered his chin and nodded. It's not that I can't give you the soul remnant, but I've already told you the conditions. Feng Yali was furious. He flicked his sword, and blood immediately flowed out from Duanmu Yoyu's neck, dyeing the layer of ice red. It quickly spread to his entire body as if he was wearing a layer of red armor. Brother! Duanmu Tsang cried out sadly, her face full of anxiety. Feng Yali said coldly, say that again if you dare. Huh? Li Yunxiao burst into laughter. He scratched his head and looked confused. He said with a smile, I am so silly. What does it have to do with young master you whether I say it or not? Does he have to die just because I say so? Feng Yali narrowed his eyes and nodded. You're right. That's exactly what happened. I'm using him to threaten you. Li Yunxiao said calmly, but is it a threat? Feng Yali said, you can try saying that again. Regardless of whether it's a threat or not, I'm already planning on doing it. Whether I kill Duanmu Yoyu or not doesn't affect me much, but if I kill him, then so be it. He's just an ant. No. No. Duanmu Tsang begged pitifully. Her clear eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head desperately, telling Li Yunxiao not to try. Duanmu Yoyu said furiously, I've lived a carefree and unrestrained life and death my entire life. How can I become your prey and be trampled on by you as you please? Li Yunxiao, quickly kill him, don't worry about me. His face was full of righteousness. He was unafraid of death. Li Yunxiao exhaled and nodded. Since young master you has this kind of resolve, then I won't hold back. Wait for me to kill him and avenge you. What? Feng Yali was shocked. You really don't care about your own life? Duanmu Yoyu's expression changed slightly. Wait. If you can save my life, that's naturally the best. Li Yunxiao, haha, that's right. Why are you pretending to be a hero in front of me? Feng Yali scolded jokingly, how many people who pretend to be heroes end up dead? Duanmu Yoyu said, so many people have already died. If I can't survive, then wouldn't these people have died in vain? I'm not afraid of death, I just don't want them to die in vain. Feng Yali sneered. Alright, you can shut up now, trash. But I like trash like you who are afraid of death. Li Yunxiao, have you thought it through? I'll trade Huado's remnant soul for the lives of these two trash. Li Yunxiao said gloomily, do you think their lives are worth that remnant soul? In my opinion, it's naturally not worth it. There's no comparison at all. Such a comparison is simply an insult to the remnant soul. But the key is whether you think it's worth it or not. If you think it's not worth it, then I'll kill these two trash. Feng Yali said coldly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Remnant soul for useless people, that's quite a good match. Duanmu Yoyu said, can you please respect us when you speak? Shut up. If you want respect, then show us your strength. How can others respect you if your strength is so weak? Feng Yali rebuked bluntly, leaving Duanmu Yoyu speechless. Alright, make a solemn vow that you won't make things difficult for the two of them after obtaining the remnant soul. Li Yunxiao was at his wit's end. Although he didn't have any friendship with the Duanmu siblings, they were still familiar with each other. Huadou's remnant soul was useless to him, so he had no choice but to give up. Haha, alright, I swear. Feng Yaoli laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with excitement as he raised his hand and made a vow in front of everyone. Li Yunxiao's right eye constricted, and a red glow shot out. Huadou's figure was lying flat in the red glow. Feng Yaoli was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and sucked hard, swallowing the red glow into his stomach. Ha ha ha, great, great. I finally got it. His long-cherished wish of many years had finally been fulfilled, and he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He was in an extremely good mood. The Tai Chi heaven ceiling diagram in the sky also dispersed, turning into smoke and clouds. The cold air dissipated, and the earth warmed up. Brother! Duanmu Tsang hurried forward to treat Duanmu Yoyu's injuries. Duanmu Yoyu shook his head slightly and stopped her. He said, "It's just a superficial wound." He then cupped his fists at Li Yunxiao and said, "Thank you, young Master Yun, for saving me." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "My brain must have been caught in a door. Such an important thing is enough to restrain such an expert, but I actually gave it away to save you." Duanmu Yoyu also looked ashamed. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, young Master Yun has just established the Heavenly Martial Union, and he will definitely have great ambitions in the future. I believe I have some talent, so I should be able to help." "Oh? Young Master you mean you want to join the Heavenly Martial Union?" Li Yunxiao asked happily. Duanmu Yoyu nodded and said, "Young Master Yun saved my and my sister's lives. Moreover, the Heavenly Martial Union is also in order to deal with the demonic calamity, so it won't be just the two of us. I plan to let the entire Duanmu family join as well." Haha, that's great. It's not in vain that I did good deeds and spread positive energy. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. With the people of the Duanmu family, it was equivalent to having a pair of eyes that could see into the future. The benefits were immeasurable. "The two of you, stop right there." Feng Yaoli laughed maniacally for a while before he gradually calmed down. His aura erupted, and it locked onto Duanmu Yoyu and Duanmu Tsang like an iron wall, suppressing the two of them. Duanmu Yoyu's expression changed, and he asked angrily, "What?" Feng Yaoli smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for the two of you after exchanging your soul fragments for your lives. However, the 9 brilliant star staff is something I must obtain. You can leave as long as you hand it over." Duanmu Yoyu said, "Since you won't make things difficult for us, why should I hand over the 9 brilliant star staff?" Li Yunxiao also smiled and said, "That's right. You already swore not to make things difficult for the two of them. Are you going back on your word?" Feng Yaoli. He suddenly fainted. That was indeed the case. He hadn't obtained the 9 brilliant star staff yet, but he had already sworn not to make things difficult for them. Feng Yaoli was also dumbfounded. If he suddenly attacked now and captured the Duanmu siblings, he would be going against his oath. In the future, when he comprehended the laws and broke through to the next realm, he would definitely suffer the backlash of breaking his oath. In the best-case scenario, he would suffer from cultivation deviation, and in the worst-case scenario, he would die on the spot. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he instantly felt that he was being too arrogant. Duanmu Yoyu waved his hand and said with a cold smile, "Your Majesty, goodbye. It's best if we never meet again." After saying that, he grabbed Duanmu Tsang's hand and the two of them walked directly in front of Li Yunxiao, leaving behind a dumbfounded Feng Yaoli who didn't know what to do. You actually set up a trap for me." Feng Yaoli roared angrily. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. His face was filled with ferocity. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What a joke. Everything was your Majesty's doing. What does it have to do with us? Don't show that scary face of yours. You'll scare us." "But so what if we're scared? You can't touch the Duanmu siblings, and you can't kill me either." TSK, does scaring people give you pleasure? Haha, young Master Yun is too evil. You'll anger him to death. Duanmu Yoyu also laughed mockingly. His face was full of disdain as he pointed at his head and said, "Strength is important, but strength without intelligence is only a boorish man." Fengyali was definitely not a boorish man. He was just too excited to suddenly obtain Huidou's soul fragment that he didn't understand the relationship between them. He quickly calmed down and said coldly, "You guys have won half a round today, but I didn't lose even though I obtained Huidou's soul fragment. I may not be able to make things difficult for you and your sister, but that doesn't mean others can't." His terrifying eyes revealed a fierce glint as he said coldly, "There are many ways to obtain the 9 dazzling star staff. As long as this monarch states the conditions, there are many people who are willing to obtain the staff for this monarch." The Duanmu siblings fell silent. Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said, "Your Majesty is right, but there aren't many people in this world who can snatch the 9 dazzling star staff from the Duanmu siblings." Fengyali said coldly, "Just because there aren't many doesn't mean there aren't any. We'll meet again next time." He was feeling a bit tired in his heart, but he didn't want to stay any longer. He just wanted to find a place to refine the soul fragment and complete the true body of Huidou. As for obtaining the 9 dazzling star staff, he could only wait for another opportunity. After saying that, he turned into a streak of light and flew in the direction of the deity transformation sea. This place was the closest to Cinder Tree Nightless City, and Cinder Tree Nightless City had teleportation formations that led to all parts of the continent. It was the best place to leave. This direction," Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, "we won't run into it again, right, What do you mean, young Master Yun?" Duanmu Youyu was puzzled and asked. Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. "I've gathered some people to attack the divine transformation sea, eliminate Lu Congzi, and seal the ancient demon well. Glass Light City is our gathering place. Feng is leaving the Huishu Sleepless City. I don't know if we'll meet again." "What?" The brother and sister were both taken aback and exclaimed, "Attack the deity transformation sea? The Heavenly Martial Alliance?" Li Yunxiao said, "There's also the Xuanli Island and the Holy Land. We'll talk about the details later. I'm worried that the teleportation portal here has been destroyed. It'll be troublesome for the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the Holy Land to come." Duanmu Youyu said, "It's just a one-sided destruction of the teleportation portal. If they teleport here, they should appear in the vicinity. We can also make a few spatial tractions. If they teleport nearby, it'll be easier for them to find the direction." "Okay, let's do this first. I'll tell you the details when it's done." As the three of them were heading toward the teleportation area, Shui Qingfan suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. He laughed and said, "It's done?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Qingfan, how have you been since we parted ways in the East Sea?" He was already used to Shui Qingfan's sudden appearance. Duanmu Youyu also cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Qingfan." Shui Qingfan smiled and said, "I can't thank you with words. I think your sister is quite pretty. Let her marry me." Duanmu Tsang blushed and said, "Lord Shui Qingfan." Haha. Duanmu Youyu laughed and said, "Hurry up. If Brother Qingfan is interested, I won't have a problem with it. If my sister doesn't marry, she'll be a leftover warrior." "Brother." Duanmu Tsang's face turned purple. She was extremely shy. Cough, Shui Qingfan was just teasing, but he suddenly became embarrassed. He coughed and said, "I have something important to deal with. You guys go ahead. Goodbye. Take care." Li Yunxiao suddenly called out and stepped forward to stop him. Brother Qingfan has always been elusive. It's rare to see you today, so we must have a good gathering. Shui Qingfan seemed reluctant and said, Now that the rules of the 10 directions have reappeared, everyone will soon become gods. There are still many good days ahead of us. Let's meet again next time." "Hey, don't go." Li Yunxiao grabbed him and said with a smile, "Let's have a good chat. Furthermore, with the arrival of the devil tribulation, if everyone can't withstand it, then there won't be any good days ahead of us. So, we have to cherish it." Shui Qingfan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't joke around. With young Master Yun and the Heavenly Martial Alliance's abilities, I believe you can do it." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "As the saying goes, a good man needs 3 helpers. Even if I can definitely do it, I still need Brother Qingfan's help." Duanmu also hurriedly said, that's right. I previously calculated that we must find Brother Qingfan to join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Only then can we succeed in resisting the devil tribulation. Shui Qingfan rolled his eyes and scolded, if I knew you were such a liar, I wouldn't have helped you even if you beat me to death. Come. Let's have a good chat. Li Yunxiao put his hand on Shui Qingfan's shoulder and walked him forward. His right hand grabbed Shui Qingfan's right hand tightly to prevent him from suddenly walking away. Shui Qingfan felt very uncomfortable and said, we can chat anytime. You guys go and set up the teleportation formation first. If the army can't teleport over, then I'll be in deep trouble. It's fine. The teleportation formation is a small matter. Young master, you can help with it. I've wanted to talk to Brother Qingfan for a long time. Li Yunxiao refused to let go and let the Duanmu siblings handle the teleportation formation. Shui Qingfan was speechless and said gloomily, what's there to talk about? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, what I'm most interested in is Brother Qingfan's background and that great void technique. It's really unpredictable and ever-changing. Shui Qingfan said, that's a private matter, alright? Alright, then I won't ask. Brother Qingfan, do you have any thoughts of joining the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. Huh? Of course not. Shui Qingfan was shocked and hurriedly refused. I'm used to being free and unfettered. It's impossible for me to join any sect or organization. It was impossible in the past, but the situation is different now. Li Yunxiao egged him on. 4 of the 7 sects have joined, and young Master Yu has just joined. Brother Qingfan is missing. Shui Qingfan shook his head and said, young Master Yun, don't have any ideas. I won't join the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Li Yunxiao reprimanded him. You're too disloyal. If Brother Qingfan doesn't join, then I'll have to ask about your private matters. May I ask about Brother Qingfan's background and the origin of that great void technique? Shui Qingfan waved his hand and said, what are the benefits and obligations of joining the Heavenly Martial Alliance? Haha. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, there are too many benefits. The obligation is to listen to orders and fight against the demons. Shui Qingfan said, everyone has a responsibility to fight against the demons. Young Master Yun doesn't have to say this, but I'll do my best. As for following orders, I'm afraid I can't comply. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, if Brother Qingfan feels that it's too difficult, you can become an honorary elder of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. This way, the Heavenly Martial Alliance won't restrict you too much. Shui Qingfan was silent for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll do as you say. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. In one day, he had accepted 2 titled Emperor Wu into the alliance. Moreover, both of them had their own abilities and were very useful. Li Yunxiao said, since Brother Qingfan has already joined the Heavenly Martial Alliance, we're a family from now on. Right now, people from Xuanli Island, the Sacred Region, and the Heavenly Martial Alliance are rushing over. Brother Qingfan, stay behind and enter the Divine Transformation Sea with us. Shui Qingfan felt depressed. He was used to living a leisurely and comfortable life. Now that he was being restricted, he felt uncomfortable. Although Li Yunxiao said that he would be given great freedom, he felt that he was being restrained. In the past, he definitely wouldn't do something like attacking the Divine Transformation Sea. But now that he had just joined the alliance, he couldn't disobey the alliance leader's orders. He could only accept it gloomily. Duanmu said, I've already placed a blue and white 5-colored flag in the void. At the same time, I'll open 3 passages from the weak nodes. There should be no problem. Soon, all kinds of people were teleported out of the passage. They were all ordinary martial artists and merchants. As soon as they came out, they cursed and expressed their dissatisfaction. What's wrong with this teleportation formation? There's actually a problem at the end. Glazed Light City is so rich. Doesn't it usually maintain it? When these people stabilized themselves and looked at the ruined city in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned and dumbfounded. Hey, what's going on here? Those people all looked at Li Yunxiao and the others and asked in a daze. Li Yunxiao said, these ordinary people can come out, so there shouldn't be a problem. Let's wait here. After saying that, they directly soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky and sat down cross-legged. F***CK, I'm asking you a question. Running away without saying a word, do you want to die? A few martial artists below said angrily and started cursing at the sky. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were lifeless. Who can tell me what's going on? Everyone searched the ruins and soon saw a large number of dismembered corpses and bloodstains. They couldn't help but be frightened. In the end, these martial artists directly turned into beams of light and ran in the direction of the deity transformation sea. Several hours later, there was a violent tremor in the space. With a boom, a huge hole was directly split open, and a powerful force burst out. It's here. Li Yunxiao and the others looked down and saw a Stage 9 warship breaking through the void. It was full of martial artists, and each of them emitted a powerful aura. Not only were there the Profound Separation Island and Sanctuary powerhouses, but the Heavenly Martial Alliance's powerhouses were also among them. Shui Qingfan and the Duanmu siblings all looked solemn. They had never seen such a powerful force before, and they only felt their blood surging. Greetings, Alliance Master. When the dozens of people on the warship saw Li Yunxiao, they immediately shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Almost all the elites of the Heavenly Martial Alliance had come. Led by Ling Mudi, the leaders of the Divine Cloud Palace, the Long family, the Saber and Sword sect, and the Myriad Stars Valley had all arrived. In addition to the leaders and elites of the four factions, there were also the Yanwu city's own forces, Beijing Nan, Momo, Bin Sun, Mo Jingzhou, Evil Spirit, Narcissus, Huaxiao, Buzi, Zhou Guang, and others. There were more than 100 people, and the weakest among them was a high-level Emperor Wu. Ling Mudi and the higher-ups discussed it again and again before they decided to attack with all their forces. After all, the deity transformation sea was not a pushover. The more people they had, the greater the chance of victory. Secondly, this was the Heavenly Martial Alliance's first large-scale operation, and they had to obtain a great victory to establish the Alliance's position in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Ding Ling Su Liani, and Qianxia were the main forces left in the city. After Li Yunxiao left, most subordinates of the Devil clan were also summoned back. They joined the Yanwu city, and they became a force that could not be ignored. The people of the Xuanli Island and the Sacred Zone frowned, especially the people of the Sacred Zone. They looked at the figure in the sky in surprise, trying to connect it with the figure in their memories. Li Yunxiao and the other three landed on the warship and said with a smile, "How did you meet?" Yinantian said with a smile, "It was really a coincidence. We met in the transportation channel, and we knew each other, so we fused together." He looked at Li Yunxiao with a faint smile and said, "The Heavenly Martial Alliance is much stronger than I expected." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "No matter how strong they are still far from the Xuanli Island." At this moment, Chu Hongyan and the others came over to greet them one by one. Hao Feng also nodded slightly and smiled, but he did not say anything. Li Yunxiao announced the participation of Shui Qingfan and the Duanmu family in public, which caused many exclamations and discussions. Yinantian said with a smile, "This time, we have 3 main tasks. We must eliminate the demonic cultivators in the deity transformation sea, kill Lu Tsongzi, the culprit, and seal the ancient demon well. Alliance Master Yunxiao and I seem to have different opinions about the elimination of the demonic cultivators, so this task will be handled by the Xuanli Island and the Sacred Zone. As for the other 2 tasks, we must work together." Yinantian then said, "Sacred Region's administrators aren't here, so Ben Tingfeng will be in charge for now. Ben Tingfeng was once an administrator, so there's nothing wrong with him leading you guys." He looked towards Sacred Region's people. Zi Mingji, Shintu Shaoyi, and the others were all there, but a hint of dissatisfaction flashed across their faces. They understood that it was not up to them at this moment. After the discussion, the warship turned into a flash of light and rode the waves towards Deification Ocean. Very quickly, a golden light that stretched for dozens of kilometers could be seen on the surface of the ocean. It was as if a huge treasure was lying in the ocean. This was not the first time the experts on the warship had come to Deification Ocean, but the feeling they had now was completely different. Yinanshan's eyes shone brightly as he sighed, "This mirage city is like the setting sun, falling into the ocean." Li Yunxiao also felt the same. He smiled and said, Lord, you mean to say that this deification ocean is like the setting sun? Yinantian also smiled and said, what does young Master Yun think? Li Yunxiao smiled and did not speak. The warship quickly charged into the light, and the shadow of Cinder Tree's nightless city appeared. The warship continued to move forward, and only stopped when it encountered resistance. It's a defensive formation. Ben Tingfeng requested, do we barge in directly, or force them to open the gate? Colorful lights appeared in front of the warship and surged out from the void, blocking the warship's advance. The colorful lights were unpredictable, formed by countless tiny grains of sand, and wrapped around the warship like a net. Yinantian said, shout for the gate first. If they don't open, we'll barge in directly. Ben Tingfeng received the order and disappeared from the warship in a flash. He appeared in the sky and said, the people in charge of the city, listen up. Profoundly Island, Sacred Region, and Heavenly Martial Alliance have come to visit. Open the gate in half an incense's time. If they don't, we'll barge in directly. He shouted 3 times in a row. His voice was like a drizzle, flowing into the city along with the wind. After waiting for a while, there was no reply. Ben Tingfeng frowned, flew back to the warship, and lit half an incense. Very soon, the incense burned out, but there was still no reply. Ben Tingfeng immediately gave the order for the battleship to enter. Boom! The array formation on the battleship spun continuously, and a layer of green lightning covered the hull of the battleship as it sailed forward. Inside the net of colorful light, countless tiny particles came into contact with the thunder and lightning and instantly collapsed. Bang 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 noises filled the sky. Boom! A dull rumble sounded. After the battleship had forcefully pushed forward, it directly pierced into the center of the Great City Barrier Array, creating a huge hole in it. The rainbow-colored light instantly dimmed, and the city defense force also gradually disappeared. The warship traveled without any pressure. What happened? Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled as he looked at the city below in shock. His left and right pupils immediately turned into the color of blood and demon, filled with shock. What happened? Yinantian and the others also noticed that something was amiss, but they were not as sharp as Li Yunxiao, who could detect the situation in the city immediately and even see it with their own eyes. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, stop the battleship, don't go any closer to the city. Everyone on the battleship was stunned, and they revealed puzzled expressions. Ben Tingfeng was the commander-in-chief of the battleship, and although he respected Li Yunxiao, he still listened to Yinantian. He looked at Yinantian with a questioning gaze. Yinantian nodded slightly, indicating to follow Li Yunxiao's instructions. Only then did Ben Tingfeng give the order to stop the battleship. Yinantian asked, what's the situation in the city? Li Yunxiao's expression was a little ugly, and he shook his head, I can't say either. The people in the city seem to be very strange, and the teleportation array inside has been destroyed. In his eyes, the Cinder Tree nightless city was still brightly lit, and it was always daytime. However, at this moment, it was covered by a faint layer of demonic energy, and even divine senses were blocked. He could only see some clues with his mystical spirit eyes. Extremely strange? Just this explanation alone made the people of the Xuanli Island dissatisfied. Ling Mudi suddenly said, could it be demonization? What does demonization mean? Li Yunxiao asked hurriedly. Ling Mudi said, demonization can be divided into people and things. Everyone knows about the demonization of people, and it's the same for things. It's about the same for things. Through the demonic energy's infestation, objects will be tainted with demonic characteristics. This isn't the most serious part. The most serious part is that the heavenly martial arts realm space will be tainted with demonic energy, and it will be demonized. In this way, the heavenly martial arts realm will slowly become a place suitable for demons to live. Ah? Is there such a thing? Everyone was startled. Li Yunxiao also became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, Sir, since you said so, it's highly likely that it's true. The whole nightless city is covered by a faint demonic energy, and the people inside have also become very strange. This feeling makes me very uncomfortable. Now that I think about it, the nightless city must have been demonized. Yinantian was also shocked, and he looked at Ling Mudi in surprise. He obviously knew about the demonization, but not many people knew about the spatial demonization. He asked, "Your Excellency, you look very strange. May I know your name?" Ling Mudi smiled faintly and said, "I'm Wu Ming. Just call me Wu Ming." Wu Ming. Heh, you are really an interesting person. Yinantian didn't want to force him since he didn't want to tell him. After all, at their level, many people had their own eccentricities or habits, and they didn't like being violated. So, he changed the topic and asked, "Your Excellency, do you have a way to deal with the spatial demonization?" Ling Mudi said, "As long as the source of the demonic energy is cut off, the demonic energy in the city will gradually disperse under the influence of the heavenly martial arts realm's power. But it won't be possible in a short time. With such a large-scale demonization, I'm afraid the people in the city won't be able to survive." Gulp, the sound of swallowing could be heard from all directions. Everyone's expression did not look good. They all felt that they had underestimated the calamity of the demonic tribulation. They didn't expect that a city would be eliminated so easily and without any warning. Li Yunxiao said, "So what should we do now?" "Alas." Ling Mudi sighed and said, "We can only massacre the city." Everyone's face turned pale, and they found it difficult to breathe. They weren't afraid of killing people, but they had never personally slaughtered such a large-scale massacre, even though most of them had seen it before. So, they only felt nervous and restless. Duanmuyoyu smiled bitterly and said, "The Glass Light City was just slaughtered, and now we have to slaughter the Nightless City. Where is Feng going? It would be best if he was the one to take care of this matter." Li Yunxiao also sighed and said, "Evil people also have their own benefits. At least when they kill people, they can feel at ease and won't have any psychological burden." Yinantian was more indifferent and said, "Everyone, don't blame yourselves too much. We're just killing to stop killing. There's nothing wrong with killing to save people." He immediately gave the order to activate all the offensive formations on the battleship, planning to massacre the city on a large scale. "Wait." Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped him and smiled bitterly. "I still can't bear to watch this. We have to first confirm that the people in the city have been demonized, right? It's too childish to just rely on deduction. If we make a wrong judgment, how many people will die?" Yinantian looked at him and said, "Li Yunxiao, I've admired you from the beginning. Be it talent, intelligence, character, perseverance, etc., you're the best of the best. But you have a very big flaw, and that's that you're too soft-hearted. Whether it's in the way you treat the demonic cultivators or the Nightless City, it's obvious." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "I just don't want to kill by mistake. Moreover, it's such a large-scale massacre, how can I not be cautious?" Yinantian smiled faintly and said, "The conflict between the two worlds, in such a large-scale battle, how can there be no mistakes? Many times, it's better to kill 1,000 than to let one go. Although you have the bearing of a monarch, you don't have the iron blood to lead the world." Without waiting for Li Yunxiao's reply, he passed down the order and said word by word, "Massacre. City." "Yes." Ben Tingfeng received the order and immediately went to execute it. When he left, he glanced at Li Yunxiao strangely, not knowing what he was thinking. Very soon, several battleships separated from the main battleship and lined up in the sky. There were a total of 9 battleships, linked together, covering the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire Nightless City in a layer of shadow. Chu Hongyan stepped forward and said, "Feiyong, if you're not in a good mood, don't watch anymore. Take a rest." Li Yunxiao stood at the front of the battleship and looked down at the Nightless City. His expression was very ugly. He shook his head slightly and said, "I have to watch, and I have to watch clearly. This is the prelude to the war between the two worlds, and it might not even be the prelude. If I can't even watch this kind of impact, how am I going to deal with it in the future?" Everyone's heart trembled. Many of them more or less felt that slaughtering the entire city was not appropriate, but after hearing these words, they all became solemn and looked seriously at the battle below. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Let's do it." There seems to be a reaction from within the city. The movements of those people seem to be a little slow, perhaps because they have just been demonized, but they have also felt the danger. Perhaps they want to make the first move? As expected, a few black figures rushed out from within the city. As they got closer, everyone could see clearly that they were all warriors. There were more than 10 of them, and their cultivation was above Emperor Wu's. Those 10 people all had ferocious expressions, and there was a faint black aura floating between their brows. They all roared wildly, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Ling Mudi looked at them quietly and said, "They have indeed been demonized. Those who have been demonized will have their strength greatly improved. During the process, if their will is not strong enough, it is very likely that they will lose their intelligence and become a complete walking corpse." Li Yunxiao nodded, looked down, and said expressionlessly, "There are indeed many people in the city who have become walking corpses, but most of them are ordinary people." Yi Nantian looked at the dozen figures that had rushed up and said coldly, "Attack, kill them all. 9 battleships in a chain formation. Luoqing, take 12 people with you to guard the battleship. Don't let these demonic creatures come close and cause damage." "Yes." A man behind Yi Nantian stepped forward and answered. He immediately called out the names of 11 people beside him and flew out together. The 12 people acted at the same time and instantly killed the attacking demonized Emperor Wu. They then guarded the battleship several hundred zhang below. The 9 battleships began to change their formation in the sky. The boundary light on the battleship slowly merged, almost becoming one. The area was comparable to that of a small city. Then, all the offensive formations on the battleships were fully activated. Beams of light shot out from the battleships and into the fire tree nightless city, causing the city to flicker like a candle in the wind, or a little sunset in the evening. Kaboom! 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 Hundreds of attacks were launched at the same time. Beams of different sizes, containing attacks of almost all 5 elements, shot into the city like meteors and torrential rain, stirring up earth-shattering tremors. Everyone stood tens of thousands of zhang high in the sky and felt the extremely strong tremors and yuan qi fluctuations. Everyone's face did not look too good, and they watched quietly without any expression. From time to time, martial artists soared into the sky, roaring and attacking the battleships, but they were also easily killed by the 12 guards. After their bodies exploded, a large amount of demonic energy surged up and dissipated in the air. The massacre was completely one-sided. The nightless city had no ability to resist, and the demonic energy below was gradually dispersed under the bombardment. All the buildings were completely turned into ruins, with almost no tiles left. Few martial artists could escape from the city and escape to the sea, but they were easily caught and killed by the 12 guards. "Enough!" Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "You can stop now, everyone is dead." This simple sentence made people's hearts tremble. It was said without any emotion, but there was a feeling of heartache. "Huh." Yi Nantian smiled faintly and said, "There will be many more such scenes in the future. If you are not used to it, hurry up and get used to it." Li Yunxiao's face was even paler and uglier than the others. Not only had he seen the massacre in the city clearly, but he had also sensed it with his powerful divine sense. Almost everyone's screams, shouts, despair, and grief could be heard clearly. Face pale, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Lu Congzi, you really deserve to die." Yi Nantian glanced at him, patted his shoulder, and comforted him, "You can go now." The 9 battleships immediately disintegrated in the air and were stored away. This series of attacks consumed an astronomical amount of primordial stones. Fortunately, the people on the battleship were basically the most powerful and influential people in the world, so these losses were still bearable. There were more than 200 people on the warship, and they descended from the sky with great momentum. The entire nightless city completely disappeared, and the ground was full of ruins and wreckage. It was a tragic sight. The demonic qi that enveloped the city was also mostly destroyed, and it continuously dispersed in all directions. In the entire city, there was no one left alive. Suddenly, Yi Nantian raised his hand and pointed. Then, a beam of light shot out. "Ah! Ah!" A few screams came from the void, and blood spurted out. Then, some broken limbs fell out. "Fish that escaped the net," Yi Nantian said indifferently. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and said, "With young Master Yun's divine sense, you should have discovered these people, right?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, as if he was extremely uncomfortable with this kind of atmosphere. He covered his nose and said, "What, my lord is blaming me?" Yi Nantian shook his head. "I'm not blaming you. I just hope that you won't be soft-hearted." Otherwise, the price you will pay will be even greater. Perhaps the next person to die will be one of us. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh and said, I will remember. Yinantian nodded and said no more. Everyone's divine sense quickly covered the entire city. After confirming that there was no one left alive, they gathered at the destroyed teleportation portal. This was something that they had found based on their memories. It had long been blasted into rubble, and there was no longer any special features to follow. Li Yunxiao said, This is the outer sea of the deification sea. The inner sea is hidden in the depths of the clouds. It will be too late to search on a large scale. Let's open an opening at the teleportation portal and go through the original passage. Yinantian said, Let me do this. I also have the coordinates of the deification sea. He made a circle with his hands, and a golden light slowly came out of his palms. It turned into a small and exquisite battleship. It expanded in the wind and became hundreds of feet long. It was grand and solemn, quietly standing in front of everyone. Even Li Yunxiao, who had seen Noah's Ark many times, was shocked when he saw Yinantian display its full appearance. He was shocked by this majestic scene. Everyone boarded the battleship. There was no material under their feet. Instead, there was a layer of hazy golden light, as if they were floating in the air. Yinantian looked at Li Yunxiao and said with a smile, Do you feel different? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Is this the complete form of the battleship? It's really different from when Yifan used it. Yinantian shook his head. This isn't the complete form. It's just traveling through space. Why is there a need for the complete form? If the Saint artifact can unleash its full power, it can overturn rivers and seas. It's just that it's too difficult. Li Yunxiao was stunned. Even you can't do it, sir? Yinantian said, It's not that I can't do it, but I need to pay a certain price. Xian artifacts are valued for their quality, not quantity. I see that you have countless treasures, but it's better to focus on cultivating one. Li Yunxiao nodded. I've learned something. Yinantian didn't say anything else. He cast out several hand seals. The entire battleship's golden light surged and immediately covered everyone. The battleship flashed and immediately broke through space. It charged into the severed passage and forced its way forward. Everyone felt like they were walking on flat ground. There wasn't a single bump on the battleship. Li Yunxiao was quietly looking ahead. Suddenly, his heart trembled inexplicably. He had a bad feeling out of nowhere. This feeling came without warning. It seemed to be related to the hidden power in his mind. It was the true art of absolute beginning that the knot of 100 wheels had passed on to him. That power was obscure and difficult to understand. Li Yunxiao had never dared to touch it. In Glazed Light City, Fengyali had captured the Duanmu siblings for the true art of absolute beginning. He thought to himself, could it be that after obtaining the power of the true art of absolute beginning, I also have the ability to predict the future? He shook his head slightly. This idea wasn't credible. However, he couldn't get rid of the extreme uneasiness in his heart. He didn't know what was going on. He could only say, Sir Yinantian, there might be danger ahead. Be careful. Oh? What's going on? Yinantian asked in surprise. He knew that Li Yunxiao wouldn't suddenly say such a thing. There must be a reason. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. It's just a feeling. It makes me feel somewhat uneasy. Yinantian said, so that's how it is. I'll be careful. Ben Tingfeng smiled and said, Young Master Yunxiao is worrying too much. On Sir's battleship, there are no obstacles. Moreover, there are so many of us. Unless the demonic world gate is completely opened, I really can't think of any danger. Li Yunxiao said, I'm just expressing my feelings. I can't be sure. It's better to be on guard than to be passive. Ben Tingfeng snorted. Expressing your feelings? We're fighting the demonic race. Without accurate information, it's best not to say anything. He didn't think much of Li Yunxiao. Although Li Yunxiao was the heavenly martial union lord, he couldn't be compared to Yinantian in the hearts of the people of Xianli Island. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows. He was too lazy to argue. Chu Hongyan was displeased. She said angrily, Fei Yang is only expressing his opinion. Can't he express his opinion? Who is he? Listen or not? Ban Tingfeng's face turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Yinan Tian. Yinan Tian sensed the smell of gunpowder. He immediately stepped forward to stop them. Don't say any more. Regardless of whether young Master Yun's words are reasonable or not, it's always better to be careful. Humph. Chu Hongyan snorted heavily. She was extremely dissatisfied. Ben Tingfeng looked at her coldly. He didn't say anything. He didn't dare to disobey Yi Nanshan's orders. Suddenly, Yi Nantian furrowed his brows. He said in a deep voice, I can feel it too. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Ben Tingfeng was stunned. He didn't dare to ignore Yi Nanshan's words. Li Yunxiao stared at the front. He said in a deep voice, there seems to be something amazing coming from the front. Something amazing? Everyone was stunned. They raised their heads and looked ahead. The pitch-black tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Suddenly, everyone sensed that something pitch-black was rolling out from the passageway. Even the tunnel trembled. The feeling of walking on flat ground disappeared. The warship also started to shake. Everyone was shocked. They looked ahead, but there was only darkness. They could vaguely see something huge moving. Yi Nantian hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, can you see what it is? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He sucked in a few breaths of cold air. He said in a panic, Oh my god. That's a meteor. What was rolling out from the tunnel was tens of thousands of feet long. Some of them were even tens of thousands of feet long. Moreover, there was more than one. Meteor shower, everyone was stunned. Meteors were falling. To put it bluntly, they were shooting stars. Could it be that they had encountered a meteor shower? Narcissus said in surprise, there are so many meteors. Hurry up and make a wish. It will definitely come true. She clasped her hands in front of her and closed her eyes to make a wish. How can there be a meteor shower in the tunnel? It must be Lu Congzi's doing. Li Yunxiao said in shock, she must have used some kind of great teleportation technique to change the space around her. That's why the meteor shower came down. My lord, quickly think of something. Otherwise, we will be hit. Yi Nanshan's face was pale. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was also shocked. There were countless meteors coming down from the tunnel. Even if there were only one or two, it would be enough to kill him, Li Yunxiao said. My lord, you said that Noah's Ark's power was not fully activated. If it was fully activated, would it be able to destroy these meteors? Destroy your sister. Yi Nantian cursed out loud. His eyes widened as he lost his composure. These are meteors. In other words, they are stars. If a meteor shower falls down, even a World King powerhouse wouldn't dare to resist it. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Then what should we do? Yi Nantian grabbed his hair with both hands, completely messed up. Chu Hongyan stared coldly at Ben Tingfeng and mocked, who was the one who said don't spout nonsense without evidence. If I had made preparations in advance, I wouldn't have to wait for death in such a hurry. Ben Tingfeng was also dumbfounded. He never would have thought that this would be the case. Yi Nanshan's face was as gloomy as water. He said, it's not to the extent of waiting for death. I can tear open space and escape at any time, but I don't know where it will lead to. Everyone felt their hands and feet turn cold. If it weren't for the fact that they were on Noah's Ark and there was a powerhouse like Yinan Tian, they would have been dead by now. Even if they could tear space apart and leave, the consequences of doing so would be that they would be swept into the vast universe of nothingness. They would never be able to find their way back. Ben Tingfeng said solemnly. Lu Congzi's move is indeed vicious. He almost forced us into a dead end. If we die without even seeing him, wouldn't it be too humiliating? Yi Nantian was also quite ashamed and angry. He went through a lot of trouble and gathered almost half of the strong cultivators in the world, wanting to eradicate the divine transformation sea like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Who knew that before entering the inner sea, he would be forced into a desperate situation? He said angrily, there's no other way. It's impossible to dodge these meteors in this channel. We can only go to another void, and we don't know how long it will take us to return to the heavenly martial arts realm. Everyone's expression was gloomy. Not to mention the fact that they had delayed the time to eradicate the soul formation sea. If this matter were to spread out, it would really become a big joke. With a gloomy face, Xianxia did not utter a word. He began to make various hand seals to change the direction of Noah's boat. He wanted to escape from this place. Xianxia suddenly said, "We don't have to run away. They might not be able to withstand this meteor shower, but they should at least be able to withstand it for a while, right?" Xianxia frowned and said, "What's the use of holding on for a while?" At a time like this, there was no point in keeping them in suspense. If you have something to say, just say it. He was in a terrible mood, and his words were filled with hostility and impoliteness. Xianxia didn't mind. He nodded and said, "I'll put it simply. To be able to use such a terrifying greater teleportation, it's definitely not something that 2 or 3 arcane masters can do." On the other side of the deification sea, dozens or even hundreds of alchemists had gathered to cast their spells at the same time. That was why there was such a terrifying scene. As long as we interrupt those arcane masters, the greater teleportation will naturally disappear. Benting Maple was speechless as he asked, "Then I'll have to trouble Alliance Chief Yunxiao to tell me how to interrupt Li Yunxiao's intellect." Benting Maple's face was filled with ridicule, as if he was mocking Li Yunxiao's intelligence. Chu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat as she said, "What you can't do doesn't mean others can't. Before you show off your intelligence, please consider your own intelligence and ability first." "Haha, good. I, Ben Tingfeng, am indeed unable to do it. I beseech Alliance Master Yunxiao to broaden our horizons." Ben Tingfeng was so angry that he started laughing. In such a crisis, no one was in a good mood. Their tempers were also getting more and more irritable. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, calmed down and said, "I can't do it either." Ben Tingfeng's face was filled with ridicule as he laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha." Halfway through his laughter, he was interrupted by Li Yunxiao's words. "But someone can do it." Ben Tingfeng was stunned for a moment. He asked subconsciously, "Who?" At this moment, numerous gazes were directed at Shui Qingfan. Every expert in the world knew of his abilities. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's the Emperor Wu who has the title of Void, Shui Qingfan." "Void?" Xianxia frowned and said, "What do you guys plan to do?" "Then do it as soon as possible. There's no time left. From now on, you will be in charge of everything." Li Yunxiao said, "Good. Everyone, listen to my orders. Charge towards the meteorite. With our strength, we can destroy the meteorite and buy as much time as possible. Brother Qingfan, the rest is up to you." Destroy the meteorite? All sorts of shocked and doubtful voices could be heard. They found it hard to believe and accept this order. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Li Yunxiao is the highest commander now. Everyone must listen to him, including me. No mistakes." Ben Tingfeng couldn't help but say, "Lord." Usually, no matter how difficult or ridiculous the decision was, Ben Tingfeng wouldn't dare to go against Xianxia. But this time, he couldn't accept it. Xianxia's eyes darkened. He stared at him coldly and said, "Did you not understand my words?" Ben Tingfeng's body trembled. He finally sighed and said, "This subordinate understands. Since it's decided, then let's go." Hao Feng walked out from the crowd. He slowly held the Nirvana blade in his hand and said, "All martial artists below godly realm, step back." Immediately, a large number of martial artists retreated. Only those above godly realm were left. Li Yunxiao said, "Brother Qingfan, I'll leave it to you." Shui Qingfan's expression became less playful. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'll try my best. If anything happens, I'll come back to inform you immediately." Perhaps he knew the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to fool around anymore. He put 2 fingers together and placed them on his forehead. A faint light shone on his fingertips and between his eyebrows. Then, he disappeared under the light. He disappeared? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes widened in disbelief. Xianxia was stunned and said, "Who is this person? Is this the Great Void technique?" Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, "Lord, you know this technique too?" "So I guessed correctly." Yi Nanzhen's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. He said, I didn't expect someone in this world to know this technique. Let's not talk about it. It's more important to deal with the meteorites. Only then did everyone react. After witnessing Zhuo Qingfan's great void technique, everyone's spirits were lifted, and their previous dejected expressions were swept away. Hao Feng was the first to slash out with his saber. The white light spun around the edge of the saber and struck out. Sky-piercing chop. The white light went up the passage and hit a medium-sized meteorite in front of him. With a rumbling sound, it split the meteorite into two. The meteorite rolled to the sides of the passage and was swallowed by the void. Yi Nantian struck the warship with a seal. Immediately, a golden light shot out. It turned into a golden wave at the front of the warship and spread out. The golden wave rotated in a spiral shape and hit a large area of the meteorite rain. It caused a series of explosions and shook a large number of meteorites. The rest of the people also attacked immediately. All kinds of magical powers shot out. A large number of meteorites in front of them were smashed and turned into countless fragments. They were either swallowed by the void or flowed down the passage. They could no longer cause any harm to the warship. Yi Nantian attacked the meteorites silently. At the same time, he prepared a room for maneuver. If everyone couldn't hold on any longer, he would break through the passage and escape. After all, almost half of the world's experts were gathered on Noah's Arkansas. He couldn't afford to lose them here. However, if he escaped, he didn't know when he could return to the realm of heaven martial arts. His campaign in the spirit transformation sea would be a complete failure. He would become a joke. Therefore, he wouldn't run away until the last moment. After Zhuo Qingfan disappeared from the warship, he instantly appeared in the inner sea of the spirit transformation sea. At first glance, it was just as Li Yunxiao had predicted. More than 100 artificers were sitting cross-legged in the air. They were using their supreme power to summon the meteorites and send them into the passage. Who is it? His appearance alerted everyone. A sharp look was cast at him. A trace of surprise flashed in the cold eyes. The place where he had sensed someone was empty now. No one was in sight. One person said, Your Excellency, there is no one. Are you sure you saw it wrong? Humph. Bo Yuqing snorted coldly. His eyes became sharper. He glanced around and fixed his eyes on the great teleportation formation. He said coldly, Everyone, be on high alert. Someone has broken in. We can't let him break the formation. Not far from the great teleportation formation, more than a dozen warriors were standing in the air. They were all surprised. Apparently, they didn't believe him. One of them said, Your Excellency, maybe we sensed it wrong? The passage is not open. How could someone break in? Bo Yuqing said coldly, Nothing is impossible in this world. He pointed at his head and said, Only things you can't think of. The warriors were a little upset. His words were too unbelievable. However, they didn't dare to refute him. They could only say in unison, Yes. They immediately turned into birds and scattered. They followed the arrangement they had made. In case of an emergency, they would scatter around to guard the great teleportation formation. Bo Yuqing held the ancient dust sword and walked slowly in the air. He said seriously, The only person who can reach the inner sea without using the passage and can't be sensed by my divine consciousness is Zhuo Qingfan, the Void Emperor Wu. Zhuo Qingfan. The warriors were shocked. They didn't dare to be careless. They spread their divine consciousness to the maximum and joined hands to form a formation. I remember you. We met once on the East Sea. Zhuo Qingfan slowly walked out of the void. He held the vast sea like dust in his right hand. He sighed and said, If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you on the East Sea. Bo Yuqing snorted coldly. It might not be too late to kill me now. Zhuo Qingfan shook his head. Let's not talk about whether I could kill you. Even if I could, it would take too much effort. I just want to break this great teleportation formation. Don't stop me, okay? Bo Yuqing said, What do you think? Zhuo Qingfan smiled bitterly. As you said, nothing is impossible in this world. He pointed at his head and said, There are only things we can't think of. Bo Yuqing hugged his sword and said, think about it slowly. Damn, forget it. Shuqing Fan placed the vast sea-like dust in front of him and said, I'm a slow person. I'm afraid that Li Yunxiao and the others will die when I think about it. Bo Yuqing smiled calmly. Don't worry. He's tough. He won't die so easily. Shuqing Fan said, that won't do. I just joined the Heavenly Martial Union. I have to show off and make some contributions. After saying that, his body swayed slightly, and a sky full of afterimages appeared. There were actually hundreds of afterimages, and they flew in all directions. The martial artists were shocked. Their vision blurred. Shuqing Fan's afterimages were all exactly the same. Their hands and feet turned cold. They hurriedly formed a formation. Suddenly, an ethereal light appeared in his palm. It turned into an area of several acres and fell down. Bo Yuqing did not move. He suddenly shouted, withdraw the barrier. The martial artists were shocked. They did not understand what he meant, but they still did as he said. They immediately changed their hand seals and dispersed the formation they had just formed. The sky full of Shuqing Fan's afterimages immediately rushed down. One of them said in shock, Master Bo Yuqing. Bo Yuqing shook his head. Be careful. These afterimages are all fake. What? The martial artists were shocked. They watched as the afterimages fell. Sure enough, they all disappeared one by one. A moment later, not a single one was left. The martial artists' faces turned pale. They felt their mouths were dry. They felt that their ability was not enough to deal with this situation. If they continued, they would only be cannon fodder. They felt very tired. Bo Yuqing said, if you had used the barrier just now and Shuqing Fan had appeared inside, I would not have been able to save him in time. He seemed to have seen through their state. He said, stand back. This is not a place you can participate in. Yes. The martial artists were overjoyed. They hurriedly answered and ran far away to watch from afar. Bo Yuqing held his sword and stood in the sky above the arcane masters. His divine sense covered every corner. He slowly said, although the Great Void technique is amazing, it must have a flaw. Even if I don't know where the flaw is, it definitely exists. There are tens of thousands of techniques in the world. For every technique, there must be a way to break it. Otherwise, you would be invincible. The surroundings were quiet. There was not a single sound. The arcane masters also noticed the situation. Everyone was trying their best to use the teleportation technique. Their mental power gathered at the center of the formation. A hazy white light appeared. It was similar to the light of the arcane god, but it was brighter. It contained nebulae and connected to the sky. It received meteorites and fell into the pitch-black tunnel. Every arcane master was fully focused. A layer of black light appeared on their foreheads, becoming thicker and thicker as they expended their mental strength. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Suddenly, Bo Yuqing's body flashed and he teleported down. The ancient dust greatsword slashed through the air. Bang, the greatsword struck vast sea-like dust. Shuqing Fan had only poked out half of his body when he was slashed back into the void, vanishing without a trace. The shockwaves from the two profound weapons had barely spread out when they were sucked into the silver light in the center of the teleportation formation. The arcane masters remained seated, as if they did not hear anything. Haha, even the slightest abnormality in the entire formation is under my perception. Even the slightest disturbance in the void cannot escape my eyes and ears. It's impossible for you to succeed in ambushing the masters. Bo Yuqing suddenly laughed maniacally and said, come out and fight me fair and square. If he won, he would be able to break the great teleportation formation and allow Li Yunxiao to enter the inner endless sea safely. If he lost, you will become history along with them. Shuqing Fan's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the formation. He looked down expressionlessly. His usual cheeky and lazy expression was expressionless for the first time. He seemed to have realized the difficulty of the situation. Within the great teleportation formation, all the energy that shot out would be sucked into the center of the formation. The arcane masters could not be harmed at all unless they were beheaded by the halberd. However, Bo Yuqing's mental strength could observe down to the smallest detail. He could teleport one step ahead of Xueqingfan with every move. It was extremely difficult for him to ambush and kill them. What? The legendary Void Emperor Wu, the second strongest in the world, doesn't even have the courage to fight me? Bo Yuqing sneered. Xueqingfan said with a wooden expression, I can play with you if you want to, but there's no time now. Oh? There's no time. What can you do? Bo Yuqing sneered and said, I like it when you can't stand me, but have no choice but to play with me. Xueqingfan raised his hand and raised vast sea dust. The sharp halberd looked cold and dazzling under the light. When the light shone into Bo Yuqing's eyes, he narrowed his eyes and also shot out a cold intent. He could not help but tighten his grip on ancient dust. Xueqingfan said, there's no time, so I will only make one move. Bo Yuqing's pupils contracted and his face instantly turned ashen. He seemed to feel a powerful pressure. His arm trembled and the ancient dust vibrated. One move? Are you looking for an excuse for your cowardice and failure? Bo Yuqing's aura gradually exploded. Demonic aura surged from his body and a large number of demonic patterns appeared on his skin. Even vast sea dust was shrouded in darkness. Xueqingfan formed a seal with one hand and looked down coldly. His body almost melted into the sky and became transparent. The only thing that remained solid was vast sea dust, which emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, the entire space shrank. Xueqingfan's body was like a black hole, devouring everything around him. Thousands of miles of sky filled up his body in an instant, his illusory state suddenly became solid and several times larger. It was as if he was the endless sky. What? Bo Yuqing was shocked, what's going on? He also felt the space he was standing in change. Even the great teleportation formation below was affected. The arcane masters opened their eyes in shock. Damn it! Bo Yuqing roared. Demonic aura surged from his body again and danced on the greatsword like flames. Lamenting sword rain wind, demonic song. With a swing of the sword, terrifying demonic flames turned into a pillar of light that soared into the sky. Thousands of sword intents surged within the demonic aura. Xueqingfan looked up and softly said, Void shatter. Vast ocean-like dust followed the hand gesture and turned into a dragon, roaring and emitting a powerful light of water. The entire void shattered under the blow, and Xueqingfan's body seemed to collapse. Boundless space shook with a bang. Bo Yuqing felt his chest shake. His entire body was shaken by the void. His internal organs were instantly damaged. Blood flowed out of his orifices and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He was heavily injured in an instant. He spat out those 3 words. The demonic aura in the sky dissipated. The water dragon broke through the air and bound him with the dragonization rope. The dozen or so arcane masters in the distance were instantly killed by the void. Their corpses were not whole. A force that could overturn mountains and seas came crashing down from the void. The great teleportation formation was suddenly attacked. With a boom, the invisible force was sucked away and poured into the silver light at the center. Although the formation was not messed up, all the arcane masters were injured and spat out blood. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the formation. It was the expressionless Xueqingfan. He wielded a black saber and slashed at the heads of the arcane masters. Stop! In the distance, Bo Yuqing roared. He used all the strength in his body to push the water dragon rope away. All the blood vessels in his body popped out of his skin. His expression was extremely hateful, but Xueqingfan's saber fell and killed dozens of arcane masters. The entire teleportation formation collapsed. The other arcane masters suffered the backlash of the formation. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Ah! Bang! Bo Yuqing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared and shot out demonic aura, finally knocking the water dragon rope away. The water dragon bounced a few times in the air before turning back into vast sea dust and flying back into Xueqingfan's hand. The white light containing the Milky Way and nebula began to dissipate. The teleportation force disappeared and everything returned to normal. Xueqingfan gripped his halberd. His face was so pale that it was almost translucent. It was obvious that the void shatter had used up almost all of his strength. Damn it! In his rage, Bo Yuqing's eyes began to turn black. He seemed to have lost his mind. The wounds on his body began to heal under the influence of the demonic aura. He teleported and slashed at Shui Qingfan's head. Shui Qingfan's face was ashen. He raised his halberd to meet the attack. Bang! The greatsword struck the halberd. The spirit light on the halberd dissipated. Shui Qingfan finally could not take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What's wrong? You can't use the Great Void technique anymore? Bo Yuqing seemed to have seen through something. He walked forward with a ferocious expression. He said coldly, "You can't atone for what you've done today." The ancient dust sword flashed and slashed down again. Shui Qingfan quickly made a hand seal. A thin layer of water appeared on his body and condensed into armor. At the same time, the vast sea dust appeared on his arms. His hands formed a seal, and the armor expanded, turning into a giant spirit-like figure. He also formed a seal to respond to the armor. A barrier that looked like a water ripple opened up. Boom! The greatsword's power hit the barrier. The water-like barrier dissipated and the giant spirit was shattered. Pfft! Shui Qingfan spat out another mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, his expression remained calm and expressionless. It was as if he had already seen through everything, including life and death. Clang! The halberd that had lost its spirit light stabbed into the ground. He held onto the halberd and stood up. He did not say a word. He looked forward calmly. There was only indifference and understanding in his eyes. Tisk, TSK. The world's second strongest, Void Emperor Wu, is history. Bo Yuqing's eyes turned cold. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. The ancient dust sword shone brightly and instantly struck out. Chi! The sword light cut through the sky, creating a pitch-black crack. Suddenly, the crack stopped a few inches away from Shui Qingfan's body, swaying to a halt. At the end of the crack, a white flame ignited and burned everything. Bo Yuqing's expression changed. His demonized eyes seemed to regain some clarity. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and fled. Shui Qingfan was stunned for a moment. He then laughed bitterly. It was unknown whether he was happy or relieved. He loosened his grip on the halberd and left a bloody mark on it. Then, he made a hand seal in front of him and sat cross-legged in the void to adjust his breathing. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Beside the flame in front of him, Li Yunxiao's figure slowly emerged. However, he was only translucent. He was in a trance and said coldly, "You want to leave now? Brother Yuqing, are you joking with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his real body had already teleported thousands of feet and appeared in front of Bo Yuqing. Li Yunxiao. Bo Yuqing's face was ashen and there were still traces of blood in his 7 orifices. He placed Gu Chen's sword in front of him and said coldly, "If you want to keep me here, we'll have to see what you're capable of." Li Yunxiao shook his index finger in front of him and shook his head. "It's not about what I'm capable of, it's about what we are capable of." Bo Yuqing's body trembled and he suddenly turned around. At the teleportation formation, a golden light spread and Noah's Ark appeared. Dozens of figures flew out from within and surrounded him in an instant. Bo Yuqing's face was extremely ugly and he gritted his teeth. "Li Yunxiao, fight me fairly if you have the guts. Even if I'm injured now, I'm not afraid of you." Fair fight? Why? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with mockery and he said coldly, "Do you think this is the world #1 martial arts competition? Fight you fairly?" He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, let's beat him up. Just don't kill him." Bo Yuqing's face immediately turned gloomy. Dozens of powerful auras soared into the sky and many of them were not weaker than him. The defense in his heart instantly collapsed and he had no will to resist. Boom! Boom! All kinds of attacks broke through the air and he was like a leaf in the wind. Intense pain came from all over his body and he fainted. This kid is really weak. I haven't even attacked and he's already dead. Haha, go and try if you're capable. Even Lord Island Lord will have to admit defeat under such attacks. He's already very strong. This person has a harmonization realm physique. No wonder he can withstand it. All kinds of laughter could be heard. Bo Yuqing's body was already badly mutilated from the attacks. Li Yunxiao kept a close watch on him as he was afraid that he would die. When it was about time, he waved his hand and a white light swept over and took him into the Universe Divine Monument. At that moment, the heavily injured arcane masters also looked at the group of people with fear. Yi Nanzhen's eyes swept over the faces of these people one by one. His eyes turned cold as he said, "These people all have demonic yuan in their bodies. They were most likely affected by the demonic qi. Even if they weren't demonized, their temperaments were still affected." Ben Tingfeng said, "What Lord means is." Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "No." Ben Tingfeng was stunned and didn't say a word. At this moment, he looked at Li Yunxiao with a respectful gaze. It was as if he had acknowledged that as the Heavenly Martial Alliance's alliance master, he could stand on equal footing with Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian sighed and said, "Leaving these people alive will be a disaster in the end." Li Yunxiao's face turned ashen as he said, "These are all great alchemists, and there are more than 100 of them. They are an invaluable treasure of the heavenly martial arts realm. My lord, do you really want to slaughter them?" An arcane master could not help but shout, "What is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you want to kill us? Is there something wrong with your brains? We have more than 100 great alchemists." Yi Nantian pointed at that person and said, "Look at these idiots. Do you think they are treasures? They almost killed us, yet they still think that it's abnormal for us to kill them. Let's not talk about whether they have been demonized or not, just these idiots deserve to be killed." He flicked his finger, and a golden radiance shot out. That arcane master exploded with a bang, and all the arcane masters in the vicinity were instantly frightened. "This group of lunatics really wants to kill us. Let's go quickly. Let's go to the chief." The arcane masters were finally frightened, and they frantically fled into the distance. Yi Nantian ordered, "Kill them all." A murderous aura emanated from his body, and it caused people to shudder with fear. "No." Li Yunxiao shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to kill them." He himself was an arcane alchemist. He had a strong sense of belonging and honor toward this profession, just like every other arcane alchemist. Now that he had stepped into the technique god realm, he felt that he had even more responsibility and obligation to protect these people. Moreover, these people represented the highest technique path group in the heavenly martial arts realm, and today's matter was mainly Lu Congzi's responsibility, not this group. Yi Nantian looked at him and said, "Don't forget the mission before the expedition, which was to kill all the demonized people. Are you going to change your mind at the last minute? Moreover, don't forget that I am also an arcane master." Li Yunxiao's whole body trembled, and he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Yi Nantian ordered again, and his eyes emitted murderous aura. He said coldly, "Kill them all." Ben Tingfeng glanced at Li Yunxiao, and when he saw that he didn't say anything, he accepted the order and said, "Yes." As he waved his hand, a group of martial artists immediately chased after them, and they quickly caught up with those arcane masters. They started killing them mercilessly, and miserable screams echoed, and the sky was dyed with blood. "Stop." Li Yunxiao couldn't bear it anymore, and he shouted loudly, and his voice was like a tiger's roar, and the sky trembled. Those martial artists were stunned for a moment, and then stopped. Li Yunxiao said, "Arcane Master's mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. I should be able to find a way to help them recover their mental strength. Moreover, didn't Lord say that the highest authority belongs to me?" Yi Nantian nodded, and said, "All right, since you are confident, then go ahead and try. The highest authority does belong to you, but at the same time, you have to be responsible for the results of this expedition." "I will." Li Yunxiao nodded, and agreed, and then ordered, "Capture all of them." Very soon, those arcane masters who were lucky enough to not be killed were brought over, and there were only 60 or so people left. In just a few breaths' time, half of them were killed. These people were all filled with fear and unease. They had never seen such a bloody scene before, and some of them were even crying softly. Li Yunxiao was also very upset, and he kept all of them into the World God Monument. He took a closer look, and these people were not deeply demonized. Through some kind of cultivation method, they should be able to completely expel the demonic aura in their bodies. Shui Qingfan was seriously injured, and after recovering a little vitality, he also entered the World God Monument. Everyone identified the direction, then returned to Noah's boat, and headed for the main island of the inland sea. The god transformation sea was filled with smoke, and the clouds were steaming. It was like a fairyland. The battleship rode the wind and waves, and soon entered the airspace of the main island, revealing the whole island. This is... Everyone gasped, and their pupils were slightly dilated. The entire main island was completely dark, and it had completely become a demonic island. It was like a piece of charcoal on the sea, and it was shocking. Everything on the island became blurred under the shroud of darkness, and even Li Yunxiao's wondrous spell spirit eyes could only see a general idea. Such a serious demonization, I'm afraid it had already started before Lu Congzi went to the immortal realm. It seems that he had completely made up his mind to become a demon long ago. Ling Mudi's face was also cold. The originally fairyland island was now like a rotten lung in a human body, and demonic aura was constantly rolling out. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Where are those top alchemists?" Ling Mudi said, "I'm afraid it's not optimistic. They were either killed, turned into Lu Congzi's lackey, or captured. No matter which one it is, it's too bad." Li Yunxiao casually grabbed an alchemist, pointed below, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on with this island? Where are Master Luo Tian and the others?" The alchemist looked at it with fear, and hurriedly shook his hands, and said, "I don't know." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent burst out, "A level 9 alchemist like Luo Tian is the one I value. An ant like you can be saved, but if you don't know, I'll kill you." The cold gaze penetrated the alchemist's body, and he was so scared that he trembled, and said, "Luo Tian." Master Luo Tian was captured, Li Yunxiao said, "Explain in detail." The alchemist told the whole story. Just as Ling Mudi had guessed, Lu Congzi had made everyone take a kind of elixir called Evil Pill, which contained extremely strong demonic aura. Anyone who consumed it would have demonic qi enter their body, controlling their mind, affecting their mind, and being controlled in the palm of their hand. Those who refused to take it, and those who were weaker were all killed. The remaining alchemists and warriors with higher cultivation were all captured by Lu Congzi because he couldn't bear to kill them. Hearing this, Li Yunxiao was furious, and he said, "Captured? Where did they go?" The alchemist was scared out of his wits, and he said in fear, "The ancient demon well. It's really there." Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Lu Congzi must want to use the demonic aura in the ancient demon well to influence people's minds and turn them into demons." He asked again, "There is no one on the main island, so why is there such a strong demonic aura?" The alchemist said, "It's said that the chief..." "Oh, no. Lu Congzi wants to use the main island as the first foothold for the demons to invade the realm of heaven martial arts, so he wants to change the spiritual aura on the island to make it suitable for the demons to live in." Ling Mudi's pupils shrank, and he stared at the island for a while. Then he said, "It's true. There are many small mosses and plants on this island, which are all from the demon realm. These things can absorb demonic aura, and they are one of the foundations of the whole demon realm." "Damn traitor," Li Yunxiao said. "Then this island," Ling Mudi gnashed his teeth and said, "We can't let them live." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Leave a few people to drive the warship and destroy this island. The rest of you, follow me." More than 10 high-level Emperor Wu and some alchemists were left to drive the warship and destroy the main island. The others followed Li Yunxiao and flew away. The ancient demon well was at the end of the divine transformation sea, which was connected to the void. With everyone's escape techniques, it only took a moment for them to arrive. The boundless void was like the huge mouth of a monster, waiting to devour everyone. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of them and turned into Lu Congzi, who was holding a silver cane. "Heh, you finally came." Lu Congzi seemed to have become cunning and treacherous. He had lost his previous calm, magnanimous, graceful, and benevolent demeanor. Although he had been pretending in the past, he was no longer pretending now. He had completely torn off his mask. Li Yunxiao led the crowd and stopped at the place where the black and white, the border between the divine transformation sea and the void, met. The boundary between black and white was like the boundary between two factions. They could never be merged, and they were bound to be like water and fire. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly. After a while, he said, "Lu Congzi, are you afraid? You don't dare to face us with your real body, so you sent an incarnation. Don't you feel ashamed? Haha, embarrassing me? I'll admit defeat, okay? Lu Zongzi was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, only those who dare to admit their weakness and shortcomings are truly strong. Pfft. F***ck your strength. Come out and accept your death. Li Yunxiao was so enraged that his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Am I stupid? Why did you come out to die? Lu Zongzi smiled in surprise and said, why are you so angry, alliance leader? You look like you want to eat my flesh. Since when did you hate me so much? Pfft, I'll be poisoned to death if I eat your coarse flesh. Disgusting. Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and looked down at him with disdain. Yinantian said, why are you wasting time with him? Let's go in and crush everything and seal the ancient demon's well. Li Yunxiao nodded and raised his hand to give the order. Haha, are you going to kill me? Lu Zongzi smiled and said, do you not want your disciple's life? Li Yunxiao's hand froze in the air and he could not swing it down. Lu Zongzi squinted his eyes and smiled. Should I choose righteousness or love? TSK, what a dilemma. UF** king beast, not human. Li Yunxiao roared, where's Yang Di? Lu Zongzi said in a strange voice, hey, don't scold me. We're all civilized people. We need to be polite. Polite my ass. Where's Yang Di? Li Yunxiao was furious. He wanted to rush up and kill him. Lu Zongzi waved his hand and a circle of demonic light appeared around him. A person was sitting cross-legged in it, emitting demonic energy. He was cultivating demonic skills. Demonic servant. Li Yunxiao screamed. He recognized the evil aura on Yang Di's face at a glance. It was a demonic servant. Haha, Child Yunxiao is really knowledgeable. Lu Zongzi said with a smile, with Yang Di's qualifications, he wasn't qualified to be my demonic servant. It's all because of young Master Yunxiao that I gave him the qualification. Li Yunxiao felt cold. Once he became a demonic servant, Yang Di would definitely die if Lu Zongzi died. His hand froze in the air and he slowly put it down. He turned and said, Master Mudi, is there a way to escape after becoming a demonic servant? Mudi frowned and shook his head. I'm not sure. If we can find Di Jia, he might know. Li Yunxiao was silent. He looked at the figure in the demonic circle and could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Haha. Lu Zongzi laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with mockery as he mocked, Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master, you still haven't answered my question. Will you choose righteousness or marriage? Yinantian spoke in a deep voice, do you really need to think about such a simple question? Li Yunxiao nodded. He became extremely dejected. He waved his hand weakly and said, from now on, the highest command is yours. Yinantian nodded and said, don't think too much. How can there be no sacrifice? How many people died 100,000 years ago? Your disciple is not the first, nor will he be the last. In the end, even you and I will be in the mix. Don't think too much. How can there be no sacrifice? How many people died 100,000 years ago? Li Yunxiao said sadly, I understand. Lu Zongzi laughed and said, so you chose the so-called righteousness? Li Yunxiao said coldly, do I need to tell you what I choose? Shut your mouth. I want to tear your old face apart now. Yinantian waved his hand and shouted, everybody, listen to my command. Charge into the void. Kill whoever you see. Lu Zongzi's expression changed. Very well. I'll be waiting to see a battle between master and disciple. He waved his sleeve and the demonic light disappeared. His figure disappeared as well. Everyone rushed into the void. As soon as they stepped in, they felt their bodies tremble. Dong. The entire void trembled under the thunderous sound of the war drum. The sound of the drum reverberated through the air and entered everyone's ears, causing their blood to surge. It's the Rakshasa drum. Be careful. Li Yunxiao shouted. Dong. Dong. Another 2 drum sounds came. The void was shaking like water. There was a strong resistance in front of them, making it difficult to move forward. Those experts below peak martial emperors felt their blood rushing to their throats, their blood rushed to their throat. In the darkness in front of them, there seemed to be demonic shadows moving. They could vaguely see a giant drum that was emitting sound waves. Li Yunxiao looked over. The giant drum was more than 10 zhang tall. A drumstick danced in the air. It was controlled by several demonic cultivators to hit the drum. Dong. With every hit, the bodies of the demonic cultivators trembled. It seemed that controlling the hammer was very exhausting. Humph. Yi Nantian humped coldly. His body shined with a golden glow as he dashed forward. The next moment, he appeared in front of the drum and punched it hard. Stop. The demonic cultivators rushed forward. Yi Nantian sneered. He formed a seal with his left hand and slapped around his body. Bang, bang, bang. The demonic cultivators all exploded. At this moment, the fist force hit the drum. Boom. There was an earth-shattering sound. Demonic chi gushed out. Yi Nantian's face froze. He stretched out his hand and slapped it. At the same time, a golden light appeared on his body to protect him. The devil chi that shot out suddenly dispersed under the force of his palm, turning into a large net. There were densely packed black dots on the net, and it was as if the stars in the sky were falling down. What? Yi Nantian was shocked. The demonic net had already spread out dozens of zhang. It covered the space and imprisoned him. What a joke. You think a mere net can trap me? Yi Nantian snorted. He raised his finger. The golden light flashed and he slashed down. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light shook the demonic net. But it couldn't break it. What? Yi Nantian then realized that something was wrong. He observed carefully and found that those tiny black dots were not made of ordinary materials. Besides, it was not that he didn't cut them into pieces, but that the black dots were still attached to the net and became the nodes. The rest of the people also rushed over and surrounded the net. Li Yunxiao stopped them. Don't touch this net. Hao Feng frowned. What's going on? He also tried to slash a few times. The nodes shattered, but they only split into smaller nodes. Yi Nantian's expression turned ugly. Rule lock? Li Yunxiao nodded. Yes, it is. Unless we destroy the entire power of rule or find a way to retract the net, it will be difficult. But I don't know what this black dot is. It can't be destroyed. He raised his hand and condensed a bit of ice fiend heart flame. With a ting sound, it landed on one of the points and burned. The black dot wasn't afraid of the fire. Instead, it started to lose its black color and gradually turned white. This is, Li Yunxiao's body trembled. Neon stone? His eyes widened as he stared at the gravel-like fragments of fine stones. They were actually neon stones. Or rather, they were incomplete neon stones. Just now, under the burning of his baleful ice heart flame, a little bit of neon stone's characteristics appeared, which was sensed by Li Yunxiao. The words neon stones were not unfamiliar to the masters present. Their expressions changed drastically. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, these should be elementary stones that haven't completely evolved into neon stones. My burning process just accelerated their evolution, but it's not perfect. He reached out and touched the dot. He could feel the difference, but it was still different from a real neon stone. TSK, it's not easy to make a rule lock, but it can only catch one fish. What a waste. But this is a big fish. A fierce voice came from afar. A man in a black robe appeared near the ancient demon well. His eyes flashed with a strange light. It was Yu Chen, the deputy of the Divine Sea Realm. A large amount of demonic chi kept gushing out of the ancient demon well. A large number of warriors flew out. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 people scattered around. Li Yunxiao's face was very unsightly. These warriors were demonic cultivators before the Divine Sea Realm. Some of them were not even demonic cultivators, but they were now demonic cultivators. The problem was most likely in those magical weapons and elixirs. There was definitely something wrong with them. Moreover, if those magical weapons and elixirs were leaked out of the Divine Sea Realm, it would affect the whole realm of heaven martial arts. Yu Chen sneered and said, this rule lock is made of the neon stones. It's hard to imagine how difficult it was. It said that there is at least one demonic dead soul at each node. Everyone was shocked. There were at least hundreds of millions of black dots on this rule lock. How many demonic dead souls had died? Yuchen looked at everyone's shocked faces and seemed very satisfied. He laughed and said, "Ha, ha, but you don't need to feel bad. These demonic dead souls are the most basic creatures in the realm of demons. The demonic kings use them to concoct elixirs and forge weapons, or they eat them raw." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "These demonic dead souls have no choice but to become weapons. They are not like you. You are so active. As expected, you are of a higher level than the demonic dead souls." Yuchen said angrily, "Are you mocking me?" Li Yunxiao said, "I don't dare. You have so many minions with you. I am scared just by looking at you. How could I dare to mock you? I will ask you to be merciful and spare my life later. By the way, where is Lu Congzi? What is he doing in the well? Why doesn't he come out?" Yuchen felt strange. He snorted angrily and said, "I don't care what you think. Today, I will wash away the humiliation you brought me with your blood. I will wash away the humiliation you brought me with your blood. As for Master Chief, you won't have the chance to see him again." His face was gloomy. He waved his hand and the warriors immediately flew over. There were more than 1,000 people in the sky. They looked like a black mass of ants. Ling Mudi said, "These cannon fodder are not easy to deal with." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Everyone, be careful. These demonic cultivators are not afraid of death. They are very violent and murderous. They are most likely Lu Congzi's abandoned pawns to exhaust our strength. An even more terrifying opponent is probably in the depths of the ancient demon well." Hao Feng's eyes were cold. He said coldly, "No matter how powerful they are still cannon fodder." He carried the Vitality Nirvana blade and walked toward the demon warriors. With a flash of the blade, several demonic cultivators were cut in half. Their upper bodies roared in anger. Although their bodies were cut, they didn't die. What spurted out from the cut was not blood, but demonic essence. Their upper bodies circled in the air and then returned to their original bodies. How could this be? The warriors of the three sects were shocked. After checking with their divine senses, they found that these demonic cultivators were not dead, but their auras were greatly weakened. This is bad. These demonic cultivators are just shells. There are demons in their bodies. Ling Mudi said in horror, "The demons are in the bodies of these warriors to resist the suppression of the realm." The cold light in Hao Feng's eyes became colder. He raised his blade again and cut the demonic cultivators into 7 or 8 pieces. Finally, they couldn't recover. They let out desperate roars and kept exploding. Ka! 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 A large number of demonic evil spirits separated and flew all over the sky. In the end, they tried to bite Hao Feng. The demonic evil spirits had low intelligence, but with the obsession of the warriors before they died and the rejection of the power outside the demonic chi, they sensed the presence of the warriors of the three sects and flew over to bite them. Li Yunxiao grabbed the air with his 5 fingers. Immediately, a thunderbolt appeared in his palm and he threw it out. The thunderbolt turned into thousands of thunder dragons that flew through the void and destroyed all the demonic evil spirits. The people of the two camps finally rushed together and started fighting. A large number of demonic cultivators exploded. All kinds of demonic evil spirits flew everywhere. The void was a mess. Next to the ancient demon well, Yuchen watched coldly. His eyes were fixed on Li Yunxiao, full of hatred and killing intent. Suddenly, a demonic shadow appeared beside him. Yuchen's body trembled. When he saw who it was, he cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Lord Xing." Xing looked at the battlefield and said, "Why are there so many strong warriors? The information you provided doesn't seem to be right." Xing's voice was so cold that Yuchen was startled. He said in fear, "These people should have come from the immortal realm. The chief of the immortal realm has already reported to Lord Manuel, the immortal realm? It gathered the elites of the realm of heaven martial arts for 100,000 years. He, let them all be buried here," Xing Yu said. Yes. Yuchen's body trembled. He felt a bit afraid, but more than that, excitement and madness. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Xing's gaze flickered with a cold light, and he said, "What about the expert and true dragon that killed Lord Man's clone that day? Why not here?" Yuchen said, "We don't know who that powerhouse is for now, but that so-called true dragon is no longer a world king existence in the past. His strength is constantly falling and there is nothing to fear." Xing said coldly, "No matter what, it's still a true dragon. It's best to kill it as soon as possible." "Yes, yes." Yuchen hurriedly said, "After we kill these people, we'll investigate the expert who killed Lord Barbarian's clone, and find the true dragon and kill it." Xing nodded and said, "Is Li Yunxiao, who possesses the Universe God Monument and can draw the Six Paths demonic weapon, here?" "Here. That's him." Yuchen was filled with passion as he pointed at the battlefield. Xing's pupil shrank, and he looked in that direction. His eyes lit up. "Is it that young man?" On the battlefield, Li Yunxiao was calm and unruffled. He held the sword in his right hand, and every time he slashed out, he would take a life. Moreover, the demonic cultivators on his sword all died violently. Not even demonic energy was left, and they directly turned into demonic energy. "Yes, that's him." Yuchen gnashed his teeth in hatred, and his face was filled with hatred. "That is..." Xing suddenly screamed, a demonic sword forged from neon stone. Every time the sword slashed out, the ice fiend heart flame would appear on the blade, so those demonic cultivators didn't even have the chance to explode with demonic energy. Xing's eyes shone brightly. He formed a seal with one hand and muttered something. His body surged with a dark brown light, and a large number of runes flashed in the light. Yuchen was shocked. Dark yen armor. In an instant, Xing's entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Only his eyes were exposed, and he greedily stared at the sword in Li Yunxiao's hand. He took a step forward, and stepped into the void. Yuchen was overjoyed. He thought that Li Yunxiao was dead for sure, and he looked forward excitedly. Li Yunxiao had just killed a few demonic cultivators when he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger descend. In his shock, he suddenly turned around and retreated. His feet stepped on a strange position, and he split into two. Two afterimages intertwined as he retreated, and he shuttled back and forth between a few demonic cultivators. Bang! Bang! Those demonic cultivators suddenly exploded, and a large number of demonic energy exploded out. It was as if they were frightened, and they fled in all directions. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he instantly caught sight of the other party. He raised his sword, and countless sword flowers appeared as he stabbed forward. Chi! Chi! The sword spat out a myriad of sword chi, and it was like a giant lotus descending from the sky. It slowly bloomed, and white flames danced in the lotus, burning the void. Huh! Suddenly, a roar came from within the lotus sword chi. A figure fiercely struck out with his palm, and a giant demonic rune flashed in the air, pressing down in all directions. Boom! The sword chi and the flames exploded, turning into countless sharp sword chi fragments and sparks. They scattered in all directions, and dozens of people were accidentally injured. This time, the surrounding people were all shocked, and they frantically moved away, creating an empty space of several hundred feet. At the place where the explosion occurred, Xing's body slowly appeared. All the demonic cultivators also seemed to be afraid, and they didn't dare to enter this empty space. Feiyong. Chu Hongyan was shocked from afar, and she wanted to kill her way out, afraid that Li Yunxiao would encounter danger. But there were too many demonic cultivators, and there was no way to kill them all. The demonic energy was as numerous as the sand grains in the Ganges River, and she almost couldn't care less. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Don't come over." A few people also wanted to come forward, but after hearing this, they immediately gave up and focused on killing the demonic cultivators. Xing stretched out his hand, and said, "Give me the rainbow demonic sword." Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows, and he said disdainfully, "Give it to you? What's in it?" Xing said, "Maybe I can spare your life." Li Yunxiao smiled, and he said, "Maybe?" Xing nodded, and he said, "Because I still have to strip the power of the demonic Lord Emperor in your body, and maybe I will kill you, so I can't guarantee it." Li Yunxiao said, "First, tell me who you are." Xing said, "I am a second-level demonic monarch under Lord Man. Lord Man?" Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes, and he thought of the person who possessed Yin Yu in the immortal realm. He said, what level is Lord Man at? Third level, fourth level? He seems to have a high status and prestige. Xing said, humph, ignorant, this is the heavenly martial arts realm's wishful thinking. Demon monarchs are divided into two levels, corresponding to the heavenly martial arts realm's heaven-wielding realm and void extreme realm. Above them are the demon venerables, corresponding to the heavenly martial arts realm's fate realm, and Lord Man is a demon venerable. Li Yunxiao thought of something, and he said, how many demon venerables are there in the demonic realm, and above them, corresponding to the realm king? Heh, you want to know the demonic realm's strength? Haha, what can you do even if you know? Above the demon venerables is the peak of the realm, and it is the saint demon. I can tell you this, in the past, Lord Monogatari was the saint demon, and the saint demon who obtained the 6 paths demonic weapons was the demon master. Xing sneered, and his eyes shone with a mocking light. He said with a disdainful smile, today's battle will be the place where you will be buried. Knowing more will only add to your unnecessary worries, and you won't be able to die a happy death. How sad. Li Yunxiao said, you are so tight-lipped, but it is only because you are worried. Because you don't have the confidence to kill us. In this void, although there are many demons, they are just cannon fodder. You have eyes, and you can take a good look. The more demons there were, the more demonic cultivators were killed. Although many martial artists of the 3 sects had fallen, most of them were below the immortal realm, so their yuan qi was not really hurt. On the contrary, the demonic cultivators were killed on a large scale, and more than half of them were killed by the strong people of the 3 sects who were above the divine palm realm. The other side could not resist this force at all. Humph, a bunch of minions, just the dregs of the heavenly martial arts realm. Do you think you can be compared to the demon clan just because you practice demonic techniques? You are just our dogs. Xing did not care about these people's lives at all, and his face was full of disdain and mockery. Li Yunxiao's heart sank, and he cursed inwardly. The information revealed by this sentence was very important. It proved that the demon clan did not care about the power of the divine transformation sea realm. Xing smiled evilly, and said, I will tell you another piece of information, and let you fall into complete despair. There are 8 demon venerables ruling the demon realm, and Lord Man is just one of them. 8. Li Yunxiao was shocked. This was the first time he knew the strength of the demon realm's top experts. What about the saint demon? Haha, you still want to know about the saint demon? Lord Man alone can wipe out this realm, let alone the 8 demon venerables. Xing laughed wildly. He had already learned about the current situation of the heavenly martial arts realm from Lu Xongzi. As far as he knew, there was no fate realm expert in the heavenly martial arts realm. His strength was the peak, and the gap between the 2 realms was huge. Obediently hand over the neon rainbow demon sword to me, and I can grant you life. Xing approached him step by step, his eyes full of excitement, desire, and greed. Although his whole body was covered in armor, and his face could not be seen clearly, his eyes were enough to show what he was thinking. Xing flipped his hand and grabbed, and said fiercely, come here. The whole void suddenly rumbled and collapsed toward his palm, forming a huge vortex with it as the center. All the martial artists and demonic cultivators within a radius of 1,000 feet were affected. Their expressions changed, and they all used the fixed body technique to avoid being pulled by this suction. Li Yunxiao also used the fixed body technique to stand where he was. His body shone with a golden light, but the power was too strong, and it kept pushing him forward toward the center of the vortex, toward Xing's palm. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and a 6-colored radiance flew up and condensed into the Tushita heavenly peak. He used his left hand as a knife, and lightning flickered on his fingers. As he moved, a long tail of lightning appeared behind him. The 2 of them looked at each other coldly, and they were getting closer and closer. Several thousand feet away, all the martial artists, who were fighting, were so shocked that they split their attention and looked toward the void. Die. When the distance between them was reduced to 100 feet, Li Yunxiao suddenly launched an attack. The Tushita heavenly peak rose against the wind, and he attacked. The 6-colored light shone brightly, and the Tushita heavenly peak turned into an area of half an acre in an instant. It covered the sky, and a sharp whistling sound echoed out. Xing was shrouded in the shadow, and he was as small as an ant. His eyes became fierce, and a flower-like demonic mark appeared between his eyebrows. The palm, which had absorbed a great amount of energy, made a grabbing motion, and the surrounding space shook violently. Even the Tushita heavenly peak was affected. It seemed to stop moving for a moment, and its light was frozen. Tearing wind! Xing shouted, and his 5 fingers stretched out like claws. A palm print pierced through the 6-colored light and hit the Tushita heavenly peak, which exploded with a deafening sound. Boom! Countless rays of black light shot out and devoured the 6-colored light. The Tushita heavenly peak lost its spiritual light, but Xing groaned, and his eyes were full of fear. The sound of something cracking came from his body, which was wrapped in armor. The mountain and Xing's figure were faintly discernible in the black light, and after a few flashes, they appeared again. The Tushita heavenly peak spiritual light was scattered, and it turned back to the size of a fist. On the other hand, Xing's body swayed a few times before he flew backwards. Li Yunxiao took a step forward and took the Tushita heavenly peak in his hand. Then he took another step and chased after Xing. Xing had resisted the Tushita heavenly peak, so he was obviously injured and wanted to escape. But he was a level 2 demon king, and he was definitely one of the main commanders of this battlefield, so he couldn't let him escape. A giant lightning hand appeared in the air, covering an area of several acres. It grabbed at Xing like an eagle catching a chick. Yu Chen, who was in the distance, was petrified. Xing, who was extremely strong in his heart, had been defeated in one move, and he was running away in embarrassment. This made his passion completely freeze, and his confidence instantly collapsed. Xing's eyes were gloomy as he watched the giant lightning hand grab at him. It wasn't that he couldn't fight anymore. Although he was injured, it wasn't serious, and it didn't affect him much. It was just that his armor was cracked, and if he continued to fight, it would probably break. Lu Zongzi had collected the best materials from the 2 realms, and he had spent a lot of effort to refine the dark fire armor. It could balance the power of the realm of heaven martial arts, and each of them was a priceless treasure. Even level 2 demon kings under the barbarians didn't have them. If he damaged the armor, he would definitely be punished when he returned. What was more serious was that if his armor was damaged, he would be suppressed by the power of the world, and he might even die here. Thus, when the cracks appeared on his armor, he couldn't care less about snatching the rainbow demon sword anymore. He turned around and left. At this moment, Giant Thunder's hand was as fast as lightning. He didn't have time to think. He raised his hand with a gloomy face and punched out. The fist force spun and demonic aura gushed out, turning into a huge fist that met head-on. Bang! In the vast space of nothingness, 2 fists and palms that were several acres in size collided. One was green, the other black, the 2 colors intertwined and tore each other apart. Boom! The gigantic lightning hand was continuously torn apart, and the demonic fist actually gained the upper hand. After shattering the gigantic lightning hand, the demonic fist itself was also almost torn apart. It turned into countless demonic lights and shot upwards, disappearing into the void. Li Yunxiao, who had originally planned to continue the chase, suddenly stopped. He had originally thought that Xing must have escaped with serious injuries, so he planned to take him down in one go. However, that punch just now was full of strength and energy. It was obvious that Xing's injuries were much lighter than he had guessed. After Xing punched out, his body flipped a few times and returned to Yu Chen's side. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and the dark yen armor on his body retreated, revealing his true body. Lord Xing, are you all right? Yu Chen asked while trembling with fear. Humph, what can happen to me? Xing angrily snorted and stared at him with cold eyes. Yu Chen was so frightened that he hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say another word. Xing's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "That attack just now caused a crack to appear on the dark yen armor." What? Yu Chen was incomparably shocked, and he said in horror, "That dark yen armor is abnormally sturdy. It can withstand half of Lord's strength." Not enough. Half is far from enough. Xing's eyes were spitting fire, and he said in a cold voice, "I want a stronger armor." He suddenly stared at Yu Chen and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. "Go refine it for me." Yu Chen's shoulders were in intense pain, as if knives were cutting his tendons, bones, and flesh. Even his neck was about to be split open. He said in pain, Lord. I can't refine it. Can't refine it? Aren't you an arcane master? Xing's eyes revealed a fierce glint, and there was a hint of killing intent. Yuchen felt a chill in his heart. Yuchen spoke with a trembling voice, even arcane masters are divided into levels and directions. Only the arcane masters know how to refine it. Humph. Trash. Xing scolded, then let go of his hands and retracted his hostility. He glared at Li Yunxiao who was fighting in the distance, and said, these minions can't hold on any longer. The second round of attacks should be coming, right? Yuchen took out a bronze mirror and made a few hand seals. The mirror light dimmed, and an image appeared. In the depths of the ancient demon well, in front of the boundary wall, there was a row of huge spheres. Hundreds of thousands of formations appeared on the boundary wall. Monstrous demonic aura surged out from the formations and poured into the spheres. Yuchen retracted his gaze and said, it should be soon. Humph, Lu Congzi. Why are you so hesitant when doing something? You humans are just like that. Xing was extremely dissatisfied, but he did not know how to vent his anger. He could only scold Yuchen like a grandson. Suddenly, Xing turned his gaze and looked outside the rule lock trapping Yinan Tian. A subtle feeling rose in his heart, and he asked, who is that? Yuchen followed his gaze and saw a metallic puppet-like man standing outside the rule lock. He held a sword with both hands and had a cold expression. He did not recognize this person, so he could only shake his head. Xing scolded, trash. You don't know anything. Yuchen's face turned pale, but he could only swallow his anger. Inside the rule lock, Yinan Tian kept making hand seals and studying the method to break the lock. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and looked at the person outside the lock. The metallic man came from the Sky Martial Alliance and was only at the True God realm. He had not made a sound, and no one knew what he was thinking. He just stood outside the lock in a daze. Yinan Tian could not help but ask, who are you? The metallic man spoke for the first time, I'm observing this rule lock. Maybe I can break it. You? Yinan Tian clearly did not believe him, but he still said in a friendly manner, then I'll have to trouble you to try. Okay. The metallic man raised the sword in his hand. Instantly, rays of golden light appeared on the sword. There were some strange characters, and the entire sword became transparent. Yinan Tian revealed a look of shock. This sword was abnormally sharp, and it gave him a sense of righteousness. It seemed to have a restraining effect on demonic beings. The metal man raised his sword and swung it down, bang. Bang. Bang, countless nodes exploded under the sword force, collapsing into demonic essence. The crack that the sword had slashed open slowly healed. However, Yinan Tian was already dumbfounded. He said in ecstasy, it actually didn't split. Moments later, the crack closed up on its own. The surrounding nodes slowly moved toward the space, as if they would automatically balance the power. In the distance, Xing and Yuchen were also dumbfounded. The two of them exclaimed at the same time, impossible. Yuchen said in a daze, what do we do? Xing's mouth was also wide open in shock. However, his expression instantly returned to normal. He said coldly, it must be that sword. What sword is that? Yuchen could not answer either. He had no idea what sword it was that could actually cut through the rule lock. The metallic man raised the sword again and said, Sir, pay attention. Golden light appeared on the sword again. It was a majestic scene, and the roar of beasts came from within. The metallic man used his sword force. Xing roared, stop him. Stop that person. Hurry up and kill him. The demonic cultivators near the metallic man seemed to be intimidated by his voice. They abandoned their original opponents and rushed toward the metallic man. However, how could the martial artists of the three sects let them do as they wished? They also rushed toward the rule lock in large numbers to kill the demonic cultivators. Righteous Thousand Campaign Art. The metallic man shouted and slashed out with his sword. The sword's shadows were vast and mighty, and like a rain, they struck the rule lock. Countless nodes instantly exploded with loud bangs, and a huge hole was torn open. Thank you. Yinan Tian was overjoyed. He stepped out and laughed 3 times toward the sky. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "May I ask for your name?" The metallic man sheathed his sword and said, "Emo Jingzhou." The metallic man was the ancestor of the Emo family. Emo Jingzhou, who had always been attached to the heaven-punishing demon sweeping sword, had also forged a body with refined godly steel and came with the flute. Emo Jingzhou? Yinantian repeated the name a few times in his heart. He felt very unfamiliar, but no matter what, this person was a member of the Heavenly Martial Union. He was also very happy. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you again." Emo Jingzhou said, "We're both demonic slayers." "You're welcome." Yinantian nodded gratefully and didn't say anything else. He just shouted to the sky and then disappeared in a flash. As if he had been suppressed, Yinantian instantly rushed into the battlefield like a golden dragon. Everywhere he passed, screams could be heard. Xing was furious. He grabbed Yu Chen's collar and shouted, "How much longer? How much longer until the puppets hatch?" I don't know." Yu Chen's neck was strangled. He could not breathe, and his face was red. "Haha, is Lord Xing so impatient?" A leisurely voice was heard. The ancient demon well seemed to have changed. It started to spin and expand, and soon became several times larger. The mouth of the well was like a galaxy, flashing with terrifying power. In the background of this galaxy, Lu Congzi appeared with a silver crutch and a smile on his face. Xing was shocked and said with joy, "Did you succeed?" Lu Congzi nodded, then shook his head. Xing said angrily, "Did you succeed or not?" Lu Congzi said, "Yes and no." Xing was speechless. He said coldly, "If it were someone else talking to me like this, they would have already been scraps of the universe." "Hee, that's why I said Lord Xing is impatient," Lu Congzi said with a faint smile. Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, speak human language." He was so anxious that his eyes were spitting fire, and his hair was standing on end. He wanted to eat Lu Congzi. Lu Congzi stopped teasing him and said seriously, "A few pupas have hatched, but they are different from what we expected." Xing was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, "Different?" Lu Congzi waved his hand, and a demonic light appeared. It slowly turned into a screen, in which several fat animals were staggering. Their bellies were so big that they almost touched the ground, and their feet couldn't be seen. Their hands were very thin, and they were disproportionate to their bodies. Their heads were flat and long, and their eyes were ferocious. They had a pair of wings on their backs. Xing was dumbfounded. He said, Is this the prime elephant wisdom Ho?" Lu Congzi nodded and said, "It should have mutated." The pupas were taken from the demon realm and stayed in the realm of heaven martial arts for a long time. It's normal for them to mutate under the influence of the realm power. But, Xing patted his forehead and said, "The prime elephant wisdom Ho is so fat. Can it fight?" Lu Congzi smiled. His eyes suddenly shone with excitement. He said, "Ha, it's not just fighting. This thing was born in the demon realm and the realm of heaven martial arts. It's suppressed by the realm power of the two realms, so it's much stronger than the prime elephant wisdom Ho in the demon realm. It should be called the super prime elephant wisdom Ho, or the second prime elephant wisdom Ho." The second prime elephant wisdom Ho. Xing was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let these things fight. Also, my dark flame armor is broken. Help me repair it." Lu Congzi looked at him calmly and said, "Repairing the armor can't be done in a short time. Lord Xing, you should be patient." A hint of anger appeared between Xing's brows, but he didn't say anything. Lu Congzi raised his left hand, made a hand seal, and put it in front of him. The huge well behind him rotated outward once again, like a flower bud that was constantly blooming, like a huge constellation that was evolving. This change attracted the attention of the warriors of the three sections. At this moment, all the devil cultivators retreated desperately. Many of them would rather be chased and severely injured than to give up the battle and flee. The warriors of the three sects became spirited, and they took the chance to chase and kill many of them. Yinantian shouted, "Don't chase a desperate enemy." However, there were a few martial artists who had chased far away. Suddenly, darkness spread out in front of them, and with a wing sound, it enveloped them, and then they disappeared. Xianxia was startled, even he couldn't find those martial artists in the darkness, It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. What is that? Xianxia was also shocked. The dark light was coming from the flower-like nebula. The evolution of the ancient demon's well was getting stranger and stranger. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock as he said, "This constellation seems to contain the power of an array. It will be troublesome if we fall into it. But no matter what, the well is the eye of the formation. As long as we destroy it, the entire constellation will be destroyed." Xianxia said solemnly, "All right. I'm going to destroy the eye of the formation. Everyone, listen up. I'm handing over the highest command to Xianxia." With that, his body flashed with a golden light, and he disappeared on the spot. Xianxia said in a loud voice, "Everyone, retreat 10,000 feet. This black light is a bit strange. Don't fall into it." A large number of martial artists turned into escape lights and retreated. They only stopped after retreating 10,000 feet. Soon, the place where they had been standing was swallowed by the black light. The flower-like constellation was still evolving and expanding. Xianxia also disappeared when he moved forward. However, with Xianxia's wonderful spell spiritual eyes, he could vaguely see a golden light flashing, so he should be safe for the time being. Ling Mudi said in a low voice, "I remember now. This black light is the demonic fog light. Once you enter it, you will lose your 5 senses and 6 senses. It is very easy to cause dizziness, confusion, and irritation. However, it is not very strong. It can be found everywhere in the demon realm. As long as you use the power of the elements, you can break it." Xianxia threw out a flame, which suddenly exploded in the air and evolved into a Xianxia flame, which spread in a fan shape. The light rushed into the demonic fog and illuminated tens of thousands of feet. A small part of the demonic fog was immediately dispersed. However, in just a few breaths, the Xianxia flame was swallowed, and the demonic fog returned to its original pitch-black state. Xianxia said, "It's feasible. Everyone, follow me. We will break the formation eye. If anyone can control the power of the elements, they can also move alone." A strong wind swirled around his body, and a small crocodile appeared on his shoulder. The crocodile suddenly exhaled, and a large gust of strong wind blew, dispersing the demonic fog and revealing a flat path. Xianxia said, "I will take the lead, and the rest of you follow closely behind. If I fall into the formation, Lord Ling Mudi will be the highest commander." Ling Mudi? This metal man? Besides the Heavenly Martial Union, the profoundly island and sanctuary martial artists were all stunned, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although there were still people who were dissatisfied with Xianxia being the highest commander, everyone could reluctantly accept his performance along the way. However, this Ling Mudi did not even have a physical body. He had possessed a metal puppet, and his cultivation was not very high. How could he convince everyone? Immediately, some people groaned to show their dissatisfaction. Hao Feng suddenly shuddered, and he looked at Ling Mudi in shock. He asked carefully, "Are you, the Northern Region King?" Ling Mudi nodded and said, "I didn't expect anyone to remember me." With his personality, he did not want to use his identity to pressure others. However, this was a critical moment, and he could not afford to be unreasonable. He had to convince the masses as quickly as possible and become Xianxia's substitute when something happened. Only then would he be able to stabilize the situation at the most critical moment. What? He's one of the 4 kings, the Northern Region King Ling Mudi? All sorts of shocked voices rang out, and it became noisy in an instant. The sanctuary martial artists frowned, as they were unfamiliar with this name. On the other hand, the experts of Xianli Island were shocked. Their island lord was just one of the 4 kings back then, and the title of the 4 kings of Xianli Island was created by Yi Qingyu to commemorate the 4 of them back then. Hao Feng was filled with respect, and he cupped his fists and said, "So it's Lord Mudi, I apologize for my lack of manners." Many martial artists also showed respect, and they cupped their fists and bowed. Ling Mudi waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so courteous, everyone. It's our duty to kill the demon, and we hope that we can put aside our biases, trust each other, and work together." Lord Mudi is right. Hao Feng was the first to respond. As soon as he spoke, the others naturally did not have any objections. Xianxia said, "Let's go, we've already wasted a lot of time." I hope that Xianxia and the other friends are safe. The demonic fog quickly swallowed the path created by the astral wind, and headed towards where everyone was. The crocodile let out another breath, and opened another path. However, this path was much narrower than the previous one. The crocodile was stunned, and he frowned. Li Yunxiao and the others also noticed, but they did not think much of it, and only thought that the crocodile was not working hard enough. Many high-level Emperor Wu had died in the previous battle, and now there were less than 200 people left. All of them flew towards the path. In front of the ancient demon well, Lu Congzi was still making hand seals with one hand, and he was holding the silver crutch in his hand. However, his robe was torn, and his face was no longer as calm as before. Blue veins were bulging on his forehead. Xing, who was next to him, also had an ugly expression. It seemed that he had used up a lot of energy, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. He looked ahead coldly. A few hundred feet away from the two of them, Xianxia was sitting in the void, and his whole body was covered in golden light. The Noah's boat appeared between his eyebrows, and it kept shooting out golden light. However, it was blocked within 3 feet of him, and it could not go through. His entire body was surrounded by layers of demonic light balls, and there were a total of 9 layers. The 9 layers of demonic light balls stuck together, and they slowly merged. He's in. Lu Congzi suddenly looked ecstatic, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, Li Yunxiao is indeed bold, but in the end, he is still too inexperienced. He thinks that the power of the elements can dispel the demonic fog. This wrong judgment is enough to doom them. Xing's pale face recovered a little, and he said, "Finally, I heard some good news. If it is an ordinary demonic fog, it can indeed be dispelled by the power of the elements, but this is the demonic fog that Lord Man collected from the sky above the Holy Devil Valley, and it has been floating for billions of years. Even I do not want to touch it." Lu Congzi said, "There are also 10 second-generation elephant Zhiho in the demonic fog. Now they will not be able to escape, and they will definitely be wiped out." Inside the demonic light ball, Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale, and there was a look of anxiety in his eyes. He quickly made hand seals with both hands, and the golden runes danced around like butterflies. Together with the light of the divine artifact between his eyebrows, they crazily hit the demonic light ball. The demonic light ball trembled fiercely, and the fusion of the 9 layers was obstructed. Xing's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Lu Congzi, we should think of a way to kill this person first. This person's strength is too terrifying, and I am afraid he is only 1 step away from the Fate Realm." Lu Congzi's arm, which was holding the silver crutch, trembled, and he looked a little scared. He shook his head and said, "It is too difficult to kill him, at least not with our strength. After the second-generation elephant Zhiho kills all these martial artists, we will use our strength to kill him." Xing said worriedly, "Can the 9 layers of the cocoon last until then?" There were originally 10 layers, and he broke 1 layer easily. What a terrifying strength. Xing's eyes were full of fear, and he said, "This person is probably the strongest person in the realm of heaven martial arts, right?" Lu Congzi said, "I am not sure whether he is the strongest, but he is at least in the top 3 or 5. Xing nodded, and said nothing. Lu Congzi said, "I will first send 3 second-generation elephant Zhiho to kill Li Yunxiao. This person is a person of destiny, and we must kill him as soon as possible." Xing frowned, and he said, 3? I have seen the second-generation strength, and it is not necessary. 1 is enough, and 2 is enough. Lu Congzi laughed mischievously, and said, "It is better to be safe than sorry, but even if there are 3 of them, I am not confident." Yu Chen, who was listening from the side, had a cold sweat all over his body. He recalled the terrifying scene a moment ago. Lu Congzi and Xing had joined hands, but they had still been suppressed by Xianxia, and the addition of the first-generation elephant Zhiho had turned the situation around, and Lu Congzi had freed himself to use 10 cocoon transformation formation to trap Xianxia. Such a terrifying first-generation elephant Zhiho had unexpectedly sent 3 to deal with Li Yunxiao. Xing nodded and said, "Indeed, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I happen to be free, so I'll go in and supervise the battle." Yu Chen stared blankly for a moment, a strange expression on his face. What battle was he going to oversee? Lu Zongzi also smiled faintly and said, Lord Xing has just consumed too much demonic power, and he is also suppressed by the realm's power, so there's no need for you to supervise the battle. It's better to enter the center of the formation and recover properly. Xing replied, it's fine. The attribute of this demonic mist is extremely strong. The suppression I feel in the mist isn't that obvious. This Li Yunxiao's identity is not ordinary. I have to confirm his death before I can be at ease. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the demonic fog. Lu Zongzi smiled indifferently and said, My lord, you're doing this for the Devil Lord's power, right? Xing's body suddenly stopped and froze on the spot. It was as if he had been immobilized and could no longer move. Lu Zongzi chuckled and said, Lord Xing, that won't do. The power of the Monogatari is of utmost importance to Lord Man. Do you dare to take it for yourself? Xing turned around abruptly and shouted angrily, Shut up. Who said that I'm going to take it for myself? I'm going to find that power and offer it to Lord Man. If Li Yunxiao is killed, this power will be lost. Can you bear the responsibility? His eyes were spitting fire, and his expression was terrible. Hee, I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Lu Zongzi shook his head and smiled calmly. Xing scolded angrily, then what the hell are you blabbering about? Get lost. Having been seen through by Lu Zongzi, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. After cursing, he turned around and left. Behind him, Lu Zongzi suddenly said, Does Lord Xing really not want to obtain the Monogatari's power? It's related to the demonic weapon of the Six Paths, and as far as I know, Li Yunxiao has the Rainbow Stone, which is the key to becoming a demon venerable. Xing stopped once more, and then he turned around and sneered. I'm loyal to Lord Man, don't even think of sowing discord between us. Haha, my lord, you've misunderstood. Do you think I, Lu Zongzi, am such a person? You should know that the Devil Lord's power isn't limited to just this one. Offering the Devil Lord's power to Lord Man won't conflict with obtaining a portion for yourself, said Lu Zongzi with a smile. His eyes shone with a crafty light as he quietly looked at Xing. It was as though he had already defeated Xing. Xing felt extremely disgusted and wanted to punch him, but the allure of the Six Paths MO weapon was too great. No matter how disgusted he was, he had to endure it. He gritted his teeth and said, What are you saying? What do you mean? Just say it. Lu Zongzi laughed sinisterly and said, Hee, as long as I don't say anything about this matter, nobody will know. Lord Xing can first refine the Rainbow Stone and then comprehend the Six Paths demonic weapons. Xing said in a deep voice, What are the conditions? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Zongzi smiled and said, You only need to make a hard oath and owe me a favor. That simple? Xing Han said, I'm afraid we won't be able to return this favor even if we pay 10 times the price in the future. Lu Zongzi's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. 10 times? Is there anything in this world that is 10 times more valuable than the Rainbow Stone and the Six Paths MO weapon? All right. I promise you. Xing was also a heroic person and agreed after a moment of thought. He immediately swore, If I can get the Rainbow Stone and the power of the MO Master from Li Yunxiao, I will owe you a favor. If I don't return it, I will be devoured by the heavenly demon and be consigned to eternal damnation. Good. Ha, Lord Xing is as straightforward as expected. Lu Zongzi was in a good mood and grinned from ear to ear. He said, In the future, we are one family. I hope that Lord Xing will take care of us. Xing waved his hand and said, Of course. Darren is someone favored by Lord Man right now. I should be the one asking for your care. Lu Zongzi said, The road in the future is still long. Let's work together and take care of each other. Xing nodded and said, I'll go see if that Li Yunxiao is dead now. Lu Zongzi said, Darren's injuries are not light. I have a medicinal pill that is also very beneficial to the MO. Darren can take it to heal. Also, Yu Chen, it's inconvenient for Lord Xing to move around. You go with Lord Xing. The dark ring in his hand flashed and a jade box landed in his palm. He handed it over. Yu Chen was stunned. How would he dare to resist? He hurriedly nodded and said, Yes. Xing looked at Yu Chen meaningfully, then took the jade box. When he opened it, he saw a dark green medicinal pill. He stared at it for a while. Although there were people who refined pills in the demonic world, they were extremely rare. If they had the time and energy to refine pills, they might as well swallow a few 10 directions vicious souls or even a few demon lords for nourishment. Therefore, medicinal pills were very rare. Xing hesitated for a while, then put that medicinal pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a gulp. After a few breaths, his expression changed abruptly, and his eyes burst with light. "What medicinal pill is this?" Lu Zongzi said. "This old man developed it. I call it demon mending pill." Demon mending pill, demon mending pill. Concise and comprehensive, to the point. Xing said excitedly, "Does Darren still have this pill? Can you give me a few more? This feeling is like directly digesting an omnidirectional evil spirit." The so-called digestion was to directly absorb the power of a 10 directions vicious soul. Even if they devoured more than 10 of them, they might not be able to completely absorb one. However, this pill was able to do it easily. Lu Zongzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This pill was refined by me using the 10 directions evil soul baneful 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 soul." Xing immediately revealed a disappointed expression and said, "Refining 1 out of 3 is already very powerful. Next time, I will capture more 10 directions evil soul baleful chi for you. I hope that you can help me refine a few more." Lu Zongzi smiled and said, "Well said, well said." Xing nodded. The two of them seemed to have gotten much closer. He glanced at Yu Chen and said, "Let's go." The two of them immediately rushed into the devil fog and disappeared. Lu Zongzi watched them disappear. After pondering for a while, she walked to the cocoon and watched Yi Nantian struggle inside. She smiled and waved her right hand in front of her. Immediately, a row of talismans appeared in front of her and flew to the cocoon, branding it. The 9 layers of cocoon changed and slowly wriggled before fusing again. Yi Nantian's eyes widened in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only madly attack the cocoon, but the effect was minimal. Inside the devil fog, the crocodile kept blowing air, blowing away the fog. However, the path became narrower and narrower. After walking for a while, Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. "Not good. We're in trouble. What's wrong?" The others also stopped and asked in surprise. Mu Di came forward and looked around before saying, "Illusory formation?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "No. But I'm sure that we're lost. Based on the distance we saw and our speed, we should have arrived long ago." Ling Mudi said, "I also suspected it. There were no detours along the way. It was undoubtedly straight." Li Yunxiao's expression was ugly. He patted the crocodile on his shoulder and scolded, "Did you not eat? Blow harder." Whoosh, 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 the crocodile jumped up and suddenly transformed into his half-beast form. He opened his mouth and blew out a few sharp astral winds in all directions. The devil fog kept attacking from all directions. The 200 martial artists squeezed to the center, afraid to touch the fog. A gust of astral wind blew past them and blew away a lot of the devil fog. However, it was obviously not strong enough. It did not seem to have much effect and only delayed it for a while. This time, Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He knew that the crocodile had tried his best. He shouted in a deep voice, "Go up into the sky." He immediately grabbed with his 5 fingers and threw out a piece of Xianxia flame light into the sky. The light rushed into the devil fog and immediately opened up a path. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Follow me." Ling Mudi and the others immediately understood that this devil mist contained a strange spatial force. So many experts had been fooled. They were afraid that they would not be able to go north, south, east, and west. They could only try going up and down. However, just as the Xianxia flame light rushed out for thousands of feet, the surrounding devil fog suddenly became intense. It tumbled like clouds and swallowed all the light. Moreover, the devil fog howled and turned into a huge devil shape. It let out 2 croaks and swooped down. It opened its mouth and bit down. It was dozens of acres wide and spanned across space. The martial artists from the three sects felt like the sky was pressing down on them. The whole devil fog was like a living beast, Ling Mudi said in shock. How can this be? This is not an ordinary devil fog. But it was already too late. That terrifying demonic aura bit down and swallowed everyone. Then, the devil closed its eyes and its body slowly turned into ordinary devil fog. It merged with the surroundings. This fog is so corrosive. Don't touch your skin. The martial artists from the three sects exclaimed in the devil fog. They began to panic and clamor. Everyone, calm down. Stay where you are and don't move. Li Yunxiao said loudly, this devil fog has spatial attributes. If you move, I'm afraid you'll get lost in it. Why don't we move? Are we just going to stay here forever? Someone immediately said unhappily, we should continue flying up. Although this fog is corrosive, it's nothing compared to our strength. Yes, we should find a direction and get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone agreed. Li Yunxiao said loudly, don't rush. The strangeness of this fog has already exceeded our expectations. We should think of a foolproof plan before we move. Otherwise, we'll easily fall into a passive position. How else can we fall into a passive position? We're already in a passive position. That's right. Does this Li Yunxiao really have the talent to lead? He's already put us in a desperate situation. We've seen more beautiful women than he's ever seen. What talent can he have? It's just that Master Yinan Tian admires him. Sigh, I knew there would be trouble, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. All sorts of doubtful and dissatisfied voices spread to the front. The faces of Li Yunxiao and the others darkened. At that moment, even Li Yunxiao felt a little guilty. He had brought everyone in at once. If he had been more careful and divided them into several batches, things would not have turned out like this. Ling Mudi stepped forward and said, calm down. Everyone can panic, but you can't. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He stopped blaming himself and nodded gratefully at Ling Mudi. Ling Mudi said, don't panic. After all, this is your first time leading such a huge battle. I believe you can do it. Li Yunxiao said loudly, everyone, be quiet. We can only stay still. If we act rashly, it'll be even more dangerous. Quiet? Do you think you can be a pretty boy quietly? Staying still is waiting for death. That's right. If we don't move, the enemy won't move either. They'll just waste our patience and strength like this. They'll attack when we're tired. That's right. We have to find a way out ourselves. Those who don't want to wait for death, come with me. A Xuanli Island powerhouse shouted. He put his palms together and raised them above his head. Two rainbows separated at his sides. Then, with a loud shout, his body began to glow as he shot up into the sky. Hao Feng said angrily, stop. Where's your discipline? Haha, discipline? I can't obey the discipline of waiting for death. That person laughed wildly. A few martial artists couldn't hold back and followed him into the sky. With everyone's combined strength, they separated the demonic mist. But after flying for several kilometers, the light weakened and was swallowed by the darkness. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. They didn't know what happened to those people. Hao Feng said, Alliance Leader Yun, can you see that person? Li Yunxiao Tsutsumi flashed for a while and said, that person stopped in the sky and didn't move. He must have lost his way. But he's not in danger for now. Is it true? You can see it? Someone mocked and said doubtfully, if he's that strong, he wouldn't be in this situation. Li Yunxiao said patiently, I've cultivated the wondrous spirit eyes and am a 10th level arcane god. Although this demonic mist is a hindrance, it only weakens vision and divine sense. It won't block it completely. I'm responsible for the current situation, but I hope everyone can trust me. Otherwise, it'll be even more difficult to kill the demon if the people are distracted. Hao Feng said, Alliance Leader Yun is right. I'll be the first to support him. Chu Hongyan, Chen, Duan Tian, and the other members of the Heavenly Martial Alliance also expressed their support one after another. Immediately, there were no more voices of opposition. Everyone was silent, which meant that they had tacitly approved of his leadership. To be able to cultivate to the high level of Emperor Wu, or even the God realm, other than Narcissus, no one was an idiot. They all understood the importance of being united at this time. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to lead everyone out of here." Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head, his right eye red and his left eye black. He looked up into the sky. "TSK. What is that?" Li Yunxiao's expression became extremely unsightly, filled with horror. Under his gaze, the cultivators who had flown away earlier were still suspended in the air. He didn't know if they had fallen into an illusion or something else, but they were actually standing in place. Above them, a huge fat monster fell down. The monster was 200 to 300 feet tall, and its limbs were extremely small. Its most prominent feature was its belly. Its belly was as smooth as jade, but its arms and back were full of lumps. Bang! The moment the monster fell, it opened its mouth and spat out a wave of demonic light. Kaboom! Those cultivators were immediately sucked in, and 2 of them screamed and died on the spot. Some of them reacted and used their supernatural powers to defend themselves. What's going on? The sudden change in the sky and the screams caused the cultivators of the 3 sects to panic, and they hurriedly put up their guards. Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He retracted his gaze and stared at the front. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lord, be careful, there is a monster." Monster? Everyone looked around and finally followed Li Yunxiao's gaze. They felt the void in front of them was trembling, and there seemed to be a powerful monster walking in the demonic fog. "Watch out!" Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted. Suddenly, the demonic fog in front of him was broken, and several strong black lights shot over. He put his finger between his eyebrows, and the divine light emitted from his body directly twisted the space. Boom! 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 The black lights seemed to make a turn in the demonic fog, following the twisted space and passing by everyone. Everyone was in a panic, and they immediately scattered. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he felt that he was in big trouble. Those scattered martial artists lost their senses one by one. Just as he was feeling anxious, a huge shadow appeared in the sky, and a fat monster pounced at him. Everyone was in a panic, and they scattered like sand. Although Li Yunxiao was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He turned into a lightning bolt and dodged the monster. Kaboom! The Provenance elephant Shiho missed, and it roared. It raised its head and stared at him, then it pounced again. Li Yunxiao turned into lightning again and dodged a few times in the air, but that thing was still chasing after him. It flapped its wings and teleported, and the demonic fog could not obstruct the Provenance elephant Shiho's vision. Li Yunxiao was forced into a panic, and he knew that he could not escape. He could only stop and stab at it with his sword. Kaboom! The Provenance elephant Shiho spat out a beam of demonic light, and it collided with the sword light, causing a terrifying spiritual pressure to collapse. Li Yunxiao only felt a huge pressure coming at him, and his sword momentum was actually shattered. In just one move, he was at a disadvantage. Boom! After the demonic light shattered the sword light, it charged at him. Li Yunxiao retracted his sword and formed a small sword world to block the attack, but he was forced back dozens of feet. What is this thing? It's so powerful. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and at this moment, he could not sense a single person around him. Clearly, everyone had been separated. Thinking that the others were also facing such an enemy, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. What he was most worried about now was that he did not know how many of these things there were. If there were dozens or hundreds of them, the consequences would be unimaginable, and they would almost all be wiped out. No. I must quickly get out of this predicament. Killing intent burst out of Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he stared fiercely at the Provenance elephant Shiho. He formed a sword art with one hand, and 36 northern sky-chilling star swords flew out and circled around the Shiho. Suddenly, the sword world opened, and the 36 swords condensed into a sword shape, locking the Shiho in place like a prison. Li Yunxiao raised his hand again, and the Tusada heavenly peak slowly rose into the air and flew over. How could the Shiho be willing to be trapped? It waved its hands and roared into the sky. A terrifying sound wave surged out, shattering the space and causing the sword world to tremble violently. Li Yunxiao made a hand seal and shouted, Tian Ke. His right eye turned into Tsutsumi, and an extremely powerful mental power rushed over. A layer of white light appeared in the sword world, covering the Ji-Ho and suppressing its violent emotions and movements. In the blink of an eye, the Tusada heavenly peak turned into a small mountain and came crashing down. Kaboom! Suddenly, a powerful force slammed into the Tusada heavenly peak, causing it to shake violently. What? Not only did Li Yunxiao's eyes widen like copper bells, but he also felt a mouthful of blood rushing to his throat, threatening to spit it out. The Tusada heavenly peak was struck, and he suffered a backlash as well. At some point, another provenance elephant Ji-Ho had appeared in front of him, and it was it who had slammed its body into the Tusada heavenly peak to save its companion. Ao. The Ji-Ho, who had been trapped by the Tian Ki technique and the sword world, also broke free and sent the 36 northern sky-chilling star swords flying. Li Yunxiao couldn't care less about the backlash from the various powers, because a sense of danger welled up in his heart, and a chill ran down his spine. He was in extreme danger. He placed a hand between his eyebrows and madly used his mental power to distort space. Teleport. Boom. A wave of demonic light fell and instantly broke the distortion of space. Although it didn't directly hit Li Yunxiao, it shattered his mental power and sent him flying. Li Yunxiao took advantage of the momentum and retreated a few hundred zhang away. He stared at the 3 provenance elephant Ji-Ho in front of him in horror. The 3 provenance elephant Ji-Ho had locked their divine senses on him, and these monsters could teleport, so there was almost no way for him to escape. 3 of them, Li Yunxiao cursed Lu Xongzi's entire family in his heart. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. He didn't know how many of these monsters were hiding in the demonic mist, but it seemed like there would be a lot of them. Moreover, he was more worried about the safety of the people of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, especially Chu Hongyan, Narcissus, and a few other close relatives. Since I can't escape, I'll go find them after I kill all of you. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He raised his hand and the Universe God Monument slowly flew up. The monument shone with a golden light and shot out tens of thousands of zhang of divine light, illuminating the heaven and earth. Under the light of the Universe God Monument, the demonic mist was pierced through. The 3 provenance elephant Ji-Ho seemed to be extremely uncomfortable and roared continuously. Their fist-sized eyes were filled with anger. Roar. The 3 provenance elephant Ji-Ho roared and flapped their wings, disappearing on the spot. One of them teleported to the front of the Universe God Monument, clenched his fists on his stomach, and used his elbows to hit the monument. Layers of space were crushed. Suddenly, a glazed light flashed in front of the monument. Under the glaring light, there seemed to be a human figure moving. That human figure weaved a seal with both hands and struck forward quietly. Countless golden words flew out from the seal, looking extremely mysterious. In the seal, all sorts of rules and diagrams appeared continuously, looking extremely mysterious. Rumble. The provenance elephant Ji-Ho crashed into the seal, as if it had crashed into an iron wall. Its fat body was immediately pressed down and slowly deformed. That human figure suddenly moved and moved forward 100 zhang. He raised his hand and struck out a punch. The fist directly shattered its own seal and struck the provenance elephant Ji-Ho's arm, breaking through its skin and flesh, and striking in. Rumble. The provenance elephant Ji-Ho's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. With a howl of pain, it was actually sent flying. After that person threw out the punch, he stood on the spot with an indifferent look on his face. It was Pani. As for the other 2 provenance elephant Ji-Ho, they appeared on both sides of Li Yunxiao at the same time. Their first order was to kill Li Yunxiao. The Universe God Monument made them extremely uncomfortable, so they sent one of them to destroy it. However, what they didn't understand was that this kind of discomfort was due to the suppression of the world's power. Although the demonic mist blocked the suppression of the world's power, the Universe God Monument was connected to heaven and earth. Not only did it allow the world's power to descend again, but its power also increased by several times. The 2 Genesis Elephant Wisdom Ho were filled with irritation. They roared loudly and attacked at the same time. One of the Mammoth Wisdom House lashed out with its long tail. The other opened its mouth and spewed demonic light at Li Yunxiao, shattering the layers of space around it. Li Yunxiao made a hand seal and summoned his 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms turned into a claw and grabbed at the giant fist, while the other wielded a sword and slashed at the tail with white flames. The image behind him also wore a cold expression. It formed a lightning seal with one hand and took out its heavenly hammer to attack. Whoosh! Lightning flowed out like water and collided with the black light. They actually fused into a two-colored light pillar and soared into the sky, neither of them gaining the upper hand. The mammoth wisdom house also felt the power of the sword chi and hurriedly retracted its fist. It flapped its wings and teleported away, standing side by side with the other mammoth wisdom house. Killing intent shot out of Xianxia's eyes. His 6 arms formed a hand seal and summoned the true demon giant spirit. The giant spirit's 3 faces were filled with joy as if it liked this environment. It stretched out its 6 arms and summoned a storm. Rings of demonic light came from all directions and fell into the 6-armed palm. Xianxia was also shocked. He could feel the true demon idol's joy as if it was a fish in water. Within the demonic cyclone, the weapon phantoms on the 6 arms flickered. One of the arms suddenly grabbed the blade, and a clattering sound of metal rang out. The Ahaiman bone-cleaving saber was pulled out and slashed through the air. The saber flashed and the demonic mist around it dispersed. The demonic chi converged from all directions and was absorbed into the saber. Xianxia could feel that the Ahaiman saber was even more ferocious and intelligent than before. The 2 mammoth wisdom house sensed danger and teleported away with a flap of their wings. But under the saber's attack, the space around them trembled and demonic light flickered. The 2 mammoth wisdom house reappeared. Their teleportation had failed. The 2 elephant-wise centipedes were so frightened that they screamed and hurriedly turned into beams of light and flew away. Boom! The saber slashed across the sky, and the first Promethean Ji-ho was immediately cut into 2. The second Ji-ho was also affected, and one of its wings was cut off, but it managed to escape. Xianxia was startled. He changed his hand seal and the Agama bonecutter disappeared along with the true demon form. Under the suppression of the realm power, one of the 3 terrifying mammoth Ji-ho died and the other 2 were injured. However, the 2 halves of the prime elephant Ji-ho's body twitched violently in the air, then slowly curled up into 2 balls. The 2 injured ones were hidden in the demonic mist, absorbing the demonic energy to nourish their wounds. Crash! The 2 meatballs split open and turned into 2 smaller mammoth wisdom lizards. Their bodies were covered in a sticky liquid and their eyes shone with a sharp light. Xianxia thought to himself, these devil realm creatures are quite interesting. They are all made up of the lowest level units, the devil fiend, and they are constantly evolving. Once they are severely injured and can no longer maintain their current state, they will automatically decompose into a lower level of existence, until they decompose back into the devil fiend, and then into the source of demonic energy. Only then can they be considered to be completely dead. There were also some whose bodies had exploded too badly and completed the entire process of degradation in an instant, directly turning into demonic energy and dissipating. At this moment, the world deity Steel had activated the suppression of the realm power and descended through the demonic mist. These mammoth wisdom lizards were no longer a threat. Attack, kill them all! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. His figure flashed, and he instantly teleported to the side of a small mammoth wisdom lizard. His 5 fingers grasped a bolt of lightning, and a purple dragon danced in his palm as he fiercely smacked it. Boom! The purple lightning directly pierced through the belly of the small mammoth wisdom lizard and stabbed into it. The entire body of the small mammoth wisdom lizard shot out tens of thousands of lightning bolts, and then with a bang, it exploded. Goo 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 goo. The sky was filled with demonic energy, like a swarm of bats that covered the sky. Xianxia once again formed a seal, and with a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning shot out, turning into countless lightning dragons that pierced through the sky, destroying all the demonic energy. Pung, pung, pung. There were sounds of explosions all around, and demonic energy shot out, covering the entire sky with a dense black mass. As for the other small mammoth wisdom lizard, it flapped its wings and fled the moment Xianxia made his move. Pani was also engaged in a fierce battle with the mammoth wisdom lizard that he had previously injured. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, but the entire process was under Pani's control. His moves were ingenious, and his martial intent was ever-changing. Xianxia could tell with a single glance that Pani was practicing. He was converting all the martial arts he had learned in the sanctuary into actual combat, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. This Panny seemed to be a martial arts fanatic. He didn't know how to prioritize things, and he wouldn't listen to anyone's orders. Everything he did was for himself. As for the other mammoth wisdom lizard that had lost one of its wings, it was hidden in the demonic mist and didn't help its companion. Its fat body was moving up and down, and no one knew what it was doing. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and as he looked over, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The mammoth wisdom lizard had grabbed the small mammoth that had escaped with both hands, and was stuffing it into its mouth. It was actually going to eat it. Awoo! With a fierce swallow, the small mammoth wisdom lizard was directly swallowed into its stomach. Its round belly grew even larger. Awoo! The mammoth wisdom lizard howled towards the sky, and its body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wing that had been lost on its back also grew back. Its form seemed to be different from before, mainly in that it was larger, and its aura seemed to be stronger. Roar! The mammoth wisdom lizard discovered that Xianxia was spying on it, and its new and old hatred erupted. With a loud roar, it spat out several beams of demonic light that shot out with a so-so sound. The demonic light attack had an extremely strong spatial locking ability. Xianxia's body turned into a bolt of lightning, and he tried several methods to break through space, but they all failed. With no other choice, he slashed out with his sword. Green Lotus Sword Song. 9 white lotuses appeared above the sword decapitation red, turning into a flaming sword chi that shot out. Pung! 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 Several attacks collided and exploded in the air. Xianxia was pushed back by the aftershock. What's going on? Xianxia was shocked. The mammoth wisdom lizard's strength seemed to have increased greatly, and he found it incredible. If he could increase his strength so easily by swallowing them, then he could find a few more of them to swallow. That would be incredible. At this moment, in the center of the nebula, at the entrance of the ancient demon well, Lu Zongzi was making hand signs with one hand, and his face was as calm as still water. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which were full of excitement. Finally, evolved? He couldn't help but shout with ecstasy. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Not far away, Xianxia, who was in the chrysalis, looked at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "What on earth is this monster?" Heh, ha, 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 ha. Lu Zongzi couldn't help but laugh, and his old face became radiant. This thing is called the mammoth wisdom lizard, and it is an extremely powerful demonic beast in the demon realm. Its strength is equal to a level 2 demon monarch, which is the peak of the heaven martial arts realm. Moreover, some mammoth wisdom lizards can evolve on their own and reach the strength of demon venerables. Demon venerables? Xianxia was extremely shocked, and he angrily rebuked him. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. Ha, 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 you don't need to worry about this, Lord Xianxia. Lu Zongzi nodded and said with a smile, "Lord, thank you for your concern." He seemed to be in a good mood, and he continued, "Although the mammoth wisdom lizard has the possibility of becoming a demon venerable, the probability is very low. Even in the current demon realm, there may not be any mammoth wisdom lizard at the demon venerable level. After I started studying this kind of demonic beast, I have been trying to find a way to make them evolve. That's why the second generation of the mammoth wisdom lizard appeared, and it is the chubby one you saw before." Lu Zongzi waved his hand, and a demonic light spread out, which turned into a curtain. A giant demonic beast appeared on the curtain, which was very similar to the fat mammoth wisdom lizard. It had a moderate size, and it looked very fierce. Lu Zongzi explained, "This is the normal mammoth wisdom lizard, and it is the only one in the demon realm. Since it is too powerful, it is difficult for it to break through the wall in large quantities, so Lord Man and I decided to send the chrysalis of the mammoth wisdom lizard here, and let it hatch in the realm of heaven martial arts." "You are really a madman. You are a damned madman." Xianxia cursed angrily, and his killing intent shot out of his body. "Hee, thank you for your compliment, Lord." Lu Zongzi looked proud of himself, and said, "The chrysalis of the mammoth wisdom lizard are very precious even in the demon realm. Over the past few years, more than 100 have been sent here, and Lord Man has spent a lot of effort to find them. Under the suppression of the realm of heaven martial arts realm's power, the young chrysalis are dying one after another, and I also needed samples to test them, so I destroyed many of them. In the end, 10 of them were formed, and they are the second generation of the mammoth wisdom lizard you saw. Compared to the first generation, the second generation's advantage is that it is stronger and more stable, and it can adapt to the pressure of the realm of heaven martial arts better than ordinary demonic beasts from the demon realm. But I didn't expect that the realm divine steel's power could still suppress it. After all, the realm divine steel is a disaster. Lu Congzi's eyes shone with dread, but soon after, he became excited, and said, but just now, after the second generation swallowed half of its companion's body, its power finally made a breakthrough, and it reached a level that I couldn't reach even with my training. Moreover, through my observation, it seems that its resistance to the realm divine steel's power has also become stronger. Xianxia's body trembled, and he said in surprise, it has reached the demon venerable level? Lu Congzi shook his head, and said, it hasn't reached the demon venerable level, but the demon realm's level is higher than the realm of heaven martial arts, and if this mammoth wisdom lizard can completely overcome the suppression of the realm divine steel, it can at least release the power of the fate realm. Xianxia was dumbfounded. If magical beasts with the power of the fate realm could be produced in batches, then it would be unimaginably dreadful. He instantly realized how dreadful Lu Congzi was. This person's threat to the realm of heaven martial arts wasn't any weaker than that of any demon venerable, and he must eliminate him as soon as possible. After he made up his mind, his expression became resolute, and he weaved hand signs in front of him with one hand, while his other hand raised a golden radiance, and Noah's boat slowly appeared. He weaved all kinds of hand signs with one hand, and cast them into the boat. The golden radiance flowed like flowing water, and a terrifying power spread out. Lu Congzi suddenly became vigilant, and he shouted, what are you doing? The seal on the 9-layered cocoon was shaken, and it was the seal that Lu Congzi had cast into it. He was shocked, and he threw the iron crutch in his hand. The iron crutch pierced into the cocoon, and it turned into the silver centipede world, which attacked Xianxia. Xianxia revealed a mocking look in his eyes, and he said, since I have already made up my mind, your insignificant tricks will only make me laugh. Noah's boat flew up, and it pressed down on the silver centipede world, immediately suppressing it. Soon after, the body of the boat revolved unceasingly, and it emitted a myriad of radiances, which shot into the cocoon. Rumble, a burst of power suddenly exploded on the battleship, and it pounced in all directions like an avalanche. The 9-layered cocoon lasted only for a moment, and it was instantly melted by the golden radiance. The whole thing was as glaring as the sun. Rumble. Finally, there was another attack, and the cocoon was completely shattered. The terrifying power rushed toward Lu Congzi. Lu Congzi's expression was gloomy, and he didn't retreat or evade. He only stretched out his hand, and a silver radiance flew back from the impact, turning into a silver mace in his hand. Xianxia, I have to admire your courage. You actually dared to self-destruct Noah's boat. In the golden radiance of the scorching sun, Xianxia's body appeared, and he retracted all the light. He held Noah's boat with one hand, and the spiritual light on it had completely disappeared, becoming dim and lifeless. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered a backlash. Only a part of the seal was blown up. As long as I have some time, I can refine it back. A pained look flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but he didn't care. He flipped his hand and put away the battleship, and he said coldly, but its sacrifice can be compensated with the life of the chief artificer of the world. It is worth it. Lu Congzi sneered. You want to kill me? Do you still think you are invincible? Xianxia said, I am not invincible, but I can kill you. His figure flashed and his right hand formed a seal. A golden light appeared and turned into a sharp blade. With a swoosh, it cut through space and swept across Lu Congzi. Chi. Lu Congzi's figure was cut in half, but it was only an afterimage. The golden light swept through the air and fell back into Xianxia's hand. It was a shining golden sword. You are still so powerful after destroying your divine artifact. No wonder you are the famous Emperor Wu. At the entrance of the ancient demon well, Lu Congzi appeared in the center of the constellation array. He said with a smile, but if you want to kill me, you must have the guts. Do you have the guts? Lu Congzi laughed, turned around, and disappeared into the ancient demon well. Xianxian hesitated for a moment, but He remembered that the ancient demon well was the center of the array and he had to enter it sooner or later. So, he turned into a golden light and chased after Lu Xongzi. In the demonic fog, in addition to the 3 mammoth Shi-Ho that attacked Li Yunxiao, there were 7 other mammoth Shi-Ho that attacked the martial artists of the 3 sections. From time to time, a large number of martial artists were trampled by the 7 mammoth Shi-Ho. The biggest reason why the martial artists of the 3 sects were in danger was that the demonic fog blocked their divine sense and vision. Even if they were very close to each other, it was difficult for them to help each other. However, the mammoth Shi-Ho was like a tiger that had grown wings. With the help of its teleportation ability, it easily killed the martial artists one by one. Chi. Suddenly, a bright blade aura appeared in the demonic fog. It pierced through the sea of fog and stabbed into a huge black shadow. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Under the overbearing blade aura, the surrounding fog was dispersed and the scene inside was revealed. Hao Feng held the huge essence nirvana blade with his true core. The blade was more than 100 times bigger than usual. The front end of the blade was inserted into the body of a mammoth Shi-Ho and came out from its back. Break! Hao Feng gave a loud shout and swung his arm. The huge blade was unsealed once again and with a huala sound, it opened like a paper fan and directly chopped the Yuan Xiang Ji-Ho into over 100 pieces. Clang, after the origin nirvana blade struck with all its might, it retracted its giant form and returned to Hao Feng's hand. Hao Feng's face was pale, and half of his body was charred black. His injuries were not light. The dismembered prime elephant Shi-Ho disintegrated into a large amount of devilish baleful qi and flew about in all directions. Then, he raised his saber again, stirring up a gale of saber realm astral wind and minced all the devilish baleful qi into smithereens. Hao Feng had a grave expression on his face. This kind of demonic beast was terrifyingly powerful. Furthermore, it had used the demonic mist to conceal its body. Even he was not lightly injured. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to imagine it. After sheathing his saber, he did not have time to treat his injuries. With a flash, he entered the demonic fog. Just 10,000 feet away from Hao Feng, there were 2 heaven-mastering realm experts from Xuanli Island who were not so lucky. The 2 of them were covered in blood. They stood back to back and held their profound weapons in their hands. Their bodies surged with radiance and formed a ring around them. All of them stared at the demonic mist around them in terror, fearing that the thing would launch another sneak attack. All of a sudden, the ring of light was violently impacted, and was compressed and deformed. Not good. It's coming. One of them cried out in panic. He hurriedly brandished his sword with his right hand and formed a seal with his left hand. The 2 forces combined in front of him and turned into a sword seal that struck out, and Prime Elephant Shi-Ho directly teleported in front of the 2 of them. With a mocking expression on its face, it spat out a wave of devilish light. The other person also roared furiously, "Beast! I'll fight it out with you." A brown metal rod danced above his head and turned into a wheel of wind and fire that attacked. Boom! The 3 forces clashed together, and the 2 from Xuanli Island were immediately at a disadvantage. The devilish light devoured everything and attacked like billowing black water. The 2 of them revealed despair in their eyes as they stood on the spot with bitter expressions, practically giving up resistance and waiting for death. Awoo! Suddenly, that prime elephant Shi-Ho howled fiercely. Its wide-open mouth closed and revealed a pained expression. A long lacquered whip was wrapped around its neck like a snake. The runes on the whip flickered as it tightened continuously. Ah? Dragon-locking whip. It's Lord Star Abyss. Behind the prime elephant Shi-Ho, a green-robed man grabbed the long whip with both hands and pulled it with a solemn expression. It was Xuanli Island's Void Prime Realm powerhouse, Star Abyss. Although the whip restrained this demonic beast, it gave him a feeling of difficulty in subduing it. There was no sense of control at all. Star Abyss shouted, "Quickly make your move. Shatter it." Endless power gushed out from his body and flowed along the long whip, forming circles of light that completely locked the prime elephant Shi-Ho. The 2 Heaven Sovereign Realm powerhouses were overjoyed. They had a feeling of being reborn from a dead end and were extremely excited. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, sword and rod flying over. Boom! The prime elephant Shi-Ho's body burst with devilish light and actually shattered the dragon-locking whip. The flesh wings on its back flapped, and violent devilish chi surged like lightning, blasting forward with crackling sounds. Boom! The sword and rod were instantly engulfed by the devilish chi, but the devilish light was not extinguished. It engulfed the two Heaven Sovereign Realm powerhouses and completely shattered them. Star Abyss was greatly astonished. That dragon-locking whip shattering had a huge impact on him too. But he could not care so much. He charged forward while withstanding the devilish light, his 5 fingers closed like a blade, and he chopped down. Boom! The hand blade chopped into the prime elephant Shiho's back. Half of the arm was already stabbed in. Star Abyss grabbed with his 5 fingers again and tore fiercely. Rip! The flesh wings on the prime elephant Shiho's back were forcefully torn off. Awoo, awoo! A painful howl came out of the prime elephant Shiho's mouth. That tiny tail suddenly swung, stabbing up horizontally like an arrow. But it kept spinning in the air. The trajectory could not be captured. Swish! Just as Star Abyss was shocked and retreated abruptly, that tail shot over at an extremely tricky angle, shooting into his chest and penetrating through. Crack! The tip of that tail enlarged all of a sudden, growing out 5 hooks and digging into Star Abyss's back, pulling him back. Arg! Intense pain came from Star Abyss's back, and he hurriedly chopped towards the tail with his hand blade. But the prime elephant Shiho had already turned around and punched over. Bang! Just as the hand blade chopped off the tail, the prime elephant Shiho punched Star Abyss's chest, hitting right on the wound. Poowork! After spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, Star Abyss was sent flying. His chest was badly mutilated, and there were even large amounts of fiendish chi invading his body, starting to corrode it. He retreated several thousand feet away in the fiendish fog. His blood chi and strength loss was severe. Even his mind was somewhat muddled. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed behind him. The prime elephant Shiho teleported over and smacked a palm down once more. Star Abyss felt a chill in his heart. Forcefully mustering his strength, he turned around and smacked a palm over. Boom! 2 forces collided. 1 man and 1 beast both suffered the impact. But the prime elephant Shiho's massive body was fine after being jolted back a few steps, while blood burst out of Star Abyss's body, and he completely fainted. Swoosh! The prime elephant Shiho's slender tail swung, immediately binding Star Abyss and grabbing him over. Viciousness flashed across its eyes. Raising its hand, it smashed down with a punch. Suddenly, that arm stopped in midair. The fiendish chi stagnated and dissipated, only to see a streak of golden light slowly rise from the back of its head. Narcissus wielded a sword with both hands and stabbed into the back of its head, currently working hard to stab in bit by bit. Golden runes flew up from the broadsword and also shot into the back of the prime elephant Shiho's head. But it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, completely useless. Bang! The prime elephant Shiho roared angrily. A layer of fiendish light bloomed on its head, blasting it away. Golden light appeared on Narcissus's body, protecting her body, and she was repelled far away. The prime elephant Shiho's flesh wings were destroyed, and it was hard to teleport anymore. After sending Star Abyss flying with a flick of its tail, it roared and charged towards Narcissus. Narcissus had just stabilized her body and could not help being greatly alarmed. Wielding the sword with both hands, she held it horizontally in front of her. A golden lotus flower emerged from her glabella and flew out. That like myself manifested countless times. The surroundings were like a pool of lotus flowers, falling one after another, rippling slightly, and actually forming a wondrous realm by itself. Boom! The prime elephant Shiho smashed a fist over. That lotus flower wondrous realm shattered at once. Large amounts of fiendish chi poured in, blasting on the lotus platform. Although Narcissus was not hit head-on, she suffered the impact too. The lotus platform and broadsword were both engulfed by the fiendish chi. That snow-white face of hers became even paler, and a line of fresh blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Scoundrel! Narcissus opened her mouth and cursed. Even more blood flowed out. The prime elephant Shiho's eyes burst out with viciousness and mockery as it strode over. Its body also suffered considerable injuries. It planned on concealing into the fiendish chi to recuperate after killing Narcissus and Star Abyss. Although these magical beasts' intelligence was not high, their combat IQ was not low. Furthermore, they also knew how to use tricks as well as how to protect themselves. Monster, don't come over. Narcissus was very anxious. That attack earlier injured her internal organs. She immediately understood the disparity. She was not a match at all. And there was no one in the surroundings at present. She turned tail and ran in a panic. The prime elephant Shi-Ho opened its mouth and howled loudly. It was very pleased with itself as it jogged and chased after, seemingly having the pleasure of taking liberties. Swoosh, with a flick of its slender tail, it shot forward and trapped the water deity, pulling it back. Let go of me. Quickly let go of me. Narcissus was unbelievably anxious. But with her strength, she simply could not hold off that tail. She raised her sword continuously to slash, blasting out golden light and demonic light. The prime elephant Shi-Ho watched for a while and felt the discomfort on its tail. If it continued to be slashed like this, it would probably break. Finally, a vicious look burst out in its eyes. Opening its mouth, it raised its tail and sent Narcissus into its mouth. Awoo! Suddenly, the prime elephant Shi-Ho cried out miserably. A golden light as thick as a washbasin came out of nowhere and shot straight into its mouth. With a rumble, it penetrated its head. Bang! The prime elephant Shi-Ho's head exploded, decomposing into large amounts of evil demonic chi and flying out. Narcissus was alarmed in her heart. Her pupils turned golden in an instant, and she immediately saw a human silhouette whose appearance was hard to discern. That human silhouette's speed was exceedingly fast. After teleporting in front of the prime elephant Shi-Ho, he slapped a palm on that fat belly and immediately disappeared. Boom! The prime elephant Shi-Ho's belly also exploded. Less than half of its body was left. It could no longer maintain its current state and continued to decompose. Gua, gua, gua. Evil demonic chi flew everywhere like bats, covering the sky and covering the earth. Narcissus rubbed her eyes and looked around. Under her golden pupils, she actually couldn't find that human silhouette. Could it be an illusion? Narcissus held her head and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, if it's an illusion, then how did this monster die? The noises that filled the sky made her feel somewhat absent-minded and puzzled. Forget it. Just treat it as a hallucination first. Narcissus would normally not think about things that she could not figure out. Brandishing the large sword, the 8 sufferings were like the sea, transforming into golden light that rippled out, sweeping away all the devilish evils. Following that, her 2 pupils were like gold. She saw Star Abyss, who was floating in the distance, and sprinted over hastily. Hey, you're not dead, right? Narcissus pushed his body and discovered that there was no reaction. After thinking for a while, she took out many medicinal pills and natural treasures and stuffed them into Star Abyss's mouth. She did not know any medicinal properties either. After stuffing for a long time, she basically stuffed all the edible things on her body. Cough. Cough, cough. Star Abyss suddenly sat up and coughed violently. His entire face was suffocated red. What's going on? I'm choking to death. Hoo. Finally saved. It's really great that you didn't die. Narcissus was unbelievably gratified. At least she did not waste so many of her treasures. Even if I didn't die, I would have been killed by you. Star Abyss glared at her furiously and recognized her as a member of the Heavenly Martial Union at once. Suddenly, his face revealed a strange expression as he exclaimed, "Where's that demonic beast?" Narcissus said, "Dead." Dead? Star Abyss's eyes exploded with a brilliant light as he exclaimed, "How did it die?" Beat it to death. How else could it die? Narcissus mumbled, "Don't know what happened either. Maybe it was beaten to death by me. Maybe it wasn't. Then, a lot of devilish evils burst out, and it was cleaned up by me." Star Abyss frowned when he heard and felt that her logic was a little messy. Waving his hand, he said, "Speak slowly. How did that demonic beast die?" Narcissus thought for a long time, gestured a few times, and said, "I'm not very sure either. It seemed like I saw someone appear, but they disappeared again." Star Abyss immediately understood. Someone must have suddenly appeared and saved the 2 of them. Narcissus was still muttering, "It shouldn't be. My eyes of truth can see through everything." If someone really came, they shouldn't be able to escape my sight. Star Abyss thought to himself, just your lackey strength and you can see through everything. He was very disdainful in his heart, but the other party saved him after all, so it was not good for him to show contempt. He just said, let's go. Who knows how many more magical beasts are in this demonic fog? I'm afraid we're going to be screwed this time. A grave and worried expression appeared on his face. It was unknown how many experts had fallen inside, and the losses were immeasurable. Narcissus was also worried about Xianxia. She quickly nodded and said, okay, let's go. She took the lead and walked forward. Star Abyss was stunned and said, hang on. Are you sure this is the right direction? Narcissus nodded and said, yes, I just saw someone over there. She stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Star Abyss furrowed his brows. No matter how he looked, no matter how his divine sense charged out, it was very hard to detect things 500 feet away. You can see ahead? Star Abyss looked at Narcissus suspiciously and asked. Narcissus said, I can't see under normal circumstances either. But when I cast the Eye of Truth, I can see approximately 800 feet. But casting the Eye of Truth consumes a lot of strength. Eye of Truth? Star Abyss's mind rapidly searched for this term as if he had heard it before somewhere. Suddenly, his two eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and he cried out involuntarily, see Emperor's lineage, Eye of Truth? Narcissus turned her head around and giggled, saying, My father is the Sea Emperor. Star Abyss was dumbfounded. Although he was extremely doubtful rationally, he believed it in his heart. No wonder. No wonder you can see. Let's go. The two people walked side by side, heading towards the depths of the demonic fog. They did not walk far when the stench of blood pervaded the air all around. There were even some martial artists groping around alone in the demonic fog, their faces filled with fear. Narcissus continuously told Star Abyss what she saw. Star Abyss's expression became increasingly grim. Very soon, the team developed to over 10 people. Any lone martial artist that they saw would go and fetch them over. Suddenly, Narcissus screamed, Big Brother Xianxia, and broke into a run and sprinted forward. Star Abyss hurriedly said, quickly follow her. He thought to himself that this little lass was also thick-skinned. If she were to run off by herself, they would be lost in this fog again. Ahead, Xianxia was currently fighting with that evolved Genesis elephant Shi-Ho second generation. Although he had the world power of the world deity Steel, he was still at a disadvantage. That second generation's resistance towards world power seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. After fighting for a while, it basically reached an extent where it was not affected at all. This thing was hatched in the heavenly martial realm in the first place and had natural resistance towards world power. In addition to the demonic fog's cover, its strength did not decline. Previously, Xianxia used the world deity Steel to draw on world power, and it produced a miraculous effect. Now, this evolved second generation was clearly more and more adapted to the heavenly martial realm's rules and environment. Brother Penny, stop playing. Quickly come and help me kill this demonic beast. There's plenty for you to play in the future. Xianxia continuously dodged the second generation's attacks, desperately calling out to Penny in the distance. Penny had been fighting methodically all along, displaying both his hands and footwork at the same time, verifying the martial path he had learned, and was having a lot of fun. After hearing Xianxia's call, he also seemed to have sensed that the evolved second generation was extraordinary, so he finally got serious. Forming a palm with one hand, 2 fingers on the other hand pressed together like a sword, and his feet stepped out with star footwork. Both hands displayed different moves at the same time, continuously smashing onto the Genesis elephant Shi-Ho's body, exploding out large amounts of demonic chi and devilish aura, flying away with croaking sounds. Roar, roar. This Genesis elephant Shi-Ho was originally being played around by Penny. This time, it was even more enraged. Its hands and wings flapped wildly, and its tail even swept across the sky, shattering all the devilish aura that flew away, venting the anger and hatred in its heart. Although Penny's forehead was covered in sweat, his complexion was like water, and he was as steady as a mountain. He alternated between moves skillfully and smoothly, constantly smashing onto the vital points of the Genesis elephant Shi-Ho. Boom! That Genesis elephant Shi-Ho finally couldn't hold on any longer and was directly smashed by Pan Yi, exploding into several huge 10 directions evil spirits that roared angrily on the spot. However, the level of these 10 directions evil spirits was obviously too low, and they were completely destroyed by Pan Yi in a few breaths. Only then did he have time to help Li Yunxiao. When Narcissus arrived, it was just when Pan Yi flew up and struck the evolved second generation with a star-like punch. Bang! The Genesis elephant Shi-Ho directly opened its hands and grabbed the fist. With a bang, the energy was crushed, and Pan Yi only felt a pain in his fist. However, he had the divine body's virtual light covering the surface of his body, so although his fist was in pain, it wasn't broken. He immediately formed a hand seal with his left hand, drew a circle in front of him, and struck. A golden light swam out of his palm, rotating in the shape of a gear, and pressed forward. Chi, chi. That palm was like a hard mystic artifact, constantly cutting through space. In fact, Pan Yi's body was originally above the mystic artifact. Rumble. The Genesis elephant Shi-Ho seemed to have sensed danger and immediately pushed forward forcefully, shaking Pan Yi away, not wishing to receive that move head-on. Li Yunxiao was shocked in his heart. He exchanged blows with the second-generation evolution for a while and naturally knew its prowess. But Pan Yi was practically not at a disadvantage under this move. This was precisely the might of a void light realm fleshy body. Big brother Yunxiao. Narcissus ran over in great joy. Li Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise, Narcissus. The two people met and saw that the other party was fine, both were incredibly relieved. At this time, Star Abyss and the rest of the dozen over people also followed over, surrounding that second-generation evolution all at once. That Genesis elephant Shi-Ho also seemed to have sensed something amiss. His eyes shot out a vicious aura, and his two wings suddenly flapped. Demonic fog rolled down, spreading out in all directions. Everyone knew the prowess of this thing and immediately went on guard. But that fog only charged over and did not cause too much damage. But the space inside wavered slightly, and that Genesis elephant Shi-Ho vanished. Star Abyss exclaimed in shock, it actually escaped. The other few martial artists said worriedly, not only does this thing have outstanding strength, but it also has intelligence and knows how to cherish its life. It's seriously too dangerous. Li Yunxiao said, is everyone alright? How's the situation now? Star Abyss shook his head worriedly and said, don't know. We followed Princess Narcissus over. Li Yunxiao also discovered the golden color in Narcissus's eyes and exclaimed, true eyes? When did you master it? Narcissus nodded her head and said delightedly, I'm impressive, right? It's just that the expenditure is huge when using it. Furthermore, I can only see up to 800 feet away 800 feet. That's also very strong. Li Yunxiao's mystic art spirit eyes was merely 1,000 feet away in this environment. The arcane god's light could probe even further, but the expenditure was even greater too. Li Yunxiao said, right now, there's no telling how many demonic beasts there are in this demonic fog. We can only conduct a carpet search. Narcissus lead the way. I'll use this world deity steel to disperse the demonic fog. That flickering world deity steel in the air flew down all at once and rested on the palm. The radiance on it was boundless, sweeping away the demonic fog wherever it passed. Narcissus clapped her hands and praised, the world deity steel is too incredible. With it, we don't need to be afraid of the demonic fog anymore. Li Yunxiao felt ashamed in his heart when he heard that and secretly blamed himself. If he had refined the world deity steel earlier, he would not need to be in this kind of awkward situation right now either. He hurriedly said, Narcissus, quickly lead the way then. Narcissus nodded her head. To be able to help Li Yunxiao and highlight her usefulness, she was very excited and happy. Her two eyes instantly turned golden as she looked in all directions. That is. Her hand suddenly pointed to the front and said blankly, there are two people hiding in the demonic fog void. I wonder if they are enemies? What? Everyone was startled. Li Yunxiao shouted, who? His right hand immediately grasped at thin air and grabbed out a stretch of lightning light, locking down that area of space. Since they aren't coming out, then this young master can only come forward and invite them. Li Yunxiao gave a cold snort. That lightning light directly shot over. The demonic fog retreated along with it. Everything within a radius of 10,000 feet was placed under the thunder world. Bang, that area of the void exploded. Two figures scurried out all at once, both with faces full of horror. It was precisely Xing and Yu Chen. "It's you guys." Li Yunxiao recognized the two people at once. His eyes burst out with a fierce look as he shouted abruptly. Star Abyss and the rest of the dozen over people instantly spread out, surrounding the two people in the middle. Killing intent surged to the sky. The two people also seemed to have realized that things were not good. Cold sweat dripped down their bodies, pursing their lips as if they did not know how to speak anymore. Under this oppressive atmosphere, even the fog seemed to have condensed and stagnated in the air, not floating. Yu Chen finally could not bear this pressure and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Yun, there isn't any life and death enmity between you and me. Make sure not to do stupid things impulsively." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Relax. I won't let you off impulsively." Yu Chen's face turned pale, his teeth letting out chattering sounds. Although Xing's expression was ugly too, that cold arrogance did not diminish as he said in a cold voice, "What do you guys want to do?" "Want to do what?" "Haha, did I hear wrongly? There's actually such a comical question in this world?" Li Yunxiao laughed from extreme anger and said, "You guys laid a trap and killed my companions. Now, you're still asking us what we want to do? I want to K your mother." A manic rage erupted from his body. Slowly walking forward, he said in a cold voice, "Disperse the demonic fog. Otherwise, die." That incomparably domineering aura pressed down fiercely. Yu Chen was frightened until he retreated repeatedly and even started crying. Xing also gritted his teeth tightly, his complexion frighteningly pale. This demonic fog has drifted in the fiend world for countless years. It's not something that ordinary power can disperse at all. We're also powerless. Li Yunxiao said, "That's to say, keeping you alive is useless too?" Star Abyss said in a cold voice, "Since it can be brought over from the fiend world, it can naturally be taken away too. If it can't be done, then die." Xing's expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll try." He waved his hand and made Yu Chen come over. Yu Chen did not dare to disobey. He jogged forward and leaned over Xing's side, waiting for his instructions. Xing patted his head and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect that it still came in handy." Yu Chen was stunned. He suddenly felt a pain at the back of his neck as if his soul was extracted. He cried out miserably, "Xing, you. Yu Chen, you trash can also display some residual heat." Xing's figure became faint and slowly fused into Yu Chen's body. But Yu Chen's face contorted terribly as he roared, "No. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Lord Arcane Master won't let you off." Following Xing's fusion, that face's expression started to change. One moment, it was contorted in pain, the next moment, it was mocking. Lord Arcane Master? Did you forget who asked you to follow me?" That mocking face said, "Lu Congzi asked you to follow me just in case, to let you display some residual heat. Why can't a fool like you understand?" Xing's face gradually gained the upper hand. His words directly crushed Yu Chen's heart. That struggling will instantly collapsed, and his soul was devoured by Xing, taking over this body. Li Yunxiao watched the entire process coldly and didn't stop it. He waited until Yu Chen was completely dead before he said, "Mr. Xing, you took over this body to resist the power of the world, right? I wonder if your goal is to disperse the demonic fog or to become our enemy?" Xing circulated his cultivation method and discovered that everything was smooth and unobstructed. He couldn't help but feel carefree. He threw his head back and laughed 3 times. The aura on his body continued to rise, forming rings of gang qi that spread out. Only then did he say coldly, "What do you think?" Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh and said, "I naturally hope for the former, but things often don't go according to one's wishes. Looking at your expression, you should foolishly choose the latter." With the help of this body, I won't be affected by the power of the world. Do I still need to compromise with you?" A cold glint flashed in Xing's eyes as he revealed a sinister smile. Li Yunxiao said, "There must be a limit to borrowing an external body. Otherwise, you would have taken over his body long ago and wouldn't have kept him until now." Xing nodded and said, "You are very smart. There is indeed a limit. However, I am only using it as a one-time use, so I don't need to worry about the destruction of the physical body. I will be able to unleash my full power within a short period of time. Li Yunxiao suppressed the fury in his heart and said coldly, "You are treating the vice president's body as a one-time use item? Don't you think it's a waste?" Xing sneered in disdain and said, "It's trash to begin with. Being able to unleash some of its power is considered making use of trash. He should be happy in the afterlife." "Oh, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to go down and inform him." Li Yunxiao didn't waste any more words. He lifted his hand and smashed the world god monument. A brilliant light shone out, dispersing the demonic fog and illuminating the surroundings. Xing let out a cold humph and grabbed out casually. A lump of demonic aura spread out from his palm and turned into a huge hemispherical mirror shield, blocking the light. Although I am not afraid of this light, it really makes me feel uncomfortable. The world god monument was, after all, a heaven saint artifact. Although Li Yunxiao couldn't unleash much of its power, Xing was still somewhat fearful. He subconsciously blocked the strong light. Even without the power of the world, he would still be suppressed by the light. There are many uncomfortable things. I will make you feel better in a while. Li Yunxiao's sword aura rose, and an endless stream of sword shape surged out like a river, trapping Xing. "Let's attack together and kill him." "Haha, kill me? With just you guys? Too difficult." Xing's eyes burst out with a ferocious glint. He slashed with his right palm and shattered the sword currents. His entire body pressed forward and his fingers formed into a claw. Bang! Demonic aura lingered around his fingers as he grabbed the sword. Decapitation red. Xing's eyes burst out with excitement as he pulled forcefully and shouted, "Give it to me." Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. His harmonization realm physical body couldn't withstand the other party's power, and the sword kept on trembling. "Since you want it, then take it." Li Yunxiao formed a seal with his left hand, and purple lightning sword in his palm. With a slap, it turned into a dragon. Xing cursed inwardly. That purple lightning gave him an abnormally dangerous feeling, but the rainbow magic stone was right in front of him. How could he let it go? He clenched his teeth and punched out at the same time. Bang! The purple lightning struck down and exploded the demonic aura. The terrifying power caused Xing's entire arm to go numb, and he almost lost consciousness. Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked. Although his spirit power was greatly depleted, the purple lightning was condensed from the power of the world, and it should be able to restrain the demonic race. However, Xing only suffered an ordinary attack. It seemed like this kind of possession secret technique could indeed completely overcome the power of the world. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Suddenly, a ray of light came from the side. It was completely colored glass. It was Pan Yi. He instantly moved and formed a seal with 2 fingers on his right hand, striking Xing's arm. The arm broke with a bang, and Xing screamed as he retreated. This broken arm immediately woke him up. When he grabbed the rainbow magic sword just now, there was only intense greed and madness in his heart. Even if he died, he didn't want to let go. That was the huge attraction of the rainbow magic stone to the demon monarch. Now that he lost an arm, he woke up and broke out in a cold sweat. Li Yunxiao also felt the pressure lighten, and he hurriedly put away the red/sword. If Xing snatched it, then he would really be seeing a ghost. Pan Yi and the surrounding martial artists rushed forward and surrounded Xing. All kinds of attacks poured down, shattering the void. Humph! Xing's gaze swept around and finally landed on Li Yunxiao. A cold light shot out from his eyes. "I will leave the rainbow magic stone with you first. I will take it next time." He raised his remaining arm, and a circle of demonic light surged out. Yu Chen's body instantly expanded, and the demonic light continuously condensed above his head before suddenly exploding. Boom! A terrifying power shot towards those attacks, and upon impact, it immediately shattered the void. Cracks covered Xing's surroundings and spread out in all directions. Yu Chen's body became dry and hard, and countless cracks appeared on it, collapsing in an instant. He escaped. Narcissus cried out in shock. Her golden eyes saw a flash of black light, which penetrated the demonic fog and left. Li Yunxiao similarly saw it, but this self-destructing attack shattered the void and isolated all the power. He could only watch helplessly as he left. Under the impact of that terrifying power, several martial artists vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies full of injuries. Is everyone all right? Star Abyss looked around. Although a few people were heavily injured, their lives were not in danger. Li Yunxiao took those few people into the World Deity Monument and let them recuperate in peace. Those who could still fight followed outside and started searching for other people. Very soon, Chu Hongyan, Ben Tingfeng, and a large number of martial artists all returned to the team. What made Li Yunxiao feel more at ease was that most people did not encounter the Essence Elephant Wisdom Ho, and they were just lost in the demonic fog. In the process of searching, they even killed 2 Essence Elephant Wisdom Ho. In the end, they only found 150 people. The remaining 50 people were completely lost. At this time, everyone knew that most people were lucky and did not encounter the Essence Elephant Wisdom Ho. But those who encountered it, other than Hao Feng and Star Abyss, basically all died. A quarter of the people perished. Li Yunxiao only felt a little stifled, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making him unable to breathe. And those 50 people were all sanctuary experts with weaker strength. Even Zi Mingji and Zhuge Shintu were nowhere to be seen. They most likely perished inside. Although these 2 people were not good people, they sacrificed themselves for the sake of slaying demons after all. It made people feel deep veneration. Ling Mudi said, "Don't be too sad. Life and death are decreed by fate. This is just their destiny." Li Yunxiao nodded and said with a pale face, "Swear to kill Lu Congzi. Take revenge for everyone. Swear to kill Lu Congzi. Take revenge for everyone." The remaining 100 people were also furious, gnashing their teeth in hatred. Regardless of whether they knew the people who died, they were comrades who had gone through life and death together. Grief and indignation spread among the crowd. Ling Mudi said, "The problem now is how to get out of here. Just now, we almost searched everywhere. Even with Princess Narcissus's Eye of Truth, she couldn't see the way out. If we still can't find a way, then we'll really be in big trouble." Ben Tingfeng said worriedly, "Lord King of Heaven has been gone for a long time, and there's still no trace of him. I'm afraid everyone from Xianli Island also had a vague bad feeling in their hearts." They were all shocked, although they found it hard to believe that something would happen to Yinan Tian with his strength. But after all, the other party was a race from another world. Back then, the Demon Lord was already rampaging and invincible in the world. Yinan Tian might not be safe. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry. If they had the strength to kill the King of Heaven, they wouldn't need to use this demonic fog to trap us. They would have used it to kill us long ago." Ben Tingfeng was taken aback, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. Although that was what Li Yunxiao said, his anxiety didn't decrease. He also felt that something was wrong with Yinan Tian, but he couldn't even take care of himself at the moment. He didn't even know what was going on, let alone save him. What made him even more uneasy was that the second-generation evolver who had escaped was still nowhere to be seen. He didn't know where he had gone. Including the ones that everyone worked together to kill, we killed a total of 7 of those phantom demonic beasts, and 1 escaped. Li Yunxiao calculated and checked with everyone to make sure there was no mistake. Ling Mudi said, 8 should be enough. Lu Congzi wouldn't have many such terrifying existences. We haven't even seen many from the devil race yet, and we've already suffered such heavy casualties. If the war between the 2 realms breaks out. Ben Tingfeng was rather disappointed. Casualties are unavoidable. Nobody can guarantee that they'll survive until the end. Nobody knows the outcome of the war between the 2 realms, but we must die with a clear conscience. Hao Feng frowned. Die with a clear conscience. The words were like a hammer that hammered everyone's hearts. The dejected atmosphere was instantly swept away, and everyone looked determined. Well said. Li Yunxiao also praised, with a clear conscience, one can die happy. I've thought of a way to break the fog. Perhaps we can give it a try. What way? Everyone perked up and quickly asked. Li Yunxiao said, break it with the power of the elements. Pfft. Everyone sneered disdainfully, and the enthusiasm that had just been aroused instantly wilted. Although not everyone cultivated the elements, many martial artists mastered some, and it was useless to try it. Li Yunxiao said, previously, Sir Muddy said that the 5 elements can break the devil fog. The wind we used earlier did have some effect, but the effect was minimal. This means that it's not that the elements are useless, but that their powers are too weak. Many people understood right away, and Ling Mudi asked, "You want to stack the elements?" Li Yunxiao nodded. The crocodile is already at the peak of the wind element, so it's almost impossible to create a power stronger than the primordial strong wind. We can only stack a few elements. The devil fog here is different from the one Sir Mudi encountered 100,000 years ago. It must have been washed over time and mutated. Ling Mudi agreed. We can give it a try. Li Yunxiao said, I'll summon someone else. He used his mental conception to summon Fei Enai, who was inside the Universe God Monument. Ever since Fei Enai obtained the heavenly phoenix feather, he had been cultivating with full concentration and had not done anything. Just now, Li Yunxiao suddenly felt a change, and the heavenly phoenix fire kept gathering above the Universe God Monument. That's heavenly phoenix. On Mount Fengsuan, Xue and Ken were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Suddenly, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Rays of bright light shot out from their eyes as they looked at the sky full of colorful clouds that were ever-changing. All the clouds gathered from all directions and were burned red by an invisible flame. The clouds unfolded and turned into a phoenix that soared through the sky. Fei Enai. Li Yunxiao's voice called out softly, like a fine rain sprinkling on the earth. Suddenly, a raging fire ignited on the ground, splitting the earth for thousands of miles as if a flaming volcano had erupted. A phoenix cry came from ancient times, reverberating between heaven and earth. The colorful clouds in the sky descended rapidly and gathered into a line before merging into the ground. The vast and wondrous scene changed endlessly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the flames and clouds finally fused completely and gradually revealed Fei Ni's figure. Li Yunxiao materialized and looked at the man in surprise. You've reached virtual extreme? Void extreme? Fei Enai was stunned and nodded lightly. Then, she revealed a charming smile and greeted, I just felt that I had broken through the bottleneck when I heard husband's call. Li Yunxiao said, I'm in trouble and need your strength. I'm willing to serve husband. Fei Enai was overjoyed and nodded in response. The two of them flashed and disappeared from the world god steel, appearing in the demonic fog. Fei Enai. Sister Fei Enai. Chu Hongyan and Narcissus saw her and greeted her happily, you've finally come out from seclusion. Congratulations on reaching virtual extreme. Chu Hongyan's eyes were filled with joy and joy. Thank you, Sister Hongyan, Sister Narcissus. This is all thanks to husband for helping me get the heavenly phoenix feather. Fei Enai sneered and immediately chatted with the two of them passionately. Li Yunxiao looked at their happy faces and smiled bitterly, now is not the time to talk. He then briefly explained the situation to Fei Enai and explained his thoughts in detail. Fei Enai said, I'll listen to husband's orders. Li Yunxiao said, alright, then listen to my orders and cooperate with me. He summoned the crocodile and turned it into a monster. It was 70 to 80 feet tall and had a muscular body. Its eyes were filled with hostility. Roar roar. The crocodile puffed out its chest and roared a few times. A gust of wind swirled around it and immediately formed a tornado. Fei Enai also formed a seal with one hand and a phoenix tattoo appeared on her body. Countless flames turned into talismans and appeared around her like fireflies. Li Yunxiao shouted, watch out. He put his hands together and pulled them apart. Immediately, a large amount of lightning appeared and he turned into a giant green spirit. Attack! Thunder whirled. The terrifying power of thunder exploded and formed a barrier, turning into 100 feet wide energy field. The crocodile and Fei Enai also attacked at the same time. Both of them formed an elemental barrier. Red flames and colorless wind condensed into two huge elemental balls, which were comparable to the thunder world. The three forces began to slowly press against each other, creating a loud sound of wind and thunder. Lightning and fire shot out continuously and gradually fused together. The surrounding martial artists were aghast and looked at this horrifying scene in fear. They did not dare to go too far in case they got lost in the demonic fog. They could only join hands and form a mirror in front of them. Just as the three elemental barriers started to fuse, the entire demonic fog began to roil as if it had sensed danger. That is, Li Yunxiao's eyes widened. Not only him, but everyone else also saw the demonic fog gathering and forming a huge demonic aura, just like before. This demonic fog really has a spirit. Li Yunxiao confirmed his guess and said coldly, no wonder we can't get out of here. Attack and destroy it. Fei Yanai and the crocodile understood at the same time and controlled the elements to attack. Kaboom! The three forces pressed against each other and turned into a terrifying whirlpool that attacked in all directions. The huge demonic aura had just swooped down when it was submerged in the elemental sea and instantly shattered. After this move, Li Yunxiao took out the Universe God's tablet again. It turned into a huge tablet that stood tall in the sky. His hands danced up and down like butterflies and a golden talisman shot out. The tablet shone with thousands of rays of divine light. It's gone. Ben Tingfeng was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. There was no more demonic fog in the sky. The constellation formed by the ancient demons well appeared in front of them. It was like a flower bud, but they could not see the end of it. Everyone stared at the mouth of the well, trying to see through it but to no avail. Even Narcissus's eye of truth could only see a limited range. Lord Yinantian is most likely inside. Li Yunxiao said, we can't let the same thing happen again. Leave half of the people outside to take care of the situation. The rest of you, follow me inside. He looked around and said, those who are injured, stay here and recover as soon as possible. The Heavenly Martial Alliance and Xianli Island will each send half of their people. Almost all of the sacred domains were dead or injured, and the remaining few were not of much use, so Li Yunxiao simply left them outside. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Mudi, you stay too. As the commander of the outside world, I will find a way to send you a message if anything happens. Mudi seemed to be in a difficult position and said, I know more about the demon realm. I shouldn't stay. Let Palace Master Hongyan stay. Chu Hongyan quickly said, there must be someone outside who can take charge of the situation. I am much weaker in terms of strength, experience, and strategy. Lord Mudi should be the best candidate. Mudi didn't want to stay either. The two of them pushed back and forth and even recommended Fei Yanai or Chen Duantian to stay. In the end, Chen Duantian stayed as the commander of the Heavenly Martial Alliance outside. However, the highest commander was Hao Feng. He had been injured in the battle with Yuan Xiang and had to stay to recover. Soon, more than 70 people were selected to follow Li Yunxiao into the ancient demon well. The person in charge of Xianli Island was Ben Tingfeng. He followed closely behind Li Yunxiao. The inside of the ancient demon well was much wider than before. Apart from the dense demonic qi, there weren't many changes. Mudi said in a low voice, I'm afraid it has mutated greatly. If we can't seal it this time, I'm afraid it will evolve into a second Tian Shan mountain range. After flying for a long time, the 70 people finally arrived at the intersection of the two worlds. What they saw shocked them. Yinantian was covered in blood. He was pressed against the boundary wall of the demon realm. 7 or 8 hands stretched out from the boundary wall and grabbed him, dragging him inside. Quick! Let's go! When Yinantian saw Li Yunxiao and the others, he shouted, let's go! There's an ambush! Lord Tianwang. Ben Tingfeng was so angry that his beard trembled. Li Yunxiao became vigilant. He scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately felt many powerful auras coming from all directions. Be careful! He cried out in alarm. The others also noticed the situation and were all on guard. The dangerous auras coming from all directions belonged to the group of demonic cultivators who had retreated earlier. There were still about 500 of them. However, at this moment, their auras were completely different. Their faces were ferocious, and most of their bodies were deformed. They looked like wild beasts and had no intelligence at all. They looked like walking corpses. Ah! Possession! Li Yunxiao shouted in horror. He felt a chill in his heart. These martial artists had all been possessed. He immediately thought of Xing. After possessing Yu Chen, he could use his full power for a short period of time. Then, what kind of demonic existence was it that had possessed these martial artists? Why are there so few of you? Where are the rest? Lu Tsongzi's voice came from the space. The space in front of them shook slightly. Lu Congzi and Xing appeared immediately. Lu Congzi said, "Did they all die in the demonic fog?" Xingyi looked at Li Yunxiao with a cold expression. Ben Tingfeng shouted angrily, "What did you do to Lord Tianwang? Let him go." "Hee, don't be anxious." Lu Congzi smiled faintly. "Yinan Tian is one of the top martial artists in this world. We are very friendly with him. We want to bring him to the demonic realm to play." To the demonic realm. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They saw that Yinan Tian was indeed grabbed by 7 or 8 pairs of large hands and pulled inside. There were still many figures and faces trying to break through the boundary wall. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Yinan Tian is not as cheap as Lord Chief. He could be a human but chose to be a demon." "Haha, despicable?" Lu Congzi said with a cold smile, "The demon realm's level is higher than the heavenly martial arts realms. If we want to talk about nobility, humans are even more despicable." Li Yunxiao said, "Nobility doesn't depend on the level, but on one's despicable heart. With such a despicable heart, no matter how noble one thinks he is still a despicable person." Clap. 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 Good, very good. Lu Congzi clapped his hands and said, "Listening to you, I am suddenly enlightened. I welcome you to join the ranks of despicable people." Everyone felt dizzy. Lu Congzi's shamelessness had completely exceeded their imagination. Even Li Yunxiao couldn't stand it anymore. He said gloomily, "Sorry, we don't have the talent to be despicable people. You should be despicable people." "Hee, it's not up to you." Lu Congzi waved his hand, his face full of killing intent. He said coldly, "Kill them all." The 400 to 500 people immediately charged forward in a frenzy, their mouths letting out ferocious cries as they screamed. Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Be careful. The ones possessing these demonic cultivators should be the 10 evil souls, evil spirits." In the previous battle, more than 1,000 demonic cultivators had escaped, but now only 400 to 500 were left. If they hadn't died while possessing them, or been killed by Yinan Tian, their numbers would have been greatly reduced. Mudi said in a low voice, "There are too many of them. Let's contact the people outside and ask Hao Feng to bring people in." Li Yunxiao said, "Most of the people outside are injured. Let them rest. We should hold on for now. I'm afraid Lu Congzi has a backup plan." He summoned Can and Qi as well and said, "Thank you for your help." Li Yunxiao had already told the two of them about the situation. With the addition of 2 Void Prime experts, everyone was overjoyed. "You are too polite. How could we refuse young Master Yan's invitation?" Ken said respectfully. Their attitude surprised the people of Xuanli Island. They recognized Can and Hua. They were the evil emperor's subordinates, and they had survived the battle 100,000 years ago. Can and Hui looked at those demonic cultivators and frowned. They seemed to recall something, and a look of sorrow appeared on their faces. Shua said, "Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that I would be able to fight against the demons again. The battlefield of the past feels like it was only yesterday." Ken said, "Stop sighing with emotion, make your move." Without any hesitation, the two of them transformed into their demon forms and charged into the battlefield, crushing the 2 fiendish cultivators at the front. "Kill!" Li Yunxiao also roared and directly teleported over, chopping off the head of a fiendish cultivator. Blood actually spurted out. However, it only took a few breaths of time before it dried up. A large amount of demonic energy emerged from the headless body, condensing into 10 evil spirits and baleful spirits. It really is this item. The 10 ferocious souls lost their bodies and were suppressed by the power of the world. They held in pain. Bang! Li Yunxiao then sent out a palm strike, and a powerful bolt of lightning entered Li Yunxiao's body, directly disintegrating into demonic qi. The people of the realm of heaven martial arts pierced into the group of demonic cultivators like sharp blades. They were invincible, and after 10 minutes, dozens of them were killed. Xing's face became unsightly, and his confidence was shaken. He said, "The casualties are so great, and so fast. Can we defend this crack?" Lu Congzi said calmly, "Of course we can't defend it." "What?" Xing's whole body trembled, and his face was filled with anger and shock. "Then you," Lu Congzi said with a smile, "then how should I explain this to Lord Man?" Xing's face darkened, and he nodded heavily. He said, "Do you think it's fun? If we fail to defend this crack, not only you, but I will also be punished." Lu Congzi said, "You want to defend the crack with such little power? Lord Xing, are you kidding?" Xing said angrily, "Lu Congzi, what are you going to do? You guaranteed in front of Lord Man that you would definitely defend it. That's why Lord Man lent a large amount of power to you. If we fail to defend it, the power will be consumed, and you will die." Lu Congzi snorted and said, "A large amount of power? Just these lowly, low IQ creatures?" Xing said, "Don't underestimate these 10 directions evil souls. They are the backbone of the devil world, and they are the most extensive fresh force. Lord Man has transferred almost 2/3 of the 10 directions evil souls over. If we destroy all of them but fail to defend the crack, Lord Man's anger will burn us." Lu Congzi said unhurriedly, "In short, I don't have the ability to defend the crack. If he has the ability, then he can do it himself." Xing was stunned, and he looked at Lu Congzi blankly. He didn't understand what this human was thinking. But he knew that Lu Congzi wasn't a fool, and he definitely had a plan. After his expression changed several times, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Lord, I still owe Lord a favor. It can be said that we are in the same boat." Haha. Lu Congzi laughed loudly and said, "Lord Xing, rest assured. As long as you follow this old man, I will naturally not let you suffer." Xing also laughed dryly, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. He suddenly felt that Lu Congzi was like a poisonous snake, and the danger was even above man. Lu Congzi said, "You don't need to worry too much. This crack has changed a long time ago, and the heavenly martial arts realms people won't allow it to exist. Even if we defend it this time, they will send a stronger force next time, and we will still lose it in the end. Actually, Lord Man's idea of defending the crack is extremely stupid. What we need is to open more cracks, not to concentrate on defending one." Xing said, "Open more cracks? Isn't this a little too difficult?" Lu Congzi said, "It is indeed difficult, but it is not impossible. Moreover, if my guess is correct, the other demon venerables will also think of a way to do this. What we need to do is to build up our strength and reap the benefits of others' efforts. But now, we have to guard the crack, and we are working hard for others. If we are not careful, Man might even be devoured by other demon venerables." Xing was terrified. If Man heard such words, he would definitely be sentenced to death. He didn't dare to say anything, and he didn't even dare to agree with Man. Lu Congzi continued, "So, Man is trapped in a cocoon of his own making. After this incident, no matter whether we can defend the crack or not, Man will call us back and give up on this crack." Xing thought for a while and felt that what Lu Congzi said was reasonable. He nodded and said, "I hope so." At this moment, the battle in the well was extremely fierce. Although the average strength of the heavenly martial arts realms people was higher, the other side had more people. At the beginning of the battle, they only suffered a fierce impact, but then they gradually turned the tide and started to counterattack. Li Yunxiao also realized that although the number of casualties was still small, it was because they still had strength, and they could still maintain the stalemate. If this continued, their origin energy would be exhausted, and the number of casualties would instantly increase. Once the crack was breached, they would lose completely. While fighting, he sent out a message. The glazed light on his body gradually dimmed, because they had fought a bitter battle in the demon fog. Now, because they had fought so fiercely, they were the ones who consumed the most energy among all of them. Suddenly, a golden light flickered. Because the demon cultivators' attacks were mainly made of demon energy, they were all pitch black, so the golden light was more dazzling. Li Yunxiao suddenly turned around and thrust his sword at the golden light. Bang! The sword hit the golden light, and his whole arm became numb. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Immediately, a demon cultivator attacked him. The demon cultivator's palm hit his back, and his energy and blood surged in his body. There were too many demon cultivators, and they couldn't deal with all of them. Once their defense was broken, they would be killed instantly. Li Yunxiao suffered a sneak attack and a pincer attack, and he was instantly injured. The demon cultivators in the surroundings surrounded him, and a large number of attacks fell on him like a curtain of pearls. Among these attacks, a light was hidden. It was gold and silver, and it intertwined with each other. It was Lu Congzi's gold and silver dual truncheons. Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he immediately transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a weapon in each of his hands, and faced the attacks coming from all directions. At the same time, he grabbed the golden wheel of the magical tree and flew away. All of a sudden, the shadow of a towering tree appeared in the void and spread out, as if it was a barrier. The pressure on Li Yunxiao was greatly reduced. Boom! But in just an instant, as the violent attacks rained down, the barrier's power collapsed continuously. Especially after the truncheons hit, the shadow of the tree swayed and danced, and it became smaller. The golden wheel let out a mournful sound, and countless golden runes flashed on it. That's the golden wheel of the magical tree. Xing shouted in the distance, and he was extremely shocked. Xing's eyes flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. He directly teleported in front of Li Yunxiao, and he opened his hand to grab the golden wheel. Lu Congzi was also overflowing with killing intent, and he shouted, "This is a great opportunity." The dual truncheons fell like meteors, striking towards Li Yunxiao's body. Meanwhile, Xing's fingers were like claws, and he suddenly pressed down on the golden wheel, making it unable to move. Li Yunxiao was very anxious. 3 of his Dharma idols were being held back by the demon cultivators, but even without these demons, he was not a match for Lu Congzi in his current state, let alone Xing Clang. Suddenly, the countless golden runes on the golden wheel of the magical tree danced, and as if some mechanism had been activated, the thousands of runes spun like a wheel, and instantly shredded Xing's arm into pieces. Ah! Xing was hit by the impact, and he was sent flying with a shout. He was originally suppressed by the realm power, and he was unable to unleash his full power. Under the impact of the golden wheel, he was even more injured. What? Lu Congzi was also shocked. After the magical tree golden wheel stirred up the runes in the sky, it swayed, spun, and slashed towards his dual truncheons. Bang! The 3 profound artifacts clashed head-on, and golden lights shot out like lightning, shooting in all directions. Lu Congzi retreated, and he held the dual truncheons with both hands. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he shouted, "Who is it?" After the magical tree golden wheel spun 1 round in the void, it did not land in Li Yunxiao's hands. Instead, a figure in a long robe appeared, and he grabbed it. That person's expression was calm, and his hair and beard were all white. He looked extremely old. The magical tree golden wheel also calmed down, and the runes on it were extinguished, and it was full of life. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. This elder was Bei Jinghong, and he had already recovered from his injuries. He directly broke out of the realm divine steel. Bei Jinghong had the magical tree golden wheel in his hand, and he looked around. Then, he spun his hand, and countless golden lights shot out. Immediately, the demon cultivators within a radius of tens of feet exploded, and they died. "Who are you?" Lu Congzi and Xing Di were both shocked. Bei Jinghong ignored them and looked at the divine tool in his hand. He formed a few seals on it and a golden light flowed. Li Yunxiao's heart shook. He painstakingly refined the golden wheel from the law tree for a period of time, but the imprint on it was erased by Bei Jinghong. Bei Jinghong turned to look at him and said mockingly, "Not everyone can play with a divine tool." With that, he went straight for the world wall. "Bei Jinghong! You!" Listening Mudi also saw the change and exclaimed. Bei Jinghong grabbed the golden wheel and spun it. Instantly, a golden light flew up and covered his body. He then touched the world wall. The golden light was like a water droplet, it melted into the world wall without any obstacles. Then, Bei Jinghong's entire body slowly merged with it. Yi Nanchen's body had already merged with the world wall, but his face was still exposed. He looked at Bei Jinghong coldly and said, "King of the Western region, Bei Jinghong?" Bei Jinghong glanced at him, that cold expression seemed to be saying, "Who do you think you are?" Yi Nantian suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, how ironic." Bei Jinghong said coldly, "Shut up. Your smile is so annoying. If you say another word, I will kill you." Yi Nantian sneered and said, "Annoying? This proves that your Tao heart is not firm enough. If you don't have enough faith in the path you have chosen, how can you continue on?" Bei Jinghong's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you comment on me? Yi Nantian said mockingly, sluts are so pretentious. Even if I comment on them, what can you do about it? Moreover, a slut like you is willing to become a demon. Not only can I comment on it, everyone in the world can. Yi Nantian directly used the slut that Li Yunxiao called Lu Congzi to scold Bei Jinghong. Bei Jinghong was enraged and his face turned green. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and he sent a golden light over. Pooh! Yi Nantian's entire body was grabbed by 7 or 8 large hands, and he was unable to move at all. He took a blow from Yi Nantian and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the mockery in his eyes did not diminish, and he laughed even harder. But after a few moments, there was no more sound. He was completely dragged into the demon world by the 7 or 8 large hands, disappearing from the boundary wall. Bei Jinghong looked at him coldly and didn't attack again. Then, he merged into the void and disappeared. Li Yunxiao stared blankly at the two of them as they disappeared. It took him a long while to recover his senses. Xing shouted angrily, "Damned thing!" He turned around and headed towards the realm wall. Lu Congzi shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Xing Wei turned her head and said, "Enter the demon world and kill that person." His eyes flickered with a cold light as he said, "Inside the demon world, one side is weak, while the other is strong. I can display my full strength, but he is suppressed. Killing him is as easy as blowing off dust." Lu Congzi said, "No. Once you return to the devil world, Lord Man will know immediately." Xing said, "So what if you know? It's natural for me to kill that person. Moreover, that mysterious weapon is the demon world's famous magical tree golden wheel. The heavenly martial arts realm that the Monogatari brought back in the past is now lost." After saying this, Xing Wei ignored Lu Congzi and dashed towards the realm wall, disappearing in a flash. Lu Congzi revealed a pensive look, his eyes flickering. "Lu Congzi. Where are Yang Di, Xianxia, and Fei Yan?" Li Yunxiao was furious. He didn't care about his injuries and turned into a sword light that slashed down. Bang! Lu Congzi threw out his silver truncheons, which hit the sword light and shook it off. "Damn it!" Li Yunxiao was furious. He was injured and exhausted, but he didn't care about anything else. He turned into thousands of swords and slashed down. Bang! 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 Hee, you can't change your disadvantage even if you are angry. Lu Congzi smiled faintly. His truncheons danced beside him and shattered all the sword energy. "Where are they? Where are they?" Li Yunxiao couldn't restrain his anger. He stopped his sword momentum and held it horizontally in front of him. Flames ignited on his sword, and his body emitted a strong light. It seemed like his whole body was burning. Lu Congzi was slightly shocked. He sensed danger and retreated with his truncheons. Die. The power in Li Yunxiao's body rose to an extreme. His sword shone with a penetrating light, transforming into a sword aura that slashed downwards. Lu Congzi's face darkened. He snorted and said, "It's pointless." He raised his truncheons, and a cold light flashed on his face. Then, his mask covered his face, revealing his ice-cold eyes. His aura also rose rapidly. Bang! Li Yunxiao thrust his sword down. The white flames in the sky merged with the sword energy. They shattered the gold and silver barrier and hit the truncheons. Dazzling light scattered, the sword energy and the flames hit Lu Congzi's body, burning his robe and leaving many wounds. Li Yunxiao was also shocked by the power. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Where are they?" Lu Congzi said coldly, "The people you mentioned are all from the Soul Formation Sea. As the chief, I don't need to report to you." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Release those people and I won't kill you today." Huh? What did you say? Lu Congzi laughed and said, "Kill me? Ha ha ha, Li Yunxiao, are you so stupid that you can't even see the situation clearly?" In the ancient demon well, under the fierce fighting, the human race began to show signs of fatigue, and the number of casualties increased. Although more demonic martial artists died, these people had been invaded by the evil spirits and lost their minds. They were not afraid of death at all. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What if I don't want to live and die with you?" The sword decapitation crimson pressed down fiercely, the Ice Fiend heart flame slowly burned, and D2Z's twin truncheons let out crackling sounds. Lu Congzi instantly sensed danger and shouted in shock, "Are you crazy? What do you want to do?" He hurriedly used force, trying to shake off the sword decapitation red, but Li Yunxiao seemed to have made up his mind. The sword was stuck to the truncheons, and he could not get rid of them no matter what. "Hey, there is no such thing as impossible in this world. It's just whether you want to or not." Li Yunxiao grinned and said, "I just want to save them, that's all." He used his transcendence golden body, and all 6 of his arms grabbed the Xian weapons. The 3 faces were ferocious and cold. "Can you feel the power of these Xian weapons? Can you feel the power of my harmonization state? I can't kill you when you're alive, but can't I kill you when I'm dead?" Li Yunxiao threatened. "You're crazy." Lu Congzi was trembling with anger, but his face was unusually ugly under the light of the Xian weapons. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Anyway, I've already died once. I've already practiced the divine evolution technique to perfection. I might not die even if my body is smashed to pieces. Who knows, I might reincarnate again, and it'll only be 20 years. Lu Congzi's heart trembled when he heard this. He said angrily, "I don't believe you're willing to die. You're just threatening me. Who doesn't want to live? Of course I can't bear to die. But if I don't bear to die, how can I obtain it?" Li Yunxiao said coldly. His eyes became clear in an instant, like the calm before the storm. "No, I don't believe you'll self-destruct. You're just threatening me." Lu Congzi roared, and the veins on his body bulged. His angry and sharp eyes revealed fear. He was extremely intelligent and calculated, so he naturally knew that there was a high chance that Li Yunxiao was lying to him. But what if this madman was serious? Lu Congzi's heart immediately turned cold when he thought of this small probability. He was afraid of death, and he did not dare to take the risk. Although Li Yunxiao's life was in the past, it was far from being comparable to his own life. Li Yunxiao naturally saw his fear. He glanced at him with contempt and said, "Then give it a try." He raised his 4 arms and the transcendence form in front of him formed a seal with one hand. A terrifying power of the transcendence form shot out and turned into a whirlwind in front of the transcendence golden body. "Stop!" Lu Congzi screamed in fear. He was completely frightened and hurriedly said, "Quickly stop, I'm willing to talk to you." His inner defenses collapsed in an instant. Even if he knew that Li Yunxiao was just trying to scare people, he was still scared. Lu Congzi only felt extremely sullen and angry. He had outstanding talent and was unparalleled, but he did not expect to be scared by someone. That kind of humiliation was magnified in his heart. His eyes were filled with hatred. Although he had always wanted to kill Li Yunxiao, it was only to get rid of a scourge. There was not much hatred. But now it was different. Li Yunxiao had completely shattered his self-esteem. For the first time, he felt ashamed and angry. It was even more uncomfortable than being cut by a knife. But who asked him to be afraid of death? Who asked his life to be more precious than Li Yunxiao? Lu Congzi knew that he could only swallow this humiliation and wait for the right time to take revenge. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Quickly let them out, or we'll all die together." Lu Congzi said angrily, "They are no longer in the ancient demon well." Li Yunxiao said, "You want to lie to me? I don't care. If you can't see them, we'll die together." He looked angry, but his heart trembled. He knew that Lu Congzi was most likely not lying to him. Although the ancient demon well had changed, it was not a large space. He had deliberately scanned it with his divine sense, but he did not find anything. Lu Congzi hurriedly said, "It's true. Although I'm not on the same path as you, I have no reason to lie to you. I've already sent them all to the devil realm. Send your sister." Li Yunxiao was furious. In front of him, even Lu Congzi could not lie. He immediately understood that it was true. Violent emotion spread in his heart, and the golden light on his body and Xian artifact became stronger and more violent. Lu Congzi was very frightened and said quickly, "Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I can send someone to bring them back." Li Yunxiao's face was cold. He stared at him for a while and slowly calmed down. He said coldly, "Make all the demonic cultivators stop." "What?" Lu Congzi was shocked and said, if they all stop, they will be slaughtered by you at will. That's too much. Li Yunxiao grinned and said, yes, it is too much. So what? Do you want to spare their lives or your own? Lu Congzi looked at him coldly and said, if they are killed, I won't be able to escape with so many people surrounding me. This is tantamount to suicide. Even if you die with me, I can't agree to it. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, you have a good plan. Lu Congzi said earnestly, I love your talent and have appointed you as an honorary elder of the deity transformation sea realm in both lives. Why do you have to be my enemy? He sighed, I originally had my heart set on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Shine your sister. Li Yunxiao cursed, there's nothing to talk about with AB*TCH like you. Give me the method to enter the demon world. Seeing that it was impossible to save Yangdi and the others, Li Yunxiao thought of entering the demon world. Lu Congzi frowned and fell into deep thought. He originally wanted to trick a few times, but the person in front of him was also extremely intelligent. The chances of winning were too low if he wanted to play tricks under his eyes. If he angered him, he would be the one at a disadvantage in this situation. He could only say honestly, if I tell you the method to enter, will you let me go? Li Yunxiao nodded, sure. Okay. Lu Congzi was also straightforward, once a normal person touches the realm wall, they will definitely be smashed to pieces, but since the people of the demon world can cross over, we can naturally go over too. I will teach you the secret technique now. A black light flashed between his brows, and a faint mental energy spread out. Li Yunxiao's divine sense swept out, and the two of them immediately communicated through the air. After receiving the message, he thought for a moment and knew that it was true. Lu Congzi said coldly, you can let me go now. Scram. Li Yunxiao shouted coldly, and his sword pressed down. His entire body glowed with a white divine light, and he directly teleported away, only leaving behind waves of void ripples in front of Lu Congzi. Damn it. Kill. Lu Congzi trembled in anger, and finally, all his anger exploded. He held the two maces in his hands and flew out. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared a few hundred feet away, and as soon as he appeared, a large number of demonic martial artists rushed over. Li Yunxiao's current state was also very bad, and he did not have too much energy to waste on these things. With a sweep of his sword, hundreds of changes appeared in the air, and the heads of these demonic martial artists were cut off. Then, the gold and silver maces rushed over, and with a boom, a large number of them were killed. And Li Yunxiao had already retreated, far away from Lu Congzi. Trash. You trash. Quick, kill them all. Lu Congzi bellowed angrily. He raised his truncheons and charged into the fray, killing several members of the Heavenly Martial Union with a few casual blows. At this moment, Hao Feng also led the 70-odd people outside the well and charged into the battle circle. The number of demonic cultivators immediately decreased. Lu Congzi saw that the situation was not good, he snorted coldly, turned around and headed towards the boundary wall. Several experts from the heavenly martial realm had been paying attention to him, and when they saw that he wanted to escape, they immediately turned into several beams of light and chased after him. But at the same time, the large number of demonic cultivators that they had been holding back also moved, trapping them again. Lu Congzi sneered, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to keep me here? Don't worry, we'll meet again soon. He strode towards the boundary wall, his hands constantly forming hand seals, and his body surged with demonic energy. Then, it turned into a ball of darkness and slowly blended into it. Although everyone was angry, there was nothing they could do. Just as Lu Congzi said, they couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they have the energy to care about this? At this moment, a large number of faces and bodies appeared on the boundary wall, and they were all seeping out. Several humanoid existences finally came out of the boundary wall, and they dashed towards the battlefield while laughing wildly. These humanoid spirits were existences between the 10 directions evil spirits and the demonic monarchs, but after they came out, they were suppressed by the boundary power, and they were soon smashed to pieces. But they still couldn't stop a large number of demons from the boundary wall from squeezing out. They knew that they were going to die, but they still came out without hesitation. The battle in the ancient demon well had reached its climax. All the experts of the heavenly martial arts realm looked pale and anxious. Since Lu Xongzi had escaped, this battle was meaningless. These demonic cultivators were abandoned, and Lu Xongzi didn't take them seriously at all. These abandoned people killed more than half of their companions, and their strength was reduced sharply. After several hours, they finally killed all the demonic cultivators. After the demonic cultivators died, they turned into pure demonic energy and scattered in the air. The demonic energy was so dense that one couldn't even see their own fingers. A large number of warriors' wounds were infected, and they started to show signs of being possessed by demons. Everyone, come into the barrier. Ling Mudi created a barrier to disperse the demonic energy, and the barrier expanded to several hundred meters, so that everyone could go inside to heal their wounds. More than half of the wounded people came in, and there were only around 60 people left. Everyone's faces were unsightly, and their eyes were like those of dead fish. Not only were most of them injured, but even their supreme commander, Xianxia, had been captured and brought into the realm of demons. This was the result of their first battle, and everyone's hands and feet were ice-cold. They felt as if there was a huge rock on their chests. Li Yunxiao was also very angry, and he was exhausted and injured. He spat up blood, and his face was as pale as paper. What should we do now? Ben Tingfeng was shivering. He was also covered in blood, and his back was badly mutilated, as if someone had torn off a piece of his flesh, but he didn't notice it at all. Ling Mudi said, "Let's go back first. It's useless to stay here. Let's go back and reorganize, and then we can think of a countermeasure." Go back? Ben Tingfeng was surprised. He said, "What about the King of Heaven? What about the result of this battle? Are we going back just like that?" The three questions made everyone feel ashamed. They shook their heads and sighed, and some even lowered their heads. Ling Mudi said, "Although we suffered heavy casualties in this battle, we did indeed win. Lu Xongzi and the Demon King escaped, and all the demonic cultivators were killed. The Soul Formation Sea was taken, and the ancient demon well was taken. Isn't that the result?" Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. Although it was a tragic battle, there were still results. Ling Mudi looked at Ben Tingfeng and said, "Wasn't our goal to take down the Soul Formation Sea and kill all the demonic cultivators? Now, only Lu Xongzi escaped. Everything else has been achieved." Ben Tingfeng was stunned, and he didn't know what to do. In this situation, even if they won, he couldn't be happy. Hao Feng said, "Going back is the right thing to do. We can't enter the realm of demons to save Xianxia now. Even if we found the secret method to enter, we wouldn't be able to save Xianxia. We can only retreat for now and report what happened here to the Island Master. The Island Master will make the final decision. What I'm worried about now is the ancient demon well. Although we've taken it, the crack is still there. It's difficult to seal it with our strength." Ben Tingfeng said, "How about we send someone to guard it?" Hao Feng said, "Then we have to send some real strong cultivators to guard it. Otherwise, if someone like Lu Xongzi comes, the crack will be lost again. In my opinion, we need at least 5 strong cultivators in the void-reaching realm to guard it. We can attack the demonic creatures the moment they leave the barrier. Then, we won't have to worry." Ben Tingfeng shook his head and said, "It's difficult." The key was that all the strong cultivators were seriously injured, and they had to go back to the realm of heaven martial arts to heal. They couldn't recover in a short time unless they sent another 5 strong cultivators in the void-reaching realm. But there were no such people in the world. The atmosphere became gloomy. Everyone was dispirited. If they couldn't send someone to guard it, the ancient demon well would be taken away by the demonic creatures. Then, the purpose of this battle would be lost, and all their companions would have died in vain. Ling Mudi suddenly said, "Guys, don't be dispirited. I have an item that can seal this place. At least it can seal it for a while." "Oh? What is it?" Hao Feng asked in surprise. Ling Mudi was a strong cultivator who was as famous as Yi Qingyu. Ling Mudi took out an item. It was a golden talisman that was half a foot long. He held it in his hand and said, "This is called the 9 Divine Palace Talisman. It's the last seal the universe god used to suppress Mo-Pu. It can seal the ancient demon well in a short time." He threw the golden talisman in his hand and cast several seals. The talisman turned into a golden light and gradually became bigger. In an instant, the demonic chi in the sky dispersed. A large number of words flew out of the talisman and rotated in the sky. In the end, they formed a formation and pressed down on the barrier. All of the golden lights flashed and disappeared when they were 30 meters away from the barrier. After everything was done, it was as if nothing had happened. Most people didn't notice any changes. However, Xianxia could clearly feel that there was an obstacle in front of the barrier. The surging demonic chi was cut off by the 9 Divine Palace talisman. Ben Tingfeng said in surprise, "If the crack is sealed, we won't be able to rescue Lord Yinantian." Hao Feng said, "It's hard to have the best of both worlds. Even if Yinantian was here, he would definitely choose to seal the crack." Ling Mudi said, "Guys, don't be too sad. Victory and defeat are common in battles. Moreover, we won this time. 100,000 years ago, when we fought against the demon realm, we lost even more miserably. In the end, the realm of heaven martial arts won. Now, what we need to do is to go back and recuperate. We need to conserve our energy and prepare for the next battle." Hao Feng said with a grave look, "That's right. Our strength is still not enough. We need to become stronger." His gaze fell on Li Yunxiao. He said, "Alliance Master Yun, about the 10 regions rules." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I understand. From today onwards, Yanwu City's territory will be open to Xuanli Island. Anyone who wants to fight against the demons, even if they don't join the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance, can enter Yanwu City's territory to train." This battle made him feel an extreme urgency. Continuing to monopolize resources and opposing all the factions in the world was no longer a good idea. Hao Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light. He nodded and said, "That's good. Everyone, follow me to Yanwu City to comprehend the rules." Ben Tingfeng said, "You go first. I will return to Xuanli Island and report this to the island master." Hao Feng nodded and said, "Very good." Everyone quickly pulled themselves together. They had already become indifferent to life and death. It was just that their confidence had crumbled a little under the desperate situation. However, they quickly regained their confidence. "Let's go." Ling Mudi led the way. A golden light appeared in the surroundings and split the demonic energy in front of him. They took the lead and flew out of the well. Several days later, the battle at the ancient demon well shocked the world. The realm of heaven martial arts took full control of the spirit transformation sea. It became a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. Yanwu City also became the core of the realm of heaven martial arts. In order to comprehend the 10 regions rules, a large number of experts gathered there from all directions. It was like a pilgrimage. In a pitch-black valley, it was as silent as an eternally unchanging land of death. Looking down from above the valley, the boundless demonic energy was like a dormant volcano. It was as still as stagnant water, unable to flow at all. Suddenly, space twisted, and a simple war chariot appeared. The war chariot had a strange and ancient design. It was made entirely of bronze and had a ferocious beast head on it. The war chariot made a slight turn above the valley and disappeared, directly piercing through the air into the valley floor. After descending for tens of thousands of zhang, a faint light floated up. Looking closely, the valley floor was covered with golden powder, forming thousands of strange symbols. It was a large formation. A shadow flashed on the war chariot, and a figure stood beside it. His blue hair was unusually eye-catching. He glanced down and snorted. Then, he waved his long sleeves and put away the war chariot. It turned into a blue light and flew into the formation, disappearing in a flash. The next moment, a pitch-black hall appeared. Green flames burned faintly on the 4 wall lamps, and human figures flickered under the light. "Blue. You're really dawdling. We were just waiting for you." A dissatisfied voice came from the hall. That person was tall and burly like a bull. His muscles bulged, and he was very aesthetically pleasing. He glanced at Blue with dissatisfaction. Blue sneered and said, "The master didn't say anything. What are you complaining about?" He walked over with large strides. There were a total of 4 people in the hall. They were either standing or sitting, and they looked over casually. The burly man was standing. His skin was full of demonic patterns. Just looking at him would make one's heart palpitate with fear. A skinny old man was sitting on the upper left, resting with his fist as a pillow. When Blue walked in, he sat up straight and said, "Finally, everyone is here." Only then did they look away from Blue and at the old man. Blue cupped his fists and stood straight in the middle of the hall like the burly man. He sneered and said, "Gee, you're too timid. You have to arrange a meeting in the Death Demon Valley. You want us to sneak around like thieves. Do you still have the demeanor of a demon lord?" The old man, said, "Isn't this to completely avoid man? If he finds out that we're secretly meeting, although we're not afraid, there will be more trouble. The less trouble, the better." Blue scoffed, "You're still so cautious and afraid of death." The burly demon venerable was called Yin. He said cautiously, "It's always better to be careful." Blue waved his hand and said, "It's up to you. Since you're already here, just say what you want." Ji's expression was solemn as he slowly said, "The entrance to the two worlds in the barbarian land has been sealed." "What?" The other four were greatly alarmed. Their lazy expressions were swept clean and replaced with shock. "How could this be? Is the news reliable?" An elegant man who was originally half reclining also sat up straight. His eyes emitted a green light, revealing a murderous aura. The man's name was Gong, and he was one of the demon sovereigns. The others also had ugly expressions. They knew that Xianxia would never bring unconfirmed news to the meeting. There was also a devil sovereign marquis who was sitting cross-legged in midair. However, it was unreal, as if he was just an afterimage. At this moment, he opened his eyes and stared straight at Mog. Ji said, "Absolutely." Lon said coldly, "Man, that trash." He had managed to make a crack with great difficulty, but it was unexpectedly sealed by the heavenly martial arts realm. "He is a disgrace to our demon venerables." Gong said coldly, "We shouldn't have let him manage the crack. Now that he has made such a big mess, we can't let him off easily." Ji said, "The problem now is not settling accounts, nor is it internal strife. I chose to meet here to prevent man from misunderstanding that we are going to deal with him. Our top priority now is to deal with the future. Judging from the fact that the crack was sealed this time, we have misjudged the strength of the heavenly martial arts realm. They are stronger than we imagined." Gong said, "Strong? So what? As long as there are no saint demons among them, we have nothing to fear." Ji said, "There are definitely no saint demons among them, but there should be devil venerables. We can't be careless in the future. We can't rely on the crack in the barbarian land anymore. We must think of another way." The devil lord, who had been silent, suddenly said, "I heard that man has been managing that crack for a long time. He transplanted a large amount of demonic moss there to create a simulated environment, and it was very successful. How did it get sealed by the heavenly martial arts realm? If the heavenly martial arts realm has such strength, we might not be able to find another way." Ji said, "That's the reason why I called you here today. I want to manage a crack together. With the power of the 5 tribes, we can open the channel by force and spread a large amount of demonic creatures to the heavenly martial arts realm. We can change the world's power." Marquis and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and started to ponder. Ji said slowly, "This is the best way for now. If another big crack is sealed, it will be really troublesome." Yen asked, "There are more than 100 cracks between the two worlds. Only a few people can use them. Lord Ji, which one did you choose?" Ji said, "The barbarian tribe's crack was the most promising, but now we can't count on it. To tell you the truth, there is a boundary river 4 million miles north of Xianxia Mountain. There is a secret crack in the river, and it has started to mutate slowly." "What? Mutated?" The other 4 were shocked. Yen said in surprise, "Are you sure it's mutated?" Ji said, "Of course. You can't joke about this." Yen laughed and said, "Haha, what are we waiting for? Let's choose it." Ji shook his head and said, "I found this crack a long time ago, but I didn't dare to touch it. Because there is a creature in the boundary river called the world-devouring demon." "What? A demonic insect that can devour the world's power?" Marquis was shocked. He said with disbelief in his eyes, "It is a strange creature in the ancient times of the demon realm. It is said that it can devour the world's power and travel from one world to another." The other three were shocked. Yan said in surprise, devour the world's power? How can there be such a thing? Since it is born in the world, it must be restricted by the rules of the world's power. The other two nodded and agreed with Yin. They thought the theory of devouring the world's power was too absurd. Ho said, you all became demon venerables in recent years, so you know little about the history of the demon realm. Lord Ji found that the world-devouring demon didn't dare to touch it, so you should know how powerful it is. Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, although I am more than 1,000 years older than Lord Ho, I have lived in vain. Before this, I didn't know about the existence of the world-devouring demon. It was only after I suffered a great loss and more than 10 demon monarchs died that I found out its origin. But I still don't know much about it. Lord Ho, please explain. Ho stroked his beard and smiled, so that's how it is. Coincidentally, I happened to see it when I was flipping through an ancient book. This world-devouring demon is an ancient creature that appeared not long after the demon realm was born. But because it has the ability to devour the world's power, the ancient book says that this creature might not be from the demon realm. It is very likely that it was devoured from another realm. Ji sighed, so that's how it is. I suffered heavy casualties. So that means that the crack in the boundary river was also devoured by this thing? Ho nodded, the possibility is very high. Ji was depressed, why can't this thing devour more? Wouldn't it be better if it pierced through the two realms? Ho pondered, there must be a reason. We can go and investigate, but we must be careful. This world-devouring demon is an existence that can devour even saint demons. Once we find something wrong, we must retreat immediately. Devouring saint demons? The other 4 demon sovereigns were all dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. Ji said, Lord Ho is talking about special circumstances, or when there are a lot of them. I have investigated this boundary river. 2 demon sovereigns are enough to destroy all of them. Yan said with some trepidation, it requires the strength of 2 demon sovereigns. That is already extremely terrifying. Ji nodded, exactly. If it wasn't for the barbarian tribe's crack being sealed, I wouldn't have thought of this place. Time is not on our side. We can only try. Ho said, if the 5 of us work together, our strength is enough to sweep the demon realm. I agree with Lord Ji's suggestion. What do the 3 of you think? He looked at the other 3. Blue laughed sinisterly, hee hee, interesting. Since you all agree, I naturally have no objections. Gong and Yan also nodded lightly, expressing their agreement. Ji was overjoyed, good. Then it's better to go back and prepare first. We will meet at the Xianxia mountain 3 days later, and we will go to the boundary river together. After the 5 of them reached an agreement, they disappeared from the hall one by one. Soon after, the fire on the wall was extinguished with a puff sound, and the hall fell into silence. At the same time, in the heaven martial realm, in Yanwu City, cultivators flew back and forth. It was full of vitality and a magnificent scene. After Yanwu City's restriction was opened, all the cultivators in the world poured in. As long as they swore to resist the demons, they would not refuse anyone. After Li Yunxiao came back, he went into seclusion to recuperate. Everyone was in a bad mood and went into seclusion one by one. Everything in the city was handled by Ling Mudi, and it was done in an orderly manner. One day, Li Yunxiao suddenly sensed something and came out of seclusion. He teleported and appeared in the city lord's mansion's hall. Lord Muxing, it's really you. In the hall, Ling Mudi was entertaining an old man. The 2 of them sat opposite each other and drank. Behind the old man stood a puppet. It was Muxing, whom they met in the immortal realm. When Li Yunxiao saw it, he knew that the old man was Muxing himself. He was overjoyed and hurried to greet him. Muxing smiled and put down his teacup, cupped his fists, and said, Alliance Master Yun, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Li Yunxiao laughed heartily, and said, Lord Muxing, how have you been? Muxing said, I heard that Alliance Master Yun was in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you. This old man is also planning to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. No hurry, no hurry. Li Yunxiao smiled and walked forward, looking very intimate, and said, This young master has been waiting day and night, and finally, Lord Muxing is here. How can I leave now? Oh? Mu Xing raised his brows and said calmly, I'm just an old man, what is there to hope for? Young Master Yun, why are you looking for me? Li Yunxiao looked around and said, could it be that only Lord Mu Xing came? Isn't that a bit illogical? Mu Xing smiled strangely, haha, Alliance Lord Yun is indeed intelligent. He exchanged a glance with Mudi and smiled. Mu Di replied, Master Mu Xing is here for the matter of the puppet refinement. Mu Xing said seriously, after the battle in deity transformation Sea, Island Lord also attached great importance to the alliance between the two sections. He found out that Alliance Lord Yun is recruiting experts to refine puppets, so he sent me to help. At the same time, I hope to borrow the power of laws to refine the energy in my body and extend my lifespan. Haha, great praise. With Mr. Mu Xing's help, Yanwu City will be like a tiger with wings. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, I have already sent people to Tongtian Island to find the Mu family, Lord Mu Xing can also meet them. Mu Xing's expression was indifferent, let's leave it to fate. He seemed to have lost interest in this matter after meeting some of the Mu family's juniors in the immortal world. He took out a square plate and placed it in front of him, then he grabbed the edge with both hands and turned it slightly. The runes on the square plate revolved and shot out hundreds of golden rays, which spread out in all directions and condensed into a huge golden projection, a total of 12. The golden figures were majestic. Li Yunxiao was shocked, 12 heavenly divine killing array. Mu Xing nodded, this is the 3D diagram of the 12 heavenly divine killing array. It has been passed down since ancient times and eventually fell into my hands. That's how I was able to create Luding Liujia. Unfortunately, my talent is limited and I can't perfect it. He sighed with a sorrowful expression, if I had given this to Mu Chen back then, he might have been able to refine something even more powerful. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Mu Xing doesn't need to belittle yourself, everything has its own fate. Only then did Mu Xing perk up a little. Back then, I wanted to create an exact replica of the heavenly divine fiendish formation, but unfortunately, the materials required to create these 12 golden men were too heaven-defying. With the power of the Mu family at that time, it would have been difficult to create even one, let alone 12. But now, with Yanwu City's strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to create 12. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel excited. The aura coming from the 12 formation images was very agile and threatening. If they could be completely restored, then Yanwu City's defense would be almost abnormally strong. What materials do you need? Li Yunxiao rubbed his hands and asked excitedly. Mu Xing smiled and said, this golden man is made up of 32 main materials and 1366 supplementary materials. The 32 main materials are, Mu Xing spent half an hour listing all the materials as if they were his family treasures. Finally, he looked at Li Yunxiao with a smile. As for Li Yunxiao, his complexion had already turned as red as a pig's liver. He said gloomily, let alone Yanwu City, even the whole realm of heavenly martial arts might not be able to afford such a huge cost. Ling Mudi frowned as he listened. He shook his head and said, if it was 100,000 years ago, with the wealth of the northern region under my jurisdiction, I might have been able to take it out. But now, the resources in the realm of heavenly martial arts are very scarce. It can't be compared to the past. It's really difficult. Li Yunxiao said, it's more than difficult. At least 30 or 40 of them are already extinct. Mu Xing thought for a while and said, if there are few of them, maybe we can find them. But if they are extinct, it's really difficult. Li Yunxiao said, I'll ask the Chamber of Commerce. If it's really impossible, we can only find other materials to replace them. After all, everything in the world has its own counter. The refining method can be changed. Soon, Ding Ling Su Lianyi, and Xianxia came. After reading the list of materials, the three of them looked embarrassed. They looked at each other and shook their heads. Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile, I understand what you three are thinking. How about this? If there are some materials that can't be found, I'll ask Master Tian Zhaozi and the others for reference and try to replace them with other materials. Ding Ling nodded and said, okay, we'll discuss it and give you the feedback later. Mu Xing said, Alliance Master Yun, I'll have to trouble you to find the materials. If you can refine the 12 golden men, I'll be satisfied. Li Yunxiao said, it's my pleasure, The two of them exchanged some pleasantries. Then Mudi arranged everything. Ding Ling came forward and said in a low voice, "Brother Yunxiao, I found out where Wei Qing is." Li Yunxiao was shocked. He said with joy, "Really? Where is he?" Ding Ling gestured a few times. Then, a void map appeared. It was a mountain range surrounded by mountains. Li Yunxiao was confused. He felt it was familiar, but he couldn't remember. Ding Ling said, "This is the place. It's called Qianbo Mountain." Qianbo Mountain. Isn't that Chumuchia's lair? Li Yunxiao came to a realization. He said, "So he's hiding here." Then, he turned and left. Ding Ling said anxiously behind him, "Brother Yunxiao, are you going alone? That's too dangerous." Li Yunxiao didn't even turn his head. He said, "Don't worry. With Lord Can and Lord Ho around, they can control everything." Soon, Yanwu City's teleportation formation was opened. Li Yunxiao headed toward Qianbo Mountain. Back then, Li Yunxiao's divine sense had crossed regions to track him. He had seen Qianbo Mountain and grasped the spatial coordinates. Several days later, it suddenly snowed heavily. The entire mountain range was covered in a layer of silver frost. A green light came from afar and shot into the mountain range. Wherever the light passed, the space was twisted and tumbled. The green light landed on the snowy ground and turned into Li Yunxiao's figure. The soles of his shoes stuck to the snow, not leaving any traces. He identified the direction. His body flashed with white light, and he teleported away. The hut on Qianbo Mountain was still there. There were signs of human habitation everywhere. Li Yunxiao's divine sense swept out and immediately covered the entire mountain range. He couldn't help but look shocked. "Who is it?" Suddenly, Wei Wuya's shout came from the mountain. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He said in shock, "It's you." Li Yunxiao appeared very calm. He nodded and said, "Lord Wuya, I trust you've been well." Wei Wuya's expression changed. He shouted, "What are you doing here? Qianbo Mountain doesn't welcome you." Li Yunxiao said, "Qianbo Mountain doesn't belong to your Wei clan. You father and son can come, why can't I?" His gaze turned cold. He said coldly, "I just scanned with my divine sense. There are 600 to 700 people hibernating in this mountain range. Are they all ghost Azura?" Wei Wuya snorted. "So what if they are? What does it have to do with you?" He became alert and stared at Li Yunxiao. "So what if they are?" Li Yunxiao suddenly laughed angrily. "Haha, you father and son are utterly heartless. How many people have died because of you? If they are, then I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Wei Wuya's face was ashen as he scolded, "Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? You think you're the son of heaven?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Everyone has the right to punish such a heinous crime. Wei Qing is also down there, right? I'll kill you first, then he'll naturally come out." As soon as he finished, he became one with his sword and turned into a sword aura that slashed forward. Wei Wuya was shocked and didn't have time to dodge. He hugged the sword aura with both hands and caught it in his palm. The two forces collided and created a ball of fiendish heart flame that burned in all directions. Li Yunxiao's arm shook. Sword essence immediately spun around the blade and continuously attacked Wei Wuya's power, disintegrating it inch by inch. Wei Wuya didn't dare to take it head-on anymore. He guided the sword aura to the side and punched with his right hand. With a pung, he retreated with the momentum. Li Yunxiao was about to give chase when snow suddenly rose from below. Hundreds of figures rushed up and surrounded him with murderous intent. These ghost Shura. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He realized that they were very different from before. Not only in appearance, but also in aura. Wei Wuya looked at him coldly from outside the battle circle and said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, I don't know how many people you have in the Universe Deity Monument, but if you're alone, then you'll be buried in Qianbo Mountain." He waved his hand and the originally quiet ghost Shura became ferocious. Each of them roared a few times and the power hidden in their bodies kept bursting out. Returning true God realm. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, his face full of shock. A few ghost Shura around him kept roaring. Following the transformation of their bodies, the power directly crossed the martial path barrier and stepped into transcendence and sainthood. Li Yunxiao's face was full of shock and he was almost stunned. At a glance, the shocking power of hundreds of ghost Shura was rising steadily. Pung! Dozens of feet away, a ghost Azura's distorted body couldn't withstand the powerful force and directly exploded. Pung! Pung! A few more appeared in an instant, but it was only a small portion. Most of them successfully broke through to the returning true god realm. A strong murderous intent came from all directions and locked onto Li Yunxiao. Wait! Seeing that these ghost Shura were about to attack, Li Yunxiao suddenly blocked and shouted, Wei Wuya! What's with these killing weapons? They can actually break through the martial path shackles. Wei Wuya sneered, do you still remember Luo Qingyun and Gong Xianxia's death guards? Li Yunxiao said, of course I do. What does this have to do with them? The shock on his face was hard to describe. So many God Realm experts appeared at once. This force was not any weaker than Yanwu City. Perhaps only Shanli Island could win, Wei Wuya said, it's actually very simple. After the Battle of Pentacloud Mountain, we discussed with Gong Xianxia to share the secret art of refining the killing weapons. Under the double impact of blood extraction and unlocking the genetic chain, the killing weapon's power directly broke through the martial path shackles. And Luo Qingyun is actually the first person to have two secret arts. Li Yunxiao was stunned when he heard that. He stood there in a daze, looking at the ferocious faces around him. A chill ran down his spine. Wei Wuya sneered, let me tell you one more thing. The purpose of the #1 World Martial Tournament is actually to collect containers. Collect containers, a chill ran down his spine. Li Yunxiao only felt cold all over and his voice trembled, where are the participants of the tournament now? Haha, they've already started the transformation. Wei Wuya said casually, as if he was talking about something trivial. Because they lack the power of blood, we'll use the method of Gong Xianxia to transform them first, then we'll find a way to refine the blood. Bastard! Li Yunxiao was enraged. He could only feel boundless anger surging from the bottom of his heart. Back then, Qiao Mujie used a human body to conduct experiments and was expelled from the deity transformation sea. He was hunted by everyone in the world. But I didn't expect you all to be 100 times more vicious than him. Wei Wuya's expression turned cold as he sneered, Qiao Mujie was chased out not because he was evil, but because he wasn't strong enough. If he could create God-state experts long ago, he would have been the master of the divine transformation sea long ago, or even the master of the world. Who would dare to kill him then? Li Yunxiao, I advise you to submit to the circumstances. The world is in chaos now, so we should unite to fight against the demons. Don't waste your energy fighting with us. I've also heard about the divine transformation sea incident. It was a bad start with heavy casualties. As a commander, you're the one who committed the crime. Instead of repenting, you want to stir up internal strife? Li Yunxiao cracked his knuckles. Although the process of creating this power was extremely tragic and shocking, it was indeed a powerful existence that couldn't be ignored. It would be a pity to destroy it. Once there was a conflict, it would be a huge blow to the heavenly martial union. Wei Wuya saw the hesitation in his eyes and his expression softened. He said gently, Lord Pajun, I'm standing outside the wall to defend myself. If you act rashly, have you thought about the consequences? Li Yunxiao's expression was ugly. He relaxed his clenched fists, his palms full of cold sweat. It seemed like the fierce struggle in his heart had come to an end. He said coldly, 3 things. First, stop the creation of these killing weapons immediately. Second, these killing weapons must be used in the battle against the demons. Third, remove the seals on Mengwu and Mengbai and return them to me. As long as you do these 3 things, I'll leave immediately. Wei Wuya raised his eyebrows and snorted, there are already many warriors in the process of creating them. Once we stop, they won't be able to return to before and will only be wasted as materials. Li Yunxiao said angrily, I don't care about the current situation. But no one else must be dragged into this. Wei Wuya said, the heavenly martial arts realm's warriors with great potential have almost all been discovered. I can consider agreeing to your request. It was a simple sentence, but it sent chills down Li Yunxiao's spine. Almost all of the experts who were able to obtain a ranking in the #1 martial tournament had been captured by them. Moreover, they had secretly conducted experiments before. Capturing a large number of experts was difficult to count. Wei Wuya continued, as for the second point, it's definitely not a problem. After all, the demon race is our ultimate enemy. This was a battle that could not coexist. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. As for the third point, it's possible in the future, but not now. Why? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The first condition was already very harsh, but Wei Wuya was able to agree to it. Although the third condition was somewhat difficult, it shouldn't be more difficult than the first. Wei Wuya said, I have no comment on this matter for the time being. Lord Pajun, don't push your luck. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to send you off by force. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, I'm actually here for the third point. Wei Wuya's pupils shrank and he said coldly, then Lord Pajun is going to fall out. I'm very curious how many people you brought from the World Deity Monument. Are you so confident that you can take down Xianxia Mountain? Could it be that you brought the entire Heavenly Martial Union? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, it's just a few people including me. If I can't take down Xianxia Mountain, then I can only kill as many as I can. With a ping sound, the sword in his hand ignited with raging flames. Killing intent soared into the sky. Arrogant. Kill. Kill him. Wei Wuya was enraged. He roared and swung both his hands down. The slaughter weapons in the surroundings couldn't hold back anymore. They all roared and revealed a cruel and sinister expression. With a roar, they surrounded and charged over. Sword Realm. Li Yunxiao's sword aura condensed. The Ice Fiend heart flame exploded along with the sword chi, rushing out in all directions. The power of the sword realm spread out. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, sword light shone brightly, killing everything. Chi. Chi. Blood splashed everywhere, gushing out like a fountain. The few slaughter weapons at the very front were instantly decapitated at their vital points. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold. He held his sword and walked toward those slaughter weapons. With every slash of his sword, there would be a scream. A slaughter weapon would fall. In the blink of an eye, he had killed more than 10 people. Wei Wuya's eyelids twitched violently. He felt pain in his heart. Although there were many slaughter weapons, they were all painstakingly created by him. It wasn't easy for him to obtain them. He roared, damn it, and charged forward. Li Yunxiao only felt a powerful force condensing in the sky. Wei Wuya clenched his fist. Thousands of evil chi gathered and turned into a huge saber. Judgment Saber. Wei Wuya roared angrily. He teleported above Li Yunxiao and slashed down with Judgment Saber in his hand. The sword realm suddenly shattered. Those slaughter weapons were also shaken away by this violent aura. The power on Li Yunxiao's body was instantly suppressed, and the light around him shrank rapidly. Sword cuts stars. Li Yunxiao compressed his power to the extreme and poured it into his sword. The sword slash's red vibrated. A powerful flame bloomed like a lotus, and thousands of sword lights shot into the sky. Boom! The two forces collided, but they were evenly matched. They turned into a terrifying pressure that shattered the sky. The entire Xianxia mountain cracked, and the snow melted. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Damn it! Wei Wuya was enraged. He couldn't maintain his void prime state for too long. After using Judgment Saber, he couldn't maintain it anymore and fell back to the Divine Palm realm. He hurriedly gathered the slaughter weapons from all directions and charged at Li Yunxiao. He retreated again and again, healing his wounds and watching from afar. Those slaughter weapons didn't feel pain. They only felt excitement and killing intent. Although they were like moths to a flame, they still fought to be the first. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He had used up a lot of energy to resist Judgment Saber. Now that he was surrounded by these things, he was in danger. A gust of wind gathered on his left hand and turned into a hurricane. There was the shadow of a crocodile in it. The crocodile let out a huge breath, and the hurricane turned into millions of wind blades that slashed in all directions. At the same time, he invited Can and Tian out of the Universe God Monument. Once the two appeared, they showed their skills and started a massacre. Wei Wuya felt a chill in his heart as he watched, but he also felt pain in his heart. The slaughter weapons were like harvested wheat, falling down one by one. Stop. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded, and the entire sky shook. Then, a beam of dazzling light shot into the sky from the bottom of the mountain. It turned into a green shadow, and a palm reached out from it, striking at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sensed the danger. He flipped his palm, and wind and cloud my way, struck. Boom. The two palms collided, and Li Yunxiao felt his arm go numb. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The newcomer was Wei Qing. He had already stepped into the divine palm realm. His expression was cold, and without a word, he struck out several moves at Li Yunxiao. In an instant, the two of them began to fight in the sky, like butterflies dancing in the air. But Li Yunxiao was retreating as he fought, and he was at a disadvantage. He finally broke through. Wei Wuya's eyes lit up as he watched from afar. He was excited. Qing Er finally broke through. With his talent, and that treasure, he will step into the void pole sooner or later. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. It had only been a short while since they had parted ways in the immortal realm, but Wei Qing's power seemed to have increased by several levels. He was incomparably ferocious, and even an ordinary heaven-mastering realm cultivator might not be his match. Moreover, Li Yunxiao's power had been reduced by 70 to 80%. He could only be suppressed, and he couldn't fight back. He was extremely frustrated. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'm not afraid even if you take turns to wear me down. Li Yunxiao was in danger several times, and he was furious. He roared and slapped, and 12 beams of golden light shot out. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. He seemed to know how powerful this thing was, and he didn't dare to get close anymore. But the golden light seemed to have a mind of its own. It chased him for thousands of feet, as if it had locked onto him and was chasing him relentlessly. Wei Qing frowned, and he made a hand seal with one hand and shouted. The space around him twisted, and he teleported away. He returned in front of Li Yunxiao with a mocking expression. But in an instant, his mocking expression froze on his face. Because the surroundings flashed, and Lu Ding and Liu Jia appeared at the same time, landing beside him. Immediately, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Wei Qing swept his gaze around. Lu Ding and Liu Jia were all making different hand seals. Even their faces and shapes were extremely lifelike. Furthermore, every time he looked at them, their expressions seemed to change. Wei Qing, I'll give you one more chance. Agree to my 3 conditions, or you and your father will be turned into ashes along with Qianbo Mountain. Lu Ding and Liu Jia turned into human figures and surrounded Wei Qing. Li Yunxiao made hand seals and appeared beside one of the puppets. He looked coldly at Wei Qing in the formation. Ha ha ha, I heard those 3 conditions. I won't agree to even one, let alone 3. Wei Qing sneered and said, you can mass-produce God realm experts through magic techniques. This is a great achievement that reverses the times and transcends time and space. You want to stop it? Are you crazy? Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed. He scolded him, what are you talking about? You're the crazy one. If I turn you into a killing weapon, how will you feel? Wei Qing sneered and said, the law of heaven is heartless. It treats all living things like dogs. The saints are heartless. They treat people like dogs. Scum have no human rights, and they can only be slaughtered by the saints. Saints like you and I are also slaughtered by the law of heaven, right? Now that the demonic calamity has arrived, these people will die if they rush to the battlefield. So, why don't we use our power and make more contributions to the realm of heaven martial arts? Ridiculous. Li Yunxiao scolded him angrily, even if we die, no one wants to die in such a useless way. After death, our corpses will be used by you. This is all because of your own evil intentions, but you attribute it to the law of heaven being heartless. It's ridiculous, and shameless. Hee, I'm ridiculous and shameless? Wei Qing suddenly laughed and said, the study of the human magic techniques has a history of countless years. Especially after the demon lord was sealed 100,000 years ago, all rules were lost, and it developed to the peak. But why didn't the refining method to become a god appear earlier or later, but now? have you ever thought about it? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and he said coldly, what are you trying to say? Haha. Wei Qing laughed proudly, and said loudly, Li Yunxiao, you've already guessed it, but you just don't want to believe it. Ha ha ha, all of this is heaven's will. Li Yunxiao felt a chill all over his body. Under the heavenly Tao, all beings were ants. He looked up at the sky. Could it be that all of this was heaven's will? Wei Qing glanced at Can, Ho, and Crocodile who were fighting in the distance. After killing a large number of slaughter weapons, they also fell into a predicament and could only defend. These God realm slaughter weapons were created by the heavenly Tao to eliminate demons, and they represent the heavenly Tao's choice. No matter how unwilling you are, you can't change this fact. I advise you to turn back and stop now. I don't want to cause a bloodbath, and no one wants to see too much internal energy before the demonic calamity. Wei Qing's expression was cold, and he said coldly, but if you insist on doing things your own way, I'm not afraid. He held his right hand in front of him, and the flame that represented Yang and the ice that represented Yin turned into two colors, and they slowly rose from his palm. As the two extreme lights intertwined, they condensed into a foot-long bottle. Its entire body flickered with silver light, and there were crimson beast patterns on its surface. Its power was astonishing. The vase kept emitting light, and the entire void swayed along with it. It stuck together with the formation power, and they squeezed each other like surging undercurrents. However, under this undercurrent, the space was compressed, and all kinds of violent forces became extremely unstable. Lu Ding and Liu Jia seemed to be alive, and their expressions became solemn. Their hand seals also changed, and the formation power kept increasing. Wei Qing's long gown fluttered violently, and he said coldly, war or peace, it all depends on your words. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and he said, release Meng Wu and Meng Bai, and I'll leave immediately. Before the demonic calamity ends, I won't care about the slaughter weapons anymore. This was his bottom line. Wei Qing also sensed Li Yunxiao's bottom line, and he said, I can return the siblings to you, but not now. I don't know how much you know about them. They are related to a secret, so I can't tell you for now. Give me a year. After a year, I will return them to you in one piece. Not only will they be unscathed, they will also be two peerless experts. A year later? You're talking about the Earth domain, right? Li Yunxiao flicked his sleeves, placed his hands behind his back, and said coldly. You know? Wei Qing's pupils constricted and shot out a fierce light. After a while, he slowly retracted his hostility and said calmly, it's no wonder. The Heavenly Martial Alliance's current strength was unimaginable, and they also had the help of Xuanli Island. It was not strange for them to know about the Earth domain. Since you understand the relationship, I will be straightforward. The power of the siblings comes from the Earth domain. I need to obtain the power of the Earth domain. Not only for me, but also for dealing with the demonic tribulation. Li Yunxiao said coldly, why must you obtain it? It will also be of great benefit to me. Wei Qing snorted and said, no matter what you say, I've brewed for so long, how can I give up at this time? I admit that I'm not as strong as you, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. If you don't give me a way out, I can turn the Heavenly Martial Arts Alliance upside down with the power I have. There is a saying that giving others convenience is giving yourself convenience. If you do things too ruthlessly, your fate will end early. Li Yunxiao was furious. Wei Qing was acting like a hooligan, just like how he had dealt with Lu Congzi in the ancient demon well. Everyone had something they valued. Lu Congzi valued her life, while Li Yunxiao valued the fate of the heavenly martial arts realm. Li Yunxiao was quite helpless. He said angrily, you swear to ensure the safety of the siblings and to return them to me in one piece. You swear to use them to fight against the demons. The corners of Wei Qing's mouth curled up into a smile. With a flip of his right hand, he put away the yin-yang dual qi bottle. Then, he ordered the slaughter weapons in the distance to stop and split up. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and removed the 12 divine killing formation. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia all flew back into the divine steel. The extremely tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. I know you are a responsible person, but you are too soft-hearted. Wei Qing sneered disdainfully. If we didn't have enough power to fight against the demons, not only would these warriors die, but their families, friends, and all the people in the heavenly martial arts realm would die. But now, their deaths will give everyone a chance to survive. They died a worthy death. After receiving the order, all the slaughtering weapons returned to Wei Qing's side. Their auras started to drop rapidly. They directly fell from the returning nature realm and returned to the ordinary Jiutian realm. They all looked dispirited and sluggish. Humph. Wei Wuya snorted coldly and appeared beside Wei Qing. Can and Ho also returned to Li Yunxia's side. They were covered with blood and a murderous aura, as well as shock. Obviously, the existence of the slaughtering weapons surprised them. The crocodile turned into a whirlwind and returned to its mini form, lying on Li Yunxia's shoulder. Even if they died a worthy death, it's not up to you to decide. Li Yunxia refuted, everyone has the freedom to choose. Even if what you said is the best choice, if they don't want to, you don't have the right to force them. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Wei Qing sneered. Li Yunxiao, are you still a child? Weaklings have no rights. The strong are respected. The weak's fate should be decided by the strong. This is the law of the world. If I have a bigger fist, I can control their fate. Isn't this the eternal truth? Why did you suddenly become so stupid? Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to refute. He obviously understood this principle, and he always followed it. However, at this moment, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Can and Ho looked at each other. They didn't feel anything was wrong. Wei Qing said coldly, even if I don't control their fate, once the demons invade, their fate will be controlled by them. In other words, even if I am as benevolent as you, the law of the world won't change because of your benevolence. It will still be the law of the jungle. He smiled disdainfully and said, if you think you're capable and think you're right, then go and tell the demon clan's people not to invade the realm of heaven martial arts. Tell them to be merciful and let everyone coexist peacefully. Let's build a harmonious world together. Li Yunxia was speechless. He was always eloquent, but this was the first time he had been speechless. He was so dumbfounded that he didn't know how to reply. Wei Qing waved his hand and said, if you don't have anything else to say, please leave. I won't see you off. 1 year later, I will return the Meng siblings in one piece, and I will do my best to fight against the demons. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Li Yunxiao coldly and proudly. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Li Yunxiao stood in the sky silently. After a while, he sighed and turned around with the two of them. Ever since he had learned about the mission of the Lord of the Universe God Monument, he had been following the path laid out by the natural law. He had completely lost his previous carefree and unruly attitude and had been doing many things he didn't like. For example, he didn't like Wei Qing or the slaughter weapons, but he had to tolerate Wei Qing and the slaughter weapons. Ken suddenly said, Alliance Master Yun, don't you feel a bit depressed? You can't bear to see a large number of martial artists become walking corpses? You feel like the dignity of martial artists is being trampled on? Li Yunxiao turned around and looked at him. He cupped his fists and said, Lord Ken, please enlighten me. Ken nodded and said, it's just like what that man said. Although you are responsible, you are too benevolent. There's an ancient saying that the merciful don't command an army. Maybe you aren't suitable to be the Alliance Master. However, due to various reasons, you have no choice but to be the Alliance Master. You haven't seen how the demons wreak havoc in the realm of heaven martial arts. Usually, the whole city is slaughtered, and countless people die. Where was the dignity of those beings who were killed like weeds? They don't have dignity, because they are weak. Li Yunxiao wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Ken smiled and said, those martial artists don't have dignity either, because they are also weak compared to Wei Qing. However, even if they lose their dignity, they can still be of some use. They have more dignity than those weeds killed by the demon clan. Tian patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder and said with a smile, brother. When more people die in the future, you will become numb to it. Li Yunxiao's body shivered, and he felt a chill in his heart. However, he knew that the two great monsters were right, and even Wei Qing was right. He heaved a long sigh, shook his head, and said, maybe I do things based on my feelings. After saying this, he turned around and flew away. Behind him, Can and Yu exchanged a glance with a wry smile, then shook their heads. Xue said, "This kid is too benevolent. He isn't suitable to be the Alliance Master. He is only suitable to be a small commander." Qin faintly smiled and said, "You are wrong. Although he isn't suitable to be the Alliance Master, he is the most suitable person to be the Alliance Master." Tian was surprised and said, What? What do you mean by not suitable to be the Alliance Master, but is the most suitable person to be the Alliance Master? I am confused by your words." Qin said seriously, "Have you ever thought that maybe it is because of his benevolence and passion that he can win people's hearts and gather all the factions? In the current heavenly martial arts realm, besides Ji Qingyu, who else can be the world's leader?" Tian thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There is no one else." Qin said, "Not only the human clan. With the two of us and Lady Lin, his relationship with the demon clan will not be bad. He is the mediator to ease the conflict between the two clans. Moreover, the Sikh clan's princess will follow him. In the future, only Li Yunxiao can unite the whole heavenly martial arts realm. Even Yi Qingyu can't do it." Xue nodded and said, "You are right." Qin smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Everything is decided by heaven. We are just doing our best and leaving the rest to heaven." The two of them turned into a beam of light and chased after Li Yunxiao. In a certain place in the heavenly martial arts realm's northern region, it was gloomy and gloomy. It seemed like it had left this realm. The void was filled with the flow of terrifying power. From time to time, lightning would strike down and shake the void, turning into tens of thousands of long snakes that spread out in all directions. Most of the lightning snakes dissipated on their own. A few of them were blocked by some kind of power and dispersed once again. A huge halo appeared where the lightning serpent had struck. It was like a dome of the heavens, forming a semicircle in front of it. Under the illumination of the halo, the darkness within was swept away to reveal a desolate land. It was actually a verdant mountain range that stretched on without end, and it revealed boundless vitality. "It's the 72nd one." On that mountain, a figure stood alone. His hair was white, and he had a worried look on his face as he looked at the void beyond the sky. Did something really happen? Behind him stood a young man. He smiled faintly and didn't think much of it. However, he still said respectfully, "Esteemed one, the void jade shattered thunder is formed naturally. It's normal to have more or less of it." "Humph. You sure know how to talk, but do you know more about celestial phenomena than I do? Now you're here to teach me a lesson?" Master Red Copper was not in a good mood to begin with. He angrily rebuked the man behind him, "Send more people to guard this place. Don't let go of even the slightest clue. If anything goes wrong, I'll chop off your head." "Yes." The young man's expression changed, and he replied solemnly. His expression did not look too good. Chi. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning appeared in the void, and the moment it appeared, it was already right in front of them. "Another one!" Grandmaster Zitong cried out. He stared at the bolt of lightning with widened eyes. He felt that something was off. The young man said anxiously, "Esteemed master, this is just an ordinary green lightning, not void jade shattered lightning." "I know." "You shut up." Master Zitong was annoyed by his words. He cupped his fists towards the green lightning in the sky and said, "I wonder which lord has arrived. Please show yourself." The green lightning flickered a few times in the air and immediately dispersed with a crackling sound. It turned into a white-robed man. His eyes were like water as he looked at esteemed Zitong. "Floating Island Zitong?" Zitong hurriedly said, "Yes, I am." "You are?" The white-robed man cupped his fists and said, "I am Li Yunxiao." "Ah?" Both the purple copper master and the man cried out in alarm at the same time. They immediately became nervous. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he asked suspiciously, "You know me?" The young man's expression changed as he said, "The reincarnation of Emperor Wu Gufeiyang and the Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao walked down from the void and said, "It seems that your floating island isn't completely ignorant of the outside world. You know quite a lot about the outside world." He took a few steps and arrived above the mountain range, but he was blocked by an invisible force. A dome of the heavens appeared in front of him, forming a hemispherical dome that covered 1,000 miles. The purple copper venerable master's expression was unsightly. He said bitterly, no matter how much we don't care about worldly affairs, how could we not know about something as earth-shattering as the establishment of the Heavenly Martial Union? The floating island is also a part of the sacred region. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, should I open this barrier or should I enter by myself? The young man on the mountain shouted in alarm, don't mess around. The sky dome barrier can block the void jade shattered lightning. Right now is the time when the lightning is at its most devastating. If the barrier is opened and the void jade shattered lightning falls onto the floating island, it will be a disaster. Oh, after saying so much, you mean to let me in by myself, right? Li Yunxiao reached out his hand and gently touched the barrier. A faint spiritual pressure appeared between his palm and the barrier. The purple copper master and the young man were both shocked. They could not help but swallow their saliva. They felt their throats go dry. If an ordinary person touched the barrier, they would definitely die. However, Li Yunxiao was safe and sound. He did not seem to feel any discomfort at all. Is there something wrong with the barrier? The two of them had the same thought. But that's not right. It just blocked a void jade shattered lightning. They watched as Li Yunxiao's arm reached into the barrier. The two men's eyes popped out. Suddenly, their bodies shook. Their eyes were filled with joy. Unbeknownst to Li Yunxiao, a nebula had condensed a few hundred feet behind him. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a light blue thunderbolt pierced through the void. Nobody knew where it came from, but it coincidentally hit Li Yunxiao who was passing through the barrier. Boom! The blue lightning exploded, and Li Yunxiao's body was filled with lightning and the like. With a crackling sound, the lightning dispersed along the barrier. It was as if a blue firework had bloomed on the huge barrier. It was extremely beautiful and gorgeous. Haha! The young man clapped his hands and laughed. He said excitedly, this demon has been hit by the void jade shattered lightning. He is dead for sure. Ha ha ha. The purple copper master was also shocked. He did not think that there could be such a coincidence in this world. He stood there, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Suddenly, the young man's laughter stopped. The purple copper master's eyes popped out of their sockets. His mouth opened wide and he could not close it. The blooming blue firework seemed to be frozen in place and suddenly retracted toward the center. Not a single strand of the scattered lightning could escape. All of it gathered together and turned into a spinning azure ball of lightning. It spun above Li Yunxiao's palm. The purple copper master, what a hateful thing. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. When his eyelids opened and closed, there seemed to be golden lightning flashing. He clenched his hand, and the blue ball of lightning began to spin violently. It made a piercing sound as if it was extremely afraid and wanted to escape. The ball of lightning spun violently and became smaller and smaller. The sound also became weaker. Finally, it disappeared from Li Yunxiao's fingers, leaving no trace. Ah! Both purple copper and the young man were scared out of their wits. They felt their legs tremble. They had been on the floating island for many years, and they knew the power of the void jade shattered thunder like the back of their hands. Not only was he fine after being hit, but he had also miraculously extinguished the lightning. Even if he could withstand a single blow from the lightning without being injured, he would already be considered a peerless existence. The two of them felt their hearts drop to the bottom of their chests. They felt cold all over. They knew that Li Yunxiao's strength was not something they could fight against. After Li Yunxiao extinguished the lightning, he continued to stretch out his hand. He slowly reached into the boundary, passing through it bit by bit. The boundary's power flowed across his body like ripples, but it could not hurt him at all. The purple copper master and the purple copper master's faces were as white as paper. Purple copper, I won't waste any more time with you. I came to the floating island for two things. Where is Xianxia? What is the situation in the Tiandang Mountains? Li Yunxiao flew down to the top of the mountain and stood in front of the two of them. He got straight to the point. The purple copper master said, you really came for him. Xianxia has entered the Tiandang Mountains and is doing the most basic patrol. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, how long has he been gone? How long will he be back? The purple copper master pondered, he has been gone for half a month. Logically, he should be back by now, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have noticed something from the Purple Copper Master's hesitant gaze. The Purple Copper Master's face darkened. He said, "He has indeed been gone for a long time." Li Yunxiao asked coldly, "Did he go alone?" The Purple Copper Master shook his head. "Lady Ren Shimin brought him there." "The master of the mystical flower realm, Shimin." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with malice. In the immortal realm, he had seen Ren Shimin and Dijia together. The two of them must have had a tacit understanding. If Ren Shimin had come to the Tiandang Mountains, then Dijia would most likely be here as well. An ominous feeling spread in his heart. His heart sank. He shouted, "Open the passage. I want to go to the Tiandang Mountains." The Purple Copper Master exclaimed, "No." Li Yunxiao stared at him and shouted, "What did you say?" The murderous aura on his body exploded involuntarily. It seeped into the Purple Copper Master's skin and bones, causing him to tremble. He stumbled a few steps back, his body cold. Sweat broke out on the Purple Copper Master's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll open the passage." "Master." "No." The young man behind him was shocked. He shouted hurriedly. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. A gust of Gang Qi turned into a palm. With a bang, it shattered the space. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell into the mountains far away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. My patience can be long or short. When it's short, it means you're unlucky. Li Yunxiao said coldly. He stared at the Purple Copper Master and said, "If I can't take Hua Qianshu away, there's no need for the floating island to exist." The Purple Copper Master shuddered. He said angrily, "The floating island's responsibility is to monitor the Tiandang Mountains. If something happens, how are you going to explain it to the world?" Li Yunxiao sneered coldly. He said, "Lord Purple Copper, you overestimate yourself. You're talking as if something happens in the Tiandang Mountains. A small fry like you can help." The Purple Copper Master was stunned. He said angrily, "At least I can discover something unusual and report it back to the Sacred Zone. The Sacred Zone can prepare and take measures. If we destroy the floating island, we'll lose the monitoring of the mountains." Li Yunxiao scolded him. "Don't talk nonsense with me. You're talking as if you're very important. The realm of heaven martial arts can't do without a small fry like you, right? Hurry up and open the passage." The Purple Copper Master was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. But he couldn't do anything. He was like a fish on the chopping block. He was so angry that he turned into a beam of light. He disappeared from the peak of the mountain. Li Yunxiao's body turned into lightning. He disappeared in the air. The next moment, the two of them appeared in the center of a group of buildings. It was a giant ring-shaped plaza. It was grand and magnificent. The surrounding pillars were covered with all kinds of carvings. The Purple Copper Master didn't say anything. He flew above the plaza and started making all kinds of hand seals. He then flew into the 4 pillars. The symbols on the pillars seemed to have come to life. They flew around the pillars and shone with a golden light. A giant formation appeared in the center of the plaza. Its light soared into the sky. Countless symbols were tumbling inside it. This caused a commotion. More than 100 people flew up from all directions. They all looked at the venerable Master Zitong in shock. "Why are you opening the passage again? Is Lady Ren Shimin back? The ceremony doesn't seem right. Lord Purple Copper doesn't look well. Did something happen? Who is that guy standing in the center of the plaza? I've never seen him before." All kinds of discussions could be heard. People were whispering to each other. But since Purple Copper Master Zitong was the person in charge of the floating island, no one dared to step forward and raise any questions or objections. End of chapter 2081. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.